Qin Feng, having traversed into the realm of a discarded prince, finds himself assigned to guard the imperial mausoleum, armed with a formidable signing-in system that promises to averse his fortunes. As malevolent forces besiege the imperial city, he emerges with astonishing prowess. Can he turn the tide? Chapter 1. The Disgraced Prince, Guardian of the Imperial Tomb. Spring, Year 4 of the Xia calendar. Prince Qin Feng, you are hereby deposed. You are to be exiled to the mausoleum of the great ancestor. The brevity of the imperial edict belies the gravity of the situation. The rage of the Xia emperor is palpable, sending tremors through the court and the populace alike. No one could have anticipated that Qin Feng, who had only recently ascended to the Eastern Palace for 2.5 years, would be so abruptly dismissed and relegated to the role of a mere guardian of the imperial tomb. Yet, given the emperor's notorious temperament, none dared to inquire about the rationale behind this decree. After all, in the long history of the great Xia, only this dynasty has dared to execute entire clans in that desolate and barren landscape, where the cold winds howl and only a few ancient structures of the mausoleum stand solemnly. The cawing of crows fills the air. Qin Feng had no time to ponder his downfall. Instead, he was struck by another revelation. I wasn't simply visiting Mount Tai. I was crushed by a dragon-laden coffin, wasn't I? How did I suddenly find myself in this place? His expression was one of bewilderment. However, he soon pieced together fragments of memory, realizing that he had indeed traversed into the body of a prince who had just been deposed and assigned to guard the imperial. OMB, this identity feels rather unfortunate. Achieving greatness seems a daunting prospect. Qin Feng could not help but lament, what a disastrous start. Having perused countless tomes, he had dispatched numerous blades to authors in his previous life. He understood well that despite his former status as a prince, his current predicament was far from enviable. Neither a disgraced betrothal nor the humiliation of being ambushed and slain by his fiancée, the empress. He was not even the dashing son of the northern Liang, who stumbled home each night, supported by the walls. Instead, he was merely a discarded prince, possessing an ordinary physique and deprived of any means to acquire cultivation resources. At best, he was destined to play the role of a mere supporting character. Throughout his life, he would likely achieve little, his fate perhaps to languish in obscurity until the end of his days. Were Qin Feng to encounter such a narrative in a novel, he would have cast it aside in dismay. Caw, caw! From a distance, near a massive stone tablet, a few crows took flight, seemingly mocking Qin Feng amidst the chilly autumn breeze. Though the imperial mausoleum spanned a vast expanse, the guards who once protected it had long been expelled. Only a handful of imperial guards remained at the far entrance of the mausoleum, and the desolate atmosphere was nearly palpable. It was abundantly clear that he was meant to face his demise in solitude. Your Highness, you will reside here henceforth, remarked the Vice Minister of Rites, who had thoroughly inspected the mausoleum to ensure that only Qin Feng remained. Should you require anything, I may beseech His Majesty on your behalf. His tone held no trace of disrespect despite Qin Feng's fall from grace. After all, he was still a prince. Any breach of decorum could very well lead to dire consequences for the minister. No need, Qin Feng replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Given his current predicament, should he incite the wrath of the Emperor of Xia, he might very well lose his life. The Vice Minister of Rites nodded and had someone assist Qin Feng in tidying up the room, while also unloading the daily necessities and some provisions he had brought along ing them neatly. Simultaneously, he conveyed to Qin Feng the rules and etiquette that must be observed within the imperial mausoleum. Although it was unlikely anyone would notice if Qin Feng chose to disregard them, it was still his duty to inform him. Once everything was in order, the Vice Minister of Rites departed from the mausoleum along with numerous imperial guards. Alas, before leaving, he glanced back at Qin Feng, shaking his head in pity. Who could have foreseen that the once princely heir had fallen to such a fate, destined to spend his twilight years in the desolate imperial mausoleum, living a solitary existence, enduring a life of melancholy and despair? With that, he turned and left. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng prepared to familiarize himself with the mausoleum of the founding emperor, he was suddenly greeted by the sound of system notification in his ear. Ding! Host detected. System binding initiated. 110. 50. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. As a traveler from Blue Star, he was well aware of what a system entailed. However, he never anticipated that he would be granted one. Aside from his handsome appearance, he possessed none of the qualities typically associated with protagonists in novels. How could he possibly receive a system? Just as he pondered this perplexity, the notification chimed once more, indicating that the binding had been completed. Divine Level Sign-In System. Upon observing the name of the system, Qin Feng instinctively comprehended its significance and remarked, "Excellent. Please assist me in signing in at the Ancestral Emperor's Mausoleum and let us see what rewards may be bestowed upon me." Beep. Successful sign-in at the Ancestral Emperor's Mausoleum. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the Primordial Chaos Sword Body. This item cannot be stored in the system space. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? The system notified Qin Feng. A unique physique? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng's eyes brightened with excitement. His body was remarkably ordinary, and this extraordinary physique was precisely what he lacked. To his astonishment, he had received such a remarkable reward on his very first sign-in. More significantly, in this realm, sword cultivators were virtually the most formidable beings within the same level, exceedingly rare in their presence. The Primordial Chaos Sword Body evidently promised immense benefits for cultivating the sword path. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng seated himself upon the ground and chose to fuse with the Primordial Chaos Sword Body. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent surged into his being, initiating a profound transformation within him. Qin Feng emitted a cry of agony. He felt as though every bone and every meridian in his body was being cleansed by the sword energy. The pain was excruciating. His very soul trembled. Such torment was beyond what a human could endure. Fortunately, no one else was present, and no one could hear Qin Feng's agonizing cries. Indeed, as a discarded prince, even if he were to perish here today, no one would be aware, nor would anyone care. For a full 2 hours, as night fell, the ancient Chaos Sword Body finally achieved complete integration with Qin Feng. He fainted from the pain. Clang! At that moment, a resounding sound of a sword echoed through the heavens and the earth. The entire imperial city, along with a radius of several hundred miles, resonated with this sound, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. In that instant, within the imperial city, whether in the palace or the grand residences of noble families, countless figures soared into the sky. What is happening? Where is that sword sound coming from? Those present stood suspended in the void, surveying their surroundings, yet they could not discern the origin of the sound. The Emperor of Xia, accompanied by several ministers engaged in discussion, also emerged upon hearing the news, standing in the void, their eyes filled with astonishment. What is going on? Could it be that a peerless sword body has been born within my imperial city? The Emperor of Xia exclaimed in shock. Such extraordinary occurrences typically manifest only when a special physique comes into existence. Much like the founding emperor of the great Xia dynasty, whose birth was heralded by the appearance of 9 ethereal golden dragons swirling in the sky, a legendary phenomenon known as the 9-dragon body. Indeed, it must be so, a minister replied solemnly. Should we dispatch individuals to investigate every newborn in the imperial city tonight? Not just the imperial city. We must examine all infants born in the area enveloped by the sword sound this night, the Emperor of Xia commanded gravely. We must act swiftly and ensure that no one else gains a lead. Within the imperial dynasty, there exists a plethora of formidable sects and esteemed families, so powerful that even a royal family dares not confront them. Should they discover the whereabouts of that infant, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the imperial court. Understood, the minister replied with a nod. He then departed swiftly, consumed by his urgent tasks. The summer emperor lingered in the void for a brief moment, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, before returning to the palace. He intended to mobilize the enigmatic forces he had established to investigate the infant's location. Little did he anticipate that the one possessing an unparalleled sword physique was none other than the prince he had rendered incapacitated. Chapter 2. Astonishing cultivation speed unconscious. Qin Feng remained oblivious to the commotion he had stirred within the imperial city. The entire area within 100 miles was in disarray, with powerful figures from various sects and noble families converging in search of him. It was not until the deep of night that Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unmistakable hint of agony within them. He struggled to rise from the ground. His emotions at that moment could only be described by a certain verdant plant. The torment he had just endured was nothing short of excruciating, almost tearing him apart. It had persisted for several hours. Reflecting upon it, now still sent a shiver down his spine. System, come forth. Why did he not inform me that fusing with the ancient chaotic sword body would be so painful? Qin Feng summoned the system, demanding an explanation. Had he been mentally prepared, he would not have found himself in such a disheveled state. Master did not inquire. Came the emotionless response from the system. Qin Feng was left speechless. He indeed had not asked. Yet, who would think to inquire about pain during their first experience? He sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Ignoring the system, he began to acclimate to the body that had now merged with the ancient chaotic sword body. Compared to his previous ordinary physique, the ancient chaotic sword body was exponentially more powerful. After a considerable time, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim in admiration. The most apparent changes were in his physical strength and mental acuity, both of which had seen a dramatic enhancement. Within the same realm, none could rival him. Battling beyond his level would pose no difficulty at all. Feeling hunger gnaw at him, he returned to his quarters to find something to eat. It had been quite a while since he had last dined. The provisions he found were the rations provided by the Imperial Guard during their last visit. Fresh supplies would arrive monthly. Should he desire hot food, he would have to prepare it himself. After finishing his meal, Qin Feng lay down to rest. His current realm was too low to allow for continuous cultivation without breaks. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Qin Feng awoke from his slumber. Stepping outside his room, he felt a sense of contentment, and the once desolate scenery appeared less bleak. System, sign in at the Imperial Ancestors' tomb. Qin Feng declared with a smile. Ding! Congratulations, Master, sign in successful. You have received a vial of Earth Spirit stalactite essence, the system announced. At that moment, a small jade bottle materialized within the system's space. Why does this sign-in reward feel significantly inferior to the previous ones? Qin Feng pondered aloud. The ancient chaotic sword body clearly outweighed the Earth Spirit stalactite essence in quality. The system's mechanical voice responded, subsequent sign-in rewards are random. I see, Qin Feng mused, feeling enlightened. Rewards from special locations, where the Tao rhythm varies, will indeed be more bountiful. The system continued to elucidate. Qin Feng grasped the concept. Sign-in rewards were influenced by the Tao rhythm. The mausoleum of the founding emperor is an isolated resting place dedicated solely to him, who is said to possess the legendary body of the 9 dragons. The location of his burial is believed to possess the power to alter the very landscape, which is why he was deliberately interred so close to the royal palace, to safeguard the palace and bless future generations. In light of this, his earlier acquisition of the ancient chaotic sword body seems entirely reasonable. However, Qin Feng found himself puzzled by the purpose of the Earth Spirit stalactite liquid. With curiosity in his heart, he retrieved it from the system's space. Upon gently uncorking the vial, a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth like a gushing fountain. Almost instantly, the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Feng multiplied several times over. Even ordinary animals, not a monstrous ilk, sensed the shift in energy and turned their gazes towards the source. Such abundant spiritual energy. This is perfect for my cultivation, Qin Feng thought, elated. Just the night before, he had been anxious about the thin spiritual energy in the mausoleum and the royal family's reluctance to provide him with cultivation resources. He wondered how he would proceed. To his astonishment, on his second day of signing in, he had obtained such a treasure brimming with spiritual energy. Drip! Qin Feng slightly tilted the small jade bottle, and a drop of milky liquid flowed out, landing on his left hand. It was crystalline and fragrant, resembling milk in appearance. He pondered about its taste. After a moment's contemplation, he swallowed the drop. In an instant, it felt as if sweet dew had flowed into a parched desert. The concentrated spiritual energy exploded within him, coursing through his limbs and bones, instilling a sensation of ethereal lightness. Ah, how delightful! Qin Feng could not help but let out a soft moan. The comfort was unparalleled, especially in contrast to the pain he had experienced the night before. This was a true ecstasy. After swirling through his body for a brief moment, the spiritual energy began to enter his meridians, nourishing him. Without delay, Qin Feng settled down to meditate and cultivate. The spiritual energy released from the Earth Spirit stalactite liquid was less than 1% of its total, and he knew that complete absorption would require considerable time. For an entire day and night, Qin Feng remained seated beneath the tree, absorbing the essence of the Earth Spirit stalactite liquid. The continuous influx of spiritual energy into his meridians alleviated his fatigue. As dawn broke the following morning, the sun slowly ascended, filtering through the leaves to cast warm light upon Qin Feng. A gentle breeze swept by, and clad in a radiant glow, he appeared as a figure of formidable prowess in the sword path. Suddenly, a remarkable wave of spiritual energy erupted within him, surging forth like a clear spring. This wave, infused with sword intent, radiated outward from his center. Qin Feng's slightly lowered eyes gradually opened. The 9th level of the condensed essence realm. How astonishingly swift my cultivation has progressed. He marveled. He had anticipated that the ancient chaotic sword body would facilitate rapid cultivation, but he had never imagined it would be to such an extraordinary extent. On the ancient continent, the realms are delineated as follows: body refinement, essence condensation, spirit transformation, cycle of seas, purple mansion, and void refinement. The chasms between each major realm are akin to the vastness of the galaxy, rendering any possibility of transcending them utterly implausible. Even the gaps between the minor realms are fraught with immense disparities. Ascending through these realms is an arduous endeavor. Qin Feng, previously only at the 6th level of essence condensation, astonishingly reached the 9th level after a mere day and night of cultivation. This rate of progress is nothing short of terrifying. Even the most prodigious talents of the Great Xia dynasty could scarcely match such a pace. Moreover, Qin Feng was astounded to discover that despite his prolonged cultivation, he had only absorbed a minuscule portion of the Earth Spirit stalactite essence he had ingested the previous day, with much still remaining. This single drop of milky liquid harbored such monumental spiritual energy. How long would it last with the quantity in the bottle? Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. Shaking his head, he proceeded to complete his daily sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in and received 10 spirit-nourishing pills. The system's emotionless, mechanical voice resonated within Qin Feng's mind. After examining the effects of the spirit-nourishing pills, he realized they were capable of restoring consciousness, but since he had no immediate use for them, he stored them away. Subsequently, Qin Feng rose to seek some provisions, intending to rest briefly before resuming his cultivation. In this brutal world, where strength reigns supreme and the demon and monster clans roam freely, only one's own realm can truly represent everything. Although Qin Feng's extraordinary physique could undoubtedly aid him in reclaiming his title as prince and escaping the imperial tomb, he harbored no such intentions. Exiting the tomb would not yield any benefits. Rather, it would only complicate matters with a myriad of tedious affairs. Conversely, remaining here to enhance his cultivation was what Qin Feng most desired. As time swiftly passed, 3 years had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, the outside world tirelessly sought the infant possessing the unparalleled sword body, yet they yielded no results and ultimately had to abandon their quest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained steadfastly within the tomb, immersed in cultivation and sign-ins, accruing a plethora of rewards. The 10,000 swords returning to one sword technique, the wind sword intent, and the earth spirit stalactite essence. Although these new rewards could not compare to the primordial chaos sword body in rank, they were still commendable. Qin Feng directly learned any martial techniques among the rewards, while he consumed those that could enhance his cultivation and stored the rest in the system space. During this time, aside from the occasional delivery of provisions, no one else visited him, as if he had been forgotten by the world. One night, as the sky darkened and the full moon hung high amidst a sprinkle of stars, Qin Feng, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Perhaps it was time to explore other areas for sign-ins. The palace was vast, with many locations yet to be registered. He murmured to himself. He did not intend to completely abandon the royal tomb. However, it was indeed essential to venture out and sign in at other places within the palace. With this thought in mind, he rose and made his way towards the nearest astronomical bureau. The imperial guard along the route posed no threat to him. His primordial, chaotic sword body allowed him to completely conceal his presence, rendering the patrolling guards oblivious to his existence, enabling him to evade them effortlessly. Meanwhile, within the astronomical bureau, a place dedicated to observing celestial phenomena, there were typically few individuals present except on significant occasions. Yet tonight, over a dozen figures had quietly gathered. What progress has been made regarding the assassination plan for the new crown prince? The chief eunuch inquired solemnly, raised by an elder of the southern barbarians. Although he was of the great Xia dynasty, his true allegiance lay with the southern barbarians. From the moment he entered the palace, his goal had been to sow discord within the great Xia dynasty. When the time came, the southern barbarians would be free to devour the southern territories of the great Xia dynasty without hesitation. Reporting to Eunuch Chun, the arrangements are nearly complete. We await only your command to commence the assassination plan. Everything is meticulously intertwined, seamless in execution. We shall surely send the new crown prince to his demise, spoke the numerous figures clad in black. Hearing this, the chief eunuch nodded in satisfaction. Originally, the assassination plan was meant for Qin Feng. However, his foolishness had provoked the emperor's wrath, leading to his downfall, a case of a fool stumbling upon fortune. The chief eunuch mused. This assassination plan must now target the new crown prince. After all, for us, it matters not who falls. Unfortunately, Qin Feng is far away in the royal tomb, unable to emerge. Otherwise, even if he were no longer the crown prince, I would have ensured his demise, fulfilling my long-standing scheme. The chief eunuch lamented. If only I could see him once more. Ha! Eunuch Chun, you jest. Qin Feng will never step out of the royal tomb in his lifetime. To meet again, we would likely only do so when we come to collect his remains. The figures in black erupted in laughter. Their identities varied. Some were palace cooks, while others were craftsmen. Yet they all shared a common disbelief that Qin Feng would ever have the opportunity to leave the royal tomb. At that moment, the doors of the astronomical bureau were suddenly pushed open. Creak. Though the sound was not loud, it caused the faces of all present to change drastically. Cold sweat pouring down. They understood that gathering here in secrecy would mean certain death if discovered by the imperial guards. Among them, the strongest possessed only the cultivation of the seventh heaven of the spirit transformation realm, while within the palace, there were over a dozen powerful royal offerings in the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. There was no possible escape. Who goes there? The chief eunuch immediately turned to look. I merely happened to pass by and thought to sign in, yet I find so many gathered here awaiting my presence. What a delightful surprise. Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile as he surveyed the crowd before him. It's you? The chief eunuch exclaimed in astonishment. He initially believed that it was a royal offering wandering out one fateful night who discovered the two of them, never anticipating that it would be Qin Feng who stumbled upon them. Aren't you eager to see me? Why do you appear so disappointed? Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. If you wish to summon the commander of the Imperial Guard, I would not mind assisting. Oomph, you startled me. The old eunuch snorted coldly, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. I was already troubled by the lack of opportunity to eliminate you, but you, fool that you are, have come seeking death. Do not blame us for being ruthless. The Bureau of Astronomy was indeed his territory. Eliminating Qin Feng and erasing all evidence would pose no risk of discovery. As he spoke, an astonishing wave of spiritual energy emanated from his being. He stepped forward with remarkable speed, raising his hand to seize Qin Feng by the throat. His strike was merciless, aiming for an instant kill. Do not rush. We could discuss matters at leisure, Qin Feng replied, his demeanor remarkably calm in the face of impending danger. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure unfurled from within him. Thud! The old eunuch, charging towards Qin Feng, suddenly felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon him, forcing him to his knees. Not only that, but the other cloaked figures were similarly overwhelmed by this dreadful pressure, collapsing to the ground their knees shattered. Having ascended to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, the disparity between realms was stark. He need not lift a finger, for the weight of his presence was sufficient to incapacitate the old eunuch and his companions. How can you be so powerful? The two were engulfed in shock, their voices trembling. How old could Qin Feng possibly be, even with extraordinary talent? He could not have reached the Wheel Sea realm so swiftly. Were they dreaming? Tell me obediently, to whom do you pledge your allegiance? Qin Feng inquired coolly. If I divulge everything, will you spare our lives? A black-clad figure kneeling at a distance pleaded, fear etched across his face. Compared to the others, he sought only survival. Are you attempting to bargain with me? Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. The moment his words fell, the pressure he exerted on the black-clad man intensified. Puffed. The unfortunate soul did not even have time to scream before being crushed into a spray of blood by the overwhelming force. The scene was horrifically gruesome. The old eunuch, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale with terror. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, please. He begged, trembling in fear. Speak, Qin Feng commanded indifferently. The old eunuch hastily divulged his background to Qin Feng. The southern barbarians. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, taken aback to learn that these individuals were loyal to the southern barbarian tribe. This was a naturally valorous and combative clan, residing in the southern mountains, frequently raiding nearby cities. Perish! Just then, the old eunuch, in a moment of sheer panic, produced a pitch-black orb and hurled it towards Qin Feng. Instantly, an astonishing miasma erupted from within the orb. Moreover, this ominous miasma profoundly disrupts the clarity of the mind. The scene before Qin Feng suddenly transformed into a hellish nightmare. No longer within the confines of the Qintian Bureau, the ground was strewn with corpses and skeletal remains. Was this merely an illusion? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and spoke coldly. An astonishing surge of sword energy erupted within him, producing a melodious resonance akin to the sound of a blade. It was precisely this harmonious clangor that restored his consciousness, awakening him from the phantasmagoria. However, upon opening his eyes, he realized that numerous figures cloaked in black had been obliterated by the sword energy, yet the old eunuch had vanished without a trace. How cowardly! Taking advantage of my entry into an illusion to flee instead of attempting to slay me. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. Had the old eunuch dared to attack him, the protective sword energy would have surely turned the tide against him. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the eunuch's escape. With a hum, Qin Feng harnessed his sword energy to materialize a transparent sword spirit. With a mere thought, the sword spirit shot forth towards the fleeing eunuch, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. This was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the culmination of countless sword spirits converging into one. Even a sage would find it overwhelming. In a fleeting thought, one could unleash a torrent of swords across miles, a testament to the elegance of a sword cultivator. Qin Feng mused. Next, his attention fell upon a pitch-black orb. After a moment's hesitation, he stowed it away in his storage ring. Though it was a sinister object, he was not the kind of rigid, righteous person who sought to eradicate all things malevolent. Perhaps one day it could serve his purpose. Subsequently, Qin Feng signed in at the Qintian Bureau. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at the Qintian Bureau. You have received a star map. The system's notification chimed in Qin Feng's ears. He was not particularly surprised by this reward. Such star maps were not uncommon and were said to be useful for divination. However, as he had no immediate use for it, he decided to set it aside for the time being. The following morning, a plaza in front of a grand hall was suddenly sealed off by the Imperial Guard. The previous night, the old eunuch had met his demise here, pursued and slain by Qin Feng's sword spirit. Emperor Xia, having just awakened, received news and hastened to the scene. Your Majesty, this old eunuch should not have been present in this area of the palace. Last night, he likely intended to infiltrate some special location, stated an Imperial Guard commander solemnly. He possessed a letter detailing an assassination plot. However, the connection between the southern barbarians and the old eunuch was shrouded in caution, as they feared being caught by the great Xia dynasty. Thus, the commander had only uncovered the assassination plan without knowledge of its ties to the southern barbarians. Scoundrel! The expression of Emperor Xia darkened, for it was a tremendous humiliation that an unidentified individual could infiltrate the Grand Palace. The Imperial Guard commander, terrified, quickly knelt to plead for punishment. Who killed him? Why was he not captured alive for thorough interrogation? Emperor Xia asked coldly. I do not know. The commander replied helplessly. When we discovered him, he had already been slain. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia's face grew even angrier as he exclaimed, It is one thing for an unidentified individual to infiltrate the palace, but you now claim you do not even know who killed him? A bunch of useless fools. The commander of the Imperial Guard, terrified, promptly requested punishment once more. At that moment, an elderly man beside Emperor Xia, who specialized in the sword arts, wore a look of astonishment. What a pure essence of wind sword intent. He marveled while examining the eunuch's wound. What did Elder Qin say? Emperor Xia pondered, realizing that his own martial prowess was not particularly strong, nor did he practice swordsmanship. He could merely discern that the eunuch had been slain by a single strike, but could not ascertain anything further. He looked perplexed. The one who attacked possesses swordsmanship that likely far surpasses my own, Elder Qin remarked solemnly. Though he had reached the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, his understanding and mastery of the sword could not compare to that of Qin Feng. Despite being only in the 1st layer of the Wheel Sea realm, possessed the ancient chaotic sword body. What do you mean? Emperor Xia exclaimed in disbelief within the palace. You are the strongest swordsman. How could there be someone whose swordsmanship exceeds yours? The emperor was astonished, his eyes filled with incredulity. Truly, sword masters were rare, and Elder Qin was already recognized as the strongest swordsman in the royal court. The commander of the Imperial Guard and several ministers who had gathered were equally astonished by Elder Qin's words. Perhaps your majesty has forgotten that your 7th imperial uncle, Prince Mu, also specializes in swordsmanship, Elder Qin said gravely. Moreover, his mastery of the sword is entirely above mine. The strong martial artists of the royal family were all sequestered in the palace, for there was no place within the great Xia Empire more abundant in spiritual energy and safety than here. Prince Mu? Emperor Xia paused momentarily, but quickly retorted, however, when he entered seclusion, he had already less than 30 years of life left, and now a century has passed. How could he possibly still be alive? Not only, but the other ministers also harbored doubts. Yet aside from your 7th imperial uncle, Prince Mu, there could not possibly be another, Elder Qin replied slowly. For external powerhouses cannot enter the palace. It is protected by the formidable dragon formation, laid by royal experts before the decline of the dynasty during the Demon Sealing War. Without permission, even a Purple Mansion realm expert would surely be detected upon entering. The assembly fell into silence, recognizing the truth in his words. Indeed, the number of sword masters within the royal family was exceedingly scant. Aside from Prince Mu, none could be of such antiquity or possibility. Elder Qin's conjecture bore the greatest likelihood. Your Majesty, during my inspection this morning, I overheard a maid mention that last night a beam of light shot from the northwest toward this direction. Precisely in the direction of Prince Mu's seclusion, the commander of the Imperial Guard interjected hastily, not daring to conceal anything. Upon hearing this, the ministers, who had been somewhat convinced, now became resolute in their belief. It seems unequivocally to be Prince Mu. Surely, he must have broken through at the end of his lifespan. This is indeed a blessing for our great Xia. Joy illuminated the faces of all present. When Prince Mu entered his secluded meditation, he was already at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Should he transcend to the Purple Mansion realm, his lifespan would extend by at least a century, ensuring his survival without any doubt until now. The Emperor of Xia was equally pleased. A millennium ago, during the Great War of Sealing Demons, countless formidable warriors were lost, leading to the gradual decline of the Great Xia dynasty. For many years, the royal family had not produced a single strong individual at the Purple Mansion level. All their retainers were merely at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. With his 7th uncle, Prince Mu, now breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, how could he possibly refrain from rejoicing? This newfound strength would bolster his confidence when confronting the aristocratic families within the dynasty. He commanded, "Let be known, I shall offer sacrifices to the heavens and grant amnesty to the world." The emperor promptly declared, wishing for all to learn of the royal family's possession of a purple mansion-level warrior. As you wish, several ministers replied with respect, quickly setting to work. Meanwhile, the emperor hurried to the pavilion where Prince Mu was meditating, eager to pay his respects. However, despite his entreaties from outside the pavilion, Prince Mu remained utterly unresponsive. Ultimately, the emperor had no choice but to depart in resignation. Such pavilions housing royal cultivators were safeguarded by formations to prevent unwanted intrusions that could disrupt their training and lead to unforeseen consequences. Although the emperor possessed the means to force entry, he refrained, wary of inciting Prince Mu's ire. Chapter 5. Brother, have you lost your mind? The Great Xia dynasty spans vast territories and boasts a population of over 100 billion. Yet, the news of a purple mansion-level warrior emerging from the royal family spread throughout the entire dynasty within just 3 days through various channels. The royal family played a significant role in amplifying this astonishing announcement. After all, following the Great War of Sealing Demons a millennium ago, the various dynasties, noble families, and formidable sects had swiftly declined, and it had been countless years since a purple mansion-level warrior had emerged. Consequently, many families and sects that had previously contemplated ceasing their tributes suddenly became more discreet upon hearing this news. At this moment, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the tremendous ramifications his single sword strike would invoke. Even had he known, it would not have concerned him in the least. His singular objective was to elevate his cultivation level. At the very least, he sought to attain invincibility within the Great Xia dynasty. Other matters could be deliberated later. Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. 3 more years rushed past in a blur. As night descended upon the sky, the moon hung high, adorned by countless stars. Boom! Seated beneath an ancient tree, Qin Feng was engrossed in his cultivation when an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from within him, resonating with a deafening roar. Around his body, sword energy swirled, and the ground was instantly marred by numerous sword scars. Even the distant trees were severed in half. The 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm is quite commendable, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Compared to before, the pace of his realm advancement had noticeably slowed. But this was to be expected. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty in attaining further progress. If the words of Qin Feng were to reach the ears of the antiquated members of the royal family, they would undoubtedly be driven to the brink of despair, their hearts bleeding with frustration. Many of them have devoted their entire lives to cultivation, barely managing to reach the 9th realm of the Wheel Sea. Yet, Qin Feng has achieved this in a mere 6 years, and he regards it with a mere sense of satisfaction. This is nothing short of an affront to their dignity. At that moment, a figure arrived at the royal mausoleum. "Your Highness, shall I place these provisions in your former chambers?" asked a robust soldier resembling a black bear, as he respectfully presented the supplies to Qin Feng. His name was Chu Xiong, and he had been the one delivering provisions for years. Qin Feng, seated in meditation, nodded slightly. At present, his cultivation level rendered food consumption irrelevant. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he accepted the rations and subsequently fed them to the various birds. Over time, the trees in the area became adorned with numerous nests, dispelling the earlier silence. "Your Highness, should I help you construct a cooking stove here? Consuming these provisions dry is not good for your health," Chu Xiong suggested, unable to contain himself. Though a stove was not typical in a royal mausoleum, he could find a way to assist Qin Feng in building one. "If you build me a stove, are you not afraid of being discovered and implicated?" Qin Feng inquired with a light-hearted smile. "Huh? Why would I be implicated?" Chu Xiong scratched his head and chuckled innocently. He had only heard rumors of Qin Feng being accused of colluding with the moon-worshipping demonic sect of the north, but the truth remained uncertain. He could not comprehend why others in the Imperial Guard avoided delivering provisions to Qin Feng, fearful of associating with a fallen prince. "It's nothing," Qin Feng replied, not wishing to elaborate. He continued, "I'm rather lazy when it comes to cooking. These provisions are just fine." Chu Xiong nodded thoughtfully, placed the provisions into the room, and then departed. Afterward, Qin Feng resumed his meditation, focusing on his breathing to prevent his spiritual energy from becoming unstable. This process was gradual and would require approximately 2 months. The following morning, the morning court had just concluded. The newly appointed prince, Qin Junyan, returned from his rounds. Brimming with joy, "Master, father has finally permitted me to visit brother," he exclaimed to the grand scholar of the Xuanhuan pavilion. As brothers sharing the same parents, he and Qin Feng had always maintained a close bond, and since Qin Feng had been confined to the mausoleum, Qin Junyan had been deeply concerned. The crown prince must take the imperial guard with him. The grand scholar cautioned solemnly. "Why?" Qin Junyan asked, puzzled. "Prince Qin Feng has been stripped of his title, and he must be feeling immense resentment. Upon seeing you as the new crown prince, he may well be consumed by jealousy and vent his anger upon you." The grand scholar warned gravely, "If you do not bring the imperial guard, you may face danger." Although he had always disapproved of Qin Junyan visiting the mausoleum, he found himself powerless to change his mind. "Impossible. My elder brother has always treated me with utmost kindness. How could he possibly harm me?" Yet, Qin Junyan remarked, "His mother passed away at a young age, leaving Qin Feng to rely solely on him. Alas, your highness is still too young. Throughout history, which deposed crown prince has not succumbed to immense blows, ending up mad and delusional? Even if Qin Feng shares a close bond with you, upon learning of your ascension to the title of crown prince, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards you." The other two ministers dispatched by the Summer Emperor to assist the crown prince also expressed similar sentiments. In their eyes, Qin Feng is no different from any other deposed prince. "I refuse to believe it. My elder brother is certainly not that kind of person," Qin Junyan insisted. He strode purposefully towards the royal mausoleum, seemingly uninterested in the imperial guard. "Crown prince! Crown prince!" The scholars from Xuanhuan pavilion, witnessing this, became anxious. They hurried to find the commander of the imperial guard. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, distorting the air with its heat, rendering the abandoned animals and birds within the mausoleum listless. "I recall that Chu Xiong sent some ice, right?" Qin Feng, reclining on a chair, murmured. Although he did not feel the heat due to his current cultivation, the absence of something cool in the summer left him feeling incomplete. Contemplating this, he slowly rose and entered the room, retrieving a large block of ice from a carved box adorned with intricate patterns. After shattering it with the edge of his sword, he tossed the fragments to the overheated little creatures. Upon seeing the crushed ice, the animals became ecstatic, rushing forward to feast, creating a lively scene. Qin Feng suddenly noticed a figure entering the mausoleum. The new crown prince? Initially curious about the identity of the approaching individual, he quickly recognized the attire and realized it was the new crown prince. From Chu Xiong, Qin Feng was aware that the new crown prince was none other than his third brother, Qin Junyan. Given that the second brother possessed southern barbarian blood, he could not be crowned. Thus, it was only natural for the third prince, Qin Junyan, to ascend after Qin Feng's deposition. "Elder brother, you haven't lost your mind, have you?" Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Junyan's eyes filled with concern as he scrutinized his brother, searching for signs of normalcy. Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether the other was scolding him or genuinely concerned, and replied, "Why do you ask?" Seeing that Qin Feng understood his inquiry and appeared stable, Qin Junyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Before I arrived, my teachers warned me that elder brother had been confined here for many years and would surely have gone mad, advising me to be cautious of being harmed by you." Qin Feng, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. "Crown Prince! Crown Prince!" At that moment, the scholars from Xuanhuan Pavilion had arrived with the commander of the Imperial Guard, all deeply worried about Qin Junyan being harmed by Qin Feng. Yet, upon entering the mausoleum and witnessing the utterly normal Qin Feng before them, they were taken aback. How could Qin Feng appear in such a state of sound mind, devoid of any signs of madness? Not a hint of despondency marred his demeanor. He appeared calm and composed, entirely unlike a disenfranchised prince. Conversely, those around him were flustered, resembling clowns in their haste. "Esteemed guests, is there something amiss?" Qin Feng inquired, gazing at the esteemed scholars of the Xuanhuan Pavilion. We are here to pay our respects to His Highness," they stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, hastily concocting a reason for their visit. "I see," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "You may simply place your gifts in the chamber." Upon hearing this, The expressions of the scholars were nothing short of remarkable. They had no gifts to present. Yet, having already claimed to be visiting Qin Feng, they couldn't possibly arrive empty-handed, as it would imply a lack of regard for the prince. Should the members of the Imperial Guard learn of this and report it to Emperor Xia, they would face dire consequences. After a brief silence, the scholars exchanged glances before quietly moving to the adjacent room. Some removed their jade rings, while others relinquished their cherished jade talismans. As cultivators, the items they carried were embedded with spirit-concentrating formations and were thus of considerable value. Upon emerging from the room, they felt as though their hearts were bleeding from the loss. "Let it be," Qin Feng remarked, observing their pained expressions with indifference. The scholars could only bow respectfully and take their leave, nearly fainting from the heartache as they exited the royal tomb. Indeed, he was now a prince. At this juncture, Qin Feng's gaze returned to Qin Jian, stating, "I have no lavish gifts to offer you, but this small wooden sword, crafted by my own hand, is for you." With that, he casually handed over a small wooden sword, akin to a pendant, which he had whittled during moments of relaxation. As he presented it to Qin Jian, he infused it with a trace of sword intent. If Qin Jian truly valued his elder brother, carrying it would greatly benefit his cultivation of the sword path. "Thank you, Your Highness." Though merely an ordinary wooden sword, Qin Jian felt immense joy, even greater than when he had first ascended to the title of prince. Subsequently, Qin Jian engaged Qin Feng in conversation, expressing concern for his well-being and whether anyone had been deliberately obstructing him. Qin Feng reassured him that he was faring well, which alleviated some of Qin Jian's worries. As evening descended, Qin Jian departed from the royal tomb. "The last time I visited the astronomical bureau, I had an unexpected gain. I wonder what fortune awaits this time." After bidding farewell to Qin Jian, Qin Feng stretched and, as the night enveloped the sky, murmured to himself. He then exited the royal tomb. Where to next? Walking atop the palace walls with an air of ease, Qin Feng pondered. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to explore the library pavilion, a relatively unique locale where he anticipated uncovering remarkable treasures. As Qin Feng wandered through the palace, he wore an expression of serene indifference, entirely unconcerned about the Imperial Guard or the formidable beings lurking in the shadows. His ancient chaos-sword body allowed him to completely conceal his aura, rendering him undetectable to the divine senses of those powerful individuals. To them, he was as inconspicuous as the air itself. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the Library of Classics, a quaint three-story edifice exuding the essence of time. At the entrance of the library, an elderly man sat on the ground, his head bowed in slumber. He was the guardian of the library. To Qin Feng's surprise, the old man possessed a cultivation level of the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. Recalling his past memories, Qin Feng realized this elder had once served the late emperor as a servant and had since remained in obscurity, guarding the library after the emperor's passing. Who could have imagined that he wielded such formidable strength? Truly, this palace harbors hidden talents, Qin Feng mused. Yet, he was unfazed and strode confidently into the library. As he passed by the elder, there was not the slightest reaction. The guardian remained utterly oblivious. Chapter 6. The Library of Classics. Upon entering the library, Qin Feng was greeted by the rich scent of ink, which had not faded with the passage of time. Within these walls lay the royal family's various martial arts and techniques, accessible only to royal members, with outsiders strictly forbidden entry. "Let me see if there are any worthwhile tomes here," Qin Feng murmured to himself. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels where protagonists discovered supreme martial arts simply by perusing the library. He too wished to see if he possessed the fortune of a protagonist. Subsequently, Qin Feng meticulously examined each book, leaving no stone unturned, fearful of missing any hidden parchment. However, while his aspirations were lofty, reality proved to be rather harsh. He perused countless texts, yet they were all mundane martial arts and techniques, devoid of anything he could truly utilize, let alone any extraordinary tomes. Alas, it seems that someone as handsome as I cannot be the protagonist, Qin Feng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. After all, readers often struggle to empathize with overly attractive protagonists. He casually returned the book he held to the shelf and summoned the system. System. Please sign me in at the Library of Classics, Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Palace Library. You have received the reward. The technique, Eternal Life Sutra. The system's emotionless voice soon echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Eternal Life Sutra? Qin Feng murmured. Is it a cultivation technique? He was currently in need of a suitable practice method. Although the royal techniques were commendable, they paled in comparison to his ancient chaos sword body. With a powerful technique, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Filled with curiosity, Qin Feng began to examine the information regarding the Eternal Life Sutra, the Longevity Sutra. This ancient scripture, crafted by the great emperor of yore, allows one who has reached the pinnacle of cultivation to transcend arduous practice. Even in slumber, the technique can autonomously operate, drawing in the ethereal energies from the universe to enhance one's cultivation. Upon encountering the description of the Longevity Sutra, Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The creator of this scripture, the great emperor of antiquity, certainly possessed a unique flair. Qin Feng couldn't help but jest. While others toil in rigorous training, you indulge in the art of nurturing life? Nevertheless, despite his playful remarks, he found great satisfaction in the Longevity Sutra. After all, who wouldn't desire a technique that could elevate one's cultivation even in sleep? After signing in, Qin Feng did not linger, promptly departing. As he walked along the palace walls on his return journey, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of the demon suppression tower. Was that an ethereal figure of a woman he perceived? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He had sensed something amiss at the tower, and in that fleeting moment, it appeared as though he had caught a glimpse of a translucent woman in white. Could it be a ghost? A chill ran down his spine, and fear gripped him. He loathed ghosts, particularly those ethereal beauties clad in white. Alas! For the safety of the palace, I must investigate, Qin Feng murmured to himself. With that thought, he made his way towards the demon suppression tower. Soon, he arrived within several hundred paces of the tower, enabling him to observe the situation more clearly. However, to his disappointment, despite the overwhelming demonic aura and the distant sounds of wailing, the presence of royal auspices kept everything in check. There were no figures to be seen, let alone any alluring female specters. Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment and chose not to approach any further, aware of the formidable killing array surrounding the tower. He surmised that only those who had attained the third level of the Purple Mansion realm could truly approach without fear of that deadly array. Meanwhile, outside the library, an elderly man seemed to hear a faint sound of an animal and slowly opened his murky eyes. Yet the sound vanished. Could it be another pet of the concubines running about? He mused, shaking his head and dismissing the thought. He stood to close the library door to prevent any animals from entering. However, as he turned to glance inside, he was taken aback. Several books that had once been meticulously arranged were now haphazardly placed on the shelves, clearly indicating they had been rifled through. How is this possible? The old man's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Someone had entered the library right under his nose, and he had sensed nothing. What level of cultivation could that intruder possess? When had such a powerful individual appeared within the palace? Could it be Prince Mu? The old man pondered. But why would Prince Mu come here to peruse these martial arts texts? His mind was awash with confusion. Prince Mu has now attained the cultivation level of the Purple Mansion realm, rendering the techniques and martial skills here utterly irrelevant. Pondering this perplexity, he resolved to report the matter to Emperor Xia. At that moment, the emperor was filled with wrath. Astounded that Qin Junyan would dare to request the release of Qin Feng from the imperial mausoleum, his disappointment was palpable. He felt as though his son was a failure. Had Qin Junyan, upon ascending to the position of crown prince, plotted to eliminate Qin Feng to secure his own throne, Emperor Xia would have understood, believing such ruthlessness to be fitting for a future emperor. However, the fact that Qin Junyan was now pleading for Qin Feng's clemency made the emperor feel his son was excessively lenient. When reprimanded, Qin Junyan hesitated to defend himself and instead inquired, "What must I do for father to release my elder brother?" He had not relinquished his plea for mercy. Witnessing his son's persistence, Emperor Xia's countenance darkened further. He had intended for Qin Junyin's visit to the mausoleum to serve as a wake-up call. Yet he found that Qin Junyin had not changed in the slightest. At that moment, the elder guardian of the scripture pavilion entered the chamber. This privilege was granted by Emperor Xia, allowing him access to any location without formal request, save for the imperial harem. "Elder Su, what brings you here?" the emperor inquired. Astonished, the elder had not visited him from the scripture pavilion in many years. After a slight bow, Elder Su recounted the events of the evening. "The seventh prince has actually emerged?" exclaimed the emperor, utterly astonished. The last time he had visited Prince Mu during his seclusion, the latter had ignored him entirely, and the secluded pavilion had been shrouded in silence. To his surprise, the prince had now made an appearance. He promptly instructed Elder Su from this day forth, should the seventh prince wish to access the scripture pavilion, do not obstruct him. Elder Su smiled wryly in response, realizing he had no authority to prevent such an action. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Prince Mu, but seeing the emperor's unwavering confidence, he chose not to voice any further concerns before taking his leave. "Do you not wish for your elder brother to be released?" the emperor remarked, glancing at Qin Junyin. "Whenever the seventh prince speaks, I shall grant his release." Upon hearing this, Qin Junyin's expression turned bitter. He lacked the ability to persuade Prince Mu to intercede on behalf of Qin Feng. With a heavy heart, he departed the imperial study. In the subsequent 3 years, Qin Feng's sign-in locations expanded beyond the mausoleum, allowing him to acquire numerous treasures. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Scripture Pavilion and receiving 10 purple mansion pills. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Weapon Pavilion and obtaining the Ancestral Destruction Blade. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Alchemy Hall and acquiring the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Both the elixirs and sword techniques were of commendable quality, perfectly suited to Qin Feng's needs, leaving him exceedingly satisfied. Throughout these years, his rate of cultivation progressed swiftly, overcoming the formidable barrier from the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm to the Purple Mansion realm, an obstacle many struggle to transcend in their lifetime. Beside Emperor Xia, the remarkably gifted Elder Chun, despite his youth, had ascended to the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, astonishing the world. However, he found himself trapped in this realm for a staggering 150 years, unable to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, which elicited much lamentation. In contrast, Qin Feng exhibited a slightly superior prowess. Within a mere year and a half, he transcended from the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm to the 1st heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. During the subsequent year and a half, he consumed elixirs as if they were mere candies, and coupled with the astonishing absorption speed of the longevity scripture, he achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. His speed was nothing short of monstrous. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. Throughout this period, Qin Junyin visited the royal mausoleum almost annually, engaging in conversations with Qin Feng about the happenings beyond the palace walls. He even inquired about various significant national matters. However, Qin Feng seldom provided answers, as he feared inadvertently steering the dynasty down an unforeseen path, merely advising him to prioritize the welfare of the people. During Qin Junyin's absences, Chu Xiong occasionally visited during mealtimes, bringing delicious delicacies such as chicken, duck, and fish for Qin Feng, sparing him from a diet of dry rations. In return, Qin Feng would casually impart some martial knowledge to Chu Xiong. Although Chu Xiong did not cultivate the sword path, the insights offered by Qin Feng, now a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, were immensely beneficial to him. His cultivation steadily progressed, garnering increasing recognition within the Imperial Guard, though no one was aware of his connection to Qin Feng, not even Chu Xiong himself. One morning, as Qin Feng was immersed in his training, he suddenly sensed something and beheld a girl of about 9 years old approaching along the stone pathway, glancing around apprehensively. The palace maids attending her were not permitted to enter the royal mausoleum and waited respectfully outside. After a short while, the little girl spotted Qin Feng and hurried towards him. "Greetings, Uncle Emperor," she said, her voice laced with shyness yet imbued with respect. She was a charming child, with large, expressive eyes resembling a porcelain doll. Uncle Emperor? Qin Feng was taken aback. Had he truly attained the title of uncle? In astonishment, he asked, "Who is your father?" "My father is the crown prince," the girl promptly replied. "Recently, with the rise of demonic cultivators in the world, my father has gone to oversee the various states and counties. He asked me to visit you often so you won't feel lonely." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. "Your father allows you to visit me frequently for conversation, yet does he not worry it will hinder your cultivation?" He inquired. "At such a tender age, when you should be laying your foundation, the royal family provides unified instruction for all princes. If Qin Zing comes here often, it will undoubtedly impede your studies." "I do not wish to study cultivation," Qin Zing immediately expressed, her countenance revealing her discontent. "What troubles you?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled. In this world, whether boy or girl, it was nearly unheard of for anyone to lack an aspiration for cultivation. For powerful realms promised longer lifespans and greater chances of survival, and this held true even for members of the royal family. "I feel so foolish," Qin Zing lamented, her large eyes brimming with grievance. "Despite 2 years of effort, I have yet to master the fundamental cultivation techniques that the teacher imparted. My royal brothers and sisters constantly mock me. 2 years without progress? That seems implausible," Qin Feng mused, perplexed. The foundational techniques taught by the royal family were not particularly arduous, and with the guidance of powerful practitioners, it was inconceivable that one could remain unacquainted with the basics after such a duration. "The teacher claims my innate constitution is deficient, rendering me unsuitable for cultivation. My royal siblings echo this sentiment, deeming me worthless. My fate, they say, is to be given in marriage to a chieftain of the southern tribes, never to return to the royal city." Qin Zing continued, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Born in the royal city, she faced the prospect of being sent far away to what a leader she had never met. A future so cruel for a child was truly terrifying. Even the eventual ascension of her father could not alter her grim destiny as a seemingly useless princess destined for such a fate. For the royal family would never bestow a prodigious talent upon savages, and the ministers of war and culture would never consent to such a thing. Unsuitable for cultivation, Qin Feng employed his spiritual sense to carefully examine Qin Zing, discovering that her meridians were intrinsically flawed. Such a condition, rare in the great Xia dynasty, had no known remedy, except, of course, for him. Gently ruffling Qin Zing's hair, he chuckled, "You're growing up, yet you still cry. You'll be the subject of ridicule. Wait here a moment, and your uncle will prepare something delicious for you." With that, he rose slowly. "Your uncle can cook?" The mention of food immediately captured the child's attention, her tears forgotten as she blinked her large eyes. "Naturally," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "I'll help you stoke the fire." Qin Zing exclaimed, her fascination with flames evident, even though her father typically forbade such antics. Now, she gleefully approached the stove that Chu Xiong had built for Qin Feng. With considerable effort, Qin Zing finally ignited the fire, and Qin Feng began to prepare the meal. In his past life, he had often indulged in culinary shows, and his cooking style reflected that experience. He prepared dishes such as chicken stewed with dragon's breath mushrooms and white porridge infused with poria cocos, representative of the 8 major culinary traditions of Lu, Sichuan, Guangdong, and Fujian. Though the effects of these spiritual herbs and elixirs were astonishing, Qin Zing's current physique could not endure them. However, Qin Feng was unperturbed. During his time at the Royal Alchemy Hall, he had not only signed in for ancient bone spirit cold fire and various rare elixirs, but had also delved into numerous treatises on alchemy. Titles such as The Romantic Adventures of a Young Alchemist, How New Alchemists Can Overcome Challenges, and Top-Tier Alchemists, Reviving Masculinity in Record Time, adorned the covers of these profound texts. Immersed in these ancient tomes, Qin Feng had gleaned many lost secrets of alchemy. He had long since ascended to the status of a top-tier alchemist, unmatched in his mastery, and with the refinement of the bone spirit cold fire. The effects of these herbs and elixirs would not instantaneously unleash their power upon entering Qin Zing's body. Like a gentle brook meandering through the mountains, it flowed slowly, unknowingly nourishing the meridians of Qin Zing. Moreover, since all of this was refined by Qin Feng using the unique bone spirit cold fire, Even the most esteemed alchemists in the royal pill hall would be unable to discern that she had consumed such an abundance of elixirs and rare spiritual herbs. After preparing the meal, Qin Feng, who had become quite sooty from tending to the fire, was utterly famished and devoured her food voraciously. "The dishes prepared by my royal uncle are simply delicious," she exclaimed, astonished by the exquisite flavors of Qin Feng's culinary creations, which were not only novel in preparation, but also far superior in taste to the cleansing elixirs that the royal family received only once a month. It was a bitter reality for her to watch her royal siblings enjoy the cleansing elixirs, while she herself lacked the qualifications to partake in them. Chapter 8. The Southern Barbarian Envoy. Time flowed like water, slipping by unnoticed. Over the course of these 5 years, Qin Feng's damaged meridians had long since healed. However, she had completely abandoned the pursuit of cultivation. The fact that the prince's child was not engaging in training would typically be a significant matter. Yet, understanding her congenital deficiencies, no one pressed her to do so. As a princess destined for marriage alliances, her lack of martial accomplishments bore no consequence. Instead, Qin Feng would frequently seek out Qin Feng for conversation, eager to hear him recount his grand tales of adventure, tales of rivers that flow east and west, and the fervent spirit of youth who should not be underestimated. The year of the Ascendant's 13th year, marked by a revenge that began with a reign in Weichen, and the lament of being separated from a beloved for a millennium, captivated Qin Feng's imagination. Initially, Qin Feng shared these stories merely for amusement. But upon noticing her keen interest, he began to weave martial insights into the narratives, enriching her understanding of the cultivation process and combat experiences. Thus, Qin Feng's progress in cultivation accelerated remarkably. At merely 13 years of age, she had already attained the 9th heaven of the condensation realm, a feat that rendered her a prodigy compared to her royal siblings, who had just recently entered the 3rd or 4th heaven of the same realm. It was noteworthy that she had achieved what others might take 15 or 16 years to accomplish in just 5 years, ascending from the body refinement realm to the 9th heaven of the condensation realm. "Uncle, last night I struggled to sleep as waves of tumultuous sounds echoed in my mind. This morning, I discovered that I had comprehended a sword technique called the Great River Sword Intent." Early one morning, Qin Feng joyfully shared her revelation with Qin Feng, unaware that it was connected to him, as these sudden insights were indeed her own realizations. "Indeed, Feng is truly gifted," Qin Feng remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. Soon after, she clamored for tales of the master's ascension to the heavens, and Qin Feng happily obliged, recounting the stories for her. Thus, another half-year passed. One morning, as Qin Feng prepared to visit the royal mausoleum, she was informed that she could not go out due to an evening banquet she was required to attend. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. As night swiftly descended upon the grand palace, a lavish banquet unfolded, brimming with vivacity. Today marked the arrival of emissaries from the southern tribes, ostensibly to pay homage. However, the timing of their tribute was rather perplexing, leaving many ministers, both civil and military, in bewilderment. Yet, they could only respond with fortitude to whatever challenges might arise. Amidst the festivities after the songs and dances had concluded and the wine had flowed generously, an elder from the tribes rose to speak. He had long heard of the flourishing martial prowess of the great Xia dynasty and the emergence of formidable individuals within the imperial family. He proclaimed that the son of their clan leader had traversed vast distances to seek the guidance of the esteemed princes. His demeanor exuded utmost respect, yet his words carried a palpable undertone of provocation. Following his declaration, the clan leader's son, Shi Feng, stepped forward. Despite being merely 15 years of age, his physique was remarkably robust, a testament to the traits of his tribe. At this revelation, the attendees exhibited a range of expressions, finally comprehending the true intent behind the tribe's visit, an act of provocation. Whispers filled the air. "Your Majesty, I cannot discern his cultivation level. He must possess some hidden treasure for protection," Elder Chun remarked gravely. His own cultivation was at the 9th level of the Wheel C realm. Yet he could not penetrate the mystery surrounding a mere child of 15. It was a notion so incredulous that few would believe it. He was certain that Shi Feng bore a protective artifact. It seems they have come well prepared. The Xia Emperor remarked, his countenance darkening. Is there any prince willing to step forward and offer some guidance? Shi Feng scanned the room, his provocations growing ever bolder. Immediately, one of the princes could no longer contain himself. I will engage you in combat, declared the sixth prince's son, his voice icy. He was of the same age as Shi Feng and believed that with his abundant training resources, Shi Feng could never be his equal. Second level of the condensation realm? Surely you jest. Shi Feng scoffed disdainfully. You are arrogant. The sixth prince's son, incensed by Shi Feng's scorn, drew his sword and charged at him. The blade radiated a fierce light, prompting many ministers to nod in approval, recognizing the strength of his attack. Yet, Shi Feng regarded it with utter disdain. Begone, he bellowed, as lightning crackled around his fist, which he then unleashed with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, the sixth prince's son's sword shattered under the impact. Yet Shi Feng's fist did not waver as it continued toward the prince's shoulder. With a thunderous crash, the sixth prince's son was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, his face a mask of disbelief. To be defeated by a single punch at their shared age was incomprehensible. What? Outrageous! The courtiers were taken aback, rising to vehemently reproach Shi Feng. The sixth prince, his expression contorted with fury, hurried to lift his injured son and administered a medicinal pill. The imperial guards were also roused by the commotion. Nevertheless, Shi Feng remained unperturbed. My apologies, I may have been a tad too forceful, he said, bowing to the Xia Emperor. In the presence of the princes of Great Xia, I dare not hold back. The Emperor's expression turned a shade darker. This is simply a slap in the face to him. However, he cannot genuinely punish Shi Feng for this. That would only lead to greater humiliation. Everyone step back, commanded Emperor Xia with a wave of his hand. The imperial guards had no choice but to withdraw. The presence of all the officials and princes was steeped in profound humiliation. Is anyone else willing to step forward? Come on. Shi Feng surveyed the surroundings with a cold smile, his demeanor utterly arrogant, exhibiting an extreme level of hubris. He was unafraid of Emperor Xia's wrath. He had his own contingency plans for today. He regarded not only the great Xia dynasty with disdain, but the entirety of the Kanglan domain as insignificant. I am here to challenge you to a duel. Just then, the son of the fourth prince, Qin Zhou, stepped forward and declared fiercely. An astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, revealing his cultivation at the fifth level of the condensation realm. Armed with a spear, he charged at Shi Feng, the energy pulsating from the weapon exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. Feeling the overwhelming might radiating from the fourth prince's son, the officials and princes present reignited their hopes. Qin Zhou had indeed broken through to the fifth level of the condensation realm. He was undoubtedly the foremost genius among this group of princes. Surely, he could teach that arrogant barbarian a lesson. Discussions among the officials and princes buzzed with excitement, filled with great expectations for Qin Zhou. Even Emperor Xia shared this sentiment. You will not prevail. Casting a glance at the oncoming Qin Zhou, Shi Feng's face was filled with disdain. Once again, as before, the power of thunder surged around his fist, and he struck fiercely at Qin Zhou. With a thunderous crash, the fist collided with the spear, unleashing an astonishing wave of spiritual energy that shook the ground. However, Shi Feng's advantage was starkly apparent. His formidable punch shattered the spear in Qin Zhou's grasp into countless pieces, simultaneously injuring Qin Zhou and sending him flying. Thud! Though Qin Zhou did not spew blood like the previous prince, he was far from unscathed. Silence. The entire banquet descended into a hushed stillness. Everyone was taken aback. Who would have thought that the so-called foremost genius among the princes, Qin Zhou, would also be no match for Shi Feng, defeated by a single punch? How could Shi Feng be so powerful? It appeared that the so-called talents within the great Xia royal family were not all that impressive after all. Shi Feng's arrogance reached new heights, openly humiliating the imperial family. Many in attendance were filled with a desire to rush forward and eliminate Shi Feng. Emperor Xia's expression darkened to an extreme, his fists clenched, nearly spitting blood from anger. I am here to challenge you to a duel. At that moment, Qin Ziqing, who had been quietly observing, unexpectedly stood up and spoke calmly. As she spoke, she placed a half watermelon and a spoon from her bosom onto the table before her. Though Qin Ziqing was young, her understanding was profound. Her father was the current crown prince. If Qin Feng were to depart today with an air of invincibility, her father too would suffer disgrace. Thus, she proactively stepped forward. Upon her declaration, numerous gazes turned toward Qin Ziqing. Why are you making a scene? Even I am no match for him. Wouldn't it be a disgrace for the royal family if you were to challenge him? Qin Zhou, who had just returned to his seat after being injured, immediately reprimanded Qin Ziqing upon hearing her words. Who does not know that Qin Ziqing was born with damaged meridians? If he, himself, had been defeated, how could she possibly stand a chance against Qin Feng? It is nothing short of a farce. This matter does not concern you. Sit down at once. Are you not already embarrassed enough today? The other princes and princesses also chimed in to scold Qin Ziqing. Despite their similar ages, they regarded Qin Ziqing as someone destined for marriage alliances, and thus felt a vast disparity in status, leading them to speak with utter disdain. Qin Ziqing's mother, taken aback by her daughter's boldness, hurriedly attempted to pull her back. Yet, at that moment, Qin Ziqing had already stepped into the central open area, gazing intently at Qin Feng. Has the royal family of the great Xia fallen so low? You send forth such a powerless maiden to duel with me? Qin Feng laughed heartily and continued. Why not marry this girl to me? I assure you, I shall not speak a word of today as events to anyone. The 13-year-old Qin Ziqing stood tall, possessing a beauty that could captivate any heart, and even he felt a flicker of desire. Ziqing stepped back. The Xia Emperor's expression darkened as he softly admonished her. He understood well that the princess suffered from congenital meridian damage and lacked any significant cultivation. What he did not know was that Qin Ziqing had independently comprehended the Tai Su sword technique, a skill acquired through Qin Feng signing. And both he and Elder Chun were currently incapable of discerning her true level of mastery. Qin Ziqing did not withdraw. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Qin Feng, her anger flaring. You talk so much, yet do you not dare to engage me in combat? Strike! Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression turned icy, and he resolved to teach Qin Ziqing a lesson. He then launched an attack, his fists crackling with thunderous energy as he aimed a powerful blow at her. Elder Qin's expression changed drastically, and he prepared to intervene. However, at that moment, a formidable sword intent erupted from within Qin Ziqing. She unleashed a sweeping strike with her sword, the fierce blade glimmering like a crescent moon as it surged toward Qin Feng. Boom! Although Qin Feng shattered the sword's aura, he was forced to stagger back several steps. What? This scene left everyone present in utter astonishment. Whether among the civil and military officials, the princes and princesses, or the barbarian tribesmen, disbelief was written on their faces. How could this be? Wasn't Princess Ziqing born with damaged meridians? How could she be so powerful? She had not even pursued cultivation or received any training resources. How had her abilities improved? Gasps of astonishment erupted. The crowd exchanged glances, their shock palpable. Especially those royal siblings who had looked down upon Qin Ziqing since childhood felt as though they had been dealt a stinging slap, left speechless with rigid expressions. The Xia Emperor and Elder Chun exchanged bewildered glances, both filled with astonishment. How could they have been unaware of Qin Ziqing's extraordinary strength? At this moment, apart from shock, an expression of fury marred Qin Feng's face. How could it be possible that you managed to repel me? Qin Feng's entire being was engulfed by surging thunderous energy, crackling ominously. As a peak practitioner of the 8th level of the condensation realm, could Qin Ziqing truly surpass him? He refused to believe it. You are no match for me. Surrender. Despite wielding only a single sword, Qin Ziqing possessed an astute judgment. Qin Feng was evidently not her adversary. She had no desire to draw her sword against him. How infuriating! Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng's anger only intensified. An even more astonishing surge of thunderous power erupted from within him. With a deafening roar, Qin Feng charged at Qin Ziqing like a divine bolt of lightning, his entire being exuding an overwhelming might akin to that of a celestial weapon. The ground in his wake was scorched as if struck by thunder, a sight most terrifying. Be cautious. At that moment, the court officials were taken aback. their faces paling in alarm. The dreadful thunderous waves emanating from Qin Feng instilled a profound fear, leaving them to believe that Qin Zining would struggle to withstand his onslaught. Elder Qin's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly sought to intervene, intending to shield Qin Zining from the impending attack. Yet, as Qin Feng barreled towards her, Qin Zining remained unperturbed. From the heavens flows the river of might. With a commanding cry, Qin Zining unleashed her sword. The surging sword energy cascaded down like a mighty river from the firmament, rushing towards Qin Feng, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves. In its wake, it left a trail of cleaved earth. The torrent-like sword energy collided with Qin Feng, enveloped in thunder, unleashing a deafening roar. He found it impossible to withstand the force, being violently thrown back and crashing heavily on the ground, spitting a mouthful of crimson blood. Silence. The entire banquet descended into an eerie quiet. All were utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that so many princes would be defeated. The overlooked Qin Zining had, against all odds, vanquished Qin Feng. This outcome surpassed everyone's expectations. You have lost. Qin Zining gazed at the injured Qin Feng and spoke coolly. How could I possibly lose? How could I ever lose? Qin Feng seethed with disbelief at this result. With such immense fortune and rapid advancements in his cultivation, how could he fall to an obscure princess? He immediately reached for something on his person. The elder from the southern barbarian delegation, noticing this, rushed forward, appearing to offer support, yet firmly grasped his arm. Guispedingergently. No, absolutely not. There is the Dragon Awakening array here. Upon hearing this, although anger coursed within him, Qin Feng found himself unable to move under the elder's grip and could only suppress his fury. Indeed, the imperial family of the Great Xia is truly filled with talent. We are thoroughly impressed, the southern barbarian elder remarked, his expression one of admiration towards the emperor of Xia. The emperor of Xia laughed heartily upon hearing this, the previous cloud of discontent dissipating from his mind. The young clan leader has been injured. We shall take our leave for now. Elder Nanman spoke slowly. Very well. I shall arrange for the imperial physician to visit the relay station and thoroughly examine your young clan leader. The summer emperor immediately acquiesced, for he had just witnessed the formidable prowess exhibited by Qin Ziqing and had lost all desire to continue the banquet. Upon seeing Elder Nanman prepare to depart, he promptly agreed. Subsequently, all members of the Nanman delegation respectfully bowed and exited the palace, heading towards the relay station arranged by the Ministry of Rights. Ensure that the imperial guards keep a close watch on them. The summer emperor coldly instructed a nearby eunuch. The eunuch nodded hastily and departed to inform the chief of the imperial guards. Chapter 10. The unmatched sword body is actually beside me? The gaze of the summer emperor and all present was fixated upon Qin Ziqing. Ziqing, when did you become so formidable? The summer emperor could not help but inquire. He distinctly remembered that his granddaughter had a congenital defect in her meridians, which was deemed irreparable. Grandfather, I'm not certain why, but my cultivation has progressed rapidly in recent years, Qin Ziqing replied, her large eyes blinking innocently. I often break through while asleep. Her words conveyed an absolute truth, devoid of any deceit. What? Qin Ziqing's statement elicited an array of astonished expressions from those present. Is there truly such a fortuitous occurrence in this world? Nonsense. How can anyone break through while asleep? The summer emperor feigned indignation. Truly, Qin Ziqing insisted, sensing the summer emperor's disbelief. Not only do I break through in my sleep, but sometimes I also comprehend sword techniques within my dreams. The great river sword intent I just exhibited was inspired by a dream in which I witnessed tumultuous waves on a great river and grasped its essence upon waking. Unbeknownst to her, this phenomenon was a result of Qin Feng embedding various swordsmanship principles within the stories he shared, which had seamlessly integrated in her mind. Upon hearing this, the summer emperor fell into a contemplative silence. He had intended to inquire about the sword technique Qin Ziqing had demonstrated, one he had never encountered before, only to discover it had been self-realized by her. What is the name of the technique you are cultivating? Elder Chun, beside him, asked with a grave expression. Did you also comprehend it while sleeping? He found Qin Ziqing's cultivation method even more perplexing, as he could not penetrate her level of mastery. The Taisu sword art. Once, while I was meditating, I felt that the technique my teacher had taught me was progressing too slowly. I pondered how I might accelerate my cultivation. And as I did so, a multitude of ideas emerged in my mind. Qin Ziqing explained earnestly. Then, it naturally led to the realization of the Taisu sword art. Elder Chun was rendered utterly speechless. How could such a genius exist in this world? She had actually created her own sword technique, along with a unique cultivation method. The Summer Emperor was at a loss for words. After years of reigning, with his discerning gaze having witnessed countless schemes, he could effortlessly discern whether a 13-year-old girl was lying. He understood that Qin Ziqing spoke nothing but the truth. Does your majesty still recall the sword's resonance from 13 years ago? At this moment, a minister suddenly stepped forward, his expression grave. From the beginning to the end, we have yet to uncover the whereabouts of that unparalleled sword body. He hesitated, unwilling to continue. However, the Summer Emperor, possessing remarkable intelligence, understood immediately. At that instant, his countenance changed dramatically as myriad thoughts surged through his mind. It is rare for members of the royal family to be born with damaged meridians. Yet Qin Ziqing was afflicted at birth. When he received this news, he was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. However, if it were true that the unparalleled sword body had yet to fully form, it would all make sense. The unparalleled sword body. Elder Chen's eyes brightened, and he promptly embraced this conjecture. Indeed, if Princess Ziqing is the unparalleled sword body, everything falls into place. The reason Qin Ziqing can create sword techniques and martial arts is entirely due to her innate destiny to embody the sword path. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is indeed the favor of the heavens upon our great Xia. The assembled civil and military officials, realizing the truth, knelt in congratulations. Witnessing the unanimous agreement among all, the Summer Emperor could no longer conceal the joy radiating from his face. The unparalleled sword body was, astonishingly, right beside him. Proclaim a decree. Bestow the title of Princess of Qing Shui upon Ziqing, and reward her with 100,000 bolts of silk. Upon hearing his decree, the expressions of everyone present shifted, particularly those of the princes and princesses who were consumed by envy and jealousy. Qing Shui is a river that runs through the ancestral lands of the great Xia royal family. And to elevate Qin Ziqing to the title of Princess of Qing Shui speaks volumes of its significance. Thank you, Grandfather Emperor. Qin Ziqing humbly expressed her gratitude. The Summer Emperor nodded, instructing the ministers to return to their duties, while he took Qin Ziqing to the armory pavilion, allowing her to choose any weapon as a reward. Meanwhile, within the inn where the southern barbarian's envoy resided, the royal physician had just departed. A barbarian followed him to the medical hall to fetch medicine for Qin Feng's injuries. Why did you stop me earlier? Had you not intervened with a thunder token in hand, I could have easily slain Qin Ziqing. Qin Feng exclaimed furiously to the barbarian elder. Young clan leader, you acted too impulsively, the elder replied with resignation. The palace is protected by the Dragon Guard array. Had you used the thunder token to kill Qin Ziqing, we would all have perished within the palace. Since the Demon Sealing War, the great dynasties have significantly weakened. The Dragon Guard array can only kill cultivators at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. How could it possibly harm me? Qin Feng scoffed dismissively. The Thunder Token is a relic of a supreme being. If its full power were activated, your cultivation could soar to the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm. The Dragon Guard array would be powerless against you. Young clan leader, you are thinking far too simplistically. Should you publicly assassinate Qin Ziqing, the great Xia dynasty would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon our clan. In that event, millions of elite soldiers would emerge. How would you resist? Having already expended the power of the thunder? The barbarian elder spoke slowly, his expression one of helplessness. If only the barbarian tribes were a tad more astute. Leveraging their innate prowess in combat and extraordinary vitality, they might have evaded their demise in the southern mountains. Yet, can matters truly conclude in such a manner? With a sense of reluctance, Qin Feng declared, if I do not eliminate Qin Ziqing, my heart will remain unsettled. In his eyes, having gained celestial fortune, his aspirations were destined to encompass an even broader expanse of the universe. The so-called prince of the Great Xia dynasty was merely the prologue to his illustrious renown, a stepping stone on his path to ascendancy. He would absolutely not permit himself to be marred by defeat in this place. A minor lapse in patience can disrupt grand designs. The elder of the barbarian tribe could only advise. I cannot endure this. Qin Feng retorted fiercely. Since I cannot openly slay her, I shall do so covertly. What do you mean? The elder inquired, puzzled. This night, I shall infiltrate the palace, executing Qin Ziqing with minimal cost, ensuring that the Dragon Awakening Array remains oblivious to my presence. Qin Feng replied coldly. In this manner, I shall neither deplete the power of the Thunder token nor fear the repercussions of openly severing ties with the Great Xia dynasty. That is far too perilous. The elder exclaimed urgently. Enough. You all shall remain outside the imperial city and await my return. Ignoring their counsel, Qin Feng produced a token. The token crackled with the energy of thunder, enveloping the elder and his companions in a flash, whisking them away without a trace. Qin Feng's icy gaze turned towards the palace as he exited the inn. Crack! The thunder token in Qin Feng's grasp unleashed dozens of bolts, swiftly obliterating the hidden imperial guards before they could even utter a cry. He then continued his advance towards the palace. Chapter 11. Originally no enmity. But you seek to slay Ziqing, thus creating a grudge beneath the cover of night. The palace was teeming with patrolling imperial guards and concealed formidable beings at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea. In this moment, a figure, utilizing the formidable powers of the Thunder token, concealed all traces of his presence, deftly evading detection and arriving at the East Palace, residence of the Crown Prince, Qin Jinyan. Qin Ziqing dwelled within one of its chambers. This great Xia palace is hardly formidable. I could traverse it with ease. Qin Feng remarked with disdain as he materialized within the East Palace. His formidable consciousness expanded, swiftly locating Qin Ziqing's aura and pinpointing her chamber, from which he proceeded directly. In a short span, he arrived, only to find a figure cloaked in black waiting for him. With such a treasure at your disposal, yet it took you half an hour to traverse from the palace gates to here. Should I deem you foolish or feeble? A raspy, somewhat aged voice emerged from beneath the black robe. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing this individual. He had initially presumed this person to be a protector of Qin Ziqing, yet was taken aback to discover that they were aware of his presence in the palace half an hour prior. How could you possibly know that I entered the palace half an hour ago? Stone Peak exclaimed, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Moreover, why was I not stopped? What do you think? The figure cloaked in black responded nonchalantly. If we had prevented you from entering the palace, how could we utilize the Dragon surprise formation to eliminate you and procure the treasures you possess? Upon hearing this, Stone Peak's countenance darkened significantly. He had not anticipated being ensnared by the imperial forces of the Great Xia. You are truly ruthless to use the granddaughter of the Xia Emperor as bait to lure me here, he remarked somberly. He was certain that the aura within the chamber unmistakably belonged to Qin Ziqing. He had assumed that the royal family was employing her as a decoy to draw him into this trap. Enough of this useless banter. The Dragon surprise formation is fully operational now, and all the formidable warriors are lying in wait around you. Surrender your treasures, and perhaps you may die a swift death. The raspy voice beneath the black cloak intoned slowly. Fool! Stone Peak laughed heartily. Your scheme is indeed vicious. Yet you have overlooked one crucial detail. The treasures I carry possess the ability to teleport. Should I choose to depart, none shall impede my escape. With that, the Thunder Command token in his hand surged with immense power, enveloping him in a tempest of lightning. Mark my words, I shall slay Qin Ziqing, no matter the cost. When I strike again, even your ancestral emperor will be powerless to save her. Stone Peak declared coldly. As he spoke, a flash of silver light flickered, and his figure vanished from within the palace. At that moment, Qin Feng removed his black cloak and remarked calmly, Foolish child. The words he had just spoken were merely a facade to intimidate Stone Peak. He refrained from killing Stone Peak in the palace. for he sensed the staggering power contained within the token in Stone Peak's possession. A battle here would not only devastate the palace, but also jeopardize the Dragon Surprise formation. In such chaos, the malevolent entities trapped within the Demon Suppression Tower would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escape, leading to dire consequences. Little girl, even in slumber, you speak nonsense? Qin Feng mused, glancing back at the chamber with a shake of his head. He retrieved a scroll obtained through system rewards from his spatial ring. Although the Great Xia dynasty possessed teleportation arrays, they only functioned between cities. To pursue and eliminate Stone Peak, Qin Feng had no choice but to employ the teleportation scroll garnered from his system sign-ins. With a swift motion, the scroll shattered, and Qin Feng's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles away from the imperial city, a forest brimming with century-old trees awaited. Numerous tribesmen congregated there, anticipating his arrival. Suddenly, a silver light illuminated the forest, and as it dissipated, a figure emerged within the trees. Stone Peak and the elder he had brought with him appeared at the location where the formation had once stood. Little clan leader, upon seeing Stone Peak, the gathered crowd rose in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. Did you manage to kill Qin Zening so swiftly? The elder of the barbarians, filled with confusion, inquired. Have we been discovered? Stone Peak's countenance darkened ominously as he replied. What? Do you not possess the Thunder Token? How could this be? The elder's astonishment was mirrored by the bewildered expressions of the other barbarians. Let's discuss this en route, Stone Peak said coldly. The elder, with a sigh, shook his head in resignation and declared, Very well, let us return for now. Regardless of the circumstances, our enmity with the Great Xia dynasty is now irrevocable. Glancing back towards the imperial city, Stone Peak gritted his teeth and vowed, Qin Zening, one day I shall reduce you to ashes. They prepared to depart, making their way back to the southern mountains, the only sanctuary they deemed safe. However, at that moment, a young man approached from a distance, his demeanor foreboding. Who are you? Stone Peak asked, his brow furrowing as he spoke coldly. The distance from the imperial city stretched 3,000 miles, and with no nearby cities possessing teleportation arrays, he had not anticipated that this young man was the same one he had encountered within the palace. I'm simply the one sent to eliminate you, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, devoid of any overt threat in his tone. Upon hearing this, Stone Peak's expression shifted from surprise to derisive laughter. Huh, a mere nobody without any cultivation dares to speak of killing me? You must be delusional. He sensed no aura emanating from Qin Feng, his eyes reflecting disdain. The other barbarians could not suppress their mocking laughter, deeming Qin Feng to be a madman. Young master, leave this lunatic to us, one of the barbarians respectfully offered. Very well, Stone Peak nodded, adding, do not forget to extract his teeth. I require a few more for my pet necklace. With that, he and the elder turned to depart. The group of barbarians then advanced menacingly toward Qin Feng. You little. Yet, before they could utter another word, Qin Feng swiftly pointed a finger, unleashing a scintillating blade of light that ended their lives in an instant. The ground was soon littered with dismembered limbs, the scene steeped in gruesome bloodshed. What? Stone Peak, hearing the commotion, turned back only to behold the carnage, his expression shifting drastically. His subordinates, all of whom were at the spirit transformation realm, had been obliterated in the blink of an eye by Qin Feng. The barbarian elder beside him was equally taken aback, a surge of unease flooding his heart. Who are you? Stone Peak demanded, his face as dark as thunder. I believe we have no enmity, he continued. Originally, there was none, but your intent to harm Zening has forged a grudge, Qin Feng replied coolly. Do you have any final words? Upon hearing this, Stone Peak's understanding dawned. He realized Qin Feng was there to avenge Qin Zening. I know not how you possess such formidable prowess at a young age, but you are still incapable of defeating me. He scoffed. In the very moment his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted, centered around him, and chaos ensued. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Feng's entire being was enveloped by thunder, resembling a deity of lightning descending upon the mortal realm. The surrounding trees were charred, instantly drained of vitality. Some methods are merely this, Qin Feng remarked indifferently. Facing death, yet still boasting, you shall meet your end. Feng roared, charging towards Qin Feng. In that moment, he truly embodied a bolt of lightning. Appearing before Qin Feng in an instant, his fist crackling with terrifying thunderous energy, poised to strike Qin Feng's chest with tremendous force. At that instant, he envisioned Qin Feng being shattered, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. He was exhilarated. Clang! However, just then, a formidable blade aura erupted from within Qin Feng, akin to a divine weapon coming into existence. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Boom! Feng was violently propelled backward by the sword energy that burst forth from Qin Feng, crashing through several ancient towering trees. The elder of the delegation met an unfortunate fate, crushed to death beneath Feng's fall. Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his visage paling in horror. He stared incredulously at Qin Feng, exclaiming, "How can this be? I have harnessed so much thunderous power, enough to slay even a formidable opponent at the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm. How can I not defeat you?" In his estimation, given Qin Feng's age, no matter how extraordinary, he could not possibly reach the Wheel Sea realm. To ensure his safety, he had summoned the full might of thunder to elevate himself to the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Yet he found himself unable to vanquish Qin Feng, who effortlessly repelled him instead. Chapter 12. Is that all? Perhaps I am simply too powerful, Qin Feng remarked calmly. As he spoke, a beam of sword light shot forth from his fingertip, surging towards Feng, leaving a trail of slashing marks in its wake. Upon witnessing this, Feng hurriedly attempted to evade. Though he was swift, Qin Feng's sword light was equally rapid. While he narrowly avoided having his chest pierced, he nonetheless lost an arm to the strike. Feng let out a pained scream, his eyes reddened with rage. "I will kill you. I will kill you." He smacked his palm against his chest, spewing a mouthful of essence blood onto the thunder token, intending to activate all the thunderous power within. With a resounding rumble, brilliant silver light erupted, accompanied by the sound of crackling thunder. Feng's aura began to soar rapidly, the dazzling silver light shooting into the sky. A terrifying pressure radiated from him, causing beasts within dozens of miles to cower in fear, trembling upon the ground. Ultimately, he reached the astonishing pinnacle of the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Is that all? Qin Feng, having waited in anticipation, felt somewhat disappointed, expecting a grander display. However, this was not entirely unexpected. During his time in the palace, he had discerned the extent of the thunderous power contained within this token. Merely expecting that Feng's cultivation would at least reach the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, I anticipated a serious confrontation. However, it turned out he was merely at the peak of the 2nd layer. Such arrogance! Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Feng was engulfed by fury. He summoned terrifying lightning, instantly forming a blade of thunder several dozen zhang in length that spanned the heavens. The emanating brilliance of the blade rendered it impossible to gaze upon directly. Even a formidable master at the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm would be reduced to dust under its naturally radiating aura. With a thunderous roar, under Feng's command, the immense blade of thunder cleaved down towards Qin Feng, resembling a divine retribution from the thunder god, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. "It is not arrogance, but rather my overwhelming strength," he replied calmly. As he spoke, a formidable sword intent surged forth from his being, enveloping the area within hundreds of zhang. Around him, numerous crimson sword souls rapidly coalesced. The astonishing sword intent swept across the surroundings, accompanied by the relentless sounds of sword cries. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Qin Feng pointed into the sky, and the hundreds of sword souls around him moved in unison, rushing towards the colossal blade of thunder, akin to a surging river. With a resounding crash, the hundreds of sword souls collided with the fearsome blade of thunder, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that spread like a tsunami, affecting the surrounding landscape for miles. Countless trees were uprooted and sent flying, subsequently turning to dust in midair. The dazzling radiance made it impossible to open one's eyes. This terrifying spectacle continued for a considerable duration before gradually subsiding. The entire area transformed into a barren wasteland, as if it had never been a forest, but rather a desolate expanse. Qin Feng, covered in wounds, had crimson blood flowing from his injuries, appearing utterly disheveled, with his breath growing feeble, on the verge of extinguishing. In stark contrast, Qin Feng stood resolute, unaffected by the earlier energy fluctuations, his garments billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. How can this be? How could you be so powerful? Qin Feng gazed at the unscathed Qin Feng, unable to maintain his composure, voicing the question that tormented his mind. He believed himself exceptionally fortunate, destined to be the protagonist of this realm. Yet, he never imagined he would be so easily overwhelmed before Qin Feng. At such a young age, Qin Feng's cultivation was nothing short of monstrous. However, what awaited Qin Feng was not an answer from Qin Feng, but a flash of sword light. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment, before he fell heavily to the ground. He had thought he would crush all the princes of the great Xia royal family, gaining renown throughout the Kanglan domain. Yet he found himself facing a demise of utter annihilation. This token seems to possess a special formation that can autonomously absorb the power of thunder. Qin Feng mused as he picked up the thunder token from the ground, inspecting it for a moment. However, he could not be certain, as his understanding of formations was limited. Shaking his head, Qin Feng tucked away the thunder token and turned to depart. The murder of the imperial guards at the relay station and the mysterious disappearance of the barbarian envoy incited the Emperor of Xia's wrath, prompting him to order a thorough investigation. That night, a member of the barbarian tribe, who had followed the imperial physician that had just examined Qin Feng's injuries, went to the imperial hospital to collect medicine and was not teleported away by Qin Feng. Thus, he became a subject of interrogation. Enduring various tortures, he divulged everything he knew in meticulous detail. 3 days later, within the imperial study, several ministers were reporting to the Emperor of Xia about the results of their investigations over the past few days. Astonishingly, the southern barbarians had discovered a location in the mountains where the Thunder Sovereign had once secluded himself, and they had even found the token left behind by that sovereign. The Emperor's expression darkened. The Thunder Sovereign was a renowned figure in the Kanglan domain, existing either several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years ago. The terror of a token left by such a formidable being was beyond his imagination. The information is accurate. I extracted it from the mouth of that barbarian, stated the minister in charge of the Ministry of Justice respectfully. The only thing he could not comprehend was why Qin Feng had chosen to kill those imperial guards and flee with the envoy. He speculated that perhaps the southern barbarian envoy had discovered the guards monitoring them, and, fearing an imperial strike, had taken the initiative. Alternatively, it was possible that Qin Feng, in a fit of anger after his defeat, had killed the guards in a moment of rage. Upon hearing the confirmation from the minister, not only the emperor, but all the ministers present fell into silence. This was undoubtedly unwelcome news for them. At that moment, the captain of the imperial guards arrived, albeit belatedly. "Your Majesty, we have located Qin Feng," the captain announced. "Where is he?" the emperor inquired urgently. "He is dead, killed 3 days ago. And the thunder token is also missing," the captain continued. He paused briefly before adding, "Given the intensity of the battle, the assailant must possess the cultivation of a third-tier purple mansion realm, a remarkably powerful swordsman." As he spoke, he recalled the astonishing sword aura that lingered in the air, causing him to feel a lingering dread. Although he himself was at the 7th tier of the Wheel Sea realm, in that moment he felt as insignificant as an ant. What? Upon hearing this, everyone in the imperial study was taken aback and exchanged glances. Qin Feng had actually been killed? And by a third-tier purple mansion realm expert? When did such a formidable being emerge within the great Xia dynasty? Instantly, a multitude of questions flooded their minds. He was killed 3 days ago. The emperor furrowed his brow. 3 days prior was also the day Qin Feng had escaped. At that time, only a few individuals were privy to the incident involving the imperial guards being slain by the thunder artifact. How could a third-tier purple mansion realm expert have received the news so quickly? And why would they pursue and kill Xuanhuan? Chapter 13. The Unremarkable Waste Prince. Could it be that Prince Mu has already broken through to the third-tier Purple Mansion realm and was responsible for Feng's death? A minister, with a hint of speculation, remarked. The other ministers, upon hearing this, were immediately filled with joy. If this were indeed the case, it would be monumental news for the Great Xia dynasty. Impossible, countered the commander of the Jinui, shaking his head. Old Shun has also passed, and he discovered that the one who killed Feng wielded the sword intent of fire, whereas Prince Mu practices the sword intent of wind. The two are entirely dissimilar. Comprehending sword intent is exceptionally challenging. Each swordsman dedicates their entire life, and even achieving a single sword intent is a stroke of fortune. How could there be a swordsman who masters two different sword intents? Even if such a person existed, it would certainly not be during the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, it is indeed impossible. The many ministers in the imperial study shook their heads in disappointment. Though they did not practice the sword arts, they understood this fundamental principle. Anyone claiming to possess two sword intents would undoubtedly be regarded as a fool. What Prince Mu? Could there be other formidable beings within the palace? One minister ventured, uttering a startling hypothesis. Upon this statement, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. This notion was not entirely implausible. Emperor Xia pondered for a moment before shaking his head again. The other royal uncles and my grandfather who are in seclusion have already been confirmed deceased. They have been buried. The only one still in seclusion is the seventh royal uncle, Prince Mu. There cannot be any other powerful beings of the Purple Mansion realm within the palace. To him, aside from those royal strongmen in seclusion, no one else could possibly be of the Purple Mansion realm, as there were insufficient resources for cultivation. Hearing this, the ministers present nodded in contemplation, their expressions growing more vivid. This indicated that, unbeknownst to them, a mysterious, powerful figure of the Purple Mansion's third layer had emerged in the Kanglan domain. This was significant news, though it remained uncertain whether it would bode well or ill for the Great Xia dynasty. They did not dare to hope that this third-layer Purple Mansion strongman was affiliated with the Great Xia royal family, but they merely wished for the individual to harbor no ill will towards the dynasty. Thus, it seemed that the sword master had fortuitously passed by, encountered Feng at the teleportation path, and upon seeing the thunder token in his hand, was prompted to commit murder and seize the treasure. The commander of the Jinui respectfully voiced his conjecture. He was somewhat confident regarding the confidentiality of palace matters he was responsible for, believing that news could not have leaked on the same day. Emperor Xia and the many ministers nodded, agreeing with his reasoning. Regardless, this ultimately serves as good news for us. One minister slowly remarked, now that the Thunder Sovereign's token is not in the hands of the southern barbarians, we need not harbor any trepidations. Indeed, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops to subdue the southern barbarians, proclaimed a general, stepping forward with cupped hands. The other ministers echoed, voicing their support for the idea of dispatching troops to quell the southern barbarians. The delegation from the southern tribes came to protest, but after the defeat of Feng, their anger led them to slaughter numerous imperial guards, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the royal family of the Great Xia. There was no need for us to intervene. The Emperor of Xia, however, chuckled lightly and said, let the news of the southern tribes locating the Thunder Supreme's secluded retreat and acquiring the Thunder token be disseminated. Within a year, the southern tribes will likely face relentless scrutiny from various forces. He was acutely aware of the principle that an innocent man may suffer for possessing valuable treasures. Although he learned from his southern delegation that aside from a token, nothing else remained at the Thunder Supreme's retreat, the significance of such a figure would undoubtedly entice the powers of the Kanglan domain to investigate personally. Your Majesty is truly wise, exclaimed the ministers, their eyes lighting up in admiration. Subsequently, the emperor sent a decree to the crown prince, Qin, who was on a tour, instructing him to promptly proceed south. Once all the factions had thoroughly dealt with the tribes nestled within the southern mountains, he was to collaborate with General Zhun and to tidy up the aftermath. As the emperor had anticipated, over the following year, various dynasties and sects, upon receiving the news, dispatched formidable individuals to the southern mountains. interrogating the tribes about any other treasures belonging to the Thunder Supreme. Even factions of different origins clashed fiercely over this matter. The southern tribes found themselves in dire straits, filled with regret for sending Qin Feng to the great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside and lacked any interest in them. The conclusion of the southern delegation's affairs had only one significant impact on him. Qin Zining, due to her remarkable talent, garnered the royal family's attention, resulting in her diminished visits. However, this mattered little to Qin Feng. He had imparted so much knowledge to Qin Zining that without a decade's time, she could hardly assimilate it all. There was no need for her to visit frequently. "Your requested lounge chair has been prepared," announced Chu Xiong respectfully as Qin Feng was immersed in his cultivation. Beside him stood a lounge chair crafted entirely from rosewood, exuding a delicate fragrance. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in approval, satisfied with the chair presented by Chu Xiong. Having cultivated the Longevity Sutra to a consummate level, he could now operate the technique autonomously, absorbing sword energy without the need for relentless practice. Thus, he had instructed Chu Xiong to procure a lounge chair, allowing him to rest while continuing his cultivation. With the southern tribes now completely subdued under the great Xia dynasty, the emperor and the ministers are undoubtedly overwhelmed with tasks. It appears only you remain at leisure. "Your Highness," Chu Xiong remarked with a smile, "subduing the southern tribes involves far more than merely stationing troops. The myriad complexities cannot be resolved in less than 5 or 6 years," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "As a mere inconspicuous waste prince, such grand matters are hardly mine to worry about." "A waste prince, indeed, harbors no ill intentions," Chu Xiong responded with a wry smile, having never encountered nor heard of a waste prince with such a mindset as Qin Feng. Which of them is not mad and despondent? Who possesses the effortless grace of Qin Feng? The phrase "not to be elated by external circumstances, nor to be saddened by personal misfortunes" is easy to utter, yet few can embody it as Qin Feng does. Perhaps only the legendary sages could. Qin Feng chose not to pursue this topic further. He reclined in the chair, finding it quite comfortable. "This lounge chair is splendid. My gratitude to you," he remarked, unable to contain his praise, feeling thoroughly satisfied. "I am glad you are pleased, Your Highness," replied Chu Xiong with reverence upon hearing the compliment. Although he had grown stronger, many regarded him as foolish and seldom offered praise. Only Qin Feng generously acknowledged his efforts, treating him not as a servant, but as an equal, which deeply moved him. Subsequently, Chu Xiong inquired if Qin Feng required anything else before taking his leave. Chapter 14. The White Fox. At a time when the entire court was ensnared in turmoil, striving to stabilize the recently conquered southern tribes, issues arose at the Demon Suppression Tower. This tower, soaring to the heavens, comprises 99 levels, containing the unslayable evil spirits sealed within a great formation from millennia past. The atmosphere was thick with demonic energy, shrouded in perpetual gloom, even under the blazing sun. Who would have thought that within that white fox lay such formidable bloodline power? Truly a great boon. A sinister laughter echoed from the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, emanating from an evil spirit known as the Nine Nether Taoist. Seizing the moment when the surrounding formation was at its weakest, he skillfully unleashed a wisp of demonic energy, intending merely to devour a few palace maids and eunuchs. However, he unexpectedly encountered a white fox. Though the fox was powerful, the demonic awareness of the Nine Nether Taoist proved advantageous, allowing him to launch a surprise attack and barely subdue it. Despite the fox's remarkable bloodline power erupting in a stunning display, he could not completely consume it, forcing it to escape, yet he still reaped significant benefits. Not only did his cultivation advance, but he also acquired a portion of the white fox's essence blood, which was immensely valuable to him. At that moment, other evil spirits on the first level took notice of the Nine Nether Taoist's newfound strength. "Disciple, your power has grown. Hurry, grant me an extension of life." An elderly and disheveled evil spirit approached him, urgency lacing its voice. The lifespan of these malevolent beings is not infinite. They can only prolong their existence through the continuous consumption of human blood. Although they had once been formidable, having devoured countless humans, millennia had passed, and many had perished. These spirits were compelled to sever their own cultivation to extend their lives, with some having fallen to the first or second realms of the wheel of life, a far cry from their former glory, resulting in a dismal state. Nonetheless, many were on the brink of death, and the 9 Nether Taoist master had less than half a year remaining to live. Oof, old fool, if you wish for me to extend your life, you shall assist me in my cultivation. Upon hearing these words, the Jiao Taoist emitted a cold snort. He seized his master's neck, consuming the latter's cultivation. No, Jiao Taoist's master struggled desperately, yet could not escape. The malevolent beings confined on the same level possessed similar levels of cultivation. However, after Jiao Taoist devoured the fox's powers and a portion of its essence, his strength surged significantly, leaving his master utterly powerless. In a brief span, Jiao Taoist completely consumed his master, even devouring the corpse. Delicious. Truly a rare delicacy in this world. After consuming his master, Jiao Taoist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to restrain his praise. Jiao Taoist, you betray your master and ancestors, devouring your kin. Do you not fear divine retribution? A female malevolent being exclaimed, her voice trembling with fury. Ha! Once I escape, I shall elevate our demonic clan, ruling over the Kanglan domain. At that time, merits and sins may naturally offset each other, Jiao Taoist replied with a sinister smile. At worst, I shall lay down my slaughtering blade and take refuge in the Buddhist path, cleansing my sins in due course. With that, he seized the female malevolent being, unabashedly commencing his consumption. The air was soon filled with her anguished cries. With 2 malevolent beings devoured, the remaining ones trembled in fear, dreading Jiao Taoist's next move. Yet, at that moment, Jiao Taoist had no intention to continue his onslaught. He merely sought to indulge for the time being. Unable to ascend to the higher levels of the demon suppression tower, his companions on this floor were too feeble. Consuming them would hardly augment his strength. It was preferable to preserve them for a time, allowing him to feast upon one later as a delightful treat. Suddenly, Jiao Taoist expelled a small black cauldron from his mouth. The cauldron appeared remarkably ordinary, yet bore engravings that were distinctly sinister. This was a vessel he had acquired in a foreign realm. Sealed within it was formidable power that required an abundance of essence to be sacrificed in order to unlock its potential. Prior to the demon's sealing war, he had slain numerous human cultivators to offer to the cauldron, and just as he was on the brink of unlocking its power, he was sealed within the demon suppression tower. He believed he would never have the opportunity to unlock it again. For mere essence from palace maids and eunuchs was far from sufficient. Yet, unexpectedly, today he encountered a bloodline power so formidable it astounded him, a white fox. He had obtained only a fraction of its essence, but it was more than enough. Boom! After offering the essence acquired from the white fox to the cauldron, the seemingly ordinary vessel suddenly emanated an eerie glow. Astonishing demonic energy surged forth from within. Power! It was power! The malevolent beings on the first level gasped in amazement. The sheer magnitude of this power left them envious. However, none dared to act, for Jiao Taoist's strength now surpassed all their own. Even united, they were no match for him. The power contained within is sufficient for me to break through to the realm of void refinement. After absorbing it, escaping without difficulty will be assured. The expression in the eyes of the Jiao Taoist was one of immense excitement and exhilaration. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, eagerly commencing the absorption of the demonic energy emanating from the small cauldron. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Heavy snow blanketed the entire imperial city. Against the backdrop of the pristine white snow, the ordinarily solemn ancient architecture exuded a poetic charm. Qin Feng reclined beneath the boughs of an evergreen ancient tree, the night as snowfall having failed to settle upon him even once. After 3 years of slumber, Qin Feng could not resist stretching his limbs, though he had spent his days in repose. The automatic absorption of sword energy from a longevity scripture had elevated his cultivation to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation would surely incite envy and resentment in anyone who learned of it. Regrettably, Qin Feng harbored no intention of venturing out into the world. No one could possibly know that within the Kanglan domain there existed a prodigious being with such astonishing cultivation speed. If only I had a copy of the moon and sixpence and a cup of cappuccino, Qin Feng mused, gazing at the softly falling snowflakes from his reclined position. He slowly rose, startling a flock of birds pecking for food, as he prepared to brew a cup of tea to invigorate himself. However, just as he had finished preparing his tea and was about to return to his slumber, he noticed a subtle movement beneath a nearby tree. Approaching for a closer look, he discovered a white fox. Its fur was sleek and beautiful, nearly blending into the snow. Yet it now trembled, its aura exceedingly faint. I don't recall there being a white fox within the imperial mausoleum, Qin Feng pondered aloud. The mausoleum housed numerous animals, many of which were abandoned consorts cast into the cold palace, wandering and ultimately finding their way to the mausoleum. Yet, there had never been a white fox. At that moment, the white fox also noticed Qin Feng, and its eyes instantly reflected a wary demeanor. Though its presence was feeble, it feigned ferocity, letting out a low growl, seemingly warning Qin Feng not to harbor any ill intentions. "Little one, you're quite fierce," Qin Feng remarked, unfazed with a smile. He then retrieved a small vial containing a few drops of earth spirit essence from his spatial ring and placed it on the snow before the little white fox. "Those healing pills I consumed like candy. This earth spirit essence also has healing properties. Whether you can survive depends on your fortune," he spoke gently. His supply of medicinal pills was already scarce, and the healing pills even more so, of mediocre grade. Thus he had treated them frivolously, leaving him with no healing remedies. Having spoken, Qin Feng wrapped himself in a blanket and returned to his reclined position to sleep. Meanwhile, the little white fox glanced at the vial containing the earth spirit essence, but showed no inclination to approach it, instead continuing to lie quietly, tending to its injuries. From a young age, her mother had taught her to never trust humans, particularly men, as they rarely spoke a word of truth. Moreover, the youth is remarkably handsome and charismatic, rendering his words even less credible. It is inconceivable that she would consume anything offered by Qin Feng. Even if it meant perishing in the midst of this relentless snow, she would resolutely refuse. Time hastened by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The little white fox, lying there nursing her wounds, found her injuries worsening, her entire being enveloped in lethargy. Her spirits were notably low. Ever since she was devoured by that malevolent entity years ago, losing a portion of her cultivation and essence, her condition had only deteriorated without any sign of relief. Under such immense anguish, her gaze inevitably drifted toward the small jade vial. That so-called earth spirit lactate seemed to possess healing properties. Surely, consuming a small amount wouldn't obligate her to marry a human, would it? Thus she comforted herself, soon coming to a resolution. She extended her forepaw, nudging the small jade vial closer, and removed the stopper atop it. The aroma was intoxicating. In an instant, the rich spiritual energy that surged forth made the little white fox involuntarily gasp in astonishment. Having never heard of earth spirit lactate, she was unaware of the abundance of spiritual essence it contained. Subsequently, she extended her tongue, delicately licking the milky liquid through the narrow opening of the vial. Upon tasting the earth spirit lactate, a wave of warmth rapidly coursed through her entire body, imparting a profound sense of comfort, a feeling of sheer ecstasy. The immense pain from her injuries began to gradually subside. This young man appeared to be nothing more than a useless prince. How could he possess such high-grade treasures? The little white fox was filled with curiosity. Initially, she had approached the consumption of Qin Feng's earth spirit lactate with a sense of resignation. Yet she never anticipated its effects would exceed her expectations so dramatically. The memory of this milky liquid would be indelibly etched in her mind. As winter yielded to spring, 2 more years slipped by. Within the imperial tomb, it seemed as if nothing had changed. One evening, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying aura exploded forth from within Qin Feng, astonishing and overwhelming. The rampant sword intent swept across the surroundings, leaving scars etched everywhere. This dreadful sword aura threatened to pierce the heavens. However, in other parts of the palace, there was no reaction whatsoever. The entire imperial tomb was shrouded by the divine concealment array that Qin Feng had inscribed, preventing any trace of this aura from escaping. Even the imperial guard stationed at the tomb's entrance remained oblivious, entirely unaware of the commotion. Having reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, I should be able to venture to the Demon Suppression Tower to check in, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Each 5th level of a major realm represents a significant demarcation. The enhancement in strength is immeasurable. The Demon Suppression Tower is the core of the entire Dragon's Awakening array, accessible only to those at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm without facing immediate annihilation. Yet, given his cautious nature, Qin Feng had only now resolved to explore. Having finally attained the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, he is not cowardly. Rather, he is merely following the dictates of his heart, acting in accordance with his innermost feelings. After rising, Qin Feng stretched lazily, only to discover that the little white fox had vanished without a trace. He murmured, "Has the injury healed?" Yet he paid it no further mind and strode purposefully towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Within the tower, on the 1st level, only the 9 Nether Daoists remained, having consumed the others during his feast. At this moment, the demonic energy emanating from his small cauldron had been thoroughly absorbed, leaving him enveloped in a formidable and terrifying aura. Even the demons residing on the uppermost levels were no longer his match. Reaching the 3rd tier of the Void Refinement realm, the 9 Nether Daoists slowly opened his eyes, revealing a chilling glint within. He had returned to a state reminiscent of his past pinnacle, an excitement that was almost uncontrollable. On this night of the full moon, the Demon Suppression Tower was at its weakest. If he were to force his way out, along with breaching the external killing formations, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline in his realm. However, even so, he remained an invincible entity within the entire imperial city. The 9 Nether Daoist muttered to himself, recalling how, 20 years prior, he had devoured a young eunuch and learned from the memories that there was not a single Purple Mansion realm expert within the entire palace. Now, merely 2 decades later, even if there were newly emerged Purple Mansion cultivators, they would be at most at the 1st level. In the face of his 3rd level in the Purple Mansion realm and his supreme demonic martial arts, they were akin to mere ants. Moreover, the process of breaking free would inevitably damage the dragon soaring formation, rendering it irreparable for at least a month or 2. With that, he felt completely untroubled. Members of the great Xia royal family, I shall flay you alive, strip your flesh, and extract your marrow for my enjoyment. The 9 Nether Daoists laughed heartily. His hatred for the great Xia royal family had festered over time, and upon his emergence, he was determined to devour them without restraint, taking the first step towards dominating the Kanglan domain. Thus, the 9 Nether Daoists began his fierce assault on the Demon Suppression Tower. Surrounding the tower, hundreds of imperial guards stood vigilant, led by the commander, Chu Xiong. This precaution was due to the mysterious, intermittent cries of evil spirits that had echoed from within the tower for the past 2 years. Initially, Elder Chun and several powerful figures from the palace had come to oversee the situation, fearing potential complications. However, as time passed and 2 years elapsed, the haunting cries ceased. Elder Chun and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the anguished sounds had been the result of formidable evil spirits being refined, their final cries echoing in death. Consequently, they felt no need to linger, as there were numerous matters awaiting their attention within the palace, along with their own cultivation needs. The overwhelming demonic energy surrounding the Demon Suppression Tower posed a significant risk of leading these powerful beings astray if they attempted to cultivate nearby, which was absolutely inadvisable. For many years, the malevolent spirits within the Demon Suppression Tower have likely been completely refined. Even those that remain are barely clinging to life. The notion of escaping the Demon Suppression Tower is utterly futile. Our astonishment here is nothing but a waste of energy, remarked a member of the Imperial Forest Army. His words instantly garnered the agreement of many, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it seems we are overly alarmed, having stood guard here for 2 years amidst an unchanging tranquility. With no sign of danger, they have grown complacent, believing that no malevolent spirit could possibly emerge. Do not speak carelessly. Matters concerning malevolent spirits must never be taken lightly, warned Chu Xiong to the others. Though he possessed little understanding of profound truths, he grasped this simple principle and adhered to it strictly. However, the members of the Imperial Forest Army, upon hearing his words, regarded him with disdain. This was partly due to their refusal to accept that someone as stubborn as Chu Xiong could lead them, and partly because they genuinely did not believe that any malevolent spirit could escape from the Demon Suppression Tower. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as the Demon Suppression Tower exhibited unusual activity. Chapter 16. Surprising and Unexpected. An overwhelming malevolent aura seeped from the tower and rapidly coalesced outside of it. Accompanying this was the anguished scream of the 9 Nether Daoists. Despite the tower's weakened state over the years, and the fact that this full moon night marked its most vulnerable hour, the 9 Nether Daoists still endured immense suffering as he attempted to break free. What is this? As they gazed at the malevolent energy gathering outside the tower, all the members of the Imperial Forest Army turned pale, their voices trembling. They stood frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. Quickly, inform Elder Chun. Chu Xiong that's weeply shouting. At long last, a few members of the Imperial Forest Army regained their senses and hurried off to the location where Elder Chun was in seclusion. Meanwhile, the malevolent energy that had surged forth from the tower had already coalesced into a figure. Rumble. At that moment, the killing formation outside the Demon Suppression Tower also detected the anomaly and began to activate. The golden array patterns emitted a dazzling brilliance, attempting to block the 9 Nether Daoists. Haha, I'm already free. Do you really think you can kill me? The 9 Nether Daoists laughed heartily, striding towards the direction of the killing formation. With no alternative but to force his way through, he advanced. Rumble. This fearsome killing formation relentlessly assaulted the 9 Nether Daoists, causing his aura to diminish. The malevolent energy was being purified by the formation, yet his steps did not falter. At last, the 9 Nether Daoists emerged from the formation, standing less than 100 paces from the gathered members of the Imperial Forest Army. This formation is far weaker than I anticipated. It seems the great Xia dynasty's decline is quite evident. The 9 Nether Daoists remarked, blood streaming from his body, a sinister glint in his eyes. According to his conjecture, emerging from the Demon Suppression Tower and subsequently navigating through this deadly array, his cultivation had plummeted from a 3rd level of the Void Refinement Realm to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion Realm. Yet, he now found himself only reduced to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Purple Mansion Realm, a rather fortunate turn of events for him. The malevolent entities at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion Realm left the Imperial Guards so terrified that they stumbled over their words. Insignificant humans. Do you not kneel before this demon? The 9 Nether Daoists scoffed coldly. Despite their rigorous training, the Imperial Guards, upon hearing his words, were overwhelmed by fear and all fell to their knees, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. They felt as small as ants. This fiend is a demon. How can you kneel before such evil? Chu Xiong exclaimed with intense anger. Although not particularly intelligent, he held steadfast to his principles. The enmity between humanity and the demon race was profound. How could one ever submit to them? What did you say? The 9 Nether Daoists, upon hearing this, directed his frigid gaze towards Chu Xiong and declared, You seek death. He reached out with a colossal hand, a terrifying surge of demonic energy coalescing into a massive palm aimed at Chu Xiong, intent on devouring him first. The Imperial Guards secretly rejoiced at their timely submission. Clang! At that moment, a resounding sword cry pierced the air. Behind Chu Xiong, an almost translucent sword spirit surged forth, imbued with astonishing sword intent, brushing past him to collide with the enormous black hand. Boom! An incredible wave of energy erupted. The massive black palm and Qin Feng's wind sword spirit shattered simultaneously. The kneeling imperial guards were all obliterated by the terrifying energy surge, while Chu Xiong, despite Qin Feng's protective measure, was hurled 100 feet away, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Who is this? The 9 Nether Taoists' eyes widened in shock. Within the great Xia dynasty, was it not said that not a single practitioner of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm remained? How could anyone withstand his palm? Having barely escaped the demon suppression tower, why would one linger here to kill, displaying such audacity? Noting that Chu Xiong was not in danger of losing his life, Qin Feng turned his attention to the 9 Nether Taoists and spoke coolly. You seem to have a penchant for slaughter. I see you intend to treat the inhabitants of the palace as your blood feast. Thus, I can spare you no mercy. Ha, how utterly laughable. The 9 Nether Taoists cackled. Since I have emerged, I shall embark on a rampage, starting with this palace that has suppressed me for 10,000 years. Why should I flee? Though Qin Feng had momentarily thwarted his strike, the 9 Nether Taoists regarded him with disdain, unaware that Qin Feng had divided a significant portion of the sword intent to protect Chu Xiong during the encounter. Otherwise, the power of that strike would have been far greater. Within the confines of this imperial palace, Qin Zening also resides. And how could he allow the Jiuyo Taoists to act with such impunity? Fool, you likely have no inkling of the terrifying power I possess. Witness how I shall rend your flesh asunder. The Jiuyo Taoist surveyed Qin Feng's form with insatiable greed, his mouth nearly watering. The more formidable the opponent, the greater the benefits he could derive from absorbing their essence. With a resounding crash, the Jiuyo Taoist summoned a colossal black hand, infused with malevolent energy, swiftly directing it towards Qin Feng with the intent to crush him. The very air trembled in its wake, as if a great mountain were shifting through the heavens. Let us see who the true fool is, Qin Feng scoffed. He stepped forward boldly, meeting the gigantic hand head-on. His cultivation surpassed that of the Jiuyo Taoist by a minor realm, and coupled with his formidable sword physique, he was invincible among his peers, capable of facing opponents beyond his level. His actual combat prowess was leagues beyond that of the Jiuyo Taoist. With a thunderous impact, the massive black hand was shattered upon collision with Qin Feng, dissipating into wisps of demonic energy as if made of mere paper. What? The Jiuyo Taoist stood in stunned disbelief, rooted to the spot. How could such a powerful assault be so effortlessly dismantled by this individual before him? It was beyond comprehension. He questioned whether he was merely hallucinating. As the Jiuyo Taoist remained in shock, Qin Feng had already appeared before him. Surprised, were you? Qin Feng remarked, slowly raising his finger. An astonishing aura of swordsmanship began to coalesce at his fingertip, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. No, in that moment, the Jiuyo Taoist felt the chilling breath of death. He was utterly convinced that Qin Feng's cultivation far surpassed his own. It was unfathomable that one so youthful could possess such strength. Yet, he had no time for contemplation. His only thought was to flee for his life. However, as the Jiuyo Taoist turned to escape, the sword light from Qin Feng's fingertip shot forth, piercing through his back and traversing his body. His eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, transforming into wisps of demonic energy that scattered into the ether. Chapter 17. Signing at the Demon Suppression Tower. After vanquishing the Jiuyo Taoist, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the Demon Suppression Tower. He strode confidently through the damaged, killing formation that the Jiuyo Taoist had forcibly breached, arriving effortlessly beside the tower. System. I wish to sign in at the Demon Suppression Tower, Qin Feng declared slowly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in and received the reward of the Divine Eye. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Qin Feng's ears. Divine Eye, capable of seeing through all worldly illusions. Having not signed in a new location for quite some time, Qin Feng was elated to acquire such a powerful ability. However, he did not linger to assimilate his reward, but instead resolved to depart and return to the royal mausoleum. He could distinctly sense several formidable presences converging from various corners of the palace. He was reluctant to reveal his identity, fearing the onset of unnecessary complications. Qin Feng had just departed from the Demon Tower when the first to receive the news, Elder Chun, along with a royal powerhouse responsible for the formation's control. arrived at the scene. Their expressions were grim. The escape of a malevolent entity from the demon tower was indeed alarming. The lethal array, which had been forcefully breached, was undoubtedly damaged. If it affected the operation of the dragon formation, the entire palace would be in peril. Upon their arrival and witnessing the severe damage to the killing array, which had completely ceased to function, their hearts sank. The dragon formation was bound to be inoperative. The palace was doomed. But what of the malevolent entity? The royal powerhouse surveyed the lifeless bodies of the imperial guard strewn about, yet found no trace of a demon, and suddenly voiced his confusion. Indeed, where was the malevolent entity? Elder Qin shared a look of bewilderment. At that moment, other powerful figures who had received the news began to converge, including Emperor Xia, who could channel the dynasty's fortune to enhance his own strength, being the only one capable of reaching the Purple Mansion realm. What was happening? Was it not said that a demon had escaped the demon tower? Why was there no sign of it? The assembled powerhouses expressed their confusion, their faces etched with disbelief. Emperor Xia turned to Elder Chun for clarification. Your Majesty, I have just arrived and found the situation as it is. There is no sign of the malevolent entity. Elder Chun replied with a hint of bitter resignation. The royal powerhouse beside him nodded in agreement. You found it like this upon your arrival? Emperor Xia was taken aback, his face darkening. Could it be that the demon has already fled? If the demon has indeed escaped and found a place to hide, secretly devouring humanity, no one would be able to hinder its ascension in power. However, something fell off. Besides the overwhelming demonic aura, there was also a potent malevolence. A residue left from the demon's demise as Elder Su, the guardian of the library, suddenly interjected. Having perused countless ancient texts, he possessed a deeper understanding of demons than anyone else present. What do you mean? Emperor Xia, astonished, turned to Elder Su. Are you suggesting that the demon has been slain? How could that be possible? He found it hard to believe. The news of the demon's emergence from the tower had just spread, and they had rushed here. How could they arrive only to find that the demon had already been vanquished? The other powerful figures shared his incredulity. The sword aura. There is a lingering, formidable sword aura in the air. Elder Qin suddenly exclaimed, having detected the powerful remnants of sword energy initially obscured and corroded by the overwhelming demonic presence. Indeed, I sense it too. There is astonishing sword energy left behind, another practitioner of the sword path quickly affirmed. Moreover, Elder Chan was soon able to ascertain that the residual sword aura was identical to that which had once slain the old overseer of the corpse-reviving sect. With a grave expression, he remarked, it must have been Prince Mu who intervened. However, how could the seventh prince have received the news of the malevolent creature's emergence and vanquished it so swiftly? The Emperor of Summer pondered in confusion. The ancestral stronghold of the royal family, where generations of formidable figures secluded themselves, lay at the furthest reaches of the demon suppression tower. Concerned that the demonic aura might inadvertently lead the reclusive elders astray. They had only just received the news. How could Prince Mu have acted with such alacrity? The assembly shared this collective perplexity. Even if Prince Mu possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, such speed was unexpected, particularly as the malevolent creature also belonged to the same realm. Perhaps, speculated Elder Chun, ever since the unusual occurrences at the Demon Suppression Tower began 2 years ago, Prince Mu has been closely monitoring it, allowing him to eradicate the malevolent creature at its first appearance. This conjecture elicited nods of agreement from those present, as it seemed the only plausible explanation. At that moment, Chu Xiong, having been administered a medicinal pill by the royal strongman, regained consciousness. I pay my respects to your majesty, he said, bowing hastily upon awakening. No need for excessive formalities, the Emperor of Summer replied, gesturing dismissively before inquiring, what transpired earlier? Why are you unharmed? The imperial guards had perished, yet Chu Xiong remained unscathed, which puzzled him. Chu Xiong dared not conceal any details, recounting the events that had unfolded with utmost precision, omitting nothing. A sword spirit, imbued with a powerful gust, brushed past me en route to the malevolent creature. Upon hearing this, Elder Chun and the others became even more convinced that it was indeed Prince Mu who had intervened. The Emperor shared this sentiment. You did not submit to the malevolent creature. This is likely why the seventh prince chose to rescue you, he remarked thoughtfully. Issue a decree to reward Chu Xiong generously. The Emperor of Summer promptly granted Chu Xiong substantial rewards. An official from the Ministry of Rights meticulously recorded every detail of the rewards to ensure their swift distribution. Thank you, Your Majesty, Chu Xiong expressed gratefully. The Emperor nodded, then instructed the royal strongman responsible for the array to expedite the repairs of the Dragon Awakening Formation. Subsequently, a few powerful figures were left to guard the Demon Suppression Tower, while the others hastened to their tasks. Upon returning to the royal mausoleum, Qin Feng resolved to merge with the Divine Eye. By the way, will this hurt? He queried the system, contemplating a crucial concern. It may be quite painful at first. The system replied matter-of-factly, but after the pain subsides, a wonderful sensation will follow. With the Divine Eye, one would gain the ability to perceive the world with clarity. This was the delightful feeling the system referred to. That's good to know. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. He then instructed the system to initiate the fusion with the Divine Eye. A sharp, fleeting pain surged through him, causing Qin Feng to draw in a sharp breath, sensing something entering his body. However, this discomfort did not linger long and soon normalized. As he gradually opened his eyes, he discovered an array of mysterious and profound runes deep within his gaze. This phenomenon occurred precisely when one activated the Divine Eye. He was astonished to discover that by employing his divine vision, he could not only see extraordinary distances, but also discern the flowing pathways of spiritual energy throughout the world. Even the grand topography of mountains and rivers was laid bare before his eyes. This ancestral royal tomb truly was a treasure of geomancy. He couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the tomb was situated adjacent to the imperial palace. Such a fortuitous site could surely protect the imperial lineage of the great Xia for generations. After a while, he gradually retracted his divine sight and returned to his recliner to continue his cultivation. The techniques within his body operated autonomously, simultaneously absorbing the sword energy that coiled around his wrist like a ribbon. I initially intended to express it this way, but it felt somewhat awkward. Thus, it is best for the protagonist to undertake matters personally. The use of clones is merely a combat technique designed to enhance the protagonist's prowess during battle. Chapter 18. Sign-in rewards. The events occurring within the Demon Suppression Tower had no impact on Qin Feng. He continued his routine of sleeping and cultivating as before. However, Chu Xiong derived great benefits from confronting the malevolent forces without yielding, earning him the privilege to enter the military academy managed by the Ministry of War for 3 years. During this time, other imperial guards took over the task of delivering provisions to Qin Feng. Although these imperial guards showed him utmost respect, they were reluctant to engage in conversation, clearly wishing to avoid any association with him. Eventually, the frequency of their deliveries changed to once a year. Despite having heard of the amicable relationship between the new crown prince, Qin Junyan, and Qin Feng, the soldiers could not truly ascertain the nature of their connection. Should Qin Junyan decide to eliminate Qin Feng in the future, those who were close to him would undoubtedly face repercussions. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the royal family, and prudence prevailed in their minds. Naturally, Qin Feng was aware of their sentiments. A yearly provision delivery suited him just fine, granting him solitude without disturbances. Before long, the spring festival arrived, and the palace was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of festivity. Alone in the royal tomb, surrounded by withered grass and trees, Qin Feng found the ambience somewhat melancholic compared to other places, yet he had long since grown accustomed to it. Is Zining here? While resting in his recliner, Qin Feng suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward the distance. He spotted a young maiden clad in festive attire, approaching with a food box in hand. Uncle. Upon noticing Qin Feng's attention, Qin Zining's face lit up with joy. It had been nearly 3 years since she last visited the royal tomb, as the Emperor of Xia had spent a considerable sum to invite a formation master from a neighboring country to set up a high-grade spirit-gathering array for her, which could only last for 3 years. She had to remain within the array, diligently cultivating every day. Just a few days ago, the array had finally lost its efficacy, and she was now free to relax. already at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Impressive, Qin Feng praised. The last time the southern envoy came to provoke them, Qin Zining was merely at the 9th level of the essence gathering realm. Now, just a few years later, she had ascended to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. The speed at which one cultivates has already surpassed that of the majority of prodigies. It is known that an ordinary practitioner requires at least a decade to ascend from the 9th level of the condensing origin realm to the transforming spirit realm, not to mention the time needed for each minor advancement within the transforming spirit realm. Qin Zining's rate of cultivation undoubtedly qualifies her as a first-rate genius. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle, Qin Zining said with a playful smile. How have you been these past few years? As usual, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. It is exceedingly dull here. There isn't even a soul around. Observing the desolate surroundings, Qin Zining's eyes suddenly brightened. Allow me to seek out Grandfather Emperor on your behalf. Perhaps he might issue a decree to pardon you. She was a clever and astute young lady, understanding the significance of her displayed talent to the royal family, which lent weight to her words. Don't, Qin Feng quickly refused. Why not? Qin Zining asked, perplexed by his decisive rejection. Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that his desire to cultivate in peace was the reason. After a pause, he replied earnestly, the world believes I have colluded with the demonic sect, and everyone wishes to see me eliminated. I am no longer the crown prince. And even if I were pardoned, I could not reside within the palace. Out there, I could be killed at any moment. It is far better to remain in this royal tomb, where it is tranquil and safe. Upon hearing Qin Feng's reasoning, Qin Zining pondered thoughtfully and nodded, finding his logic quite sound, thus refraining from pursuing the topic further. Subsequently, she presented a food box to Qin Feng, containing dumplings her mother had made for him. She accompanied him as he enjoyed the meal, discussing the events occurring outside before taking her leave from the royal tomb. After the spring festival, a heavy snowfall descended for several consecutive days, enveloping the entire imperial city in a pristine white blanket. I seem to have neglected to sign in at the location where the royal experts are in seclusion. Qin Feng suddenly recalled this notable place. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the palace's forbidden grounds. If anyone were to behold Qin Feng, they would be astonished to discover that there were no footprints left in his wake. He truly traversed the snow without a trace. In a short time, Qin Feng arrived at the site where numerous royal experts were in closed-door meditation. This was an absolute forbidden zone, with the outer area perpetually guarded by a large contingent of imperial guards. No one was permitted to enter. However, these sentinels were of no consequence to Qin Feng. He strolled leisurely into the palace's forbidden grounds. All around were ancient structures. Though somewhat weathered, they still exuded an aura of grandeur. These edifices were nearly as old as the Daxia dynasty itself. Truly, this was the place where many venerable sages had meditated in seclusion, and the spiritual energy here was indeed abundant. The richness of the spiritual energy here is more than tenfold that of other areas within the palace, Qin Feng murmured. However, the dense spiritual energy held no allure for him. He possessed ample cultivation resources and had no need to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth. System, assist me in signing in at the palace's forbidden grounds, Qin Feng said calmly. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in and obtaining the external avatar. The mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. An external avatar? The moment he heard this term, his eyes brightened. Without needing to delve into the specifics, he understood the purpose of this martial art. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to merge with it. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his memory. This process was fleeting. However, mastering it would require considerable time. The condensed avatar is a pure energy entity, entirely controlled by the will of the main body, devoid of independent consciousness, consuming spiritual energy continuously, and possessing only half the cultivation of its origin. As the information flooded into his mind, Qin Feng's understanding of the external avatar deepened. Although it could only exert half of its potential, he found it quite satisfactory. He then prepared to return and cultivate the external avatar. Suddenly, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He detected a faint trace of demonic energy in the vicinity, exceedingly subtle. Yet, with his powerful consciousness, he was able to sense it. A mysterious and profound rune manifested in the depths of his gaze as he employed his divine sight to ascertain the precise location of the demonic energy. Soon, he pinpointed it, the pavilion where Prince Mu was in seclusion. Why would there be demonic energy here? Qin Feng pondered. The demonic energy was so weak it was nearly negligible. Had it not been for his divine sight, even his heightened senses might not have revealed its presence. Curiosity piqued. He contemplated entering to investigate, but the pavilion was protected by a formation. Attempting to breach it from the outside would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. A thought struck him. This would be a perfect opportunity to test the external avatar. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged on a nearby stone step, releasing wisps of spiritual energy that seeped through the gaps in the formation and entered the pavilion. Under his control, the spiritual energy quickly coalesced into a faint, indistinct figure. Only a tenth of his cultivation? Qin Feng was taken aback, never expecting his initial attempt to be such a failure. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind and ascended the stairs directly towards the top of the pavilion. Before long, he reached the uppermost level, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. Chapter 19. The Plan of the Corpse-Driving Sect. There was not a single figure in the pavilion, nor was Prince Mu, who should have been in seclusion. Only a few wisps of demonic energy lingered in the air. What was happening? Qin Feng's expression shifted as he wondered aloud. Could it be that Prince Mu was abducted by malevolent forces? Yet, there were no signs of struggle. Perplexed, he soon discerned an anomaly. The demonic energy here was linked to the residual martial aura of a human, clearly emanating from the same source. It was evident. Prince Mu had succumbed to demonic corruption. Qin Feng was left speechless, never having anticipated that Prince Mu would fall into darkness. If this news were to leak, it would be far more severe than the release of the sacred maiden of the demon sect. Although the practitioners of the demon sect have cultivated a modified version of the demonic arts, they have not completely succumbed to malevolence. Essentially, they merely strayed down a divergent path. However, succumbing to true demonic influence signifies a complete transformation into a malevolent being. Now that Prince Mu is absent, could it be that he has fled? Qin Feng murmured to himself. His formidable spiritual awareness expanded, meticulously exploring every corner of the pavilion to ascertain whether he had misjudged the situation. Soon, in a corner of the lower level, he discovered a blood letter penned by Prince Mu. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It turned out that, as his lifespan waned, Prince Mu's resolve faltered. Unwilling to face the inevitability of death, he ventured into the demon suppression tower to absorb demonic energy, ultimately descending into the path of darkness. Yet, just as he prepared to devour humanity to prolong his life, his reason triumphed over his greed. He rejected the notion of becoming a bloodthirsty demon to survive in this world. In the end, he transcended, leaving no corpse behind, preserving at least a semblance of dignity. Qin Feng let out a deep sigh. The fear of death within humanity is a fear that can never be extinguished. He found it difficult to imagine a day when he might face such a fate. However, Qin Feng soon noticed that as his emotions fluctuated, tendrils of demonic energy began to drift towards him. Strangely, he felt a compelling sensation that accepting this energy into his body would grant him boundless longevity. Yet, Qin Feng swiftly regained his composure. He ignited the bone spirit cold fire in his palm, incinerating the demonic energy entirely. Even if the day comes when his lifespan is truly at an end, he would never succumb to the path of darkness, becoming a demon that devours its own kind. Subsequently, Qin Feng returned the blood letter to its original place, retracted his external manifestation, and departed from the palace's forbidden grounds. In the following days, a piece of good news swiftly spread throughout the imperial city. The crown prince had entirely pacified the southern barbarian tribes and was preparing to return to court. Within the palace, ministers from various departments were busy preparing for the welcome, immersed in a state of jubilation. Subduing the southern barbarians was a task that had eluded the imperial family of the Great Xia for millennia. These tribes, residing in the mountainous southern regions, may not have many strong individuals, but each is robust, making them a formidable force. Even in defeat, they could easily conceal themselves among the mountains, rendering total conquest exceedingly difficult. Should the attacking forces inadvertently encounter a wave of beasts, the losses would be even more catastrophic. There have been instances of significant victories that forced the southern barbarians to submit, but within a few years, they would rise in rebellion once more. Now, these tribes have finally been thoroughly subdued by the Great Xia. Not only are military forces stationed at every stronghold, but the chieftains of various clans have entrusted their sons to the crown prince as hostages. Henceforth, there would be no need to send princesses for marriage alliances, nor to subject the southern populace to the ravages of war. Simultaneously, this news reached the corpse transporting sect. Along the borders of the Great Xia Empire, a range of mountains stretched for thousands of miles, appearing rather unremarkable. A towering peak amidst the mountains appears utterly ordinary at first glance, yet is shrouded by an intricate formation that conceals its true visage. Two figures, soaring through the air, vanish without a trace upon nearing the summit, leaving behind only faint ripples in their wake. What lay before them is no mere mountain, but a peak suffused with sinister energy. Halfway up the mountainside, an expansive array of ancient and eerie structures clings perilously to the cliffs, exuding an air of the uncanny. The two figures made their way directly to the heart of a grand hall. Here, the oppressive aura thickened, and the walls and columns bore intricate patterns that evoked a sensation of being ensnared in the depths of hell. Within the hall, several figures were engaged in earnest discussion. The sect leader, Qin Feng, was en route back to the imperial city from the south, traveling incognito and guarded solely by two cultivators at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. One of them respectfully addressed the foremost figure. Although Qin Feng's journey was shrouded in secrecy, their extensive network had managed to ascertain his current location. Excellent, the leader of the corpse transport sect proclaimed, turning to a sensuously alluring woman beside him. Ji Qin, the task of ambushing Qin Feng rests upon your capable hands. Rest assured, I shall ensure that Qin Feng meets a fate worse than death. Ji Qin replied with unwavering confidence. Do not forget to bring the ancient corpse of a powerful royal from the Taishan dynasty, so that those from the Great Xia Empire believe it to be an act of the Taishan royalty. Indeed, I shall not overlook that detail. Ji Qin chuckled lightly. Otherwise, how could we instigate a war between the two dynasties and absorb the malevolent energy from the battlefield to cultivate even more potent ancient corpses? Should this plan succeed, our endeavor to obliterate the Great Xia dynasty will become significantly easier. An elder, whose life had spanned countless years, interjected ominously. Our enmity with the Great Xia dynasty predates that of even the most malevolent entities. Once, the corpse transport sect was a formidable power, but due to rampant killings and corpse thefts, it became the target of widespread ire. The founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty then led an expedition to eradicate us, resulting in our near annihilation and the severance of our lineage. Only a handful of disciples survived, barely managing to carry on our legacy amidst the destruction of our powerful ancient corpses and the loss of our primary techniques. However, I have heard whispers of a formidable cultivator who has recently broken through to the Purple Mansion realm while in seclusion within the Imperial Palace. I wonder if he might jeopardize our plans. Another elder of the corpse transport sect expressed with concern. In recent years, while we have unearthed numerous ancient corpses, many of whom were once cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, their actual combat prowess under our control is limited to the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The strongest among them is but half a step into the Purple Mansion realm. He added, Do not fret. The location of our operation lies a full 3,000 miles from the Great Xia Imperial City. That Purple Mansion realm royal cultivator will be none the wiser. Qin retorted dismissively. Before she proceeded with her plans, she had already contemplated the matter. In light of this, you should take action, declared the leader of the corpse-driving sect. As you command, Ji Qin responded respectfully before turning to leave. Subsequently, the leader of the corpse-driving sect began discussions with several others on how to locate the burial grounds left behind during the prosperous days of their sect. Chapter 20. Qin Jinyan is ambushed in the following fortnight. Within the royal tombs, Qin Feng devoted himself to the cultivation of his external incarnation. Unlike other martial arts, mastering this particular skill to a level of fluidity demanded an extraordinary amount of focus. Fortunately, Qin Feng had ample time at his disposal. One evening, as dusk descended, a chill suddenly flickered in Qin Feng's gaze as he looked toward the south. Why was there such an abundance of deathly energy surrounding the crown prince? The wooden sword he had gifted to Qin Jinyan contained a fragment of his sword intent. Through this fragment, Qin Feng sensed the overwhelming aura of death enveloping Qin Jinyan. Curiosity piqued, mysterious runes manifested in his eyes as he activated his divine sight. Ordinarily, even with divine sight, it would be impossible for Qin Feng to perceive events occurring 3,000 miles away. However, due to the lingering sword intent he had left on Qin Jinyan, he could glimpse the happenings in that distant place. Meanwhile, in a city 3,000 miles from the royal capital, the night was alive with vibrancy. The banks of the Grand River coursing through the city were adorned with lanterns of various hues, casting enchanting reflections upon the water, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Dozens of opulent flower boats floated on the river, accompanied by the melodious sounds of string instruments and the laughter of charming young women, captivating all who beheld them. At a riverside tavern, Qin Jinyan was taking a moment to rest and dine. Accompanying him were two royal attendants, one clad in a black robe and the other in blue. Qin Jinyan, who cherished his people like his own children, was reluctant to be escorted by tens of thousands of soldiers upon his return to the city. Therefore, he brought only these two ninth-tier experts of the Wheel Sea realm, allowing them to discreetly inspect local officials along the way. The scenery here is delightful, and the people are content and prosperous. Why does the young master appear so somber? Inquired the black-robed attendant. If the citizens of the Great Xia could enjoy such peace and prosperity, I would indeed be delighted. Yet, this beauty is reserved solely for the privileged, while the common folk toil their entire lives and remain untouched by such fortune. How can I find joy in that? Qin Jinyan replied, his voice heavy with fatigue. During his covert inspections, he had witnessed numerous flaws within the dynasty that necessitated bold reforms. The severe land consolidation and the rapid accumulation of wealth into the hands of select few were pressing issues that required immediate resolution. Hearing this, the two elders felt a deep admiration for Qin Jinyan, recognizing his unwavering dedication to the welfare of the state. However, they refrained from further comment, as it was not their place to offer counsel to the sovereign. Just then, the black-robed attendant furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with astonishment. What is it? Qin Jinyan inquired with a furrowed brow. That individual practices the profound techniques of the Taishan imperial family. The gaze of the robed figure shifted towards a corner of the tavern, where a cloaked silhouette sat, shrouded in mystery. He neither consumed food nor drink, merely remaining still in silence. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinyan's expression shifted dramatically. Although the Taishan dynasty appeared to maintain a facade of harmony with the Great Xia dynasty, underlying conflicts had been incessantly brewing. Why would a member of the Taishan imperial family be present here? Boom! At that moment, the cloaked figure suddenly unleashed a formidable wave of energy from within. A terrifying aura instantaneously shattered numerous patrons within the tavern into mere fragments, painting the scene in an appalling crimson. This is disastrous. The robed figure's complexion paled, hastily gripping Qin Jinyan's shoulder and propelling them through the window into the open air. Meanwhile, the cloaked powerhouse unleashed a ferocious martial technique, targeting the blue-robed figure still within the tavern. Boom! A dreadful surge of energy engulfed the entire tavern, reducing it to fine powder in an instant. A great uproar erupted along the riverbanks, filled with the sounds of fleeing and desperate cries. Indeed, it was a member of the Taishan imperial family, exhibiting audacity that was beyond measure, daring to ambush the crown prince. The robed figure's countenance darkened as he urged, "Your Highness, we must depart swiftly." Uncertain of whether there were other hidden strongmen nearby, lingering was not an option. Understood. Qin Jinyan nodded. Though he harbored concerns for the city's populace, he was not foolish. He recognized that he was the target. Once he departed, the safety of the citizens would be ensured. With a swift motion, the two figures soared into the night, distancing themselves from the perilous locale. The blue-robed figure, too, refrained from seeking battle, ever mindful of his primary duty to safeguard Qin Junyan. Upon confirming Qin Junyan's escape, he withdrew from the conflict, vanishing into the shadows of the night. The cloak powerhouse made no delay in his departure either. However, this scene had been witnessed by numerous cultivators within the city. The techniques of the Taishan imperial family were unmistakable, and some recognized them at once. It would not be long before news of the Taishan imperial family's assassination attempt on the crown prince reached the ears of the Jin Wei. 200 miles beyond the city, Qin Junyan and the two royal protectors found themselves in a secluded area. The nearest military encampment was approximately 700 miles away. "Let us proceed there," the blue-robed protector stated solemnly. Although the encampment housed few formidable warriors, the sheer might of the assembled soldiers formed a formidable array, capable of instilling great fear. Even they would prefer to avoid confrontation. Moreover, powerful formations fortified the perimeter of every military camp, ensuring their safety. "Very well," Qin Junyan replied, and they prepared to head toward the military encampment. However, at that moment, an eerie melody resonated from the dense woods below, imbued with an unsettling aura. As the melodious tones resonated, several figures surged forth from the dense forest below, ascending into the air and encircling Qin Junyan and his companions. These figures were not of the living. They were ancient corpses, exuding a sinister aura. "What? The corpse-chasing sect!" exclaimed the two royal attendants, their expressions shifting dramatically in alarm. They had never anticipated becoming targets of the corpse-chasing sect, especially not with such a formidable assembly of ancient corpses, which clearly indicated a determined intent to prevail. Could it be that the powerful figure from the Taishan royal family, who had publicly attacked me in the city, was also one of these ancient corpses? In that moment, realization dawned on Qin Junyan. Just then, a seductive laugh echoed through the air as Qin, accompanied by several individuals wielding ghostly artifacts to command the corpses, ascended from the forest below. With a mocking tone, she remarked, "Have you finally come to understand? Alas, it is too late." Infuriated, Qin Junyan's countenance darkened. He immediately deduced that this was undoubtedly the corpse-chasing sect scheme to incite a war between the two great dynasties. If that were indeed the case, it would spell disaster for countless lives. "Your Highness, the esteemed prince, your only path now leads to death. It would be wise to kneel and surrender." Qin, noticing Qin Junyan's handsome appearance, entertained the notion of taking him as her male pet. Ultimately, her goal was merely to eliminate Qin Junyan. Whether by killing him or utilizing him mattered little. Chapter 21. The Prince's Integrity, Such Delusions. "I am a prince of the great Xia. How could I possibly beg for mercy from your nefarious sect?" Qin Junyan retorted vehemently. He would rather fight to the death than retreat. Drawing forth a prince's token, he harnessed its power to bestow a portion of the imperial dynasty's fortune upon himself, barely achieving the cultivation level equivalent to the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. "Ah, the more you struggle, the more my excitement grows," Qin purred enchantingly, then commanded, "Eliminate those two old fools, but spare this princess life." She intended to train Qin Junyan, transforming the prince of the great Xia into her obedient slave. Understood. The other members of the corpse-chasing sect nodded in agreement, subsequently wielding their ghostly artifacts to emit an eerie melody. Upon hearing this tune, the ancient corpses erupted into a frenzy, charging towards Qin Junyan and his companions. A tumultuous battle ensued. The two royal attendants, both peak experts at the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, unleashed powerful martial techniques in an attempt to carve a path for Qin Junyan. The ancient corpses, however, were undeterred. Although they were dead and their movements rigid, they had once been formidable figures at the Purple Mansion realm and could still utilize fragments of their former martial skills, making their combat prowess comparable to that of the 9th layer Wheel Sea realm experts. Explosions of diverse spiritual techniques illuminated the night sky, casting brilliant light. Waves of energy rippled outward like echoes. Occasionally, an ancient corpse would be struck down, crashing to the ground and creating massive craters, shattering vast swathes of trees. Yet they were undeterred by pain and death, immediately rising into the air under the control of the ancient corpses, re-engaging in battle with the two royal offerings. Utilizing the fortune of the dynasty, Qin Feng ascended to the realm of the Wheel Sea, radiating a golden light akin to a true dragon, and also clashed with the ancient corpses that assailed him. The intensity of the battle surged. However, as time progressed, Qin Feng and his companions soon found themselves at a disadvantage. These ancient corpses, numerous and tireless, pressed their relentless assault. Furthermore, the ancient corpse of the formidable member of the Taishan royal family returned, making their defense nearly insurmountable. With a sudden thrust, an ancient corpse withstood a punch from the cloaked offering, penetrating the shoulder of the latter with a decayed hand reduced to bone. "Get away from me!" The cloaked offering roared, retaliating with another punch, sending the ancient corpse flying, nearly shattering apart. Yet blood streamed from his left shoulder, inflicting severe injury and drastically reducing his combat capability. At this moment, the tide of battle had completely turned, the advantage of the ancient corpses becoming increasingly evident. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions were struck down by the formidable techniques of the ancient corpses, each sustaining severe injuries and spitting blood. Their faces pale and devoid of combat power. Qin and the members of the corpse-driving sect also fell to the ground. "Your Highness, my beloved ancient corpse was nearly shattered by you. I have changed my mind. I shall kill you and refine you into an ancient corpse, then slowly train you." Qin's eyes glimmered with cold fury. The ancient corpses she had brought today represented a significant portion of the strength of the corpse-driving sect, and she was infuriated by the injuries inflicted upon them by Qin Feng and his companions. As she slowly drew the long knife from her waist, murderous intent surged within her gaze. The plan is about to succeed. When the two great dynasties erupt into war, the corpse-driving sect will surely rise to power. The deep-seated enmity with the Deposed dynasty will eventually be settled piece by piece. The members of the corpse-driving sect, witnessing this, were filled with immense excitement, as if they could already envision the prosperity of their sect. Yet the two royal offerings wore expressions of bitter resignation. They had exerted all their efforts, but they were simply no match for these ancient corpses. "Am I to perish here?" Qin Feng, gravely injured, was consumed by despair. He still had many tasks to accomplish. Numerous reforms for the benefit of the people yet to be implemented, and he could not bear the thought. More importantly, he worried for Qin Feng. If someone else ascended to the position of crown prince, would they treat him, this elder brother, kindly? Today, no one can save you. Embrace death. Qin, with her long knife infused with spiritual energy, prepared to strike down Qin Feng and his companions. Just then, a radiant light suddenly shot forth from a distance. A wind sword spirit, like a meteor, soared from 3,000 miles away, carrying unparalleled sword intent. "What is that?" Qin, initially poised to attack, turned pale as she sensed the terrifying sword intent, feeling the imminent danger of death. She hurriedly raised her blade in defense. Yet, in an instant, Qin's longsword shattered, and the essence of the wind sword pierced through her chest, causing crimson blood to erupt forth. She then fell heavily to the ground, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Little did she expect that just a step away from the flourishing of the corpse-transporting sect, she would be slain by an unknown sword. What? The other members of the corpse-transporting sect were utterly astonished. However, they quickly regained their composure, hastily manipulating their necromantic artifacts to emit eerie melodies, commanding the ancient corpses to shield them. Alas, these ancient corpses possessed only the strength of the ninth layer of the Wheel Sea realm, insufficient to withstand such a formidable sword spirit. The sword spirit traversed through them as if in an uninhabited realm, swiftly dispatching all the ancient corpses and the members of the corpse-transporting sect. Subsequently, it transformed into wisps of wind-like sword intent, dissipating into the ether. This left Qin Feng in a state of shock. What just transpired? How was it that he, who was moments away from being killed, witnessed the complete annihilation of all the members of the corpse-transporting sect? It is the wind sword intent. The one who struck is Prince Mu. exclaimed the blue-robed elder in astonishment. How is that possible? Prince Mu is clearly within the palace, and we are 3,000 miles away. How could he possibly know we were in peril? Qin Junyan questioned, perplexed. The blue-robed elder fell silent, realizing the improbability of such an occurrence. Even a formidable being of the Purple Mansion realm could not possibly be aware of events happening 3,000 miles away. Regardless, the immediate concern is that the members of the corpse transporting sect have been vanquished. We must depart swiftly from this place, the black-robed elder stated solemnly. Qin Junyan nodded in agreement. The three of them did not linger, swiftly making their way toward the imperial city. Throughout their journey, they encountered no further dangers, successfully returning to the imperial city. Upon entering the palace, Qin Junyan eagerly made his way to the imperial study. At that moment, Emperor Xia was listening to several ministers report various matters. Upon seeing Qin Junyan, though delighted, he was also puzzled, unsure why he had returned to the city prematurely. Without hesitation, Qin Junyan recounted the entire sequence of events to Emperor Xia. The numerous powerful figures and high-ranking officials present gasped in shock upon hearing of the treachery of the corpse transporting sect. The scheme was indeed most insidious. When Qin Junyan spoke of the wind sword spirit, they too were engulfed in confusion. How could Prince Mu, 3,000 miles away, possibly know of their plight? Old Chun could not suppress his own doubts, remarking, "Unless he has left a mark upon you, allowing him to ascertain your whereabouts and safety at any moment. But the likelihood of that is exceedingly slim." His words were diplomatic, yet he implied that such a possibility was virtually non-existent. Reality is often unforgiving. Prince Mu had already attained the strength of the Purple Mansion realm, where elevating one's cultivation and prolonging life took precedence over the fate of a mere prince. How could he possibly bestow such importance upon him and leave a mark? Do not even mention the crown prince, even if it were the Emperor of Summer. That Prince Mu might not bestow such significance. This matter eludes my understanding, Qin Junyan replied, a bitter expression crossing his face as he shook his head. However, aside from Prince Mu, who else possesses the wind sword intent and would be willing to extend their hand to rescue the crown prince? One of the ministers inquired, prompting a profound silence among those present. They, too, could not conceive of anyone else besides Prince Mu who might be involved. The Emperor of Summer shared their perplexity. After a lengthy pause, he resignedly stated, "Enough. The individual who has come to the Crown Prince's aid, aside from Prince Mu, cannot be anyone else. Let's not dwell on this for now. The corpse transport sect has emerged once again to cause trouble. This time, they must pay a price. The last time, their members had lurked within the palace for decades. I had temporarily set aside the issue due to matters concerning the southern barbarians. This time, I shall not allow the corpse transport sect to act with impunity." The ministers nodded in agreement, beginning to deliberate on strategies to counter the corpse transport sect. Chapter 22. A heart bleeding profusely days later, within the grand hall of the corpse transport sect, the master, Yu Cheng, and others were filled with elation. Their dispatch personnel had finally located one of the burial sites from the sect's prosperous past, where dozens of ancient corpses had been refined. Although many had succumbed to decay over the passage of time and were beyond use, those remaining still possessed combat capabilities approaching the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. If not stronger, by infusing these ancient corpses with Yin energy, they could be awakened and controlled. With these formidable ancient corpses, subduing the entire Tai Xian Empire will be an assured victory, Master Yu Cheng proclaimed with great excitement. The other elders shared in his joy, as the grievances accumulated over the years would finally be avenged in their generation. However, the Grand Elder expressed concern, stating, "To awaken and control these ancient corpses for battle, we will require a substantial amount of Yin energy. I fear that our current reserves will suffice to awaken only 3 or 4 of them. Do not fret. Hasn't Ji Qin been sent to eliminate the crown prince of the Great Summer Dynasty? Once the two empires clash, a vast amount of Yin energy will be generated, sufficient for us to activate all the ancient corpses," Master Yu Cheng reassured him, displaying no signs of worry. Yet the Grand Elder remained anxious. But there has been no word from Ji Qin thus far. What if the plan has encountered a setback? Recently, An unsettling feeling had lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, the others dismissed his concerns. Rest assured, Qin has taken with him a significant portion of our most powerful ancient corpses. The plan is bound to succeed. Beside Qin Jinyan are only two protectors at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, while our ancient corpses are all of comparable strength. Eliminating him should be a trivial task. Qin has yet to make an appearance. It is likely that she has taken Qin Jinyan to a remote location to torment him slowly, as she has always reveled in such practices. The assembly believes that the elder, due to his advanced age, has become overly cautious and is acting with undue apprehension. The Grand Elder of the Corpse Transport Sect, upon hearing this, could only nod in agreement, contemplating that perhaps he had indeed overthought the situation. With so many formidable ancient corpses at Qin's command, it seemed implausible that any complications could arise. At that moment, an individual rushed into the Grand Hall, breathless and alarmed. "Master, something terrible has happened," he exclaimed, his urgency suggesting a grave misfortune had transpired. His frantic demeanor was quite unbecoming. Yu Cheng admonished him, "Speak slowly and tell us what has occurred." Reporting to the master, "I have just received word that Qin and her companions have been slaughtered." The man swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. All present were taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. "What did you say?" Yu Cheng, in disbelief, seized the man's garment, his voice rising in anger. How could Qin, leading a significant portion of our sect's powerful ancient corpses, possibly be slain? He refused to accept such a notion. Even in the event of a mission failure, it should not have cost them their lives. "I do not know," the man replied, startled, his voice trembling. "But it is true that Qin and her ancient corpses have all been publicly burned by the imperial guards." "Impossible. This cannot be," the leader of the Corpse Transport Sect declared solemnly. "Third Elder, verify the authenticity of this news." "Understood." The Third Elder, responsible for intelligence, promptly exited the hall. However, it was not long before he returned, accompanied by a multitude of informants, all relaying the same disheartening account. The veracity of the news was thus confirmed. Hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their shock palpable, and their faces clouded with dismay. Just moments ago, they had spoken with such certainty, believing their plan infallible. The stark contrast between their expectations and the current reality was nothing short of a slap in the face. How could this be? At that moment, Yu Cheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. The loss of Qin and a significant portion of their powerful ancient corpses was a devastating blow to the newly ascendant Corpse Transport Sect. His heart felt as if it were bleeding. According to reports, it appeared that the attack had been executed by a formidable figure from the Daxiao imperial family, a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. The Third Elder spoke solemnly. A practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm from the Daxiao imperial family? How could he possibly have known the location of Qin's ambush, which was a full 3,000 miles from the imperial city? Yu Cheng thundered. "That remains unclear." The Third Elder replied bitterly. "Our intelligence is insufficient for such specific details." Infuriating, Yu Cheng shouted in a fit of rage. At that moment, even worse news arrived. The Emperor of Xia had commanded the Imperial Guards to find the location of the Corpse Transport Sect within 6 months and to eradicate it entirely. Currently, the Jinyui have begun to recall their spies deployed in the south, seeking to capture the disciples of the Corpse Transport Sect who are excavating corpses and gathering intelligence. "Master, we can no longer remain here," intoned the Grand Elder of the Corpse Transport Sect. "The formidable ancient corpses within our sect are nearly exhausted. If the Jinyui discover our location and the forces of the Great Xia come upon us, we shall be in grave danger." With a sharp intake of breath, Yu Cheng, upon hearing these words, spat a mouthful of blood and nearly fainted. Earlier, he had been elated, believing that the Corpse Transport Sect was on the verge of a resurgence, only to find that they must now abandon their newly established sect. To flee like a stray dog, I cannot accept this. Yu Cheng gritted his teeth in frustration. "Please, Master, do not be angry," the nearby elders hastily urged. "We have discovered a former hiding place for corpses belonging to our sect. If we lie low and secretly gather various forms of Yin energy, Annihilating the great Xia dynasty will be a mere formality. Hearing the elders' reassurances, Yu Cheng's discontent began to subside. He nodded in agreement and instructed all disciples of the sect to leave immediately and conceal themselves in various locations. After departing from the imperial study, Qin Junying first visited his long-absent daughter, Qin Zining, praising her remarkable progress in cultivation. He admonished her to remain humble and not to seek vengeance due to past slights from her royal siblings. Subsequently, he swiftly attended to various family matters over several days and sternly reprimanded his two troublesome sons for their mischief. He then made his way to the imperial tomb to seek out Qin Feng. "Brother, you must have endured great hardship in this solitary tomb over the years." Qin Junying remarked upon seeing Qin Feng, unable to suppress his concern. He believed that Qin Feng, confined in this desolate place without resources for cultivation, must have found it exceedingly difficult. "Not at all," Qin Feng replied with a light laugh. "I do not find it burdensome. You must have encountered your fair share of troubles during your inspections over the years." Qin Junying did not conceal the truth, for the entire dynasty was aware of his plight, and Qin Feng would surely know. He recounted the ambush he suffered at the hands of the corpse transport sect and confided his inner turmoil. "Though everyone believes that I was rescued by Prince Mu, I cannot share that sentiment." Chapter 23. The return of the white fox. Such sentiments had never been voiced to others, but due to his profound trust in Qin Feng, he felt compelled to share. "Why do you believe that it was not Prince Mu who saved you?" Qin Feng inquired, perplexed. "Because when that sword spirit flew towards me from afar, it felt eerily familiar, not foreign," Qin Junying pondered. "It was as if I had encountered that sword intent before. Strangely enough, I have never seen Prince Mu once in my life. It is impossible for me to be so familiar with his sword intent." He had always carried with him a small wooden sword imbued with a trace of sword intent from Qin Feng, and his own swordsmanship had been subtly influenced, aligning with it. Hence, upon witnessing that wind-like sword spirit, he immediately felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. "Perhaps it is due to the blood ties you share with Prince Mu that you feel a sense of familiarity," Qin Feng remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. However, Qin Junying shook his head. "That feeling of familiarity transcends mere kinship. It is more akin to the connection I share with my royal brother, a sensation of being face to face." Qin Feng was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that the gift he presented to Qin Junying would lead him to question his own intentions. "Perhaps I am overthinking this," he chuckled. Nevertheless, Qin Junying soon added, "Aside from Prince Mu, how could there be any other formidable figures of the Purple Mansion realm within the royal family?" Qin Feng also smiled, opting not to pursue the topic further. The two then engaged in discussions about recent events, with Qin Junying sharing his thoughts on reform, while Qin Feng occasionally offered his insights. Over the subsequent 2 years, the royal palace was abuzz with good news. First, the sect of the corpse transporters was discovered, prompting Qin Junying to lead troops in a campaign against them. Following this, several royal offerings achieved significant breakthroughs in their cultivation, particularly those practicing the sword path, with 2 individuals notably advancing from the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. At this juncture, Qin Feng was largely oblivious to these developments and remained indifferent. During this period, he had perfected his external incarnation technique, allowing one of his avatars to embody most of his cultivation and to wield all of his martial arts skills. Although Qin Junying had returned, he was inundated with royal matters to attend to, especially as Emperor Xia's health continued to deteriorate, leaving him increasingly busy and with little time to visit the royal tombs. Similarly to previous years, Qin Zicheng occasionally kept Qin Feng company for conversation. After an extended slumber of nearly half a year, Qin Feng awoke amidst the winter chill. He gazed at the overcast sky, sensing that snow was imminent, and thus moved his rocking chair beneath a tree. At that moment, he noticed the return of the little white fox, which lay in the grass not far away. Upon seeing Qin Feng rise from the chair, the fox could not help but shake its head, thinking, so weak yet sleeping all day, what utter laziness. It sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy from Qin Feng, leading it to assume that he possessed little cultivation. The only thing that intrigued the little white fox was how Qin Feng, despite his meager strength, could sleep for months. even half a year without needing to eat. Eventually, it concluded that he was likely relying on medicinal pills to sustain himself, which only reinforced its perception of Qin Feng's laziness, too indolent even to eat, depending instead on pills for sustenance. "Ah, you're back again?" Qin Feng remarked, noticing the little white fox with a hint of curiosity. The last time he awoke, the fox was absent, and he had thought it had departed. Little did he know that after several years, the fox had returned. However, the little white fox paid no heed to Qin Feng's words. During the past few years, it had traveled extensively, hoping to leverage its innate ability to discover rare treasures and expedite its recovery from injuries and cultivation. However, those precious treasures were fiercely guarded by formidable magical beasts. Not only did he fail to acquire them, but he also narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Realizing that resting here was far more beneficial for his recovery, he felt utterly exhausted and yearned for a moment of true repose. Why was his temper so volatile? Upon encountering the little white fox, which completely ignored him and didn't even spare him a glance, Qin Feng chuckled as he seized it. You self-destructive creature. Sleep undisturbed, and do not intrude upon my cultivation. Do not touch me." The little white fox, caught by the scruff of its neck, immediately began to struggle fiercely, attempting to break free from Qin Feng's grasp. Yet, devoid of any cultivation and still nursing its injuries, it was merely an ordinary fox, unable to escape from Qin Feng's hold. It could only glare at him with eyes filled with fury. How could one so seemingly gentle hide such ferocity? With his left hand unyielding, Qin Feng affectionately ruffled the little fox's head with his right, saying, "This is fortuitous. I am in need of a pet to help me consume surplus elixirs. But first, let me ascertain whether you are male or female." As he spoke, Qin Feng gently parted the little fox's hind legs to inspect. At that moment, the little white fox froze, its expression vacant, as if struck by lightning. What on earth was this beast doing? In that instant, the little fox felt its innocence shattered. Qin Feng's subsequent words were the final straw, driving the little fox to the brink of fury. Well, it turns out to be female. How unfortunate. A hint of disappointment crossed Qin Feng's face as he remarked, "I am not particularly fond of keeping female pets. There is too much uncertainty. Who knows when one might venture out and return already pregnant." As he spoke, he placed the little white fox back where it had been lying. Having been in a state of shock until now, the little white fox finally regained its composure. In that moment, feelings of shame, anger, and an overwhelming urge for vengeance surged within her heart. How could she, a princess of the Fox clan, be so utterly humiliated by a mere human? The little white fox felt Qin Feng had tarnished her dignity, making her feel sullied. "Beast, monster, scoundrel, I shall surely slay you today. I will rend your body to pieces, scatter your ashes, and boil your bones for soup." With righteous fury, the little white fox leaped from the ground, relentlessly striking at Qin Feng's body. However, in her current weakened state, she lacked any real offensive power. From Qin Feng's perspective, her actions appeared entirely devoid of aggression, resembling more the playful antics of a pet seeking affection from its master. Enough of this. I must continue my cultivation. Although Qin Feng seemed to be resting, only he knew the earnestness of his training. As he spoke, he gently tossed the little white fox into a nearby thicket. Although the little white fox was uninjured upon landing, it tumbled several times before coming to a halt, its body covered in shattered grass, looking utterly disheveled. It appeared as though it had just been desecrated by wicked hands. With a face full of resentment, the little white fox gazed at Qin Feng, who lay leisurely in a reclined position. "Accursed beast, scoundrel, brute, once my powers return to their zenith, you shall surely regret the indignities inflicted upon me today." The little white fox vowed vehemently within her heart, "I must pin you to the ground and grind you beneath me. One may slay a fox, but never humiliate it." Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, who was absorbed in his slumber and cultivation, the little white fox's fury soon transformed into profound sorrow. Her injuries were so grievous that a swift return to her prime was impossible, let alone seeking vengeance upon Qin Feng. Subsequently, her gaze involuntarily drifted once more towards the direction of the imperial palace, akin to a lovesick concubine ensconced in the depths of a harem. Half a year later, Qin Zhening arrived at the royal mausoleum to bid farewell to Qin Feng. She had reached the age where she must venture forth to hone her skills. Qin Feng received this news with an air of acceptance. After all, these princes and princesses were destined to embark upon their own journeys of experience. Although the outside world was fraught with peril, a flower that blossoms in a greenhouse, unscathed by storms, would surely wither at the first hint of adversity. Qin Feng imparted some advice to Qin Zhening, cautioning her not to trust strangers while also gifting her a pendant shaped like a small sword made of pure gold, imbued with a trace of sword intent from the wind, allowing him to sense her danger at a moment's notice. Chapter 24. The released evil spirit. Approximately 6 months after Qin Zhening's departure, the little white fox also took her leave. Each time she beheld Qin Feng, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She could no longer bear to linger here, slowly recuperating. Instead, she sought rare treasures of heaven and earth to restore her strength, intending to torment Qin Feng to vent her pent-up rage. Indeed, one should never keep a female pet. They are prone to wandering, preoccupied with courting their kind, oblivious to the need for steadfastness. Upon awakening, Qin Feng noticed the little white fox had vanished once more and couldn't help but lament. Had the little white fox heard such words, she would undoubtedly confront him with fervor. Shaking his head, Qin Feng's gaze turned towards the direction of the imperial palace. He too resolved to venture out and explore new locales for sign-ins, though the sign-in locations within the palace still offered rewards upon subsequent visits. They paled in comparison to the bounties bestowed during the initial sign-in. Determined, Qin Feng did not linger, striding directly towards the palace exit. With Qin Jinyan and Qin Zhening absent from the palace, and with the imperial guards now delivering provisions only once a year since Chu Xiong's departure, no one would notice his absence. Before long, Qin Feng had departed the imperial city, soaring westward upon his sword, enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy. He flew gracefully through the lofty clouds, his garments billowing in the wind, resembling a celestial being banished from the heavens. Gazing down upon the earth below, he beheld the mountains and rivers, the myriad forms of life, all within the scope of his vision. In this land, one can witness fierce beasts battling for sustenance, diligent practitioners honing their skills, and ordinary folk laboring tirelessly in the fields, an all-encompassing panorama indeed. Where should I venture next? Qin Feng mused to himself. His understanding of the Kanglan domain was confined to ancient texts, revealing only a scant knowledge of its locales. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to cast aside such thoughts. After all, one could sign in anywhere. Wherever he roamed, he would find his path. For the ensuing months, Qin Feng moved at his leisure, traversing the landscape freely. By day, he explored various terrains, signing in and acquiring diverse resources, while by night he sought tranquil spots to meditate and reflect. Thirst was quenched with dew, and hunger was likewise alleviated. Such a life was profoundly relaxed and enjoyable. He had long since departed from the territories of the great Xia dynasty and had lost track of his whereabouts within the Kanglan domain. He knew that the vast distance he had covered would be insurmountable for an ordinary person on foot, even over a lifetime. Gradually, Qin Feng found himself surrounded by mountains, making it increasingly rare to encounter human settlements or towns. One morning, while he was roasting meat in the forest, an ear-splitting sound suddenly reached his ears, as if something had shattered a seal, followed by the eruption of a fierce battle and terrifying energy fluctuations. What could be happening? Qin Feng furrowed his brow and moved towards the source of the commotion, covering vast distances with each stride. Before long, he arrived at a solitary temple, which had stood for an unknown number of ages. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth from the ancient structure. Surrounding the temple were dozens of formidable individuals. Among them, 3 or 4 were at the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, and their leader was a cultivator at the 1st heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. Beneath this hall, there truly exists evil. The leader, a prince of the Chu kingdom, exclaimed with delight. Ever since the uprising that led to the downfall of his dynasty, he had longed for the restoration of his kingdom. From an ancient text, He had gleaned information about the presence of malevolent forces here and had conceived the idea of leveraging their power for his ambitions of restoration. The demons only crave human flesh. Once we reclaim our nation, we shall provide them with as much as they desire, he declared. Another former minister of Chu solemnly added, "It would be best if these demons could devour the entire rebel army completely." Laughter and excitement rippled through the group as they envisioned the resurrection of the Chu kingdom. At that moment, however, Qin Feng's gaze was fixed upon the ancient temple. There exists a temple in the Kanglan domain? He marveled. Over the years, he had perused numerous ancient texts in the library, seeking a deeper understanding of the Kanglan domain, only to be astonished by the absence of any records pertaining to Buddhism. He had assumed that the teachings had never reached this land, yet here he stood, confronted by the reality of an ancient temple. Upon overhearing the conversations of those individuals, he discerned that they were oblivious to the fact that this was a temple, ignorant of its profound significance, merely perceiving it as an ordinary edifice. Unaware of the rewards one might gain from signing in here, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Contemplating this, he hesitated not a moment longer and strode boldly towards the ancient temple, fearing that the malevolent entity, recently unshackled from its seal, might, in a fit of rage, obliterate this sacred place. Who dares? Upon witnessing Qin Feng's approach towards the ancient temple, the Prince of Chu and his companions bellowed in unison. Yet, Qin Feng paid them no heed, resolutely continuing on his path to the temple. What does this fool intend? One can only speculate, but now that the demon has emerged, his audacity to draw near guarantees his demise. A sinister chuckle rippled through the ranks of those from Chu. Let him serve as the first offering to the demon lord. The aura emanating from a demon was that of a mid-stage practitioner of the third realm of the Purple Mansion, a level of power exceedingly rare across the vast expanse of the Kanglan domain. Qin Feng, appearing to be a mere youth of less than 50 years, devoid of any martial aura, was naturally dismissed by them as inconsequential. They believed him to be mentally deranged for daring to approach the temple. I crave sustenance. I demand blood. Just then, a towering demon, standing 2 zhang tall, emerged from the temple, its eyes ablaze with a crimson glow. Starved and exhilarated at the sight of Qin Feng, it yearned to savor the essence of humanity. In its eyes, the tender flesh of humans, far superior to the beast that had inadvertently wandered into the temple over the years, was the most delectable delicacy. The profound intelligence and formidable consciousness cultivated by humans made them the most gratifying prey. With a thunderous roar, the demonic energy surged around the creature, swiftly coalescing into a massive black hand that reached out towards Qin Feng. The overwhelming demonic might instill a profound sense of terror in the onlookers from Chu. They were witnessing the true power of a practitioner at the third realm of the Purple Mansion, and their excitement swelled in their eyes. Qin Feng was already a doomed man. Do you wish to consume me? You overestimate your chances. Qin Feng coldly regarded the colossal hand advancing towards him. He slowly raised a finger, and astonishing sword energy began to gather at its tip, radiating a brilliant light. The formidable sword intent emanated from him, expanding outward. Though the protagonist practiced the martial arts of Buddhism, he did not seek refuge within the Buddhist faith. Rest assured, his primary focus remained the path of the sword. Chapter 25. The Pure Land of Buddhism. With a swift motion, the sword light from Qin Feng's fingertip shot forth, sweeping towards the immense black hand. This beam of sword energy was terrifyingly potent, leaving a trail of scars upon the ground in its wake. In an instant, the sword light collided with the gigantic black hand, unleashing a staggering wave of spiritual energy. The colossal black palm failed to obstruct the radiant sword light, which shattered it instantaneously, dispersing into wisps of demonic energy that vanished into the ether. What? The malevolent being was taken aback, astonished that the seemingly youthful Qin Feng possessed such formidable strength. At that moment of disbelief, the might of the sword light remained unabated, hurtling towards him with unrelenting ferocity. Boom! The demon, sensing the imminent threat, hastily summoned all the surrounding demonic energy, coalescing it before him to form a black shield, hoping to withstand Qin Feng's sword light. Alas, he was woefully inadequate. The disparity between each minor realm within the Purple Mansion was like that between heaven and earth. Moreover, he was 3 minor realms weaker than Qin Feng, compounded by Qin Feng's unparalleled ability to combat foes of higher ranks. The chasm between them was akin to the vastness of the galaxy, insurmountable. Crack! The sword light effortlessly shattered the black shield and penetrated the demon's corporeal form. A heart-wrenching wail erupted, echoing like a banshee's cry. The excruciating agony contorted the demon's features. Qin Feng chose not to end his life immediately. This scene left the people of the state of Chu utterly dumbfounded, each person frozen in disbelief, their eyes brimming with incredulity. How could this be possible? How could this individual be so powerful, defeating a demon of the 3rd tier of the Purple Mansion in an instant? He was not yet 50 years old, and moments ago, he exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy. How could he suddenly unleash such overwhelming prowess? In that moment, a multitude of questions exploded in the minds of the Crown Prince of Chu and his entourage, shattering their previous understanding of the world. When had such a youthful martial genius emerged from the Kanglan domain? Yet, their inquiries remained unanswered. At that juncture, Qin Feng had already advanced to stand before the demon. How could you be this strong? What do you intend to do? The demon, immobilized by the sword light embedded within him, cried out in terror. Even a millennium ago, during the zenith of the Kanglan domain before the outbreak of the demon-sealing war, such a martial prodigy had never been witnessed. Allow me a glimpse into your consciousness. Qin Feng replied, his tone indifferent. He could have effortlessly slain the demon, but chose instead to delve into the events transpired between this demon and the Buddhist sect. With a swift motion, profound and intricate ancient runes materialized in the depths of Qin Feng's gaze as he began to peer into the demon's memories. Ah, no. The demon emitted a cry of anguish. The invasion of his consciousness and memories brought forth torment beyond endurance, more excruciating than death itself. He wished to end his own life, yet found himself utterly powerless, his body beyond his control under Qin Feng's scrutiny. Moments later, the demon's cries gradually subsided. Once, there was a monk who sought to spread the teachings of his faith in the Kanglan domain. During his seclusion, he became the target of a malevolent entity. After months of fierce combat, he managed to seal the demon, but at the cost of his own life force. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Having acquired the information he desired, he showed no mercy and swiftly ended the demon's existence. The massive form of the demon crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Moments later, its body dissipated, leaving behind only a swirling tempest of demonic energy. The Crown Prince of Chu and his companions, witnessing the demise of the demon, stood utterly astonished. It was hard to believe that a young man, not yet 50, possessed such formidable power. Since you are so eager to ally with the demon, then go forth with them. Qin Feng glanced at the onlookers, speaking with a calm demeanor. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, unleashing dozens of sword rays that shot toward the Crown Prince and his companions. Run! At that moment, they finally snapped out of their shock and attempted to flee. Unfortunately, their feeble strength rendered them incapable of escape. In an instant, the sword rays caught up with them, piercing through their bodies. The scent of blood began to permeate the air. Qin Feng then turned his gaze toward the ancient temple. System, register my presence here. He called out slowly. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Pure land of the Buddha. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. Pure land of the Buddha? What is that? Surely it cannot be a mere decrepit temple? Curiosity piqued. Qin Feng examined the information, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the Pure Land of the Buddha was a legendary aspect of Buddhist teachings, only wielded by highly enlightened ancient Buddhas. Within this Pure Land, all forms of attack are rendered ineffective. Isn't this akin to a domain? Typically, only those at the martial domain level can manifest such a domain, yet here I am, at the Purple Mansion stage, able to summon it? Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. However, upon further inspection, he realized that to cultivate the Pure Land of the Buddha, one must possess a profound understanding of Buddhist philosophy. He furrowed his brows, pondering, is it too late for me to embrace Buddhism? I could abandon my path of violence. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng settled down within the ancient temple and began to cultivate the pure land of the Buddha. Before long, ancient golden Buddhist scriptures began to materialize around him. Hadyatinga Sakhedoha. Simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The tumultuous demonic energy in the environment was rapidly refined, transforming into strands of golden light that gathered around Qin Feng. Faintly, the resonant sound of Buddhist chants echoed within the ancient temple. A month swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Qin Feng remained seated in meditation. The surrounding demonic energy had been entirely refined, morphing into golden light that encircled him. Suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a brilliant golden light shone within them. In a radius of 10 zhong, a dazzling golden light erupted, with countless Buddhist scriptures floating in the air. A profound Buddhist chant resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Is this the pure land of Buddhism? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, observing the area within the 10 zhong radius where golden light shimmered and golden scriptures danced. Murmuring to himself, he felt an absolute mastery over this space. Should anyone intrude upon this domain, they would undoubtedly be significantly weakened. Alas, he lamented, 10 zhong was still too close. He mused that if he were to encounter a rival of equal strength, he could only hope to unleash the pure land of Buddhism unexpectedly during battle, leaving no chance for the opponent to escape. However, he did not feel disheartened, for he had seen the description of this pure land. Once cultivated to perfection, the area it could encompass would be vast. At that time, who could evade his Buddhist pure land? Not even the Tathagata. Then, Qin Feng rose and departed from the ancient temple. The fact that the demonic energy could expand his Buddhist pure land prompted him to seek a place rich in demonic energy. Chapter 26. The evil demon mountain range, the Kanglan domain, harbors many sealed locations for demons. However, most of them are situated within the imperial cities of various great dynasties, suppressed by formidable formations and the luck of the empires to prevent the emergence of evil entities. Yet, some places stand as exceptions. The evil demon mountain range. Stretching over 3,000 miles, all the trees within are pitch black, exuding a palpable demonic aura. Not a single demonic beast resides within. The sky is perpetually dim, presenting an extraordinarily sinister scene. This was the result of the sealing war a millennium ago, when powerful emperors and sect masters sealed the weaker demons here, as exterminating them entirely would have consumed excessive time and effort. This not only allowed them to weaken over time, but also provided a place for young practitioners to hone their skills. At the entrance of the evil demon mountain range, numerous figures gathered, creating a bustling atmosphere. Today marked the day when the mountain range opened, allowing practitioners of the transformation realm below the Wheel Sea realm to enter. The most formidable prodigies from several powerful dynasties and sects of the Kanglan domain were also set to venture into the mountains for training. In no time, figures soared through the distant sky, capturing many gazes. Qin Feng of the Golden Sun sect, though still young, had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation realm, a truly exceptional talent. Upon seeing the appearance of the leader among these figures, many gasps of astonishment filled the air. Clad in white and holding a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance, Qin Feng reveled in the admiration, clearly enjoying the flattery. Soon after, prodigies from 2 other major sects arrived, eliciting waves of exclamations and continuous discussions about them. At this moment, Qin Zening, who was also out for training, arrived at the scene, standing at a distance from those prodigies. Qin Zening, has she come too? Her age is likely at least a decade younger than the brilliant talents gathered here. How could she possibly join them in their trials within the evil demon mountains? Are you not aware? Although Qin Zening is relatively young, her cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the 8th layer of the transformation realm, which is on par with those other prodigies. Remarkably, she has achieved this at such a tender age, and, as a swordswoman, no less. Her innate talent is truly astonishing. Could it be attributed to that formidable Purple Mansion realm expert who appeared in the Great Xia dynasty a few years ago? You are overthinking it. A Purple Mansion realm expert cannot simply conjure a talent like Qin Zening out of thin air. It is said that Qin Zening possesses a peerless sword body. On the day of her birth, the sound of swords resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. This extraordinary gift in swordsmanship explains her astonishing achievements at such a young age. Many were left in awe of Qin Feng's impressive cultivation, leading to a chorus of murmurs among the crowd. The glances directed at her included not a few expressions of admiration. After all, a girl with such stunning beauty and martial prowess is universally appealing. Indeed, Qin Feng's progress is remarkably swift. At this rate, it won't be long before she surpasses us, remarked Lu Meyer from the Cold Moon sect with a light laugh. While her words appeared to praise Qin Feng, her gaze subtly shifted to Qin Feng. The spotlight that had been on Qin Feng, the prodigy of the Golden Sun sect, now felt overshadowed, and his displeasure was palpable. The emergence of Qin Feng had stolen the attention that rightfully belonged to him, fostering a sense of rivalry in his heart. I will not allow her to surpass me, Qin Feng declared with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, Lu Meyer's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. By coaxing Qin Feng into making such a declaration publicly, she had achieved her aim. Meanwhile, Qin Feng felt somewhat awkward under the weight of so many complex gazes. Unaccustomed to such scrutiny, she engaged in light conversation with other young talents from various dynasties, discussing their recent experiences in the trials. Despite the undercurrents of tension between the major dynasties, they maintained a semblance of harmony due to their shared goal of sealing away the evil demons. Furthermore, the primary focus of the younger generation of royalty remains on enhancing their cultivation, as they have yet to engage in courtly affairs, allowing for relatively amicable relations among them, at least compared to their interactions with the various sections. As more and more talents arrived, their attention shifted toward the evil demon mountains, eagerly awaiting its opening. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed through the heavens as the spiritual energy converged in the area. A crack finally appeared in the formation that suppressed the entire evil demon mountains, allowing the trial participants to enter. Let us go. We're heading in, Qin Feng of the Golden Sun sect said indifferently to those beside him. He closed his folding fan and strode confidently into the entrance. Within the ominous expanse of the evil demon mountains, there exists not merely malevolent entities, but also remnants of an ancient battlefield, where numerous prodigies from various factions once met their demise, leaving behind a plethora of treasures. As the venture commenced, a throng of individuals surged forth, eager to explore the depths of this foreboding realm. Among them, Qin Feng and several talents from various empires ventured into the evil demon mountains. Among this assembly, a figure cloaked in a black robe strode purposefully onward. Though his attire was somewhat unconventional, it did not attract much attention. This individual was none other than Qin Feng. He sought to delve into the mountains to sign in and simultaneously harness the demonic energy within to fortify his Buddhist sanctuary. However, as a former prince well known to many, he shrouded his identity in a black cloak to evade recognition and avert unnecessary complications. As Qin Feng stepped into the formation, a subtle tremor coursed through it. The evil demon mountains were designed for the training of the younger generation of cultivators. With stringent restrictions in place, only those of the spirit transformation realm below the Seawheel realm were permitted entry. Yet, Qin Feng had already ascended to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, far exceeding this criterion. Fortunately, his ancient chaos sword body enabled him to conceal all traces of his presence, rendering him undetected by the formation's scrutiny. However, at that moment, a guardian from the Cold Moon sect, Lu Mei noticed this anomaly. What transpired? The third elder of the Cold Moon sect, also present, inquired with a furrowed brow. I believe I just witnessed the formation emit an unusual wave. Such peculiar fluctuations occur only when someone exceeds the spirit transformation realm and forcefully intrudes, murmured Lu Mei's protector. Surely you must be mistaken. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect replied, frowning. If someone were to breach the formation, the commotion would be considerable, potentially leading to annihilation by the formation itself. Yet, there has been no disturbance. Could it truly be that I misjudged? Lu Mei's protector pondered aloud. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that he must have erred. Breaching this formation would likely result in grave consequences, and no one would dare to attempt such a feat. Let us await Mei's emergence, the third elder instructed solemnly. When she returns, We must ensure that no one discovers her abnormalities. Otherwise, our cold moon sect would become a target of public scorn. Fear not, with the two of us present. How could anyone suspect Mayor? Liu Mayor es protector assured it confidently. The third elder nodded in agreement. With both of them here, the likelihood of unforeseen events seemed minimal, and they settled into a quiet vigil. Chapter 27. The present generation as he traversed the evil demon mountains. Qin Feng sensed a pervasive darkness enveloping the heavens and the earth. Despite it being midday outside, the ambience here resembled that of twilight. A chilling wind swept through, carrying with it a foul, sanguine odor that was decidedly unsettling. The sporadic roars of the demonic entities echoed ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Nevertheless, Qin Feng harbored no trepidation, walking calmly through the treacherous terrain of the evil demon mountains. What potent demonic energy, he mused. Qin Feng initially sought a tranquil sanctuary to absorb the demonic essence and fortify his Buddhist Pure Land. However, he was abruptly drawn to the ominous presence of overwhelming malevolence emanating from the depths of the mountains, a phenomenon most unusual. Given the presence of suppressive formations, it was improbable for malevolent entities transcending the transformation realm to manifest. Yet, the potency of the dark energy within the mountains was indeed formidable. With a heart full of curiosity, Qin Feng ventured deeper into the mountains, aware that the greater the demonic energy, the more advantageous it would be for him. However, he had not proceeded far before two malevolent beings materialized before him, blocking his path. What a stroke of fortune to encounter a defenseless human on this fine day. One of the demons cackled upon realizing Qin Feng's lack of spiritual energy, his voice a cacophony that felt like a torment to the ears. In this place, humans regarded it as a trial ground, while the demons viewed humans merely as sustenance, devouring the weak while allowing only the strong to emerge unscathed. Humans without cultivation daring to seek their fortunes here were rare, and the two demons were astonished by their unexpected good fortune. Consolidation realm? Qin Feng exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of such feeble demons. He had assumed that any surviving demon, regardless of self-inflicted limitations, would possess at least the strength of the Wheelsea realm. Yet, he was surprised to discover two beings of the Consolidation realm in this place. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The more formidable demons were sealed within the imperial cities of various empires, bound by powerful formations and imperial luck. Naturally, those sealed here would lack strength, mere minions of a sort. After years, it was only natural for them to have weakened. You insignificant human, how dare you mock us? One of the demons seethed with rage. Today, I shall devour you alive. With that proclamation, he lunged at Qin Feng, followed closely by the other demon. Although Qin Feng's earlier remarks held little power, the humiliation they conveyed was profound, particularly the incredulity that resonated from his words, leaving them deeply insulted. As the two demons charged towards him, Qin Feng remained unfazed, continuing his strides deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, as they approached within a mere yard of him, they collided with an invisible barrier, their forms disintegrating into wisps of demonic essence, vanishing from existence. To Qin Feng, it was as though nothing had transpired. He continued towards the heart of the mountains undeterred. The two demons likely could not have fathomed that their demise would be so ignominious. As he journeyed onward, Qin Feng observed the tumultuous landscape of the demonic mountains, rife with chaos. Numerous battles unfolded around him, with treasures guarded by demons, eagerly awaiting the arrival of those arrogant enough to challenge them. Yet, the champions were no fools. They approached in groups, engaging in fierce and intense skirmishes. Yet, Qin Feng displayed no interest in the ongoing battles. He strode directly into the depths of the mountains. Soon, the sounds of combat began to diminish, as only the most formidable of prodigies could venture this far, and their numbers were few. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from the forest to his left, accompanied by a powerful aura that radiated through the air. Qin Feng's gaze was instantly captivated. Could it be that an ancient herb was emerging? Curiosity filled his eyes. With a heart full of questions, he made his way toward the left side of the woods. In a short while, he arrived at a clearing within the forest, where countless human bones lay scattered. Despite having perished many years ago, the bones remained translucent and glimmered with a faint glow, indicating they belonged to formidable beings in life. At the center of this grim tableau, a blood-red flower was slowly blooming, strikingly beautiful yet eerie. The flower was none other than the famed Higanbana. Qin Feng was astonished. Who would have thought that such a flower would blossom here? According to legend, it is a flower that blooms along the path from the mortal realm to the underworld. Though in the Qinglan domain, this flower is not as shrouded in mystery, it does have a chance of growing in places where the remains of powerful beings are concentrated. Nevertheless, it remains exceedingly rare. Though this flower flourishes in death, paradoxically, it possesses the ability to extend life. In the Qinglan domain, any item with life-extending properties, whether elixirs or ancient herbs, is highly sought after. However, at that moment, someone had already plucked the Higanbana and stored it in a spatial ring. It was Qin Feng, a prodigy of the Jinyang sect, along with several of his fellow disciples. I can't believe we have obtained such a precious Higanbana so effortlessly. One of the disciples exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Whether for submission to the sect or for sale, I can acquire abundant cultivation resources, allowing me to break through once more and regain the spotlight. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. The prominence of Qin Zining had overshadowed him, a fact that irked him deeply. He found himself unable to widen the gap in cultivation between them, and she seemed to draw ever closer. With the Higanbana in his possession, he finally felt he could hold his head high. Enough, Qin Feng muttered, shaking his head, having no intention of forcibly seizing the flower. Though he was no saint and could be ruthless when necessary, he did not wish to contemplate matters of mortality or engage in acts of violence for petty gain at that moment. Just as he prepared to turn away, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon him, and he called out sharply, "Halt! What is it?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, responding coolly, "You saw me collect the Higanbana and now intend to leave?" Qin Feng's eyes glinted with a cold, murderous intent. The Higanbana was incredibly precious. If others learned of his acquisition, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Although his protector was stationed outside, it was unlikely that the top-tier forces would risk conflict over a single flower. For the sake of prudence, it was indeed simpler to eliminate the one who had witnessed him plucking the otherworldly flower. In his eyes, a single life was utterly insignificant. "Are you serious?" Qin Feng, surprisingly, felt no anger. Rather, he found the situation amusing. He had no intention of committing murder for gain, yet the other party harbored thoughts of silencing him. Are today's youth so audacious? Do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Blame only your ill fate for encountering me while I harvested this flower. Qin Feng declared coldly, an astonishing aura emanating from within him, fierce and undeniable. His murderous intent was laid bare. Chapter 28. The cunning fiend. As Qin Feng prepared to strike down Qin Feng, the disciples of the Golden Sun sect appeared as mere spectators, relishing the unfolding drama. What an unfortunate soul! Had he arrived a tad earlier, the flower would have been his. Had he arrived a tad later, he might have at least preserved his life. Alas, he chose this moment to appear. Such individuals seem fated for demise. If they perish, so be it. Their words implied Qin Feng was already as good as dead. After all, Qin Feng had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. Within these mountains, accessible only to cultivators below the Wheel Sea realm, Qin Feng was an invincible force. In a one-on-one confrontation, none could rival him. Just then, Qin Feng had made his move. He executed a swift maneuver, appearing before Qin Feng in an instant, his palms slicing through the air, infused with surging spiritual energy, aimed directly at Qin Feng. He wielded his hand like a blade. Yet, he believed that among those who had ventured into the Demon Mountain, only 5 or 6 were worthy of him drawing a weapon. Naturally, Qin Feng did not belong to that select group. However, Qin Feng calmly reached out and seized Qin Feng's wrist, effortlessly countering an attack that could obliterate any opponent of the same tier. What? Qin Feng was astounded to find his wrist caught with such ease. He attempted to break free, but his hand felt as if it were embedded in stone, immovable. I had no intention of claiming this flower, but since you have presented it to me, I shall accept it, Qin Feng said nonchalantly. With a slight exertion, he crushed Qin Feng's entire hand, reducing it to a cloud of blood mist. Only the spatial ring remained intact, falling into Qin Feng's grasp. My hand, my hand! Qin Feng finally extricated himself from Qin Feng's hold, yet he let out a cry of agony. Meanwhile, his fellow disciples stood in stunned silence, aghast. How is this possible? Our senior brother, at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, was so effortlessly crippled by this individual. They were utterly astonished. Even if someone within the demon mountain were stronger than Qin Feng, the disparity should not be so vast. It was a complete annihilation. You dare to cripple me? The Golden Sun sect will never let you go. Qin Feng, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted in furious indignation. Now, a hand has been rendered useless, leaving the individual feeling as if he has been utterly destroyed, trapped in a state worse than death. The events of today shall remain undisclosed. Qin Feng remarked with a light chuckle. He harbored no inclination to release the tiger back into the wild. What do you mean? Are you planning to kill us all? Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, suddenly sensing the murderous intent emanating from Qin Feng, and he retreated repeatedly. What do you think? Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. As he spoke, he slowly raised a finger, which glimmered faintly and began to radiate light. You, a mere individual, dare to threaten us all? How utterly arrogant! The disciples of the Golden Sun sect shouted in unison. They showcased their formidable prowess, each standing at the 8th or 9th level of the transformation realm. Although individually, they could not match Qin Feng. When united, their strength was significantly amplified. Faced with these disciples, Qin Feng had no desire for idle chatter. With a flick of his fingertip, a blade of light surged forth. Whoosh! The sword light, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, shot towards them, instantly piercing through Qin Feng's body. It then continued to sweep toward the remaining disciples of the Golden Sun sect. Splurt! The vast chasm of disparity in cultivation levels rendered these disciples defenseless, as they were swiftly annihilated by the terrifying sword light, leaving behind only a gruesome scene of severed limbs and a stench of blood. This ghost flower appears quite exquisite. Qin Feng mused as he retrieved the flower from his storage ring, examining it closely. Though it sprouted from the remnants of the deceased, he could distinctly sense a rich essence of life emanating from within, which was rather peculiar. Subsequently, he stored the ghost flower back in his ring and continued his journey deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, Qin Zening and the princes and princesses from the other two empires were engaged in a fierce battle against the malevolent beings. They were encircled by 3 foes at the 9th level of the transformation realm, led by one of exceptional prowess at the peak of that realm. Boom! 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 The battle was incredibly intense, with waves of energy erupting in the open ground. The earth was marred by deep craters, resembling a web of cracks sprawling everywhere. Under the siege of Qin Zening and her companions, the 3 malevolent beings gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, retreating repeatedly. These detestable humans. The leader of the malevolent beings glared with fury, his gaze locking onto Qin Zening. This girl is the weakest among them. I shall eliminate her first. Among the group, only Qin Zening was at the mid-stage of the 8th level of the transformation realm, making her the most vulnerable. He would take her down first to create an opening. Boom! The other 2 malevolent beings joined forces, enduring injuries to withstand all attacks directed at them. The leader charged towards Qin Zening. Be careful! The others gasped in shock, realizing the cunning of these malevolent beings, and shouted out in alarm. The most formidable of the malevolent spirits, despite having endured a prolonged battle that had diminished its state, was still comparable to an early-stage practitioner of the 9th layer of the transformation realm. However, it remained a notch above Qin Zening, leading them to believe that in a one-on-one confrontation, she would not stand a chance against this fiend. Though not from the same dynasty, they had united to hunt down beasts together, and if Qin Zening were to fall, it would only reflect their incompetence. At that moment, Qin Zening had not anticipated the cunning of this malevolent spirit, which had allowed its companion to bear the brunt of the attacks from others, only to turn and strike at her. Nevertheless, after years of tempering, her mental fortitude had matured rapidly, enabling her to regain her composure swiftly. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng grasped her sword, unleashing an astonishing sword intent that surged forth from her being like a torrential river. The display was nothing short of breathtaking. In an instant, the ground around her became riddled with countless sword marks. Just then, the malevolent spirit lunged at her. "Great river sword intent," Qin Feng cried out, her long sword slicing through the air with ferocity. This was her ultimate trump card, one she would not deploy lightly unless absolutely necessary. However, the peril was too great now, and she held nothing back. In a heartbeat, the torrent of sword intent swept toward the approaching fiend. The leader of the malevolent spirits, dismissive and mocking, thought it absurd that a mere practitioner of the 8th layer of the transformation realm would dare to impede him. Armed with a demonic artifact, he intended to cleave through the oncoming torrent of sword energy. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The great river sword intent unleashed by Qin Feng was overwhelmingly powerful. The leader realized that rather than cleaving through it, he could hardly withstand its might. In an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage. The sword intent, akin to a raging river, surged over him, and he let out a wretched scream, as if pierced by 1,000 blades. Ultimately, the leader of the malevolent spirits emitted a final agonized cry, unable to bear the force of the torrent. His form shattering into wisps of demonic energy, dissipating into the ether. This spectacle left many princes and princesses, as well as the remaining 2 malevolent spirits, utterly astounded. What manner of sword technique was this? It was terrifying beyond measure. Even from a distance, they had sensed the looming threat. As Qin Feng, having nearly exhausted her spiritual energy, leaned on her sword to steady herself. The princes and princesses from the other 2 dynasties snapped out of their shock and swiftly united to vanquish the remaining 2 malevolent spirits. "Zenin, the sword technique you just employed, how have we never seen it before, and yet it is so powerful?" inquired the 3rd princess of the Tai Xian dynasty. Her curiosity piqued, as she had never witnessed a practitioner from the Xia dynasty wield such a formidable skill. The other individuals exhibited expressions of confusion. It was not an extraordinarily powerful sword technique. Rather, it was something I had comprehended on my own. As Qin Feng spoke, she consumed a spirit-replenishing pill. Upon hearing her words, the others exchanged glances. Could one truly comprehend sword techniques independently? Was this the legendary, unparalleled sword physique? The aptitude for swordsmanship was indeed astonishing. Just then, the 10th prince of the Tai Xian Empire, Ling Xiao, suddenly called out coldly, directing his gaze toward the dense forest not far away, where a figure was approaching. The group immediately adopted a vigilant demeanor. "Pardon my intrusion. I hope I am not disturbing your hunt for the wicked." A captivating figure emerged before them. Lu Meyer, the prodigy of the Cold Moon sect. "Meyer, why are you alone?" Upon seeing Lu Meyer, Ling Xiao's wariness transformed into a smile, and he inquired with curiosity. The others also relaxed somewhat. Although the relationships among the various empires and sects were generally fraught, the Cold Moon sect was an exception. This sect strictly instructed its disciples to avoid conflicts with any other forces and only accepted female disciples, many of whom married into various royal families and sections. They were well connected, to say the least. Lu Meyer's sister had even wed into the Xia royal family. Lu Meyer herself had an excellent reputation, known for her benevolence and kindness, embodying a refreshing presence among the younger generation in the cultivation world. "I happened to be searching for assistance and heard the sounds of a battle here, so I came over," Lu Meyer said with a light laugh. "You all are truly impressive. You effortlessly dispatched such formidable wicked beings. You truly deserve to be called the prodigies of the great empires." "You flatter us, Meyer," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. "You mentioned needing help. Is there something amiss? I discovered a divine spirit stone mine in a valley deep within the mountains, but it is infested with wicked beings. Though they are not particularly strong, there are many of them, and I cannot handle it alone," Lu Meyer said, her expression filled with helplessness. "Thus, I wish to request assistance. A divine spirit stone mine." Upon hearing this, the group gasped in astonishment. Compared to ordinary spirit stones, divine spirit stones contain not only an immense amount of spiritual energy, but also an unparalleled purity. When absorbed, they can be transformed into cultivation without the need for refinement. In the Kanglan domain, spirit stone mines existed, albeit in limited quantities. Divine spirit stone mines were virtually non-existent, with only a few divine spirit stones having been traded from other realms. They had not anticipated that Lou Meyer had discovered a divine spirit stone mine. Indeed, Lou Meyer nodded slowly. Are you interested in accompanying me to the valley deep within the mountains? We can share all the divine spirit stones equally. Surely, Meyer, you cannot be mistaken. How could there be a divine spirit stone mine here? Ling Xiao replied skeptically. In the past, the powerful figures from the major empires sealed those weaker, wicked beings within these mountains. If there were a divine spirit stone mine, how could they have possibly overlooked it? Why would I deceive you? Lou Meyer responded, producing a spirit stone. Look for yourselves. Ling Xiao took the divine spirit stone and examined it with the people beside him, only to be astounded by the realization that it was indeed the divine spirit stone. The aura contained within was immensely lush and pure, incomparable to that of ordinary spirit stones. How about now? Do you believe? Lou Meyer asked with a smile. That divine spirit stone mine contains at least 1,000 stones of this size. The other two royal heirs could not help but gasp in astonishment. 1,000 stones. If they could carry them all away, it would significantly bolster the strength of their entire dynasty. Even if they could only take a portion, it would still be a considerable amount. We would never doubt what Miss Mayer has said, Ling Xiao affirmed, his eyes alight with excitement. The allure of the divine spirit stone was simply irresistible. Why did Sister Mayer think of venturing deep into the mountains alone? Qin Feng inquired at that moment. While she was somewhat familiar with Lou Meyer, her curiosity compelled her to voice her doubts. Upon hearing this, several others also cast puzzled glances toward Lou Meyer. Under normal circumstances, it was unwise for Lou Meyer to venture so deep into the mountains alone, where the number of malevolent spirits vastly exceeded that of the outer regions, posing great danger. Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, a flicker of panic crossed Lou Meyer's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Little girl, it's been 2 years, and your vigilance has certainly heightened to the point where you doubt your sister's words, she replied with a smile, gently teasing Qin Feng. A friend of mine was injured by a malevolent spirit after entering the mountains, and upon learning of this, I pursued that spirit to the deepest part of the mountains. Upon hearing her explanation, the others nodded in understanding, having no reason to doubt her. Although Qin Feng still harbored some uncertainties, she recognized that Lou Meyer's younger sister had married into the great Xia royal family, maintaining a relatively good relationship with her. Fearing that asking too many questions might imply distrust, she refrained from pressing further. Subsequently, the group set off together towards the valley. Chapter 30. The Prince's Reminder Before Long. They arrived at the entrance of the valley deep within the malevolent spirit mountains. Within this valley lies a divine spirit stone mine, Lou Meyer informed the group. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the valley before them. They could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within the valley was far denser than that of the outside world, at least several times more potent. Furthermore, the purity of this energy closely resembled that of the divine spirit stone Lou Meyer had just presented. Let us hurry inside, Ling Xiao, filled with urgency, urged. Hurry and take away those divine stones before others discover this place. The longer we linger, the more perilous it becomes. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, a slightly hoarse voice unexpectedly echoed. This valley is a trap. It harbors a malevolent spirit of the Purple Mansion realm. It would be prudent for you not to enter. Upon hearing this voice, Ling Xiao and his companions were taken aback, realizing they had overlooked the presence of another. Hastily, they turned towards the source of sound. There, in the left rear, sat a figure cloaked in black, seemingly meditating on a massive stone. Though appearing to be merely in contemplation, he appeared to meld seamlessly with the surrounding environment, indicating he had been there long before their arrival. How had they failed to notice him earlier? Ling Xiao was astounded. They had all been so cautious yet had not detected the presence of another individual. A trap within this valley? A malevolent spirit of the Purple Mansion realm? Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. She felt that the voice of Qin Feng sounded somewhat familiar, but due to his deliberate hoarseness, she did not recognize him and thus paid little heed. Her primary concern was the purported malevolent spirit within. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. His reason for speaking up was, of course, because Qin Zining was part of their group. Upon arriving, Qin Feng had employed his divine eye to discern the presence of a formidable malevolent spirit within the valley. This spirit exceeded the limits of the formation, having reached the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Although it posed no threat to Qin Feng, he noted that the spirit was concealing its aura with a magical formation. Concerned there might be other lethal formations inside, he refrained from entering directly, opting instead to observe from the outside with his divine eye, searching for any lethal arrays. Nonsense. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Meyer's expression shifted. She first scolded him and then retorted, "When I entered, there were only a few malevolent spirits at the 7th or 8th level of the transformation realm, albeit in large numbers, which is why I sought your assistance. There are no powerful malevolent spirits here. Furthermore," she continued, "the entire mountain range of malevolent spirits is bound by formations. How could any spirit possibly grow to the Purple Mansion realm, transcending the constraints of the formations?" Her assertions resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning compelling and no longer believing Qin Feng. Given the restrictions of the formations, it was indeed implausible for the malevolent spirits within this mountain range to exceed the transformation realm, let alone achieve the Purple Mansion realm. Such notions were mere fantasies. Moreover, if there truly were a malevolent spirit of the Purple Mansion realm, how had this cloaked figure not been slain upon discovery? Surely, his cultivation could not surpass that of the malevolent spirit. It was absurd to think he could detect the spirit while remaining undetected himself. It was even more ludicrous. The mountain's formations not only restricted the malevolent spirits, but also imposed limitations on the cultivators entering the area, with the threshold for entry being the peak of the 9th level of the transformation realm. I suspect this mysterious figure is not to be trusted. He has likely discovered the divine stone mine within, but his companions have not yet arrived, prompting him to deceive us. Ling Xiao said, "Do not concern yourself with him. Let us hasten into the valley and retrieve the divine stones." With that, he prepared to enter the gorge. Qin Ziling wished to inquire further, but suddenly recalled her uncle's admonition before her departure from the palace, instructing her not to trust the words of strangers. Thus, she refrained from asking any more questions and followed the others into the valley. Qin Feng observed the scene, shaking his head in resignation. From the shift in Qin Ziling's gaze, he could easily surmise her thoughts. This young lady, remembering only to distrust strangers, failed to extend that caution to acquaintances. Nevertheless, Qin Feng did not intervene forcefully. He believed it beneficial for Qin Ziling to undergo more experiences, so that in the future, even when confronted with familiar faces, she would maintain sufficient vigilance. Employing his divine eyes, he continued to observe for a moment, and, upon confirming the absence of lethal formations within the valley, he rose and proceeded into the depths of the gorge. The group followed Lu Meyer, delving deeper into the valley. However, there was no trace of the divine stone mine. "Miss Meyer, where's the divine stone mine?" Ling Xiao queried, perplexed. Lu Meyer, however, paid him no mind and instead strode purposefully to a stone wall. Kneeling on one knee, "Lord Tu Ming, I have brought the princes and princesses of the great dynasties you requested," she stated humbly. At that moment, an enormous amount of demonic energy began to seep from the seemingly ordinary stone wall. This energy swiftly coalesced, forming a sinister figure over 10 feet tall. Very well done. With the remains of these individuals as materials, I shall forge a new body and escape this mountain. The evil spirit laughed, eyeing Qin Ziling and the others. This formation, sealing the entire mountain, was laid by the powerful of the great dynasties. Although it has weakened considerably over the years, I still cannot break through. Only by utilizing the remains of the royal descendants can I create a new body to deceive this sealing formation and flee, it continued. "Thank you for your praise, Lord Tu Ming," Lu Meyer replied respectfully. At that moment, Tu Ming snapped his fingers, injecting a wisp of demonic energy into Lu Meyer. Instantly, her aura surged, reaching the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm. "This is your reward. When I leave this demonic mountain, and take command of the Kanglan domain. Your Hanyu sect shall be the foremost contributor." Caught off guard by her sudden advancement, Lu Meier appeared slightly pale, yet she was filled with excitement and gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reward, Lord Tuming." This scene left Ling Xiao and the others utterly astonished. "Liu Meier, have you sworn allegiance to the demon?" Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock. The others echoed similar disbelief, unable to reconcile the kind-hearted and benevolent Lu Meier with her apparent allegiance to the malevolent spirit. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that the entire Cold Moon sect had fallen under the sway of the malevolent forces. Why could they not remain loyal? Lu Meier merely scoffed, declaring, "My Cold Moon sect harbors no animosity towards the demon clan. The great war of sealing demons, which transpired millennia ago, was solely a conflict between the major dynasties and the demon clan. At that time, our sect was not yet powerful enough to play a significant role. Subsequently, the sealing of those formidable and indestructible fiends was beyond the capabilities of all sects, leaving it to the major dynasties to undertake. Thus, only the individuals from the major dynasties are acutely aware of how terrifying and cruel the demons are towards humanity. However, those sects mistakenly believe these are merely rumors propagated by the major dynasties to maintain their rule. All along, they have not harbored any substantial malice towards the demons. The Cold Moon sect had long established a partnership with Tu Ming, providing the materials for the concealed cultivation array. In return, Tu Ming would assist the disciples of the Cold Moon sect in enhancing their cultivation, significantly bolstering the sect's strength. Chapter 31. Lu Meier's cruel scheme, you wretched fiend. Ling Zhao's face turned ashen, unable to fathom being so thoroughly deceived by Lu Meier, his anger boiling over. At that moment, he regretted not heeding the words of the mysterious figure outside. "Lu Meier, on our way here, we encountered other cultivators. If we were to perish here, leaving you as the sole survivor, the first to be suspected by the major dynasties would undoubtedly be you." A princess from the De Yin dynasty exclaimed. The others also cast cold, accusatory glances at Lu Meier. "Rest assured, the major dynasties will not suspect me." Lu Meier chuckled, her pride evident. "Before entering the mountains, I deliberately provoked Qin Feng into making remarks that were clearly directed at Qin Xiling. As long as you and Qin Feng cannot escape these mountains, he will serve as the scapegoat aligned with the demon clan. Perhaps this will even ignite a war between the major dynasties and the Jinyang sect, hastening the rise of my Cold Moon sect." She had already sent a fellow disciple to approach Qin Feng and poison him, ensuring that he and his companions would never leave the mountains alive. After all, the dead cannot defend themselves. What a wicked scheme. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Lu Meier's words. Her allegiance to the demons was shocking enough, but her heartlessness surpassed all expectations. Great River sword intent. At that moment, only Qin Xiling refrained from cursing Lu Meier, instead seeking an opportunity. She unleashed her most formidable sword technique in an instant. The powerful sword intent surged forth like a mighty river, rushing towards Tu Ming. Attempting to ambush me? Foolish. Tu Ming, unfazed, waved his sleeve, and a torrent of demonic energy clashed with the rushing sword intent. A violent surge of energy erupted, sending Qin Xiling and her companions flying, landing 100 feet away. This was precisely Qin Zining's intention. After landing, she soared directly towards the valley's edge, exclaiming, "His concealment array can surely only encompass the valley. If we escape, he would undoubtedly dare not pursue us. Otherwise, he would be annihilated by the entire array of the evil demon mountain." This was the result of her rational deduction. Otherwise, Lu Meier had no reason to deceive them into this valley. The others, upon hearing this, were instantly enlightened and hastened to unleash their utmost speed toward the valley's exit. "Ha! You are indeed clever. My array can indeed only cover the valley's confines." Tu Ming laughed heartily, adding, "Unfortunately, you have overestimated yourselves. It is impossible for you to escape the valley." With a grand flourish of his sleeve, demonic energy surged within the valley. The swirling dark energy swept toward Qin Zining and the others like a tempest. Those who had almost reached the valley's mouth were all swept back by this frenzied demonic force, crashing down before the malevolent figure. One by one, they fell, utterly disheveled, having already fallen into Lord Tu Ming's grasp. Do you still harbor thoughts of escape? Do not delude yourselves, Lu Meyer said coldly. In this mountain, I am an invincible entity. Even the mightiest of deities could not save you today, Tu Ming proclaimed with unbridled arrogance. He intended to drain the essence from Qin Zining and her companions, leaving only dried husks to serve as components for his array. Seeing this, despair washed over Qin Zining and her companions. Their protector was outside the mountain, and no one could come to their aid. They feared they truly would meet their demise here. However, at that moment, a calm voice resonated within the valley. Are you certain you are invincible here? Who? Tu Ming's expression changed, and he bellowed. Following the sound, he saw a figure draped in a black robe, approaching with measured steps. It's him, Lu Meyer exclaimed upon recognizing the robed Qin Feng. She quickly informed Tu Ming. This individual knows you possess the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm. He even warned us against entering the valley earlier. Oh, Tu Ming murmured, pondering, could it be that my concealment array has a flaw, revealing a trace of formidable pressure? Although it went unnoticed by the array sealing the mountain, this person detected it. He was convinced of this, for under normal circumstances, no one should be able to discern his true cultivation level. He then turned his gaze to Qin Feng, asking, how did you come to know of my Purple Mansion cultivation, yet still dare to enter? His curiosity lay in this question, speculating whether Qin Feng sought to pledge allegiance to him. Naturally, I intend to kill you, Qin Feng replied with indifference. Though your cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, even if you escape the mountain, you pose no threat. Since I am here, I might as well eliminate you. At these words, Tu Ming's expression darkened considerably. He had initially thought Qin Feng came to pledge loyalty, but was taken aback to hear that Qin Feng intended to kill him. Such audacity was utterly astounding. Tu Ming exclaimed furiously, who do you think you are? A formidable figure from the Purple Mansion realm? You dare to threaten my life? Such a notion is utterly absurd. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the formation that surrounded the mountains. The reason he could conceal his cultivation from this formation was due to the peculiar nature of the demonic array and his prior expertise as a powerful formation master. Given his understanding of the current Kingland domain, he knew that not a single formation master within it could inscribe such a formation, capable of cloaking their cultivation as they entered these mountains. There was no room for disbelief. As Qin Feng spoke, he drew a long sword from his storage ring. Ordinarily, if he wished to eliminate Tu Ming, he wouldn't even need to unsheath his sword. A mere flash of sword energy would suffice. However, the oppressive nature of the array within the Evil Demon Mountains significantly restrained him, limiting him to the pinnacle of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, for precautionary measures, he wielded a long sword from his ring. This sword was rather unremarkable, merely a second-tier longsword, but it sufficed as a medium. Cease your pretense and perish. Tu Ming scoffed. In uttering these words, he formed a demonic talisman with his hands and directed it towards Qin Feng to suppress him. The talisman bore an extraordinarily eerie design, composed of formidable demonic energy, radiating an overwhelming aura, and in an instant, it was before Qin Feng, aiming to annihilate him. The terrifying talisman startled Qin Zining and the others, as they truly witnessed the might of a cultivator from the Purple Mansion realm. They felt utterly powerless to resist, casting worried glances at Qin Feng, convinced he stood no chance against Tu Ming. Yet, at that moment, Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor. The long sword in his hand erupted with astonishing fiery sword intent, its crimson blade radiant beyond measure. Boom! With a single swing, Qin Feng cleaved through the approaching demonic talisman, reducing it to mere fragments that scattered into the void. Chapter 32. Annihilating Tu Ming. How is this possible? My talisman can effortlessly suppress even a ninth-layer cultivator of the Wheel Sea realm, yet you shattered it with such ease. Tu Ming was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. He had sensed something unusual about Qin Feng and had deliberately conjured a talisman, believing he had sufficiently acknowledged Qin Feng's capabilities. Little did he expect that Qin Feng's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. In this world, nothing is impossible, Qin Feng remarked coolly. As he spoke, his figure surged forward, actively charging at Tu Ming. His speed was blinding, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Tu Ming, the long sword in his hand resembling flames that blazed fiercely. This is bad. Tu Ming finally sensed the true magnitude of Qin Feng's power at such a close distance, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Hastily, he gathered a torrent of spiritual energy before him, forming a black barrier in a desperate attempt to block Qin Feng's strike. Alas, despite Qin Feng's cultivation being suppressed to the pinnacle of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm, he still surpassed Tu Ming. With a single stroke of his sword, he shattered Tu Ming's barrier to smithereens. Tu Ming was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground a distance away, creating a substantial crater upon impact. A massive sword wound marred his chest. However, having long abandoned his corporeal form, he did not bleed. Yet the scar remained a terrifying sight. The pinnacle of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. How could your cultivation possibly reach such heights? Tu Ming stared at Qin Feng, disbelief etched across his face. This is impossible. This mountain range is fortified with arrays that even practitioners of the Wheel Sea realm cannot penetrate. How can someone at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm be here? Not only he, but all present were equally astounded by Qin Feng's astonishing cultivation. As royal members, they were well aware of the formidable power of the barrier surrounding the mountains and could not fathom how Qin Feng had breached it. Nonetheless, this revelation was ultimately a source of delight for them. Amidst their astonishment, they silently cheered for Qin Feng. "You are not worthy of knowing this," Qin Feng coldly replied, regarding the shocked Tu Ming. Naturally, he would not divulge the secret of his primordial chaotic sword body to this fiend. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand surged with fiery red sword intent, blazing like an inferno. "Foolish human, do you truly believe that being stronger than me in cultivation grants you the power to slay me? Tu Ming retorted ominously. This valley is filled with the demonic arrays I have laid out. The demonic energy within can replenish me at any moment. Even if I have to drag this out, I will exhaust you to death." As he spoke, the demonic energy from the heavens surged toward him. In an instant, that energy mended the grievous sword wound inflicted by Qin Feng's blade, restoring him to his peak condition. "It seems I have underestimated the array you set up," Qin Feng murmured to himself. He had merely used his divine eye to survey the area, finding no lethal arrays before entering. Unaware that this array could provide Tu Ming with an endless supply of demonic energy to heal his wounds. "Huh, are you frightened now? Alas, it is too late." Tu Ming laughed heartily, declaring, "Today, I will not allow you to leave. You shall willingly become my blood feast." His eyes brimmed with greed and excitement. A human blood feast at the Purple Mansion level would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation significantly. He would not let this opportunity slip away. "Fear? You are not in a position to invoke fear in me," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Since you are wounded and the demonic array can endlessly replenish you, I shall simply sever you with a single stroke, scattering your soul to the ether." He had initially no intention of employing sword techniques, believing them unnecessary, as Tu Ming could not withstand even his ordinary strikes. However, now that Tu Ming could recover infinitely, he was willing to wield his sword and eliminate Tu Ming in an instant. "Huh, we are both at the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Even if you have reached the pinnacle, the disparity is limited. I may be injured, but I am absolutely not vulnerable to being killed in one blow." Tu Ming looked boisterously. "I cannot possibly believe that you, Qin Feng, could achieve such a feat. Only those who have attained the second level of the Purple Mansion realm possess the capability to annihilate him instantly. Is that so? Then behold, for I shall unleash my sword, known as the Desolation's cataclysmic divine slash." As the words left his lips, the fiery red essence of a long sword in Qin Feng's grasp gradually dissipated, replaced by a resplendent golden glow emanating from a blade. Golden inscriptions, arranged in a circular manner, swirled around the hilt, exuding an aura of ancient swordsmanship. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng swung his sword, releasing a golden blade of light several yards long, intertwined with numerous inscriptions, surging directly towards Tu Ming. The ground beneath was marred with deep gashes. An awe-inspiring and terrifying spectacle. Upon witnessing this sword light, Tu Ming was finally gripped by fear, sensing the swift approach of death. This strike was beyond terrifying. In a frenzy, he hastily gathered the demonic energy from the valley, coalescing it into a pitch-black barrier in an attempt to thwart the impending blow. In an instant, the sword struck the barrier, resulting in a violent eruption of spiritual energy. The golden blade and the black demonic aura filled the entire valley. Even Qin Zining and Ling Xiao, having retreated to a considerable distance, hastily summoned their spiritual energy to shield themselves from the overwhelming waves of energy. However, in mere moments, the black barrier that Tu Ming had conjured shattered, leaving him to confront the astonishing sword light head-on. How could this be? You are clearly at the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. How can you unleash such a fearsome strike? Tu Ming let out a desperate howl. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng possessed the ancient chaotic sword body. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, his actual combat prowess far exceeded that. As his words faded, the incredible sword light struck him, causing his form to explode violently. With a resounding crash, Tu Ming was obliterated. Despite the numerous formations scattered throughout the valley that could replenish his demonic energy at will, they proved futile in the face of such power. After Tu Ming's demise, silence enveloped the valley. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao, witnessing the unfolding events, felt as though they were trapped in a dream. In a mere span of one day, they experienced both immense joy and profound sorrow, a significant shock for their youthful hearts. While Qin Zining and Ling Xiao remained momentarily dazed, Qin Feng had already stepped forward, standing before Lu Meyer. "Please do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life." Lu Meyer, shaken and disheartened by Tu Ming's failure, retreated in terror. "I am human. I am not a demon. As long as you do not kill me, I will comply with any demands you have. I would even become your slave, enduring your whims, just to survive." Her fear of death was palpable. "You hold no value to me," Qin Feng replied coolly. With that, he extended a finger, unleashing a beam of sword light towards Lu Meyer. Chapter 33. A familiar voice? With a piercing sound, the sword light pierced Lu Meyer's body, rendering her eyes vacant and devoid of life as she collapsed heavily to the ground. Before her demise, disbelief filled her eyes. She never anticipated that Qin Feng would so decisively end her life, devoid of any mercy. Her beauty, it seemed, could not save her. With a dull thud, Lu Meyer's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Qin Zining and the others, still in shock, finally regained their senses. "Thank you for your rescue, esteemed senior." The crowd expressed their gratitude towards Qin Feng, their eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation. Faced with the formidable Tu Ming, they had felt hopeless, convinced that death awaited them, only to be unexpectedly saved by Qin Feng's effortless prowess. "Do not mention it. Your survival today is merely a stroke of fortune," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Had they not been part of the same team as Qin Zining, their fates would have remained uncertain. Ling Xiao and the others bore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's words. "Quickly leave. I have matters to attend to here and prefer not to be disturbed," Qin Feng stated calmly, intending to harness the demonic energy present to enhance the Buddhist Pure Land. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others nodded in agreement. "Senior, have we met before? Your voice sounds somewhat familiar." At that moment, Qin Zining inquired. She felt an inkling that this voice was reminiscent of something, yet upon reflection, it did not align with anyone she had previously known. "Perhaps," Qin Feng replied indifferently. Qin Zining wished to speak further, but the seventh princess of the great Yan Empire beside her tugged at her, already leading her out of the valley. Ling Xiao and the others also departed in unison. "Sister Zining, who would have thought? You typically present yourself as aloof, rebuffing the advances of your peers. Yet here you are, so proactive in front of this martial arts elder." The seventh princess jested as they exited the valley. "Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand," Qin Zining responded, perplexed. Still pretending, the seventh princess seemed to see through her, laughing as she remarked, "You just mentioned that senior's voice sounded familiar, didn't you? You wish to find a reason to approach him, don't you?" Alas, such powerful individuals seek companions based on more than mere appearance. To them, we are but children, hardly worthy of their attention. The other princesses joined in, teasing Qin Feng, perceiving her as cold on the outside, yet passionate within. "What are you all saying? I'm serious. I genuinely believe that senior's voice is familiar," Qin Feng insisted, her face flushing with embarrassment in response to their playful banter. However, her words only elicited further teasing and skepticism from the other princesses. That senior just wielded the sword intent of fire. If all goes according to plan, he is the mysterious figure who killed the Qin Feng of the southern barbarian tribe, and he is certainly not from your great Xia Empire. How could you possibly feel familiar with him? Indeed, at most, you might have encountered that senior unknowingly. It's unlikely you've met him a second time. How can you claim his voice is familiar? No one believed what Qin Feng had to say. They all assumed that her admiration for that esteemed individual had led her to develop unusual sentiments, prompting her to claim that the voice was familiar in an attempt to draw closer to him. As I listened to their speculations, uncertainty began to gnaw at Qin Feng's heart. Could it be that the voice she recognized was merely a figment of her imagination, a distortion brought on by her earlier shock? In the midst of her doubts, she joined the others, heading towards the valley's exit. Within the valley, after the crowd departed, Qin Feng began to survey his surroundings. The demonic energy here was abundant, ideally suited to enhance the sanctity of the Buddhist realm. With this thought in mind, he ceased to hesitate and seated himself upon the ground. A radiant golden light emanated from his being, as a divine aura radiated outward from Qin Feng, enveloping a radius of approximately 10 zhang. Within this area, not only was there the sacred light of the Buddha, but also a myriad of Buddhist scriptures floated in the air, completely incongruous with the sinister ambience surrounding it. As Qin Feng continued his cultivation, the demonic energy from the surrounding environment surged toward him, creating an astonishing spectacle. From above, one could observe that the demonic energy within the valley had nearly formed a colossal vortex, with Qin Feng positioned at its center, as if he were a great demon engaged in cultivation. As he absorbed the swirling demonic energy, the scope of the Buddhist realm gradually expanded, albeit at a slow pace. Fortunately, the abundance of demonic energy here was more than sufficient. At the entrance of the evil demon mountains, several cultivators who had discovered satisfactory treasures began to emerge. On a distant peak, two figures stood in contemplation. It had been quite some time. Surely Mayer's plan had come to fruition by now, murmured the third elder of the Cold Moon sect. Calculating the time, it seemed appropriate. Mayer, at such a tender age, has already broken through to the Wheel Sea realm. Her future is undoubtedly boundless, remarked Mayer's protector. Though receiving forceful enhancements from the evil demon may greatly affect her future breakthroughs, if Mayer and her companions were to fully succumb to the allure of darkness, becoming part of the demonic race, such impacts would naturally dissipate. The demonic race can directly absorb others' cultivation without hindrance to their own advancement. Thus, being forcibly elevated by other demons poses no concern. It is not only Mayer. Once Lord Tu Ming emerges, our entire Cold Moon sect shall rise in prominence. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect declared, his eyes brimming with excitement. Mayer's protector likewise wore an expression of hopeful anticipation, as though she could already envision the Cold Moon sect ascending to become the foremost power in the Kanglan region, with various dynasties and sects bowing in submission. Yet, at that moment, the appearance of several figures captured their attention. Qin Feng and Ling Xiao had exited the secret realm. Ling Xiao, how is it that you emerged so swiftly? An elderly man suddenly emerged from the shadows, wearing a perplexed expression. He was, of course, the protector of Ling Xiao. The secret realm had been open for a day and a night, and he could not comprehend why Ling Xiao had exited so swiftly, instead of continuing his quest for treasures within. Just as the protector of Ling Xiao gasped in astonishment, several other figures also appeared at the exit of the secret realm, namely, the protectors of Qin Feng and her companions, who were equally bewildered and inquired about the situation. Qin Feng and Ling Xiao were entirely unaware that they had been shielded by protectors during their trials, upon seeing the sudden appearance of their royal guardians. They were momentarily taken aback. However, after listening to the explanations from these protectors, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao quickly understood why the royal family had dispatched such formidable figures to guard them in secret. After all, while their training was of utmost importance to the royal family, so too was their safety. Thus, having powerful protectors covertly safeguarding them during their trials was indeed the wisest course of action. Chapter 34. Sign in at the Evil Demon Mountain Range. Why are they all out? Shouldn't they have already been vanquished by Lord Tuming? Upon seeing Qin Zining and the others, the third elder of the Cold Moon sect and the protector of Lu Mei were both filled with astonishment. According to Lu Mei's scheme, Qin Zining and her companions should have long been lured into the valley and should not be present here. The two exchanged glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. A sense of unease began to creep into their hearts. Could it be that Lu Mei's plan had been exposed? If that were the case, they needed to leave quickly and inform their sect. The plan should not have been exposed, the third elder of the Cold Moon sect asserted. Give me Kleffernish. Even if the lure was unsuccessful, it wouldn't necessarily mean the plan was compromised. The reason these princes and princesses emerged together must be due to some unforeseen mishap during their training. Lu Mei's protector nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Finding the reasoning plausible, they decided to remain and wait to hear what Lu Mei would say upon her emergence. Meanwhile, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao had been led to an uninhabited thicket, where they began recounting the events that transpired in the valley to their protectors. Throughout the entire narration, the expressions of these protectors were nothing short of riveting. The Cold Moon sect had actually allied with the evil demons. Furthermore, within the valley, the cultivation of that demon had already surpassed the constraints of the mountain range's defensive array, reaching the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Ling Xiao's protector was utterly astounded. This revelation was profoundly shocking. In contrast to other sects that frequently exhibited discontent towards various imperial dynasties, the Cold Moon sect had always been rather gentle and seemingly harmless, adept at navigating through different factions. He found it difficult to believe that the Cold Moon sect would conspire with evil demons. We were equally astonished when we witnessed Lu Mei bowing before the demons. But the reality is as such, remarked the seventh princess of the Dian Empire slowly. The numerous protectors present exchanged glances, utterly overwhelmed by the revelation. How did you manage to escape? Inquired the veiled protector who had been covertly shielding Qin Zining, unable to contain his curiosity. Logically, the existence of malevolent entities within the realm of Zifu should render it impossible for Qin Zining and her companions, possessing merely the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, to escape unscathed. A mysterious and formidable figure, however, intervened to rescue us. Subsequently, Qin Zining recounted the events that transpired to the royal patron. The already astonished guardians of the path were rendered even more bewildered. The essence of the fire sword must belong to the enigmatic individual who eliminated Xuanhuan. How could he possess the means to bypass the formidable array of the Demon Mountain and infiltrate its depths? What manner of being is he? The dark-robed patron's eyes were filled with incredulity. The other guardians, upon hearing this, could only manage wry smiles, utterly perplexed by the emergence of such a powerful entity. It was likely that this mysterious individual had acquired the legacy of a fallen powerhouse from the era of the Demon Suppression War, speculated the guardian of Ling Xiao. Countless strong beings perished during the Demon Suppression War, their remains scattered throughout the vast expanse of the Kanglan domain. While many of these slain had their treasures and techniques plundered by the demons, with even their corpses devoured, there were also those who, after vanquishing demons at great cost, succumbed to their injuries while seeking refuge to recuperate. The legacies of such entities were typically preserved intact. Although such locations were challenging to locate, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that someone might possess the fortune to inherit these legacies. Given the current state of decline in martial arts within the Kanglan domain, it was improbable for a Zifu realm cultivator, let alone one capable of entering the Demon Mountain, to emerge under normal circumstances. The dark-robed patron spoke slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Had it not been for that mysterious individual rescuing Qin Zining, Not only would the repercussions for the Daxia dynasty be monumental, but as a guardian of the path, he too would be held culpable. The other guardians nodded in agreement with this hypothesis. Following this, the group began to deliberate on how to locate the guardian of Lumire. All were of the same cultivation level, and their numerical superiority would ensure success in their search nearby. Once they apprehended Lumire's guardian, it would be imperative for all the dynasties to interrogate him jointly to uncover the specifics of the collusion between the Xuanhuan sect and the demons, proposed one among them. The others concurred, agreeing that this was the most equitable approach. They were not concerned about obtaining information, as the torture methods employed by the various dynasties' criminal departments and the Imperial Guard were notorious. After their discussions, the guardians of Qin Feng commenced the search for the whereabouts of Lumire's guardian. Although the third elder of the Xuanhuan sect and Lumire's guardian endeavored to conceal their presence, they were soon exposed under the scrutiny of so many powerful beings. The two of them awaited Lumire's return to inquire about the events that had transpired. Upon seeing such a multitude of strong figures swiftly encircle them, their faces turned ashen, and they finally comprehended that not only had Lumire's deception failed, but her plans had also been compromised. How could this be? With Mire's intelligence, even in the event of a failed deception, it should not have led to the exposure of her plans. Lumire's guardian exclaimed in bewildered anger. No matter how hard she tried, she could not comprehend that Lumire's failure was destined the moment she sensed the unusual fluctuations within the demonic array of the evil demon mountain range. Had they chosen to retreat at that moment, perhaps a favorable outcome could have been attained, but their carelessness led to their downfall. For an entire month, Qin Feng remained seated in the valley, utterly motionless, absorbed in meditative practice to harness the demonic energy. The once tumultuous vortex of dark mist within the valley had now become nearly transparent, significantly diminished in volume. The radius of his Buddhist Pure Land had expanded to 30 yards. During this time, not only was demonic energy drawn in, but many malevolent entities, sensing the anomaly, also ventured forth to investigate, only to be absorbed and transformed into beams of Buddhist light. The density of demonic energy was no longer as potent as before. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and murmured. Although a plethora of demonic energy still lingered throughout the mountain range, it was scattered across various locations, rendering further absorption exceedingly slow. Well, it will have to suffice for now. Qin Feng gradually rose to his feet, murmuring, I shall enhance this Buddhist Pure Land when I next encounter demonic entities. With a flicker of his thoughts, the 30-yard radius of his Buddhist Pure Land dissipated. Subsequently, he summoned the system, stating, System, I wish to check in. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully checked in at the Evil Demon Mountain Range and received the reward. Moon rising over the sea, accompanied by the mechanical chime of the system. A scroll materialized within Qin Feng's system space. Moon rising over the sea? What could that be? Qin Feng pondered, his curiosity piqued. As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward the scroll, trying to recall any novels he had read that might mention such an item. The only connection he could make was a poem by Zhang Juling titled The Moon Rises Over the Sea. We share this moment across the horizon. With lingering curiosity, Qin Feng slowly unfurled the scroll. Chapter 35. Return to the Imperial City. As Qin Feng gradually opened the scroll, a breathtakingly beautiful painting emerged before him. Beneath the pitch-black night, a phantom stood, and behind it lay an extraordinarily unique scene. The azure sea rolled restlessly as a radiant moon, casting a pure white glow, slowly ascended, its silvery light dancing upon the waves like scattered moonlight upon the cerulean waters. The potency of this moon rising over the sea remained uncertain, but it promised to be quite impressive when employed. Qin Feng gazed at the unfurling painting, speaking to himself. Regarding this check-in reward, he felt a sense of contentment. After all, strength may be transient, but elegance and style endure a lifetime. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng chose to merge with this vision. In an instant, a wealth of intricate and profound information inundated his mind. The process was swift. However, while he had integrated the knowledge of moon rising over the sea, Mastering and utilizing it proficiently would require considerable practice. Having assimilated the essence of moon rising over the sea, Qin Feng departed from the valley. At that moment, the mountain range had been resealed by the array, yet for Qin Feng, exiting posed no challenge. As he arrived at the entrance of the mountains, mysterious and profound runes appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. The intricate patterns of the entire formation vividly manifested before him. Having signed in numerous ancient texts on formations, Qin Feng had long since become a true formation master. Gazing at these patterns, he effortlessly pinpointed several critical lines. With a swift motion of his finger, a faint glimmer of sword light surged forth, and he gently glided it along. One of the runes subsequently fractured. The previously sealed entrance now reopened. However, this was a carefully selected rune by Qin Feng. Even if it was broken, it would not impact the overarching formation of the mountains. With a soft crack, Qin Feng delicately shattered the sword light at his fingertip, causing streams of radiance to cascade onto the ground, gradually coalescing to mend the fractured rune. Simultaneously, he strode confidently outward. Just as Qin Feng exited the mountains, the rune completed its restoration, and the entrance closed once more. He soared in the direction of the great Xia dynasty. Upon returning to the royal mausoleum, as Qin Feng anticipated, no one noticed his prior departure. In the entire imperial city, there were likely no more than 5 individuals who still remembered him. After such a long detour, it was time for a well-deserved rest. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Sometimes, taking a stroll and wandering about leads one to realize that there is no place as comfortable as home. With a wave of his sleeve, the dust on the lounge chair dispersed with the breeze. He reclined once more into the chair. With a clang, Qin Feng retrieved a strand of sword qi from his spatial ring, wrapping it around his wrist like a bracelet, before gradually closing his eyes. The longevity scripture within him began to operate autonomously, assisting him in absorbing the sword qi, transforming it into spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. The mausoleum once again fell into tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the rustling sounds of foraging animals. Time flowed like water, and soon a year and a half had swiftly passed. One day at noon, it was once again the day for the imperial guards to deliver provisions. However, this time, it was Chu Xiong who came. He had not appeared for quite some time, which surprised Qin Feng slightly. "Your Highness, did I disturb your rest?" Chu Xiong, who was bringing in the provisions, saw Qin Feng still resting in the afternoon and assumed he had not slept well the previous night, so he intended not to intrude. To his surprise, despite his careful approach, he still roused Qin Feng. He couldn't help but reflect that after all these years of solitude, Qin Feng's heart had been affected, for otherwise he would not be so sensitive to disturbances. Fortunately, Qin Feng replied calmly, "Has your training at the academy concluded? It ended over a year ago. I was assigned to the military. I intended to visit your Highness, but my duties regarding the Cold Moon sect delayed me." Chu Xiong explained slowly. "Once I wrapped up matters concerning the Cold Moon sect, I came to see you at the first opportunity." As he spoke, he discreetly produced a storage bag, saying, "Your Highness, this contains delicious food I secretly brought for you. You can enjoy it when you have free time." "How thoughtful of you." Qin Feng smiled and accepted the storage bag. Though the culinary delights of this world may pale in comparison to his own creations, it is nonetheless a heartfelt gesture from Chu Xiong. "Your Highness, have you heard of the happenings concerning the Cold Moon sect?" Chu Xiong and Guit Mitsti Oli. "What events?" Qin Feng feigned ignorance. "Hee, I knew you and T heard yet. You might be astonished to learn that the kind-hearted Liu Meier has actually succumbed to demonic influence." Chu Xiong chuckled, then proceeded to recount the tale regarding the Cold Moon sect. He sensed that Qin Feng, having spent a considerable time in the imperial mausoleum, might find this story a welcome diversion. Qin Feng was already largely aware of the Cold Moon sect's dealings with dark forces. We did not know, however, was that the sect had been annihilated by several major empires in a joint effort, causing quite a stir in the Kanglan domain. The once prominent sects, now entangled in the fallout, faced significant reputational damage. This was indeed fortuitous news for the major empires. Nonetheless, despite his prior ignorance, Qin Feng had anticipated that the empires would undoubtedly eradicate the Cold Moon sect, which had always been a menace. As evening approached, Chu Xiong prepared to take his leave. Yet he seemed to grapple with unspoken words. What is it? Speak freely. Qin Feng observed his demeanor and encouraged him gently, unable to conceal his thoughts. Chu Xiong quickly revealed, I recently inquired about the northern demon cult Saints you rescued. Ever since her return to the wasteland, she has been in seclusion and has not shown herself. Qin Feng was labeled as colluding with the demon cult merely because he had inadvertently saved the Saintess, Huolinger, during his patrol in the north and allowed her to escape. Thus, Chu Xiong surmised that Qin Feng would be keen to learn more about her. Oh, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, exhibiting no interest in the Saintess from the northern demon cult. At this response, Chu Xiong was momentarily taken aback. The crown prince had seemingly forsaken his title for this woman, yet upon hearing this news, he displayed no reaction. Was it merely a fleeting encounter? Although numerous questions swirled in his mind, he refrained from probing further and took his leave. His duties stationed him at a military camp several dozen miles from the imperial city, tasked with its protection under stringent discipline, allowing him only this single day of respite. 3 days hence, Qin Zining also arrived. She had participated in the campaign against the Cold Moon sect, marking a unique opportunity for growth. After all, her previous training primarily involved slaying magical beasts, with little actual combat experience. This particular trial significantly contributed to her development. Uncle, hey. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Zining exclaimed joyfully. In his presence, she reverted to a childlike demeanor. Neither her father nor mother would approve of her appearance, certainly chiding her for lacking the poise befitting a princess. Back from your training? Qin Feng greeted her with a smile upon her arrival at the mausoleum. Yes. Qin Zining nodded and added, I have brought an abundance of ingredients for you, uncle. As she spoke, her large eyes blinked, their intent unmistakable. You truly are my beloved niece. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, while Chu Xiong, an outsider, knew to bring prepared delicacies. Qin Ziling had the audacity to present mere ingredients. During these years away, the dish I miss the most is that made by my royal uncle. Eating barbecued meat in the mountains every day is simply too monotonous. Qin Ziling pouted playfully. With her current cultivation level, she occasionally needed to eat to replenish her energy, particularly meals crafted from ingredients rich in spiritual essence, such as the flesh of magical beasts. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and then rose to prepare the meal for Qin Ziling. Meanwhile, she joyfully reclined in her chair, waiting for him to finish, behaving like a little empress. Chapter 36. The resurgence of the corpse transporting sect before long. The meal, infused with a generous amount of medicinal herbs, was ready and laid out on the stone table. A splendid array of over a dozen dishes awaited. Wow, it smells divine, Qin Ziling exclaimed, nearly drooling as she eagerly began to eat. Would you like some soup? Qin Feng inquired. No, I don't like soup, Qin Ziling replied, shaking her head. As she spoke, she retrieved a small jade bottle from her spatial ring, filled to the brim with sour plum juice. Observing this, Qin Feng dismissed the idea of preparing boiled water for the otherworldly flower and reclined back in his own chair. How was your experience in the trials? Qin Feng asked slowly, feigning ignorance of the events that had transpired during Qin Ziling's journey, akin to a concerned uncle inquiring about his niece's well-being. It was all right, Qin Ziling said, while continuing to eat. I encountered a bit of trouble while training in the evil demon mountains. Trouble? Were you besieged by demons? Qin Feng pretended to misunderstand. No. Qin Ziling shook her head and continued, it was more troublesome than that. In the ensuing moments, Qin Ziling recounted the events that had unfolded within the evil demon mountains to Qin Feng. Fortunately, I had the assistance of that mysterious sword master. Otherwise, I fear I would never have returned. Qin Ziling still felt a twinge of fear from the experience. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. You must remain vigilant in the future. Not only should you distrust strangers, but even those you are familiar with cannot be fully trusted. Human nature can be treacherous. His inquiry was a reminder for Qin Ziling regarding this important truth. Qin Ziling nodded solemnly, committing his words to memory. Had Qin Feng said this to her before, she might not have taken it seriously, but after her recent experience, it was a lesson she would remember for a lifetime. Regrettably, she lamented. She did not know the appearance of that mysterious master. I can't shake the feeling that his voice seems somewhat familiar. Yet no matter how many times I think about it, I cannot pinpoint a single voice that matches his entirely. I suspect he must be an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Qin Xiling expressed her disappointment. Qin Feng replied calmly, to possess such cultivation, he must be at least several centuries old. Not necessarily, Qin Xiling countered. When that mysterious master drew his sword, even though I could only see his silhouette, I could sense his extraordinary demeanor, as if a celestial swordsman had descended to earth, not resembling an elderly person at all. Qin Feng's expression momentarily froze. With a sigh of introspection, she pondered. Is this the intuition of a woman? By the way, does the mysterious strong man not find it surprising that he could enter the sealed mountains? Qin Xiling suddenly sensed something amiss and inquired with curiosity. Perhaps it is simply my own weakness, and that unparalleled powerhouse exists in a realm so distant from my own that I remain oblivious to it. Qin Feng replied after a brief contemplation. Qin Xiling nodded, feeling that the Summer Emperor was being excessively harsh on Qin Feng. It was one matter to have him guard the royal tomb, but to forbid him from cultivating was quite another. Your uncle cannot think in such a manner. Such a formidable individual undoubtedly has his own burdens, and is likely consumed by incessant training. Far from enjoying the leisure that your uncle does, she reassured Qin Feng. Perhaps he is currently troubled by the vast resources required for his advancement. That is a possibility, Qin Feng said with a smile and a nod. If only I could encounter that enigmatic figure again, I would express my gratitude and perhaps ascertain whether he is someone I have met before. Qin Xiling's delicate face was filled with a sense of wistfulness. There is no need for such despair. Perhaps fate will allow us another meeting. It was now Qin Feng's turn to console her. However, Qin Xiling shook her head, speaking bitterly. Such a powerful being may not emerge from seclusion for decades. And when he does, it is surely to traverse perilous lands. I have already been fortunate to encounter him once. What are the odds of a second meeting? At her words, Qin Feng merely chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. After finishing her meal, Qin Xiling helped Qin Feng wash the dishes and tidy up before taking her leave. In a mountain range along the borders of the Great Summer Dynasty, within the ruins of a once great sect known for its corpse-transporting practices, desolation reigned. The remnants of the sect lay in decay, and the unfinished corpses had been thoroughly incinerated. Even mercenaries hunting in the mountains typically steered clear of this place, fearing the omnipotent Jinui would mistake them for disciples of the corpse-transporting sect and subject them to interrogation. Over time, this desolate site became a haven for magical beasts. One tranquil morning, amidst the silence of the ruins, a sudden roar shattered the calm. A gigantic griffin, a high-tier magical beast on par with the pinnacle cultivator of the ninth heaven, was gripped by terror as it spread its immense wings to flee. Yet, a sinister melody resonated through the air. A figure, grotesque and decayed, advanced with eerie swiftness and seized the griffin's wing, yanking it down to the ground with immense force. With a painful cry, the griffin struggled, but was swiftly dealt with by the ancient corpse. Simultaneously, other beasts residing in the vicinity fell victim to the relentless attacks of the ancient remains. Several figures, resembling ordinary humans, materialized before the grand hall of the ruins, their eyes ablaze with fury and cold determination. The Great Summer Dynasty. Everything they have done shall be repaid in kind. The leader of the corpse transport sect, Yu Cheng, gazed upon the desolation before him and bellowed in anger. Master, I believe we must reconsider our plan to directly assault the Great Xia Imperial Palace. It is far too perilous, spoke the sect's Grand Elder, his expression grave. What peril is there? Yu Cheng retorted coldly. We presently command 25 ancient corpses of the first rank in the Purple Mansion realm and 3 of the second rank. What within the Great Xia Imperial City, aside from the bewildering dragon formation, could possibly stand against us? Over the years, they have been forced into hiding, akin to rats scurrying through the streets. Yet, Providence had finally smiled upon them. The extermination of the Cold Moon sect had provided the opportunity they had awaited. The Cold Moon sect, comprised entirely of women, had harbored a potent aura of Yin energy, which upon their annihilation had intensified, intertwining with their lingering resentment. Harnessing this overwhelming Qin energy, they effortlessly revived the combat-capable ancient corpses concealed within their sect's burial grounds. The combined combat strength of these ancient corpses was astonishing. However, following the demise of the Cold Moon sect, the power of several major dynasties had also been augmented. With an influx of cultivation resources, numerous formidable warriors of the first rank in the Purple Mansion realm had emerged. The sect's third elder spoke bitterly, in conjunction with the bewildering dragon formation. Breaching the palace will be exceedingly difficult. Rest assured, my approach to assaulting the palace encompasses a dual strategy, Yu Cheng stated coldly. Whether or not we penetrate the palace, the benefits will be significant. Chapter 37. The bewildering dragon formation operates independently in the ensuing 6 months. The Great Xia dynasty was engulfed in turmoil. The corpse transport sect's agents wreaked havoc, instilling fear among the populace. Rumors circulated that the sect had, over the years, forged thousands of ancient corpses and amassed an army in the eastern territories of the dynasty, preparing for a bloody onslaught to gather more Qin energy. Consequently, citizens across the eastern cities fled in droves, terrified of becoming prey to the sect. To restore public order, the court was compelled to dispatch military forces toward the eastern provinces. Only a substantial military presence could quell the unrest and prevent further flight of the populace. One evening in the imperial study, several ministers were reporting to the Emperor of Xia, "Your Majesty, the regional princes are recklessly annexing lands, causing numerous citizens to be displaced and forced into servitude. The court must intervene," stated the Minister of Justice with due respect. The letters of admonishment from various officials regarding the princes had already cluttered his desk. This was merely the correspondence from those upright officials who did not conspire with the corrupt. The power of these princes has grown too great. They must be restrained, Qin Feng asserted, filled with righteous indignation. "Preposterous!" exclaimed the Emperor of Xia in a fit of rage. "The regional princes were bestowed their territories by our founding emperor and have been in succession for millennia. How dare you, a mere prince, pass judgment on them?" Qin Feng promptly acknowledged his error. Other ministers hastily chimed in, defending him by claiming he was merely young and naive. "Issue a decree that mandates the regional princes to allocate a portion of their fertile lands to the populace to appease their concerns," the emperor stated indifferently. "As you command," replied a minister with utmost respect. Subsequently, the assembly began to deliberate on the matters concerning the corpse-driving sect. "Your Majesty, those belonging to the corpse-driving sect are causing chaos throughout the lands, yet their most frequent appearances are in the east. It is likely that the disturbances in other regions are mere diversions. Their aim appears to be the populous cities in the east, presumably to massacre the populace and gather their yang energy," reported a minister respectfully to Emperor Xia. "Have the 100,000 troops dispatched from the imperial camp to the east begun their journey?" inquired Emperor Xia with a calm demeanor. Currently, the imperial forces were primarily concentrated in the north to intimidate the northern barbarians and the demon cult, while there were some troops stationed to the west. However, relocating them to the east would require considerable time. Hence, he ordered the mobilization of forces from the imperial city towards the east. "They have already departed," responded the Minister of War with deference. Emperor Xia nodded. "Father, with only around 12 to 13,000 troops at the imperial camp, and now 10,000 being transferred, the imperial city will be left vulnerable," expressed Qin Feng with a hint of concern. He believed that even if the corpse-driving sect's target was indeed the major cities in the east, it was unwise to deplete the forces stationed at the imperial city. It was not out of fear for his own safety, but rather the potential chaos that could ensue within the imperial city, leading to turmoil across the entire dynasty. In such a scenario, countless innocent lives would be at stake. "What? Do you truly believe those from the corpse-driving sect would dare to assault the imperial city?" Emperor Xia retorted with a cold smile, his dissatisfaction palpable. His son, usually cautious and meticulous, was in stark contrast to his own disposition, which further irked him. "It seems I have been overly concerned," Qin Feng conceded with resignation. Shortly thereafter, Emperor Xia resolved to host a banquet. inviting numerous ministers to partake in a meal as a gesture of gratitude for their diligent efforts during this period. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating throughout the palace. Within the significant halls of the imperial palace, intricate formations illuminated, casting a soft glow. The dragon formation activated autonomously. What is happening? Why has the dragon formation activated on its own? Is there a formidable enemy? This unexpected turn of events left the ministers, who were preparing for the feast, utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer shock as they gazed outside. Under normal circumstances, the dragon formation would only engage upon the emperor's command. However, there were exceptional scenarios. Should a multitude of powerful beings infiltrate the imperial city, the formation would respond on its own. Each instance of the dragon formation activating autonomously signified an impending grave crisis. The last occurrence was 5,000 years prior, when remnants of evil from the demon-sealing war infiltrated the imperial city. They had not anticipated that, at this moment, the dragon formation would once again spring to life. Swiftly, Emperor Xia and his attendants exited the hall and made their way to the outer plaza. At that juncture, the royal powerhouse responsible for the formation's core also arrived. What transpired? Emperor Xia inquired in a grave tone. I am uncertain. The dragon formation activated without warning. It seems a powerful entity has entered the imperial city, the royal powerhouse replied solemnly. Meanwhile, a dozen figures hastily arrived, all formidable individuals stationed within the imperial palace, possessing the prowess of the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. The operation of the dragon awakening formation signified that a significant event was unfolding, prompting their emergence from seclusion. Where are the imperial guards? Emperor Xia bellowed. At that moment, the imperial guard's commanding officer had also arrived. Your Majesty, the commanders stationed at the 4 city gates have all been slain. The assailants are likely from the corpse transport sect. The officer reported grimly. The imperial guards possessed unparalleled intelligence. One of their spies had been conducting business beneath the city gates for decades, masquerading as an ordinary merchant while closely monitoring every movement within the imperial city. The moment the gatekeepers were killed, word reached him. What? The corpse transport sect dares to invade the imperial city? Emperor Xia's countenance turned ashen, his fury palpable. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that the corpse transport sect would not dare approach the imperial city, only to be swiftly contradicted. The 4 gate commanders, each at the 5th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, along with a multitude of soldiers capable of forming battle formations, had been silently annihilated. It was evident that the corpse transport sect had come prepared, bringing with them a considerable number of powerful ancient corpses. This situation is grave, Elder Qin remarked, his expression solemn. Although he had reached the mid-stage of the 1st heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, an overwhelming sense of unease engulfed him. Issue a decree to summon the Eastern Army back for reinforcement and prepare the Imperial Forest Army for battle. Emperor Xia commanded coldly, a flurry of orders disseminating swiftly. He felt a profound anxiety, believing that the audacity of the corpse transport sect to attack the imperial city at this moment was indicative of their formidable ancient corpses. As you command, the Imperial Guard's commanding officer replied respectfully, hastily relaying the orders. Just then, dozens of figures abruptly appeared in the sky, each a decayed ancient corpse radiating terrifying power, their expressions devoid of emotion as they gazed down below. At that moment, the eyes of the citizens within the imperial city were drawn to the scene. Witnessing these fearsome ancient corpses, some were filled with terror, while others prayed fervently. Regardless of the circumstances, they were resolute in their unwillingness to be ruled by the corpse transport sect. Chapter 38. The Great Battle. So many powerful ancient corpses. Not only were there over 20 in the 1st heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, but also 3 in the 2nd heaven. The countenances of Elder Chun and the others were profoundly grim. They had not anticipated that within just a few years, the corpse transport sect would have amassed such a formidable array of ancient corpses. Their strength was overwhelming. It is worth noting that among them, the 3 strongest individuals barely reached the 1st heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. Haha, did you not foresee this? The Imperial Palace is my true objective, one ancient corpse proclaimed with a hearty laugh. The speaker was not an ancient corpse, but rather Yu Cheng, the leader of the corpse transport sect, utilizing it as a medium to transmit his voice. Given that Yu Cheng and his compatriots were too weak, they concealed themselves in the shadows, controlling these ancient corpses to prevent collateral damage during the battle. Yu Cheng, you truly possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard, daring to assault the imperial palace. With the dragon awakening formation in place, these ancient corpses shall meet their demise here today, Emperor Xia declared in a deep voice. As the words were spoken, the entire array of the dragon formation began to operate in full swing. Golden radiance floated gently above the intricate patterns, swiftly coalescing in the sky. Before long, an ethereal dragon soul manifested amidst the clouds. A resounding roar echoed across the heavens and the earth. The spectral form of the dragon was exceedingly vague, merely a silhouette. Nevertheless, the oppressive force it emanated was utterly terrifying. Countless citizens within the imperial city were left in awe upon witnessing this dragon soul. It was their first encounter with the legendary creature, and some even knelt in reverent worship. Let us see who shall ultimately prevail today. Yu Cheng sneered, with his words lingering in the air. The ancient corpses surged forth towards the dragon soul. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Yu Cheng understood that to seize the palace, it was imperative to extinguish this dragon soul. Otherwise, if the dragon soul managed to strike them down one by one, the ancient corpses would surely perish here today. Boom! 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 The fierce clash erupted in the sky, illuminating the night with dazzling brilliance. The ancient corpses relentlessly unleashed their formidable martial techniques upon the dragon soul's spectral form. Yet, like them, the dragon soul felt no pain, continuously colliding with the ancient corpses. However, the sheer number and strength of the ancient corpses rendered the dragon soul at a distinct disadvantage. If the battle continued in this manner, it was nearly certain that the ancient corpses would shatter the dragon soul. Imperial guards, draw your bows. The commander of the Imperial Guards bellowed from below. The archers, having long been prepared, released a volley of arrows enveloped in spiritual energy, shooting upwards in a breathtaking display. The sight was nothing short of magnificent. Boom! 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 The arrows collided with the ancient corpses, unleashing intense waves of energy. The sky was filled with brilliant light. However, while these arrows could slow the ancient corpses' advance, they struggled to inflict any genuine harm upon them. We shall engage and distract those ancient corpses, Elder Qin spoke in a low voice. Despite the majority being at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, their numbers could still provide significant assistance to the dragon soul. The other royal offerings nodded in agreement. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous figures rose into the air, soaring towards the heavens. Except for Elder Qin and 2 other sword cultivators at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, the remainder positioned themselves at a distance, launching attacks against the ancient corpses locked in combat with the dragon soul. Should the ancient corpses turn to retaliate, they would immediately retreat without hesitation. Nonetheless, despite this strategy, several royal offerings were grievously injured, as the disparity between the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm and the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm was stark. The advantage lay clearly with the ancient corpses. Amidst the relentless assault from the ancient corpses, the dragon soul's spectral form continued to dissolve. Father, perhaps you should leave the palace and retreat to the main camp outside the imperial city. There remains an army of 20,000, and within the encampment, formidable formations are in place to ensure your protection, Qin Jinyan assured the Summer Emperor. However, upon hearing this, the Summer Emperor paid no heed, coldly stating, "A mere ghost dispatch sect dares to compel me to retreat in disgrace. Such a notion is utterly delusional." As he spoke, a radiant glow began to emanate around his form, his aura surging dramatically. The imperial fortunes of the dynasty were conferred upon him. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation ascended to the mid-stage of the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Suddenly, the Summer Emperor soared into the air, engaging in battle with the ancient corpses. The intensity of the conflict escalated immediately. The once advantageous position of the ancient corpses began to shift, entering a delicate equilibrium that remained unbroken for the time being. Within the imperial tomb of the great ancestor, Qin Feng observed the battle unfolding in the skies. Just as he prepared to intervene, his brow furrowed slightly as he glanced in the opposite direction, where two figures were swiftly approaching the tomb. It was evident they belonged to the Ghost Dispatch sect. At that moment, all the power of the heavenly dragon formation was focused on condensing the ethereal dragon image, and the attention of the Imperial Guard was captivated by the aerial skirmish, allowing the two figures, both at the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm, to traverse the palace with ease, unnoticed. Before long, these two figures found themselves in close proximity to the Imperial tomb. "Brother, we must tread carefully. There may be formidable guardians within the tomb," one of them cautioned with a grave expression. "There is no need for such excessive caution. All the strong fighters in the palace are drawn to our ancient corpses. Who has the time to concern themselves with this place?" The one-eyed individual replied nonchalantly. His companion nodded lightly, then exclaimed with excitement, "If we can directly steal the body of the great ancestor emperor and refine it, our sect's strength will undoubtedly ascend several tiers. This is the true aim of our incursion into the palace." Yu Cheng and others diligently calculated that to successfully breach the palace would incur tremendous costs and might not yield victory. Even if successful, they would be surrounded by returning forces, gaining no substantial benefits. However, seizing the body of the great ancestor emperor would not only humiliate the Daxia royal family, but also significantly enhance their sect's power. Now, with the formation's energy concentrated on the dragon's soul in the sky, the defenses within the tomb were at their weakest, allowing them to easily break through with their secret treasures. At that moment, you and I would become the greatest benefactors of our sect. The one-eyed man's eyes sparkled with excitement. As they spoke, the two entered the imperial tomb. Chapter 39. The Elderly Man. A breach of martial ethics. Who is that person? Upon entering the tomb, the disciple exclaimed in astonishment. He beheld Qin Feng standing beside a reclining chair, quietly observing the two of them. "He is merely a discarded prince. There's no need to concern ourselves with him. Just eliminate him," the one-eyed man remarked indifferently. As they spoke, the two individuals had already approached a position very close to Qin Feng. Although they were somewhat curious as to why Qin Feng showed no surprise at their presence, they speculated that perhaps the prolonged guardianship of the royal tomb had driven him to madness. After all, few could maintain their sanity after being cast aside as a useless prince. The one-eyed disciple was eager to take action against Qin Feng. "What brings you two here?" I see you intend to dig up graves," Qin Feng remarked, shaking his head. "Indeed, the members of the corpse transporting sect are nothing but a bunch of lowly scoundrels." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man and his disciples' expressions shifted dramatically, their faces contorting with displeasure. They loathed being ridiculed for their grave-robbing endeavors. "Brat, you could have met a swift demise, but now I shall refine you into a corpse for my own use." The one-eyed man spat through gritted teeth, preparing to strike at Qin Feng personally. However, at that moment, Qin Feng stepped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. He seized the man's throat and spoke with an air of indifference. "You must know where your sect leader is hiding." The leader of the corpse-transporting sect, Yu Cheng, had yet to reveal himself due to his insufficient cultivation, secretly manipulating the ancient corpses to avoid being hunted by the royal family's powerful cultivators. Now, with these two men presenting themselves, Qin Feng saw an opportunity to ascertain Yu Cheng's whereabouts. The one-eyed man's face paled, terror washing over him as if he had seen a ghost. He never expected a discarded prince to possess such formidable strength, leaving him utterly defenseless. What do you intend to do?" he stammered, sensing an ominous premonition as Qin Feng mentioned wanting to know Yu Cheng's location. Ignoring his pleas, Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with esoteric runes. Brother, save me," the one-eyed man cried out in agony as Qin Feng delved into his consciousness, causing him immense suffering. Witnessing his master being effortlessly subdued left the disciple in shock, rooted in place, until he finally nodded and turned to flee. This useless prince is far too terrifying. Yet, with a mere flick, Qin Feng released a blade of light that sliced the disciple into countless pieces, severed limbs scattering across the ground. Simultaneously, He withdrew his gaze from the one-eyed man's consciousness and swiftly dealt with him as well. Yining Mountain, Qin Feng murmured. From the memories of the one-eyed man, he learned that the leader of the corpse-transporting sect and others were concealed within Yining Mountain, orchestrating the invasion of the royal palace with ancient corpses. It seemed that the imminent threat within the palace could not be addressed just yet. Casting a glance at the multitude of ancient corpses in the distant sky, he remarked, "If I rashly intervene and eliminate these corpses now, Yu Cheng and the others will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escape. To eradicate the corpse-transporting sect in one fell swoop would thus become impossible." Their repeated intrusions into the royal tomb, disrupting his cultivation and repose, had ignited his fury. Only by eliminating these key figures could he finally extinguish any lingering concerns. Subsequently, Qin Feng averted his gaze, flicking his fingers lightly as two flames shot forth towards the two corpses. The bodies were soon reduced to nothingness, leaving not even ashes behind. After this, Qin Feng departed from the imperial palace. Yining Mountain lay a considerable distance from the royal city and was rather inconspicuous. In fact, there were scarcely any mercenaries willing to venture there. At this moment, amidst a dense forest, several dozen figures stood, lacking any formidable aura, yet each wielding a sinister artifact. Positioned within a formation spanning several dozen yards, they utilized this to remotely control the ancient corpses. The Jinglong formation was exceedingly powerful. Should they truly wish to seize the palace, the cost would be unbearable. The elder of the corpse-transporting sect spoke in a grave tone. Even from afar, they could leverage the ancient corpses to observe the events transpiring above the palace. Calculating the time, it was likely that the one-eyed duo had already unearthed the remains of the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Yu Cheng remarked calmly, "Once they return, we shall withdraw." After witnessing the dragon spirit coalesced by the Jinglong formation, he had resolved to fully implement their prior scheme. At that time, we shall utilize the body of their founding emperor to massacre their troops and citizens. They shall surely be driven to despair. The third elder of the corpse-transporting sect chuckled ominously. The other members of the sect also exchanged cold smiles, for the vendetta from a millennium ago was finally within reach of resolution. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly soared from the distant horizon, landing not far from the dense forest. Simultaneously, the three ancient corpses left behind by Yu Cheng, stationed nearby for protection, sprang into action, rushing towards the intruder. Given that this was a remote mountainous area, the presence of powerful beasts was a possibility. Thus, he had deliberately left three ancient corpses at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm to ensure their safety. Who is that? Could it be that the royal family of Great Xia has discovered us? The elder of the corpse-transporting sect inquired in alarm. Impossible. Our location is so well concealed that the royal family could never find us, the third elder replied. Only the core members of the corpse-transporting sect were privy to the details of this operation. Otherwise, even the genie Wei would not have been able to investigate their whereabouts. It was likely just a passerby. No need to concern ourselves with him. Those three ancient corpses are all at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and eliminating him will be as effortless as breathing, remarked several other members of the corpse-transporting sect, dismissing the matter. Within the Great Xia dynasty, no one could withstand the onslaught of three ancient corpses at this level. They naturally did not believe that the figure, now in the nearby forest, could contend with these ancient corpses, viewing Qin Feng merely as an unfortunate passerby destined for demise. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the three ancient corpses launched an assault on Qin Feng, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. Vast swathes of ancient trees were uprooted, turning to ashes in the air. As Qin Feng, freshly arrived, surveyed the three ancient corpses, ensconced by a protective aura, and halted a mere 5 feet away. He remarked with a hint of disdain, "Elderly gentleman, such a lack of martial decorum." Subsequently, an even more astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanated from within him. And in an instant, the grotesque, decaying ancient corpses were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward Yu Cheng and his companions in the distance, as he strolled over with measured steps. Chapter 40. Rooting out the problem initially, Yu Cheng and the others believed that Qin Feng, besieged by 3 ancient corpses at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, was doomed to perish. However, they were utterly astonished to witness that, following the violent energy fluctuation, Qin Feng appeared unscathed, while their 3 ancient corpses had been effortlessly annihilated. In a moment of disbelief, they questioned their own perceptions, with some wondering if their eyes were deceiving them. Yet, after rubbing their eyes, they realized their sight was true, leaving them utterly astonished. How could this seemingly youthful individual possess such formidable strength? The voice of the Grand Elder of the corpse-chasing sect trembled with fear as he spoke. Despite his query, no one responded. The members of the sect stood dumbfounded, struck by shock. Surely, the core members of the corpse-chasing sect must be present? Qin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Who are you? Yu Cheng finally snapped back to reality, fear evident in his voice. Is it not apparent? I am the prince of the great Xia, Qin Feng replied, furrowing his brow. Did he not wear the garb befitting a prince? Was his demeanor not regal enough? How could such a notion be so disheartening? Impossible. When did the royal family of the great Xia produce such a young, yet powerful individual? Yu Cheng could hardly comprehend the revelation. Judging by age, Qin Feng appeared to be no older than 50, yet the prowess he had just exhibited was undoubtedly at least that of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Believe it or not, I share this with you merely to enlighten your understanding, Qin Feng said coolly. As he spoke, an impressive sword intent began to coalesce between his fingers, a tempest of lethal sword energy swirling ominously around him. The members of the corpse-chasing sect revealed expressions of sheer terror, sensing the imminent threat of death, some trembling so violently that their legs shook. How dare you force me to this juncture? Yu Cheng seethed with fury. Clutching a pitch-black pill in his hand, he gritted his teeth and declared, even if you are at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, you shall meet your demise here today. With that, he swallowed the pill, and an overwhelming tide of dark energy surged violently through his limbs. Yu Cheng howled in agony, casting his gaze skyward. The vitality once characteristic of his middle-aged form began to dissipate rapidly, his skin withering and decaying at an alarming rate. In mere moments, he appeared almost corpse-like. His aura significantly intensified, reaching the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion's third realm. The living dead pill. The sect leader had managed to procure the long-lost and exceedingly rare living dead pill, intending to transform himself into a living corpse. The members of the corpse-transporting sect were utterly astonished. The living dead pill was a potion so scarce that even at the peak of the sect's power, it remained an extraordinary rarity, only concocted by 5th-tier master poisoners. Presently, the entire Kingland domain lacked 5th-tier master poisoners and alchemists. They were astounded to discover that Yu Cheng had unearthed such an ancient elixir. Even more shocking was Yu Cheng's decision to consume it. It is well known that transforming into a living corpse would substantially enhance one's cultivation, allowing the absorption of Yin energy for training without the need to expend cultivation resources. Even one's lifespan would be significantly extended. However, the cost was immense. The individual would become completely decayed, forever unable to recover, rendering them indistinguishable from a corpse. Moreover, during the full moon each month, they would succumb to madness, a horrifying fate. Even at the zenith of the corpse-transporting sect, very few were willing to undergo such a transformation. Claiming that the corpse-transporting sect was a lowly faction now seemed entirely justified. Qin Feng gazed coldly at the transformed Yu Cheng, remarking, to willingly turn oneself into a living corpse. How desperate you must be. Yu Cheng retorted angrily. Even as a living corpse, it is preferable to being slain by you right now. He was deeply reluctant to resort to such a transformation. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago and easily conquered the palace. Yet, if he became a living corpse, he would miss out on the splendor of the mortal realm, rendering his existence meaningless. However, Qin Feng's appearance forced him to make this agonizing decision. To him, it was better to live, however wretchedly, than to die. Alas, you shall not live today. This choice of yours will only bring you further suffering, Qin Feng remarked with a hint of pity. Even at death's door, you still feign bravado. Has your cultivation truly reached the Purple Mansion's third realm? Yu Cheng scoffed, convinced that Qin Feng was merely posturing. As he spoke, a torrent of Yin energy surged from within him, causing all flora and fauna in its path to wither instantly, stripped of life. Boom! With this dreadful Yin energy, Yu Cheng charged toward Qin Feng. Though his own cultivation was not particularly formidable, and he possessed few powerful techniques, he believed his strength surpassed that of Qin Feng. Even a mere punch could obliterate him. Clang! However, in that moment, an even more astonishing sword intent erupted from within Qin Feng, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. The sound of the sword resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The sword light at Qin Feng's fingertips instantly grew more radiant and formidable. Swish! The sword light shot towards Yu Cheng, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Puffed! With little surprise, the sword light effortlessly pierced through Yu Cheng's body, splattering dark blood across the ground, leaving behind a gaping wound in his chest. How could this happen? The once vacant and lifeless eyes of Yu Cheng became even more hollow in that moment. He found it hard to believe that, despite having attained the mid-stage of the third level of the Purple Mansion realm, he was still unworthy of even approaching Qin Feng. How could this prince possess such terrifying power? However, before he could ponder further, his breath ceased, and he collapsed to the ground. Qin Feng's gaze then shifted towards the others. Run, quickly. The Grand Elder of the corpse-transporting sect and his companions, still reeling from shock, noticed Qin Feng's attention directed at them and instantly felt as though they were facing an ancient, ferocious beast. They turned to flee in all directions. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Qin Feng, who had no inclination to let the tiger return to the mountain, especially since they had already disturbed him twice. Swish! 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 Several beams of sword light shot towards these individuals. One by one, the elders of the corpse-transporting sect were pierced through, meeting their demise on the spot. None of them had anticipated that their meticulously crafted plan for the day would collapse in such a manner. Chapter 41. A Desperate Struggle. Boom. Qin Feng waved his sleeves, unleashing a torrent of bone-spirit cold fire that descended upon the corpses and infernal artifacts, igniting them in flames. This was a thorough eradication. Before long, the bodies and artifacts were reduced to ashes. Having completed this task, Qin Feng prepared to leave. I might as well check in here. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to register for the day and promptly summoned the system. Check in at Yanning Mountain, Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have acquired the art of controlling corpses. The system's notification chimed in response. Art of controlling corpses. This is a dark art that has been passed down since ancient times, capable of refining corpses and controlling them in battle. Qin Feng stared at the information, momentarily stunned. Yindang Mountain was not particularly extraordinary, yet he had received such a formidable secret technique upon checking in. He was taken aback. However, upon reflection, this location was the renowned site of the corpse-transporting sect, which had been obliterated a millennium ago, making it somewhat special after all. He soon found peace with this thought and chose to integrate the information. A wealth of knowledge flooded into Qin Feng's mind. The contents of the art of controlling corpses were exceedingly sinister and arcane. Moreover, according to the information, Qin Feng was astonished to discover that this secret technique could be traced back to legends concerning the Netherworld, making it remarkably ancient and mysterious. The Netherworld. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had only encountered fleeting references to this place in ancient texts, assuming it was merely folklore. To think there was truly a secret technique originating from the Netherworld implied that it might indeed exist. Never mind, such forces are still too distant for me. Qin Feng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the imperial city. Buzz. Qin Feng instantly condensed a blade of wind sword soul, brimming with an astonishing sword intent, emanating an aura of dread. Swish! With a mere thought, the wind sword soul launched towards the sky above the imperial city. Like meteors streaking across the night sky, they vanished in the blink of an eye, disappearing beyond the horizon. The grim artifacts and Yu Cheng, along with their companions, had perished, leaving the ancient corpses to descend into madness. unleashing a terrifying spree of indiscriminate slaughter. Thus, he was compelled to intervene and eradicate those ancient corpses. Meanwhile, in the skies above the imperial city, the battle raged fiercely. The royal offerings had already suffered 6 casualties, with several more gravely wounded. The ancient corpses, too, were not unscathed, with even greater numbers falling in battle. Overall, the situation remained evenly matched, and if it continued, it would likely result in mutual destruction, with no true victor emerging. Suddenly, the ancient corpses let out a bone-chilling roar that pierced the air, echoing as if from the depths of hell, instilling fear into the very souls of those who heard it. The corpses, seemingly overcome by fury, launched into a frenzied assault. Under the control of Yu Cheng and his companions, these corpses had previously exhibited restraint, avoiding self-harm despite their lack of pain. Now, however, they disregarded everything, attacking with reckless abandon, impervious to their own injuries, even as they lost limbs. What is happening? Have these ancient corpses gone mad? Witnessing this scene, the emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Alone, he faced 2 ancient corpses of the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm, a daunting challenge even before this chaotic onslaught. Now, he found himself relentlessly retreating under their frenzied attacks. Boom! One of the ancient corpses, despite having its arm severed by the emperor's blade, advanced without hesitation, striking the emperor squarely in the chest. Blood erupted from the emperor's mouth, splattering onto the ground and fracturing the once solid surface of the plaza. Your Majesty! Numerous ministers rushed forward to support the emperor, administering healing elixirs. As the emperor suffered, the other royal offerings fared no better. Initially engaging in mere harassment, they now found themselves fleeing in terror as the ancient corpses turned their attention towards them. Once targeted, they were relentlessly pursued, resulting in many royal offerings sustaining injuries and collapsing to the ground. 3 unfortunate souls were torn to shreds by the surrounding corpses, their remains scattered across the ground. Roar! Soon, the skies were left with only the elusive dragon spirit, battling against the ancient corpses. Its form flickered, unable to withstand the onslaught of so many foes. How could this be? Why had the ancient corpses suddenly descended into frenzy? The emperor and his companions were bewildered, their faces etched with confusion. The other royal offerings shared their perplexity, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Boom! At that moment, the dragon spirit could no longer endure, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. A violent surge of energy rippled through the sky, resembling a tsunami as it surged outward. Below, within the imperial palace, the dragon array ceased its operation, leading to the collapse of numerous palaces adorned with intricate engravings. In the sky, a vast number of ancient corpses were reduced to ashes in that instant. However, the 3 ancient corpses of the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm have miraculously survived. Although they're all missing limbs and one even possesses only half a head, their combat prowess remains extraordinary. Roar! Their gaze is fixed below, where only a lust for slaughter remains in their eyes. Your Majesty, you must flee. We shall hold them off, Elder Chun and the others urgently exclaimed. Yet, the Summer Emperor had no intention of retreating. In a grave tone, he declared, "If we unite and risk our lives, perhaps we can slay these 3 ancient corpses. Should I choose to escape, this palace will be irrevocably transformed into a hell on earth. Not only will all the concubines and princes perish, but our great Xia dynasty will also become a laughingstock of the Kanglan domain." Upon hearing this, Elder Chun and the others fell silent. The Summer Emperor, bolstered by the fortune of the dynasty, embodied formidable strength. If he were to abandon them, no one within the palace would be capable of contending with these ancient corpses. Why must the heavens treat our great Xia dynasty with such injustice? The weaker civil and military officials shouted in anger. Should the Summer Emperor fall in battle, the returning general, while able to eliminate the remaining corpses, would face a precarious situation with the unstable crown prince, Qin Feng. The regional lords would undoubtedly refuse to submit willingly. Should civil strife erupt within the dynasty, it would inflict a devastating blow to its strength and stability. Roar! At that moment, the 3 ancient corpses began their descent. The Summer Emperor and his companions steeled themselves for a desperate battle against these foes. However, just then, a brilliant white light suddenly surged from the distant sky. Chapter 42. Who is the one who intervenes? Boom! This white light, imbued with an overwhelmingly fearsome sword intent, surged forth like a raging sea, illuminating the night sky. All eyes within the imperial city were drawn to this radiant spectacle. What is that? A daytime meteor? No. It is a sword soul. What terrifying sword intent! As the white light drew nearer, the people in the imperial city realized it was indeed a sword soul. Shocked gasps rippled through the crowd. Disbelief etched upon their faces. A sword soul, containing such formidable sword intent? Just as the crowd was in awe, this sword soul arrived in an instant. Propelled by its astonishing sword intent, it shot towards the three ancient corpses. With a swift thrust, it effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the three corpses. A torrential rain of blood cascaded down. The entire imperial city fell into a profound silence as all gazed in astonishment at the blood raining down, utterly stunned. The three ancient corpses of the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm had been vanquished in an instant. This was truly terrifying. At that moment, none were more astounded than the Summer Emperor and his companions. They had braced themselves for certain death, prepared to fight these ancient corpses with their lives. Yet who could have anticipated that, in the blink of an eye, these foes would be eradicated? The crisis was thus averted. The sword intent of the wind. This is the sword intent of the wind. Suddenly, Elder Qin exclaimed, could it be that the one who intervened is Prince Mu? Has he truly grown so formidable? Throughout the earlier conflict, Prince Mu had refrained from making a move, leading them to believe he had already transcended. It now appeared that he might have been away on a journey. Furthermore, judging by the lingering sword intent in the sky, it seemed Prince Mu had at least ascended to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, likely having acted to rescue them upon realizing the peril facing the imperial city. If it truly is Prince Mu, our great Xia dynasty would be graced with a formidable presence of at least the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Truly, heaven has favored our great Xia dynasty. The distant officials and ministers expressed their elation, brimming with excitement and fervor. Even the pale-faced Emperor Xia revealed a smile, his heart swelling with joy. A powerful figure of at least the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. There had been no reports of such strength across the entire Kanglan domain. Father. At that moment, Crown Prince Qin Jinyan hurriedly arrived, his face etched with urgency. Earlier, in the midst of crisis, the Emperor had tasked him with summoning Prince Mu to assist. The dignified Crown Prince, in such a flustered state, was quite unbecoming. Observing this, the Emperor reprimanded him, for he held the Crown Prince to a standard of utmost rigor. Father ordered me to summon Prince Mu. Qin Jinyan quickly composed himself and spoke calmly. I am aware that Prince Mu is not in seclusion. He has ventured out. The Emperor replied nonchalantly, that sword strike just now originated from outside the imperial city. Did you not see? However, Qin Jinyan shook his head and said, by the time I arrived, the pavilion had collapsed due to the disruption of the Dragon Ascension Array. And amidst the ruins, I discovered this. He presented a blood letter to the Emperor. Upon seeing the blood letter in Qin Jinyan's hand, the Emperor's expression turned to one of perplexity, yet he reached out to accept it. After examining its contents, his complexion shifted dramatically. Uncle Chi-Chi has already transcended. How can this be possible? Overwhelmed with shock, the Emperor's voice trembled, and his heart was stirred by tumultuous waves of disbelief. His eyes were wide with astonishment. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue. What? Prince Mu has already transcended? Elder Chun and the others were equally stunned, struggling to comprehend the revelation. They yearned to glimpse the blood letter, but the Emperor grasped it tightly. The contents detailed Prince Mu's fall into darkness, a matter that must not be disclosed. Indeed, this blood letter was left by Prince Mu before his demise. He had long since transcended, the Emperor stated with a voice laced with complexity. He did not conceal the truth, for whether this matter remained hidden depended not on him, but rather on whether the master of the Wind Sword Soul would reveal himself. How can this be possible? If Prince Mu had already transcended, then who was it that vanquished the three ancient corpses? Yes, and who saved the Crown Prince? Was it not Prince Mu? Elder Chun and the others exclaimed in disbelief. They found it hard to accept that Prince Mu had actually perished long ago. Each face was etched with confusion and disbelief. How could I possibly know? The expression on Emperor Xia's face was exceedingly complex as he remarked. What perplexes me further is that if that formidable individual was not Prince Mu, why did they intervene on our behalf multiple times? All present fell into a contemplative silence. The news of Prince Mu's demise was still too difficult for them to accept, let alone ponder this deeper question. Could it be that the powerful figure was not aiding us, but rather confronting the corpse-transporting sect? Old Su, the custodian of the scripture pavilion, could not refrain from speaking. As soon as the words left his lips, several individuals cast sidelong glances. If viewed through that lens, it was not without merit. Yet, what of the incident at the demon-suppressing tower? The malevolence that emerged there had no ties to the corpse-transporting sect, and that powerful figure had intervened then as well. Elder Chun, however, offered a different perspective, suggesting, what if the individual who intervened, while not Prince Mu, is still a member of the royal family, merely concealing their identity, unnoticed by us? This seemed improbable to many, who shook their heads in disagreement. If they were truly of royal blood, possessing such formidable cultivation, they would undoubtedly require substantial resources for their training, and concealing their identity would hinder their ability to acquire such resources. Elder Chin's notion was dismissed, and once again, silence enveloped the group. Regardless, it was certain that the powerful figure bore no ill will towards them. At that moment, Emperor Xia spoke up. This point garnered unanimous agreement among the crowd. Yet beyond this, they could glean no further information, and after decontemplation, no answers emerged. Never mind. The pressing matter at hand is not to ascertain the identity of that formidable individual. Emperor Xia paused before continuing, but rather to promptly inform the public, reassuring the populace. It would not be long before news of the corpse-transporting sect's assault on the royal city spread throughout the entire empire. If it did not swiftly announce it to calm the people's hearts, who could predict the chaos that might ensue? Understood, the numerous ministers responded in unison. Subsequently, the injured royal offerings, supported by attendants, returned to the palace's spiritually rich areas to meditate and recuperate. The imperial guard began to search through the collapsed palaces for any trapped maids or eunuchs. Meanwhile, the Jinyui resumed their search of the palace to determine if any members of the corpse-transporting sect remained. The 4 city gates were also reclaimed by soldiers who had rushed from the encampment outside the city. Chapter 43. Should we exhume the founding emperor? Unbeknownst to Emperor Xia and the others, Qin Feng was entirely unaware of the flurry of speculation surrounding them. Upon returning from Yining Mountain, he had gone directly to the royal tomb. The aftermath of the palace battle was no longer his concern, and he was disinclined to involve himself. Uncle, where have you been? At that moment, Qin Xiling, who was within the royal tomb, looked at the returning Qin Feng with a face full of astonishment. What are you doing here? Qin Feng asked, perplexed, given the fierce battle that had just erupted in the palace. Qin Xiling should have already devised a means to depart the palace, even if she were reluctant. Emperor Xia and Prince Qin Junyan could not allow such a prodigy to remain in such a perilous location. In the midst of a crisis, my grandfather urged me to swiftly depart from the palace, and my father, concerned for your safety at the imperial mausoleum, insisted I escort you away. Qin Xiling recounted. Upon my arrival, I discovered you were not here, and feared you might be in danger. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that Qin Junyan would think to have his daughter accompany him in such treacherous times. I heard commotion outside the mausoleum, and assumed it was the ancient corpses from the corpse transporter sect approaching, only to find it was merely frightened pets running about. Qin Feng stated calmly. I see. Qin Xiling nodded, accepting this explanation without suspicion, for the entire palace had been engulfed in anxiety and chaos moments prior. She then cautioned Qin Feng, should there be further threats from the corpse transporter sect, you ought to retreat to the eastern palace. It is far safer there. Do not worry, there will not be a next time, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. His assurance left Qin Xiling puzzled. She could not fathom why he claimed there would be no next time, as the core members of the corpse transporter sect were still alive, despite the defeat of their ancient corpses. However, dismissing her concerns as mere comfort, She nodded in agreement. Little did she know that the core members had been entirely eradicated by Qin Feng, ensuring that such threats would not resurface. Uncle, if there is nothing else, I shall seek out my father and the others. There must be many matters requiring attention within the palace, and I wish to assist, Qin Xiling informed Qin Feng. Very well, he nodded, adding, be cautious on your way. Watch for any remaining ancient corpses. Though he knew they were no longer a threat, he felt compelled to remind Qin Xiling to exercise vigilance at all times. She acknowledged his advice and then departed from the mausoleum. Once Qin Xiling left, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the imposing mausoleum before him. Would it be too audacious to exhume the body of the founding emperor and transform it into an ancient corpse? He mused aloud. With the mastery of the corpse-controlling technique, he no longer perceived the mausoleum as a desolate place, but rather a treasure trove. If Emperor Xia were to hear such thoughts, he would likely be infuriated. Having entrusted Qin Feng with guarding the mausoleum, while Qin Feng contemplated unearthing the emperor's ancient corpse. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng shook his head. It was not fear of discovery that restrained him. With his current prowess, he could easily excavate the emperor's remains and refine them into a combat-ready ancient corpse. The crux of the matter was that he simply did not need to. At present, his cultivation surpassed all in the Kanglan region, with no apparent rival capable of challenging him. Therefore, he saw no reason to expend energy on the refinement of a mere corpse. Shaking his head, Qin Feng returned to the recliner, continuing to drift into slumber while simultaneously refining his skills, absorbing the sword energy and earth spirit stalactite essence acquired from his sign-in. Over the subsequent 3 days, news of the corpse-driving sect's assault on the Daxiao imperial city swiftly permeated the entire Kanglan domain. After all, the Daxia dynasty stands as one of the prominent dynasties within Kanglan, and an attack on the imperial city is no trivial matter. This event sparked immense discourse. No one could have anticipated that the corpse-driving sect, in just a few short years, would burgeon to such formidable strength, leaving both the various dynasties and sects in a state of unease. Firstly, the speed at which the corpse-driving sect sought to augment its overall power was astonishing. All that was required were sufficiently powerful corpses. The other dynasties and sects found themselves unable to keep pace. Secondly, neither dynasties nor sects wished for their ancestral graves to be desecrated by the corpse-driving sect, which would be an utter disgrace. As a result, both major sects and dynasties initiated a purge of the corpse-driving sect within their territories. Had Yu Cheng and his companions still been alive, coupled with the presence of numerous formidable ancient corpses, they might have been indifferent to this purge. After all, the number of Purple Mansion realm experts that the various dynasties and sects could mobilize was exceedingly limited, and the speed of troop deployment could not match that of the corpse-driving sect's ability to relocate corpses. However, with Yu Cheng and his cohorts now deceased, and the powerful ancient corpses no longer in existence, the disciples of the corpse-driving sect found themselves in utter disarray amidst the siege, with many being captured and imprisoned. The entire lineage had been irrevocably severed, leaving no possibility for resurgence. Simultaneously, the mysterious expert who had slain those ancient corpses became a topic of fervent discussion. There were speculations about whether this formidable individual was affiliated with the Daxia dynasty. It was difficult to ascertain. This expert had intervened multiple times to save members of the Daxia royal family, but who could say for certain? It was likely that he was merely an adversary of the corpse-driving sect, seizing the opportunity to assist the Daxia royal family, given their deep-seated enmity. It was indeed unexpected that, in a time when even the second and third layers of the Purple Mansion realm were seldom seen within the Kanglan domain, a being of such power, above the fifth layer of the Purple Mansion realm, emerged. Such discussions resonated throughout the Kanglan domain, with numerous speculations regarding Qin Feng's true identity surfacing incessantly. However, on the whole, most believed that this enigmatic expert was not a member of the Daxia royal family. After all, even within the Daxia royal court, among the civil and military officials, the identity of this mysterious figure remained unknown. They surmised that this powerful individual was perhaps merely reclusive within the Daxia territory. Amidst these ongoing discussions, The atmosphere within the palace was steeped in sorrow, enveloped in an oppressive gloom. The life of the Emperor of Xia was in peril. Following the battle against the ancient corpses of the corpse-driving sect, the emperor, having given various orders, had just expelled the imperial fortune that had bolstered him, only to spew blood and collapse to the ground. His age was already considerable, and during the fierce battles against the ancient corpses, he sustained grave injuries. While the imperial fortune temporarily masked his condition, once that divine blessing dissipated, the summer emperor could no longer endure. With the aid of numerous court physicians and precious elixirs, he barely managed to survive for 3 days. On the third day of Qin Feng's rest, Chu Xiong unexpectedly arrived. "Your Highness, are you well after the last assault by the corpse-reviving sect?" Chu Xiong inquired anxiously upon entering the imperial tomb. "The battlefield is so far from here. What could possibly have happened to me?" Qin Feng chuckled lightly, then curiously asked, "Aren't you stationed at the royal camp? What brings you to the palace?" "Your Highness is unaware?" Chu Xiong ziplit somewhat supit. "Unaware of what?" Qin Feng asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. "His Majesty's injuries are worsening. Half of the army, numbering over 100,000, has been stationed in the royal city to prevent any unusual occurrences," Chu Xiong explained slowly, though he did not state it outright. His implication was clear. They were guarding against any disturbances that might arise from the princes of various regions. At this revelation, Qin Feng was taken aback. He was indeed oblivious to the severity of the summer emperor's condition, as he had rarely ventured out. His gaze instinctively turned towards the Yangxin Palace. If half the troops were now assigned to guard the royal city, how dire must the emperor's injuries be? As Qin Feng pondered, Chu Xiong revealed the purpose of his visit, to caution Qin Feng to remain vigilant should any unforeseen events transpire within the palace. His status as a discarded prince rendered him vulnerable to exploitation by those with ulterior motives. Understood, Qin Feng nodded. He was no fool. He would not fall prey to manipulation. He then inquired about Chu Xiong's training progress, offering some guidance before sending him on his way. If the summer emperor were to die now, would not the entire dynasty be plunged into chaos? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Despite his seclusion, he was acutely aware of the current state of the great Xia dynasty. The death of the summer emperor at this juncture would spell disaster. The most desirable outcome would be for the emperor to secure everything and stabilize Qin Juyan's position before passing away. With that thought, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and gradually closed his eyes. A stream of spiritual energy began to flow from his body, soaring towards the Yangxin Palace. Meanwhile, within the Yangxin Palace, the summer emperor lay pale upon his bed. The 3 finest court physicians were present, surrounded by an array of rare medicinal elixirs on a nearby table. Yet, despite their expertise, each physician wore a look of helplessness, shaking their heads and sighing. "How is my father?" the Crown Prince Qin Juyan asked, his voice laden with concern. "Our medical skills are inadequate. We are unable to treat him," the physicians replied, their expressions filled with resignation. "What?" Upon hearing this, Qin Juyan's countenance changed, grappling with the harsh reality. Despite the fact that he would inherit the throne upon the demise of Emperor Xia, there was not a trace of joy in his heart. The injuries inflicted upon his majesty during that great battle were grievously severe, and the malevolent energy within him continued to spread uncontrollably, leaving us utterly powerless to intervene. Lamented the royal physicians. They had exhausted every conceivable remedy, yet the emperor's condition not only failed to improve but instead worsened. The attending ministers exchanged grave glances, their expressions laden with concern. The imperial palace had recently suffered an assault from the corpse-driving sect, resulting in the destruction of numerous palaces and the loss of many formidable warriors, leading to an unprecedented decline in the royal family's authority. Moreover, the crown prince's control over the military across the regions was exceedingly limited. Should Emperor Xia pass away at this juncture, and the crown prince Qin Juyan ascend the throne, what would become of the princes, ravenous like wolves, across the territories? It was likely they would seize the opportunity to demand greater rewards, or worse, rise in rebellion for the throne. Other major dynasties and sects would undoubtedly not remain passive spectators. At that point, the very survival of the great Xia dynasty would be in jeopardy. In that moment, Emperor Xia suddenly spoke, his voice frail and as if it could falter at any moment. Father. Qin Junyan rushed forward, his face etched with sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. What are you crying for? Emperor Xia, upon seeing this, grasped Qin Junyan's hand and admonished him in a voice that was exceedingly weak. After I am gone, you shall be the new ruler of the great Xia dynasty. You must never allow anyone to perceive your weakness. You must instill fear in all your subjects to subdue those who would defy you. This had always been his guiding principle, one he had steadfastly upheld. Yes, father, Qin Junyan replied, though he did not wholly agree with Emperor Xia's teachings. Nevertheless, in such a moment, he refrained from voicing his dissent and merely nodded. Emperor Xia acknowledged him with a slight nod. He seemed poised to utter more, but at that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the palace? An officer from the Imperial Guard bellowed. This outburst caused the ministers within the Yangxin Hall to freeze momentarily, their expressions darkening. Could it be that the forces of a princely faction had brazenly breached the palace? One of the ministers spoke in a low voice. They had anticipated that chaos would ensue upon the emperor's passing, yet they had not foreseen its arrival so swiftly. Could it be that a prince had already arrived in the capital to stage a coup? The ministers turned their gazes towards the entrance of the Yangxin Hall, and the scene before them would be etched in their memories forever. The imperial guards outside drew their weapons, standing at the ready, their faces tense as they looked towards the distance. On the cobblestone path, a vague silhouette approached the palace, moving with deliberate steps. As the figure drew nearer, they were horrified to discover that it was not a human at all, but a pure energy entity, composed of spiritual and sword energy, merely taking on a humanoid form. What in the world is this? As Qin Feng approached, all the imperial guards outside the palace turned pale, their faces reflecting shock and trepidation, their voices trembling with fear. This was beyond their comprehension. Who are you? And why have you dared to intrude upon the imperial palace of the great Xia? Elder Chun, responsible for guarding the Yangxin Hall, emerged and shouted. He discerned that the figure before him was not a demon, but rather an incarnation forged by a formidable being. Yet, as soon as Elder Chin's words fell, Qin Feng cast a glance in his direction, and it was as if he had been ensnared by a primordial beast. He found himself powerless, collapsing to his knees as if burdened by an immense weight upon his shoulders. This scene rendered the ministers and imperial guards utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The most powerful Elder Chun had been brought to his knees merely by a single gaze? Who was this formidable figure summoned? By which prince? Protect his majesty. Quickly come to his aid. Several ministers within the Yangxin Hall shouted in unison. However, all the imperial guards and the hidden strongmen stationed there remained utterly still. The terror emanating from Qin Feng was overwhelming. They felt like mere ants gazing up at a deity. Merely refraining from kneeling in reverence was already an act of considerable courage, let alone attempting to obstruct Qin Feng. This was not a matter of loyalty to the Xia emperor. It stemmed entirely from a profound, soul-deep intimidation. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Qin Feng's external incarnation entered the palace, striding toward the bed where the Xia emperor lay. Halt! Do not harm my father. Qin Junyan, bolstered by the imperial aura, forcefully overcame his inner dread, drawing the emperor's sword hanging beside the bed, and swung it toward Qin Feng. However, before the emperor's sword could even approach Qin Feng, it halted as if striking an invisible barrier. Qin Junyan's expression darkened as he realized that not only did the sword fail to deter this enigmatic figure, but he himself was also being suppressed, rendered immobile and rigid in place. At that moment, the Yangxin Hall was enveloped in a deathly silence, everyone staring in awe at the figure composed entirely of ethereal energy and sword aura, radiating an astonishing presence. It was inconceivable to them what kind of terrifying cultivation this individual possessed. Just then, Qin Feng reached the side of the Xia emperor's bed. He activated his divine gaze. An intricate, arcane symbols manifested within his eyes as he began to assess the emperor's wounds. The spread of dark energy is so severe that, under normal circumstances, healing you would indeed be exceedingly difficult, Qin Feng murmured. His voice, composed solely of ethereal energy and sword aura, sounded eerily inhuman. The numerous imperial physicians present were struck with horror as they witnessed this. After a full day of examination, they had only just begun to grasp the nature of the Xia emperor's injuries, while this mysterious individual had discerned it in an instant. They were left in disbelief. You're not here to kill me?" Upon the bed, the summer emperor observed the mysterious figure approaching with a mixture of dread and unease. However, as the figure drew near, an unexpected tranquility enveloped him, for he sensed no malice emanating from this enigmatic presence. In fact, a subtle sense of familiarity instilled a profound sense of reassurance within him. "You lack the qualification to compel my presence for your demise," Qin Feng remarked with a serene demeanor. If he intended to take the life of the summer emperor, there would be no need for elaborate preparations. A mere manifestation of sword intent within the royal tomb would suffice to extinguish his life. The summer emperor, upon hearing these words, found himself momentarily speechless. Given that the palace's formidable dragon formation had yet to be restored, a being of such power had no necessity to expend such effort to terminate him. "What brings you here, esteemed one?" he inquired, his voice faint and weary. "You shall soon discover," Qin Feng replied calmly, producing a vibrant red flower. "Is that the flower of the other shore?" Within the depths of the demonic mountain range, he had procured this life-extending blossom, initially intending to brew a concoction for Qin Ziqing. However, with the summer emperor on the brink of death, he resolved to offer it to him instead. Upon sighting the flower, two imperial physicians gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Qin Feng possessed such a rare treasure. The flower of the other shore was an extraordinarily precious herb for prolonging life, and not a single specimen had ever graced the great Xia dynasty. Desperately, they attempted to speak, for the summer emperor's condition was dire. Administering the flower directly could not only fail to extend his life but might hasten his demise. It required refining in a cauldron to eliminate the malevolent chill and the excessively potent effects it harbored. Yet, the mysterious figure before them had no such cauldron, clearly lacking any intention to refine the flower. The physicians, overwhelmed with urgency, found themselves silenced by an unseen force, their eyes betraying their anxiety. The opportunity for the summer emperor's salvation was evident. To let it slip away would be a grievous loss. Suddenly, as if answering their unspoken fears, a white flame erupted from Qin Feng's hand, enveloping the flower of the other shore. This intense blaze bore an oddly chilling quality, evoking astonishment among all present in the Yangshin Hall, for none had ever witnessed such a peculiar fire. What transpired next left the onlookers utterly astounded. The bone spirit cold fire in Qin Feng's grasp began to refine the flower. The once vibrant petals of the flower of the other shore gradually withered and darkened as its essence was extracted. Drops of crystalline liquid floated above his palm, exuding a delicate medicinal fragrance that was invigorating and soothing to the senses. The results of this refinement were nothing short of exquisite. In that moment, both the physicians and others within the Yangshin Hall were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of the spectacle. To refine the flower of the other shore with bare hands, such a feat was unprecedented in this world. It is well understood, even by those unversed in alchemy, that a cauldron is of paramount importance when it comes to refining spiritual herbs. The intricate patterns etched upon its surface significantly aid the refining process. This is especially true for the rare and elusive nether flower, which poses an even greater challenge and demands a cauldron of superior quality. Yet, the enigmatic figure before them is refining the nether flower with nothing but bare hands, achieving remarkable results. Not only has he extracted the essence of the flower, but he has also harmonized its potent effects. How could they not be astonished? The esteemed physicians found themselves nearly compelled to kneel before Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng remained utterly composed, calmly stating that even refining elixirs with his bare hands would pose no challenge for him. His mastery of alchemy transcended the understanding of those physicians. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia gradually emerged from a state of shock and managed to open his mouth with great difficulty. Droplets of liquid found their way into his mouth, and as he swallowed, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his body, invigorating his limbs and bones. The negative energy that had invaded his being was transformed into a vibrant life force by the effects of the nether flower. He felt an extraordinary warmth enveloping him, and his aging body began to rejuvenate rapidly. Is this truly the legendary nether flower? Its effects are astonishingly apparent, he marveled. His voice, once frail, regained strength and clarity. The others within the Hall of Nurturing Hearts shared in the profound astonishment, witnessing the miraculous effects of the fabled nether flower for the first time. He has come to save the emperor. Qin Jinyan was overwhelmed with surprise, coupled with a sense of guilt for his earlier rudeness. Yet, even as he wished to apologize, he found himself unable to move. Do not be overly elated. The nether flower may grant you an extension of life for a mere decade, Qin Feng remarked coolly. However, Emperor Xia was not disheartened by this revelation. Having been on the brink of death, the prospect of living an additional 10 years filled him with joy. More importantly, he could utilize this decade to reorganize the imperial army, ensuring that Qin Junyan could assert complete control over it, as well as the imperial guards. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, esteemed senior, Emperor Xia expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Do not mention it, Qin Feng replied indifferently. His motivations for saving Emperor Xia were not entirely altruistic, and thus, he was unconcerned with the emperor's gratitude. After a brief pause, he continued, I only hope you refrain from any foolish actions, such as investigating my identity. I would not dare, Emperor Xia replied, his heart racing at the thought. Qin Feng nodded and chose not to linger, turning to depart. Upon exiting the Hall of Nurturing Hearts, his external manifestation dissipated, vanishing into the ether. Feeling intoxicated and dizzy, he reflected on the chapter he had written that morning. Now published, his eyes felt heavy with fatigue, and he knew he must rest. Should he awaken that night, he would endeavor to update the second chapter. If not, he would make up for it later. No need to wait any longer. Even if updates were possible, it would likely be at dawn. Chapter 46. The Golden Goblet Shared. The Blade Spares None. As Qin Feng departed, the overwhelming aura that had pervaded the entire Yangxin Palace dissipated, allowing everyone within and outside the palace to exhale a collective sigh of relief. The immense pressure they had felt moments ago had left them nearly breathless, and now, the atmosphere had significantly lightened. The crowd exchanged glances, experiencing a surreal sensation, as though awakening from a dream. That individual was undeniably formidable. His cultivation was astonishing, and he could even refine elixirs with his bare hands, seemingly a being beyond reality. However, the now recovered Emperor Xia reminded them that they had not been dreaming. Everything had transpired in earnest. Father, Qin Jinyan hastily approached and inquired, How do you feel now? My injuries have nearly healed, the emperor replied slowly, observing his son with some surprise. He had not anticipated that this son, who often appeared somewhat frail, would display such courage by drawing his sword against the enigmatic figure when all others were paralyzed by fear. He regarded Qin Junyan with newfound respect, realizing he might not fully understand the son after all. At that moment, several imperial physicians stepped forward to examine Emperor Xia, confirming that his injuries were mostly healed. The external manifestation, just now, was formed from a convergence of spiritual and sword energies, embodying the essence of the wind sword. He must be the powerful ally who has aided us on multiple occasions, remarked Elder Chun, who had previously knelt under the pressure. It is indeed that formidable individual. The emperor mused, pausing before adding, I initially believed he was motivated by animosity towards the corpse transport sect in his assistance to us. However, it appears the situation is far more intricate. Even if he is not concealed within the palace, he undoubtedly has profound connections with the great Xia imperial lineage. Your Majesty's deductions are quite astute. Elder Chun and several high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Shall I conduct a thorough investigation into the powerful figures with historical ties to the great Xia royal family and their descendants? Inquired the commander of the Jinyui, his tone grave. Although Qin Feng had already issued a warning, such inquiries were the essence of their duties. No, the emperor interjected firmly, from this day forth, no further investigation into that individual's identity is permitted to avoid inciting his wrath. Knowing that he harbors goodwill towards the great Xia royal family is sufficient. The The rest is inconsequential. Understood, a genuine commander nodded in compliance. Moreover, the events that transpired here today must be kept strictly confidential. No information is to be disseminated. Inform others that the imperial physicians have restored my health. By your command, the assembled officials responded in unison. The individuals present were all prominent court officials, and the Imperial Guard outside comprised the most elite forces, making the task of securing confidentiality quite manageable. Within the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng opened his eyes. A decade should suffice to secure the position of the Crown Prince, he mused softly. After pondering for a moment, he felt it was indeed time. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of entrusting the military to Qin Jinyan, replacing key generals with his own loyalists, or ensuring that the existing ones felt a profound sense of gratitude towards him. With this thought, Qin Feng chose not to dwell further, reclining in his chair to continue his rest. In the ensuing period, news of the Emperor Xia's recovery from his injuries left the ambitious feudal lords across the lands deeply disheartened. Had Qin Jinyan ascended to the throne at this moment, they could have leveraged threats and persuasion to acquire greater fiefs and power, even without seizing the throne itself. Over the past 2 years, however, a significant number of crucial military leaders had been inexplicably imprisoned in the celestial dungeons. While a small fraction genuinely transgressed the law, the majority were victims of fabricated charges. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court jointly interrogated these leaders, plunging them into a state of anxiety as they contemplated their uncertain fates. Drink from the golden goblet together, yet the blade shows no mercy. This was a declaration the Emperor Xia had made during his ascension, a sentiment that now loomed ominously over them. They could scarcely fathom that such a blade would soon be poised above their heads. Not only within the military, but also within the court, numerous officials, including the vice ministers of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, found themselves imprisoned. In various regions, weaker feudal lords were directly apprehended by the imperial guards storming their palaces. A palpable atmosphere of dread enveloped the land. The feudal lords, now gripped by fear, were left pondering the Emperor Xia's intentions. Many sent lavish gifts to the crown prince, hoping to secure his favorable words before the emperor. Not just the feudal lords, but numerous ministers also sought to ingratiate themselves with the crown prince, for he alone held the sway to influence the emperor. Qin Jinyan, troubled by the situation, sought solace in the imperial mausoleum, confiding in Qin Feng. Brother, could father truly intend to execute all these ministers, generals, and feudal lords he has imprisoned? He inquired. While he harbored animosity towards the feudal lords, he recognized that the emperor's orders targeted only the lesser lords, those lacking significant power and who rarely dared to oppress the common folk. Otherwise, the local officials would not have spared them. Rest assured, they will not perish for the time being. Ultimately, their fate will hinge upon your decisions. Qin Feng responded calmly. Having thoroughly studied the 24 histories, he possessed a keen understanding of imperial strategies. What do you mean by that, brother? Qin Jinyan asked, perplexed. Did you not tell me that father has but a decade left to live? Now he has imprisoned these generals, ministers, and feudal lords, fabricating charges against each. Then, he will execute one every so often. Once he passes and you ascend the throne, you can eliminate a small portion of the truly guilty while releasing the majority who are innocent. The survivors will surely be overwhelmed with gratitude towards you, will they not? After a brief pause, Qin Feng continued. Moreover, in due time, everyone will perceive that Father Emperor has become senile in his old age, and fortunately, you, a wise ruler, will ascend the throne, garnering the people's support. This stratagem was not particularly intricate. Many imprisoned ministers were already aware of it within their hearts. Yet, when the executioner's blade truly loomed over them and their families, all that remained within them was fear, for no one knew the Emperor Xia's true intentions. In such perilous times, whoever could grant them clemency would become their savior. So it is. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinyan felt as though enlightenment had struck him. He had not anticipated that the Emperor Xia's motives were aimed at ensuring his own smooth succession. With a wry smile, he remarked, Brother, perhaps you are more suited for the throne than I. His thoughts were solely dedicated to improving the welfare of the people. Yet his understanding of such political machinations was rather limited. Qin Feng chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. At present, he held no interest in the throne whatsoever. Chapter 47. The leader of the demon sect, following their conversation, Qin Junyuan and Qin Feng discussed a few more matters before departing from the royal mausoleum. Qin Feng then resumed his arduous cultivation. After approximately half a year, the once dormant dragon array was finally restored. The palace, at long last, regained its tranquility. With the protection of the dragon array, there was no longer a constant worry about silent intrusions into the palace. However, for Qin Feng, this made little difference. Whether the dragon array was operational or not, the spiritual energy in this place remained consistently sparse. Fortunately, he had no need for the energy that the dragon array could gather. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Suddenly, as Qin Feng reclined his chair, his aura surged dramatically. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within him roared like a mighty river, producing a thunderous sound that was almost deafening. Had it not been for the protection of the concealment array, this noise would have likely echoed throughout the entire palace. Simultaneously, torrents of boundless spiritual energy surged forth from within him, nourishing the flora within the mausoleum, rendering it even more vibrant and full of life. Eighth heaven of the purple mansion realm, Qin Feng murmured to himself. At this rate, it seems it will take many more years to break through to the void refinement realm. However, he was in no rush. In this vast Kanglan domain, there was little distinction between the eighth heaven of the purple mansion realm and the void refinement realm. After all, he remained an invincible presence. Qin Feng slowly rose, stretching his limbs, and prepared to change his posture to continue his slumber. Suddenly, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Having noticed numerous fox paw prints beneath a nearby ancient tree, along with several strands of white fur, it was evident that the little white fox had returned during this time and then departed again. As his spiritual awareness, emanating from his cultivation, only detected dangerous presences, he had been oblivious to the little white fox's return. How outrageous! Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, "Do they think this place is a brothel? Come and go as they please." He felt that the next time the little white fox returned, he ought to remind it who truly reigned as the master here. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Feng reclined once more in his chair, nurturing his meridians to prevent any instability in his spiritual energy following his recent breakthrough. On a serene morning 3 months later, as Qin Feng was engaged in this process, Qin Zening arrived, her visage radiant with joy. What could bring her such elation? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. "The spirit path has opened," Qin Zening exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. The opening of the spirit path occurred at random intervals, sometimes not gracing the world for 2 or 3 millennia. She had not anticipated that it would manifest in their generation. Spirit path? Qin Feng pondered, the term somewhat unfamiliar to him. After a moment's reflection, he recalled the information regarding it. The spirit path was a peculiar secret realm, with its entrance situated at the very heart of the Kanglan domain. Not only was the timing of its opening capricious, but the criteria for entry were also exceedingly stringent. Upon attempting to enter the spirit path, the secret realm would automatically assess the cultivator's innate qualities. Any deficiency in bone structure, talent, or age would result in expulsion. Within the spirit path, an abundance of rare spiritual materials awaited discovery, countless precious herbs and fruits. There were even accounts of individuals who had procured a small fragment of material capable of forging sacred artifacts. Though no larger than a pinky finger, its value was immeasurable. Once this news spread, the individual was swiftly accepted as a disciple by a sacred site on the ancient continent, inciting envy among countless onlookers. It is worth noting that the ancient continent was divided into numerous domains, with the Kanglan domain being among the least significant. Those sacred sites resided in vastly powerful domains, capable of effortlessly annihilating the entire Kanglan domain if they wished. Gaining entry to such a sacred site was a dream coveted by many. Since the Demon Sealing War, the martial prowess of the Kanglan domain had waned significantly. Thus, the opening of the spirit path heralded immense benefits for the entire region. Qin Zening joyfully remarked, "The Daxiao royal family will surely send representatives to enter the spirit path. and you should be among them. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. As the foremost genius of the Daxia royal family, she was naturally entitled to one of the coveted spots. After a brief pause, she continued, I have come to bid farewell to my royal uncle. The trials within the spirit path are expected to last 4 to 5 years, and I may not return. Let us share a meal before you depart. Qin Feng suggested gently. Your uncle has prepared your favorite hot pot. Hot pot. Initially, her visit was solely for farewells. But upon hearing this, Qin Feng could not suppress a swallow and responded, very well. With that, Qin Feng rose and busied himself in the kitchen, engaging in light conversation as he cooked. During the process, he seized an opportunity to retrieve the pure little sword he had previously gifted to Qin Feng, infusing it with the essence of pure sword intent before returning it to her. Should danger arise, the sword's intent would erupt, safeguarding Qin Feng. Meanwhile, along the coastline in the northwest of the Daxia dynasty, a multitude of disciples from the demon sect congregated, clad in dark robes, each emanating an aura of malevolence. All these disciples practiced the dark arts of their demonic lineage. The sole distinction lies in the fact that those malevolent beings consume humanity to cultivate their powers and extend their lifespans, whereas the disciples of the demonic sect devour magical beasts to enhance their abilities and prolong their existence. It is precisely this difference that allows the demonic sect to persist in the northern wilderness, despite their poor relations with the major empires and sections. After all, they are not truly malevolent beings, and the empires and sect have little desire to expend their full might in eradicating the demonic sect. The sect leader has been at sea for a century, and it remains uncertain whether he has discovered a method to heal and extend his life, remarked the grand elder of the sect. This current leader is exceptionally gifted, having already advanced to the Purple Mansion realm at such a young age, making him the foremost genius in the Kanglan domain. However, during a recent expedition, he inadvertently entered a shattered secret realm, where the space was chaotic and on the brink of collapse. Despite his utmost efforts to escape, he was severely injured and left with only a few years of life remaining. Thus he set sail in search of a way to prolong his existence. Who could have foreseen this? The second elder of the sect spoke slowly before the leader departed. He consulted a diviner who predicted that if he were to discover a method to extend his life, he would undoubtedly return today. Let us await his arrival here. The grand elder nodded, his gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of the sea. Before long, a commotion erupted, and at the horizon, a figure emerged, riding the waves and swiftly approaching. The leader! It is the leader! Exclaimed a disciple of the sect. Cheers erupted instantaneously, and all disciples knelt in reverence. We welcome the return of the moon worship leader. The resounding cries echoed along the entire coastline. The update that was owed yesterday will be compensated in a few days, so everyone need not worry. A gentle request for a free gift is made. Your support is my greatest motivation to continue updating. Chapter 48. With one's own strength, could one overwhelm the Kanglan domain? Upon the waves, the moon worship leader, clad in a black robe adorned with sinister patterns, emanated a formidable aura. With a deliberate step, he descended upon the beach. Rise, commanded the moon worship leader, his voice deep and his expression indifferent. Did the leader discover a method to extend his life? Inquired the second elder, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the moon worship leader replied calmly. The multitude of disciples rejoiced at the news. Long live the moon worship leader! Long live the moon worship leader! Their fervent exclamations resonated, creating a deafening chorus. Yet, at that moment, the grand elder regarded the moon worship leader with a solemn expression, as if harboring doubts. Are you not pleased with my successful return and extended life? The moon worship leader observed the grand elder's demeanor and spoke coolly. Not at all. The grand elder quickly shook his head, then expressed his concerns. But I can't help but notice that your aura seems different from before. The subtlety of the difference was slight, yet it was distinctly perceptible to him. Is that so? The moon worship leader chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. It is likely due to the fact that I have consumed too many humans, resulting in an overwhelming amount of malevolent energy. As he spoke, a serene smile graced his face, as though he were merely discussing a commonplace matter. What? The master has devoured humanity. Upon uttering these words, the countenance of every disciple present shifted dramatically. It must be noted that the most significant distinction between them and the malevolent forces lay in their abstention from consuming human flesh. Thus, they had forged a tacit agreement with various factions, allowing them the freedom to operate and develop within the confines of the northern wilderness. Do you find any issue with this? The moon-bowing master inquired nonchalantly. His tone was calm, yet an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him effortlessly. Fifth level of the Purple Mansion realm. During his years at sea, he had visited numerous islands, consuming a fair share of humanity, which not only extended his lifespan, but also significantly enhanced his cultivation. Under the oppressive weight of his presence, the faces of all the demonic disciples turned pale. Overwhelmed by an immense pressure, no one dared to utter a word. The founding master established the rule that while cultivating the demonic arts, one must never consume humans. Yet you, as the master, dare to contravene this regulation. The Grand Elder of the sect exclaimed with palpable fury. What difference is there between you and the malevolent beings? The world labels us as a demonic sect, categorizing us among the wicked. What wrong is there in my consuming humanity? The moon-bowing master retorted coldly. Merely a coward who fears death. How dare you defend your actions? The Grand Elder scoffed, indignation lacing his voice. So, you claim to be unafraid of death? The glint in the moon-bowing master's eyes transformed from coldness to murderous intent. Death is but a triviality. What is there to fear? The Grand Elder replied icily. I joined this sect to aid humanity in discovering an alternative path to cultivation, not to harm my own kin as the malevolent do. He stood resolute, unperturbed by the moon-bowing master, his eyes filled solely with disdain. Once the heir of a fallen noble family, he possessed the potential to restore his lineage, yet he was imbued with lofty ambitions. In pursuit of aiding humanity in finding a new path to cultivation, he had risked great reproach by joining the demonic sect. Now, the actions of the moon-bowing master blatantly contradicted the very essence upon which the sect was founded. If you fear not death, then I shall grant you your wish. The moon-bowing master slowly raised his hand. In that moment, a torrent of crimson light surged forth from the Grand Elder's body, commencing its journey into the moon-bowing master's being. The Grand Elder let out a cry of anguish, shouting, "You shameless traitor of humanity, you may as well kill me. Your fate will be 1,000-fold more miserable than mine." Upon hearing this, ire flared upon the moon-bowing master's visage, with a swift grasp of his hand. The Grand Elder was instantly transformed into a mist of blood, which the master devoured entirely. His aura, too, experienced a significant enhancement. Hiss! The disciples present could not help but gasp in shock. Once, the Grand Elder had been a practitioner of a higher realm than the moon-bowing master. Now, he had been consumed without the slightest ability to resist. Fear was etched upon their faces. Who among you is still unafraid of death? The moon-worshipping leader, with an air of tranquility, surveyed the multitude of disciples from the demonic sect and spoke in a measured tone. Upon hearing his words, no one dared to respond. Silence enveloped the room. Unlike the Grand Elder, who possessed his own set of principles, many among them deemed the prohibition against consuming humans as fundamentally unreasonable, considering it a constraint on their cultivation speed. They believed that devouring magical beasts paled in comparison to the rapid advancement gained through consuming humans. Noticing the absence of any replies, the moon-worshipping leader shifted his gaze to the second elder and inquired, "Where is Ling? Why has she not arrived?" Ling, as he referred to her, was the holy maiden of the sect, Ling. The second elder, still shaken by the earlier events, stammered, reporting to the leader. Ling was rescued by a prince of the Great Xia dynasty during her training excursion. Since her return, she has remained in seclusion. The moon-worshipping leader's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Could it be that Ling has developed feelings for that prince of the Great Xia? The second elder, uncertain, shook his head. Regardless, it would be prudent to eliminate that prince, the leader asserted calmly. You all may return for now. I shall pay a visit to the Great Xia imperial city. With his cultivation having reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, He held no fear for the formidable dragon array of the great Xia imperial city, believing he could annihilate it single-handedly. The second elder, alarmed, quickly cautioned leader, "Do not act impulsively. There are also fifth-level Purple Mansion experts within the great Xia dynasty, seemingly intertwined with the imperial family." That night, the sword that traversed great distances to reach the imperial city was witnessed by many powerful figures, who generally speculate that Qin Feng's cultivation must also be at the fifth level of the Purple Mansion. "What did you say?" The moon-worshipping leader's furrowed brow deepened as he questioned his understanding. The second elder, fearing any concealment, rushed to inform him of the recent attack by the Corpse Dispatch sect on the Great Xia Palace, where all ancient corpses were swiftly slain by a single sword strike. The revelation that a fifth-level Purple Mansion expert lurked within the Kanglan domain astonished the moon-worshipping leader immensely. Upon his return, he had anticipated an effortless dominance over the entire Kanglan domain, only to realize that his assumptions were overly simplistic. This realization darkened his expression. His survival during this maritime expedition was not merely a matter of consuming humans. It was supported by a formidable dark force. Due to certain reasons, this powerful entity could not personally venture into the Kanglan domain. He had pledged to dominate the entire region within a century, treating the human populace as livestock for nurturing the demonic race. However, if there remained a fifth-level Purple Mansion expert in the Kanglan domain, his ambition to rule the area would face monumental challenges, even endangering his life. While he might be an equal to that expert, should the various dynasties join forces, his defeat would be inevitable. "What troubles you, leader?" the second elder inquired, noticing the moon-worshipping leader's grim demeanor. "It is nothing," he replied. The moon-worshipping sect master shook his head, then inquired, "In addition to that, during my absence of over a century, have there been any other significant events in the Kanglan domain?" Upon hearing this, the second elder of the demon sect promptly informed the sect master about the forthcoming opening of the Spirit Path. Chapter 49. The Spirit Path is opening. The Spirit Path is about to open? The sect master was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised. Indeed, the Spirit Path is imminent. The second elder confirmed with a nod, slowly continuing, "At that time, the most exceptional talents from the various factions will enter the Spirit Path to vie for those rare treasures." The sect master fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, "It appears that heaven is granting me an opportunity." He had already devised a plan that would compel all the major dynasties to willingly submit to him. When the time comes, he would unleash all the malevolent spirits imprisoned within the Demon Suppression Tower. Not only would the strong of the fifth layer of the Purple Mansion perish, but even those of the ninth layer would meet their demise. With his plan in mind, the sect master immediately began issuing commands to the elders to execute his orders. In the very heart of the Kanglan domain, there lay an immense canyon. A river that once flowed through had long since dried up. Now, it was teeming with countless individuals, the powerful and talented from major dynasties, sects, and families gathered here, awaiting the opening of the Spirit Path. The crowd numbered in the tens of thousands, yet did not feel congested. At the center of the canyon stood a colossal altar, constructed from stones of 5 distinct colors, covering an area of 100 feet. It was strikingly conspicuous. This was indeed the entrance to the Spirit Path. In the past, the 5-colored stones atop the altar appeared rather ordinary, distinguished only by their remarkable sturdiness. However, now these stones radiated a faint glow, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Clearly, the secret realm was on the verge of opening. At the end of the Spirit Path, one could enjoy the divine infusion of spiritual energy. It remained to be seen who would be the first to reach that destination. It was a foregone conclusion that it would undoubtedly be Qin Feng. Her current cultivation level had already reached the 4th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, making her the foremost genius among the younger generation. However, it was not to be dismissed lightly, as there were factions within the Kanglan domain that had remained hidden from the world. While they may not possess the strength of the major dynasties, they might still harbor talents surpassing Qin Feng. Within the canyon, various speculations echoed continuously. In addition to those qualified to enter the spirit path, many onlookers had gathered, engaging in lively discussions. Some even took to wagering on who would be the first to reach the end of the spirit path and receive the spiritual infusion, with most believing it would be Qin Feng without doubt. At this moment, Qin Feng appeared unfazed by the discussion surrounding her. She remained calm and composed, gazing quietly at the five-colored altar. Beside her stood several other prodigies from the great Xia royal family, including the son of the fourth prince, Qin Zhou. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the five-colored altar burst forth with dazzling, resplendent light. The ethereal energy between heaven and earth surged wildly, absorbed by the multicolored altar. Suddenly, a colossal fissure emerged in the void above the altar, towering several dozen zhang high. Furthermore, this fissure began to rapidly expand outward. A rift in the void had manifested out of thin air. One could only marvel at the might of the multicolored altar, skillfully arranged by someone unknown, capable of tearing a chasm in the very fabric of reality. The spectators gazed in astonishment at the rift, their gasps of disbelief echoing around them. While they had encountered descriptions of such phenomena in ancient texts, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different, more profound experience. Their faces were etched with astonishment. After approximately 15 minutes, the fissure began to stabilize. The spirit path is opening. Rare treasures await, first come, first served. At that moment, a young man burst into laughter and took a bold step forward, soaring toward the rift. In an instant, he vanished into the depths of the fissure, disappearing without a trace. With one individual leading the charge, many others followed suit, rushing toward the rift. Before long, hundreds had entered the secret realm, including prodigies from major dynasties and sects, as well as talented individuals from smaller factions and even solitary cultivators. However, some who were either too young or lacking in aptitude were unceremoniously expelled upon entry, eliciting waves of laughter from the crowd. "Let's also venture inside," Qin Feng said softly. The companions beside her, including Qin Zhou, nodded in agreement. Despite Qin Feng being the youngest among them, her formidable cultivation earned her the respect and compliance of her peers. Exercise caution within the spirit path. Avoid any dangerous treasures as much as possible. This realm is sealed, and should you encounter danger, no one can rescue you. Caution Qin Junyan and Elder Chun, who were responsible for guiding them. Nothing is more important than safety. Qin Feng and her companions nodded, then soared toward the rift. With a flash of white light, they were engulfed in a wave of dizziness. When their senses returned, they found themselves suspended in a completely unfamiliar world, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual energy vastly superior to that of the outside realm. Before them lay an expansive mountain range that seemed endless, punctuated by the occasional roar of ferocious beasts. Wow, is this the spirit path? The spiritual energy is so lush. I could wish to remain here for eternity, they exclaimed, unaware that when the spirit path closes, it will automatically expel all who remain. Those who entered could not help but voice their wonder, reluctant to leave. "Let us proceed forward and explore," Qin Feng suggested, observing the increasing number of individuals illuminated by white light as they entered. Qin Zhou and the others nodded in agreement, propelling themselves forward. Meanwhile, those who entered the secret realm afterward, after expressing their astonishment, also advanced eagerly, seeking the myriad treasures hidden within. Meanwhile, within the mausoleum of the founding emperor, Qin Feng reclined on a chair, indulging in a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his gaze. The scent of malevolence? Had a demon infiltrated the spirit realm? He murmured to himself. The exceptionally pure sword intent emanating from Qin Zicheng's golden sword served to assist him in discerning the surroundings of Qin Zicheng. Just moments prior, upon her entry into the spirit realm, he was taken aback to discover the faint, elusive presence of demonic energy surrounding her. Though exceedingly weak, it was perceptible to him. Hadn't he the various imperial dynasties suppressed all demons? Furthermore, it had been thousands of years since any trace of malevolence had been detected in the Kanglan domain. How could they suddenly appear in the spirit realm? A multitude of questions swirled within Qin Feng's mind. He furrowed his brow, disliking this passive sensation. He thrived in proactive circumstances, preferring his foes to be visible while he remained concealed. He relished being above while others languished below. This uncertainty regarding the enemy's status was quite disconcerting. Nevertheless, Qin Feng swiftly regained his composure. Regardless of the impending storm, he would remain steadfast. Without sufficient strength, no amount of strategy would yield results. The demon that had entered the spirit realm bore no formidable aura. Moreover, the sword intent infused into Qin Ziqing's golden sword could manifest as an external avatar, rendering its combat prowess far superior to that of the demons. Should those fiends dare to threaten Qin Ziqing, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of cruelty. In the subsequent 3 years within the spirit realm, Qin Ziqing and her numerous companions from the Daxiao royal family thrived abundantly. They not only acquired a wealth of heavenly materials and rare ancient herbs, but also stumbled upon an exceptionally rare refining material within a river valley. While it could not compare to the materials used for crafting sacred artifacts, it was more than sufficient for forging a 5th-tier spirit weapon and held considerable value. However, alongside these treasures came a plethora of dangers. They encountered formidable magical beasts multiple times and were ambushed by prodigies from other factions or rogue cultivators. Fortunately, thanks to Qin Ziqing's exceptional prowess, they consistently turned peril into safety. One midday, having just emerged from a cave with a few precious spirit crystals, Qin Ziqing and her companions rested by a river, roasting the meat of a magical beast to replenish their strength. Next year, when the final segment of the spirit realm opens, you must not concern yourselves with us, Ziqing. Strive to be the first to reach the end of the spirit realm. Qinzhou spoke slowly. There was only one opportunity for spiritual enlightenment, and Qin Ziqing needed to hasten to the realm's conclusion. Bringing them along would only hinder her. The others nodded in agreement. If Qin Ziqing could seize the chance for spiritual enlightenment, her cultivation would undoubtedly experience a significant leap, rendering her unmatched within the Kanglan domain. Moreover, she might even earn the opportunity to join one of the sacred grounds through their trials. However, Qin Ziqing shook her head. No, during these 3 years, we have acquired an abundance of rare treasures, and many have coveted them. If I were to part ways with you, there would undoubtedly be those who would set their sights on you. This would place you in great peril. She spoke slowly. While the opportunity for spiritual enlightenment is indeed precious, I would never wish to obtain it at the cost of my companions' lives. Moreover, the numerous treasures they had gathered, if taken out, would not only benefit them, but also significantly enhance the strength of the entire Daxiao royal family. The overall value would not necessarily be lesser than her alone receiving spiritual enlightenment. Upon hearing her words, Qinzhou and the others were taken aback, feeling a tinge of shame in their hearts. In the past, when Qin Ziqing had suffered damage to her meridians, they had not treated her as family. Yet now, they realized that she was willing to forsake her opportunity for enlightenment for their safety. You should reconsider, urged Qinzhou and the others, but at that moment, Qin Ziqing's delicate face turned grave as she suddenly gazed towards the distant thicket. Who goes there? Step forth, she exclaimed. Her demeanor completely transformed from when she had been speaking with Qinzhou, now poised to draw her sword. Qinzhou and the others looked quizzically in the direction she was staring, only to find everything appeared normal, devoid of any anomalies. Ha! Who would have thought you could be so cautious as to discover us? Just then, several figures emerged from the dense forest, their faces pale and exuding a sinister aura. Are you here to rob us as well? Qin Ziqing regarded these individuals coldly. Before you act, I hope you will consider this. Few who have attempted to plunder us have survived. However, the sinister figures laughed heartily. The leader, Silver 9, wore a mocking expression as he replied, "The treasures you possess may seem enticing to others, but they are of no interest to us. Today, I am here to make you submit to the Moon Worship Sect." The current leader of the Moon Worship Sect had fully revealed his wolfish ambitions, having renamed the Dark Sect and declared himself its founder. The Moon Worship Sect? Upon hearing this name, Qinzhou and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically as they exclaimed, "You are from the Dark Sect of the Northern Wilderness?" They were well aware of the name of the moon worship sect leader, once regarded as the foremost genius of the Kanglan domain. They had not anticipated that the dark sect would also send individuals to enter this spiritual path. "You are quite astute," Silver Nine remarked coldly. "Humph. A group of dark sect disciples dares to demand our submission. Such delusions." Qin Zhou shouted in anger, an astonishing aura erupting from within him. He had ascended to the 4th level of the Wheel C realm during these 4 years in the spiritual path, thanks to the abundance of rare treasures. With a resounding rumble, a long spear materialized in Qin Zhou's grasp, its fiery aura surging as if engulfed in flames. In an instant, he propelled himself towards Yinjiu, scorching the surrounding grasslands to a charred yellow in his wake. Arriving before Yinjiu, he thrust the spear forward with tremendous force. Merely at the 4th tier of the Wheel C realm, he was destined to become a laughingstock here. Observing this, Yinjiu waved his expansive sleeve, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged towards Qin Zhou. The collision between Qin Zhou's spear and the oncoming demonic energy erupted in an astonishing display of spiritual fluctuations that were deafening. The rolling waves of spirit energy spread like ripples, and Qin Zhou was violently thrown back, crashing heavily beside Qin Zining and her companions, his face pale. Startled, they rushed to assist him, administering elixirs to restore his strength. "Demonic energy. You are practitioners of the dark arts." Qin Zining gasped in horror. She had encountered disciples of the demon sect before, but the demonic practitioners who had succumbed to dark influences, like Yinjiu, were entirely different from those she had previously known. The demonic energy released by Yinjiu bore no resemblance to the typical black aura of ordinary demon sect disciples. "How astute you are, recognizing it so swiftly," Yinjiu sneered. "You should kneel and submit at once. You humans, who have ventured to practice the techniques of the demon race, now dare to transform yourselves into abominations that are neither human nor demon. Do you not feel a sense of shame towards the ancestors of humanity? You have no right to judge us." Qin Zining retorted fiercely. She held no particular disdain for the demon sect, as her father had taught her to be tolerant. Those who practiced the dark arts without indulging in indiscriminate slaughter were simply following divergent paths. However, the transformation of these disciples into demonic practitioners filled her with profound indignation. "What do you think you are to judge us?" Yinjiu, infuriated by her words, felt the sting of her rebuke. "Today, I shall make you all kneel at my feet and declare your submission." As he spoke, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him, revealing his 8th tier of the Wheel C realm. Not only Yinjiu, but also his companions exhibited formidable auras, the weakest among them being at the 4th tier of the Wheel C realm, being prodigies of the demon sect. They had forcibly enhanced their cultivation through the infusion of demonic energy by the moon-worshipping sect leader before entering the spirit path. Combined with their consumption of numerous prodigies within this realm, their current prowess was indeed formidable. Chapter 51. Exterminating Demons in the World. These demonic practitioners are incredibly strong. The injured Qin Zhou, his complexion pale, felt the immense pressure bearing down upon him. "Do not speak," Qin Zining urged in a hushed tone. "I will unleash my most powerful great river sword intent to hold them off, and you must flee in different directions at once." Despite the overwhelming presence of so many demonic practitioners, she felt that the hope of survival was exceedingly slim, yet she resolved to give it her utmost effort. In the years that have elapsed, Qin Zhou has been the focal point of their endeavors, operating in accordance with her vision. In this perilous moment, she must not betray the trust bestowed upon her by everyone. Possessing the cultivation of the 8th heaven of the Wheel C realm, she should be capable of momentarily resisting the likes of Yinjiu and his ilk with her full strength. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhou immediately rejected the notion, asserting, "Your unparalleled talent in the sword arts is a beacon of hope for our great Xia dynasty. We cannot sacrifice you for our preservation." He understood Qin Zining well. Should she take action, she would undoubtedly risk her life to procure an escape opportunity for them. He vehemently opposed the idea of allowing Qin Zining to remain behind to secure their survival. "Indeed, Zining, among us, you are the one who must survive. Others echoed in agreement. We shall join forces to thwart these malevolent beings, buying you time to flee. During their journey through the Spirit Road, it had always been the youngest, Qin Feng, who shielded them. Now, it was their turn to protect their younger sister. Despicable traitors of humanity, perish! Qinzhou launched another attack. He expended all his spiritual energy, executing a formidable martial technique. His spear engulfed in blazing flames, raising the temperature of the entire area. With a thunderous sound, he thrust his spear towards Invincible, the air around him cracking from the force. To vanquish evil and eradicate demons is the duty of a true man. Though we may perish today, humanity will endure, and one day, our kin shall eradicate you vile creatures entirely. In that moment, these princes and princesses ceased to regard themselves as mere members of royalty. They stood as resolute beings of humanity. Humanity has faced countless tribulations and adversities, yet has achieved prosperity in this world. The eradication of evil is a responsibility shouldered by every human. They were prepared to pay the ultimate price to ensure that these treacherous demonic cultivators bore the consequences of their actions. The atmosphere was imbued with profound valor. As a few demonic cultivators prepared to strike, Invincible halted them. A swarm of fireflies attempting to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. How foolish! He scoffed, stepping forward and swiftly forming a demonic seal with his hands. The seal radiated a sinister light, descending upon Qinzhou and the others with oppressive force. The demonic might was overwhelming, and wherever the seal passed, it felt as though mountains were shifting, rumbling ominously. Danger! Qin Feng exclaimed. She was deeply moved by her royal siblings' willingness to sacrifice their lives for her protection. Although she knew she should flee, she found herself unable to do so. If her survival came at the cost of her companions' lives, she would rather embrace death. With a resounding roar, Qin Feng unleashed the overwhelming sword energy from her longsword. The sound akin to crashing waves. She invoked the great river sword intent and unleashed a single stroke. The vast sword energy surged forth like a river, charging towards the demonic seal descending from Invincible. Boom! The formidable combat techniques wielded by Qinzhou and his companions, coupled with the grand river sword intent manifested by Qin Feng, collided with the demonic seal, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The rampant, surging spiritual energy radiated outward from the epicenter, akin to a tsunami's eruption, uprooting numerous trees and reducing them to mere powder in the air. With a spurt of blood, Invincible staggered back, his complexion paling further. However, Qinzhou and his allies were not faring any better. One after another, they were hurled several dozen feet away, crashing heavily to the ground, each spitting blood and their breaths becoming alarmingly faint. Were it not for Qin Feng's timely intervention, they would have undoubtedly been slaughtered by the demonic seal. How are you all? Quickly consume the healing elixirs, Qin Feng urged, hastily retrieving medicinal pills from her spatial ring to aid Qinzhou and the others. Haha, do you really believe that with us here, even if they take the elixirs, they can survive? Invincible cackled arrogantly. He audaciously devoured one of his companions, instantly restoring his vitality. Despite their pallid faces, none of the others dared to voice their discontent, for Invincible was the most favored disciple of the moon worship sect master, second only to Fire Spirit. You! Qin Feng's delicate visage turned ashen, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, the demonic cultivators behind Invincible had dispersed, encircling Qin Feng and her group. With a thunderous rumble, these individuals emanated a dark, sinister aura. Patterns began to manifest beneath their feet, intertwining with those of other demonic cultivators, forming a demonic array. What is this? Qin Feng's face was etched with confusion. If Invincible and his cohorts intended to slay them, they could have done so directly without the need for such elaborate arrangements. Why go to such lengths to set up a demonic array? The demon crossing diagram, Invincible declared ominously. In just a quarter of an hour, you shall lose your convictions and irrevocably transform into demonic cultivators, embracing the demonic race from the depths of your hearts. This is the plan of the moon worship sect master, to convert all royal prodigies into devotees of the demonic race. In doing so, within a few decades, Entire dynasties can be unwittingly assimilated, compelling them to willingly pledge their allegiance to him. At that point, unsealing all the demon suppression towers and joining forces to eliminate that enigmatic sword master will be a trivial endeavor. You wish to turn us into fiends? Qin Zining's countenance fell gravely upon hearing Ingio's words. The prospect of becoming a demonic cultivator, one who worships the demonic race, was more unbearable than death itself. Qinzhou and the others shared her sentiments, some even contemplating ending their own lives. However, at that moment, the entire demon crossing diagram began to operate. Streams of demonic energy coalesced into sinister characters, drifting toward them. Shut your eyes. Do not gaze upon these characters, Qin Zining commanded with urgency. She then sat down. Her gaze lowered, resolutely avoiding the swirling demonic symbols. Following her lead, Qinzhou and the others promptly complied, sitting down and closing their eyes. Yet, the efficacy of such actions proved to be minimal. As they closed their eyes, it was as if they found themselves ensnared in an endless abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. An eerie force began to infiltrate their consciousness. Qin Zining's delicate face turned ashen as she struggled to break free from this sinister energy, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Her awareness gradually fading as demonic energy ravaged her insides. Her perception of the outside world vanished completely. She was on the brink of succumbing to despair. Both she and Qinzhou felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and hopelessness. Clang! Suddenly, the resonant sound of a sword echoed throughout the universe. Clang! The reverberation of the sword was deafening, accompanied by an astonishing wave of sword energy that surged forth. Those demonic cultivators who had meticulously arranged the demon-slaying formation sensed the imminent danger and hastily retreated. Yet, a few unfortunate souls were torn to shreds by the unleashed sword energy. Even those who reacted swiftly and managed to distance themselves from the onslaught were not spared. They coughed up blood, their faces pale, and were grievously injured. The demon-slaying formation ceased its operation, and the thunderous sword sound restored clarity to the minds of Qin Zining and her companions, who had been engulfed in darkness. The encroaching demonic energy dissipated as well. They opened their eyes in unison, witnessing a breathtaking sight. An incredibly pure essence of sword intent was coalescing into a corporeal form in midair. What is this? A look of astonishment washed over Qin Zining and her companions. Moments ago, they had been engulfed in darkness, akin to being in a bottomless pit, completely oblivious to the source of this sword intent. Furthermore, they were unaware of the mysterious sword master who had manifested his essence to rescue the Summer Emperor. Thus, they gazed at the emerging figure in sheer astonishment. What is happening? Ingio and his companions, who had previously felt assured of victory, were taken aback by the sudden emergence of immense sword intent within the demon-slaying formation as it began to take shape. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They had never witnessed such pristine sword intent before. It instilled in them a profound sense of peril, as if they were beholding a celestial swordsman descending from the heavens. At this moment, the remarkable sword intent successfully coalesced into the embodiment of Qin Feng. Are you all right? After forming his embodiment, Qin Feng glanced at Qin Zining and inquired gently. Qin Zining, initially taken aback by the appearance of the sword-formed figure, was momentarily startled when he turned his gaze toward her. She subsequently shook her head slowly and replied, I'm fine. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng activated his divine eye to scrutinize Qin Zining closely, confirming she was indeed uninjured, and nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Zining and Qinzhou, filled with confusion, were perplexed as to how Qin Feng had appeared so suddenly and why he seemed concerned for their well-being. Are you human or ghost? At that moment, Ingio, still reeling from the shock of Qin Feng's arrival, voiced the question that had been troubling him. He had never encountered such a form of existence. For a moment, he was unsure whether Qin Feng was human or merely a spirit within this ethereal realm. However, that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he was about to become a ghost. Qin Feng spoke calmly. As he did, an overwhelming aura emanated from within him. Ingio and the others were instantly rendered immobile. With a single step, he approached Ingio. You cannot kill me. If you do, the moon worship leader will not let you go. Injo exclaimed in terror, gazing at Qin Feng. The leader has reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. If he bears a grudge against you, your fate is sealed. Lacking any means of resistance, he could only resort to threats. A mere 5th level Purple Mansion cultivator is nothing. I could slay him as one would a dog, Qin Feng replied coldly. As he spoke, enigmatic runes shimmered in his eyes, radiating a faint glow. He began to probe Injio's consciousness, seeking information regarding the moon worship leader, curious as to how he had suddenly become a malevolent entity. Injio let out a wretched cry. He felt his consciousness being peeled away layer by layer, exposed for inspection. This agony was 100 times more unbearable than death itself. Soon, Qin Feng had thoroughly examined Injio's consciousness. He shook his head in resignation, having discovered that the moon worship leader had turned to darkness in pursuit of longevity. Consequently, he dealt with the wretched Injio. With swift movements, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, only to find that the other demonic cultivators had already fled in terror, vanishing into the horizon. Without further ado, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a barrage of sword lights toward the fleeing demons. In the distant sky, crimson fireworks erupted, engulfing the atmosphere in a chaotic explosion. The world fell silent once more, leaving behind only the astonished expressions of Qin Zhou and his companions. What manner of being is this? He is entirely composed of sword energy and possesses such formidable power that even an 8th level We'll See cultivator could be slain in an instant. Could he be a half-step into the Purple Mansion realm? Thank you, Senior, for your timely intervention. Qin Xiling was the first to recover from her shock and stepped forward respectfully to express her gratitude. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of his true identity and the peculiarity of his state, which was something she had never witnessed before. Do not be anxious. I mean you no harm. Qin Feng replied gently. You may tend to your injuries. With that, he produced a vial of healing elixirs and tossed it to Qin Xiling. Thank you, Senior, she said gratefully, hurriedly distributing the healing elixirs among Qin Zhou and the others. They all expressed their gratitude to Qin Feng. This healing elixir must be at least of the 5th grade high tier, Qin Zhou exclaimed, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the elixir, unable to contain his astonishment. They had never before encountered such a high-quality pill. As they consumed the elixir, a warm current swiftly enveloped their bodies, accelerating the healing of their wounds. System, assist me in signing in at the spirit path. Qin Feng silently instructed the system. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Sign in successful. You have received the blessing of spiritual energy. This reward cannot be stored in the system space. Please select whether to use it. The mechanical voice of the system rang out. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the blessing of spiritual energy the most precious treasure within the spirit path? How could he have obtained it merely by signing in? Use it for Qin Zening. He replied calmly. The greatest benefit of the blessing of spiritual energy lies not in enhancing one's cultivation, but rather in strengthening the root constitution of the practitioner. Since he possessed the primordial chaotic sword body, his roots no longer required enhancement. Thus, it would be more advantageous to bestow this blessing upon Qin Zening. Boom! Just as Qin Zening was about to inquire further, a tremendous river suddenly surged from the sky, roaring forth with immense power. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this river was entirely composed of extraordinarily pure spiritual energy, condensed to a degree surpassing that of divine stones by 100-fold. What is this? Qin Zening and the others gazed in astonishment at the spiritual energy cascading from the heavens, utterly shocked. At that moment, the rushing river had reached above Qin Zening's head, pouring down countless streams of pure spiritual energy like a waterfall. The instant it touched her, it entered her body without the need for refinement. Her entire being was inundated by this spiritual energy, enhancing not only her aura, but also fortifying her root constitution under the cleansing influence of this pure energy. Such pure spiritual energy. Not all of the descending energy entered Qin Zening's body. Some also fell upon Qin Zhou and the others, prompting them to exclaim in astonishment. They were bewildered by the phenomenon, Yet there was no time for contemplation as they eagerly absorbed the pure spiritual energy. Chapter 53. Blessing of Spiritual Energy. It seems there is no danger now, Qin Feng remarked, observing Qin Zining and the others under the blessing of spiritual energy. Subsequently, his external manifestation dissipated into the wind. At that moment, Qin Zining, enraptured by the blessing, wore a look of astonishment, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. Oblivious to the strands of sword intent dissipating into the pure golden sword she carried. After a while, 70% of the spiritual energy from the sky had entered Qin Zining's body, causing her cultivation to soar to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. More significantly, her root constitution underwent a profound transformation, her aura distinctly altered, reminiscent of a saintess from a Yao pool. Qin Zhou and the others, having received a portion of the blessing, also saw their cultivation rise significantly, reaching the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Is this the blessing of spiritual energy? Qin Zining exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Qin Zhou and the others were equally astounded. Wasn't the blessing of spiritual energy reserved for the first individual to reach the end of the spirit path? At present, the final segment of the spirit path remains unopened. Yet the ethereal essence has inexplicably descended upon them. The esteemed elder has also vanished. Qin Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining surveyed her surroundings, only to realize that the specter of the sword intent, which had coalesced moments ago, had mysteriously dissipated without a trace. In this moment, a plethora of questions erupted within their minds. In the brief span of half an hour, they had endured an overwhelming array of experiences. Just then, the entire spirit path suddenly resonated with a deafening sound. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as brilliant light erupted. The radiant beams transformed into countless rays, shooting towards all the exceptional talents who had entered the spirit path. Are we being transported? Qin Zhou questioned, observing the enveloping white light with bewilderment. It seems the spirit path is about to close, Qin Zining replied slowly. Once someone has received the infusion of spiritual energy, the spirit path will automatically shut. Although they were unaware of the reason for the sudden bestowal of spiritual energy, it was likely this event that necessitated the premature closure of the pathway. With a whoosh, the light surrounding Qin Zining and the others intensified, becoming increasingly blinding. In the end, they could see nothing at all. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a gorge. Concurrently, all the other exceptional talents who had entered the spirit path were also transported out. In an instant, everyone who had entered the spirit path was ejected, gazing at their surroundings in utter confusion. What is happening? Wasn't there still a year left for the spirit path? Why has it suddenly closed? Has someone already received the infusion of spiritual energy? How could that be? The final segment of the spirit path has yet to be unlocked. Even a formidable cultivator from a void refinement realm could not have attained the infusion prematurely. Countless bewildered voices echoed throughout the gorge. All the exceptional talents exchanged glances, their faces awash with perplexity. As Qin Zining and her companions listened to the discussions around them, they fell into a contemplative silence. At such a moment, should anyone discover that they had already received the infusion of spiritual energy, they would undoubtedly become the target of widespread envy. Without hesitation, they turned and soared towards the exit of the gorge. The other exceptional talents in the gorge, apprehensive of having their precious resources seized, hastily departed as well. With these invaluable materials, there is no doubt that after today, numerous formidable individuals will emerge within the Kanglan domain, potentially altering the balance of power in the region. 3,000 miles away, in recent years, Elder Chun and others, who resided closest to the gorge, were hastily making their way towards the entrance of the spirit path. Each of them was filled with urgency. What could have transpired? Why had the soul jade of Prince Qin Zhou suddenly developed cracks, leaving it in a state of severe injury? A royal attendant's expression was grim. Before Qin Zining and Prince Qin Zhou entered the secret realm, they had each bound a soul jade. Elder Chun and his companions could monitor the status of Qin Zining and the others within the spirit path through the soul jades. Just moments ago, Elder Chun and his companions were horrified to discover that the soul jades of Qin Zhou and the others, with the exception of Qin Zining, had suddenly developed cracks. This signified that Qin and the others were gravely injured and on the brink of death. The royal offerings were utterly astonished and immediately set off towards the canyon. It was evident they had encountered some peril, and they hoped that Princess Xening could lead them to safety and exit the spirit road ahead of time. Elder Qin's expression was equally grim as he murmured. Within the spirit road, there were several teleportation arrays that could facilitate an early exit. Upon hearing Elder Qin's words, the offerings present maintained their solemn demeanor. The simultaneous cracking of Qinzhou and the other soul jades indicated that their adversary possessed formidable and terrifying strength, far surpassing their own. It would be exceedingly difficult for Qin Xening alone to guide them to those teleportation arrays within the spirit road. They could only silently pray for Qin Xening's safety. Just then, one of the royal offerings suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming in surprise. Elder Qin and the others followed his gaze, their expressions shifting dramatically. It was indeed Qin Xening and her companions. In the blink of an eye, they converged. "Your Highness, we thought you were gravely injured. How come you appear unscathed?" Elder Qin and the royal offerings were filled with confusion. The Qin Xening before them bore no signs of injury. Not only were they unharmed, but their cultivation had also significantly advanced, far beyond their expectations since entering the spirit road. "We were indeed injured earlier, besieged by several powerful demonic cultivators," Qin Xening explained slowly. "Demonic cultivators? Have they infiltrated the spirit road?" Elder Qin's complexion paled, filled with dread. "Yes," Qin Xening confirmed with a nod. She and Qinzhou then recounted their recent encounter with Injiu and the others in the secret realm. "Disciples of the moon worship sect have turned into demonic cultivators? They even seek to transform you into fiends?" Upon hearing Qin Xening's words, the royal offerings were consumed with outrage. It was one thing for the moon worship sect to betray humanity and pledge allegiance to the demons. It was utterly abhorrent that they sought to convert Qin Xening and her companions into demonic cultists. After all, they were core members of the great Xia royal family. If they were to become fiends, it would not take long before the majority of the royal members were assimilated into demons, allowing the moon worship sect to effortlessly dominate the entire great Xia dynasty. The scheme was undeniably insidious and malicious. Then why did those demonic cultivators cease their attack? Elder Qin could not help but inquire. In his view, Qin Xening and her companions were utterly defenseless against such formidable foes. Thus, he presumed that their survival and escape from the spirit road were due to the cessation of the demonic cultivators' assault. It was not that the fiends suddenly relented, but rather that a powerful swordsman intervened and rescued us, Qin Xening replied slowly. She then continued to relay the subsequent events to Elder Qin and the others. Unable to discern the figure, a formidable being seemingly formed entirely from sword energy, upon hearing Qin Xening's words, Elder Qin and several other royal patrons exchanged glances, immediately recalling the mysterious strongman who had once rescued Emperor Xia. The description provided by Qin Xening was not merely similar, it was indistinguishable. "Do you recognize this sword master?" Qin Xening inquired, her astonishment growing as she noted the change in Elder Qin and the others' expressions. Elder Qin nodded slowly. That enigmatic figure once saved His Majesty. Moreover, at that time, their appearance was akin to what you just described, a corporeal form manifested from sword energy. After saving His Majesty, they simply dissipated into the cosmos. At this revelation, Qin Xening and Qinzhou were taken aback. They had assumed that this sword master was merely a spirit within the spirit path, never contemplating that they had already appeared within the imperial palace. Could this sword master, who has intervened multiple times, perhaps be one of our royal family? Qin Xening speculated, linking this figure to someone from the evil demon mountains. Although their speech and sword techniques were completely different, their styles bore striking similarities. Instinctively, she felt a connection with the sword master, uncertain whether it was a fleeting encounter or a frequent acquaintance. Qinzhou and the others nodded in agreement with Qin Xening's conjecture. However, Elder Qin shook his head. "Your Majesty and I previously speculated that this mysterious sword master might have some connection to our royal family. When you mentioned that they rescued you within the spirit path, my first thought was that they might not only be related to our family, but could potentially be one of us." Pausing for a moment, Elder Qin continued, "Yet, upon further reflection, it seems increasingly implausible. This mysterious sword master, in terms of both cultivation and age, surely exceeds the limits allowed within the spirit path. To be able to manifest a corporeal form from sword energy within the secret realm indicates extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, throughout the annals of the Kingland domain, such remarkable prowess is rare. How could they possibly belong to our royal family? Though they serve as a patron of the Great Xia, one cannot help but question what merit the Great Xia possesses to produce such a formidable being." Listening to Elder Qin's analysis, Qin Zining and the others fell into contemplative silence. How could a being of such extraordinary ability possibly belong to the Great Xia? By the way, since those demon cultivators have already been vanquished, how did you manage to leave the spirit path? Elder Qin suddenly realized, his expression turning inquisitive. Initially, he had assumed that Qin Zining and her companions had escaped the spirit path. Now, learning that the demon cultivators had been defeated, he wondered if Qin Zining and the others had been expelled from the spirit path. It was not uncommon for individuals to be ejected from the spirit path mid-journey, albeit rarely. Given Qin Zining's talents and roots, it seemed unlikely they would be expelled unless they had committed a grave transgression. The other royal attendants were equally perplexed, for the spirit path had closed prematurely. Qin Zining spoke slowly. "What? The spirit path only closes after someone has received the infusion of spiritual energy. How could it close early?" The elders, including Elder Qin, were taken aback. Since its emergence, the spirit path had never before experienced an early closure. Qin Zining and her companions did not conceal the truth. They informed Elder Qin and the others about the spiritual energy infusion they had received. Hiss! All of them could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The final segment of the spirit path had yet to open, and yet Qin Zining and her companions had already received the infusion of spiritual energy? What could possibly explain this? Countless questions arose in their minds. "Return to the imperial city at once," Elder Qin declared gravely after a moment's contemplation. Whether it was concerning Qin Zining's acquisition of spiritual energy or the moon worship cult's allegiance to malevolent forces, these were significant matters that required immediate communication to Emperor Xia. Furthermore, they could not allow Qin Zining and her group to linger here. Should anyone learn that they had received spiritual energy infusion, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Human nature can be treacherous, often harming others without any benefit to oneself. Agreed. Qin Zining and the others nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Elder Qin retrieved a palm-sized ancient warship from his storage ring, adorned with intricate ancient runes. Boom! He cast the ancient warship forth, and the runes glowed brightly, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a colossal vessel, suspended in mid-air. "Let's depart." Elder Qin beckoned, leading Qin Zining and the others aboard the ancient warship. This vessel had been forged during the height of the Great Xia dynasty's power, before the Demon Suppression War, and its formations possessed formidable defensive capabilities, ensuring their safety. Only a few of these ships remained, and this time to prevent Qin Zining and her group from being targeted after acquiring rare treasures. Emperor Xia had specifically instructed Elder Qin to carry this ancient warship. Boom! Once everyone had boarded under the propulsion of the formations, the ancient warship set sail towards the Great Xia imperial city. Along the journey, they observed other ancient warships belonging to powerful sects or royal dynasties traversing the skies, evidently to retrieve their own prodigies. The treasures within the spirit path could grant substantial cultivation enhancements to many formidable figures within these factions, necessitating their urgent attention. Meanwhile, within the imperial tomb, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. It appeared that the moon worship leader had encountered a malevolent entity overseas and ultimately chose the path of demonic cultivation. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Through the divine perception of Silver Nine, he had not only learned of the moon worship leader's cultivation level, but also gathered considerable additional information. A mysterious malevolent force lurking within the ocean warranted thorough investigation. As he spoke, Qin Feng rose and began to make his way outside the palace. He would not underestimate the dangers that lay ahead. He resolved to seek out the moon-worshipping leader to acquire specific information regarding the malevolent entity lurking within the vast ocean. This way, he could avoid being caught off guard should the fiend ever manifest in the Kanglan domain. Naturally, this journey also served the purpose of avenging Qin, Ziqing, and the others. After departing from the imperial city, Qin Feng soared northward towards the desolate plains. Chapter 55. The fragrance of autumn osmanthus and the lotus blossoms for miles to the north of the Kanglan domain lies an expansive wasteland. Human settlements are scarce, yet one frequently encounters nomadic tribes. These tribes are nearly all martial, living primarily through herding, and seizing any opportunity to descend southward to raid and plunder the grand empires and sections. Deep within the wasteland stands a vast complex of ancient palaces, exuding an aura of antiquity. However, this ancient architecture now bears an unsettling air, with dark demonic energy swirling in the skies, casting a gloomy pall even during daylight. At this moment, outside the main hall, the moon-worshipping leader stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the direction of the spirit path. Leader, the saintess remains reluctant to consume the blood offerings I have provided, and has even spoken disrespectfully toward you, reported the seventh elder of the demon sect with utmost reverence. During this period, they had conducted a thorough cleansing of the entire demon sect, imprisoning those unwilling to embrace demonic cultivation, relegating them to become sustenance for others. Only Firelinger remained an exception. Still unwilling? The moon-worshipping leader's eyes glinted with a cold light, and he replied nonchalantly, "Send her my quarters, tonight. I shall personally infuse a wisp of demonic energy within her." He had always held high hopes for Firelinger, indulging her greatly. However, her current refusal to pledge loyalty to the dark forces necessitated a lesson in discipline. Very well, the seventh elder nodded, and then turned to depart from the main hall. Meanwhile, the moon-worshipping leader's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the spirit path. "Is the leader concerned for Ingio and the others?" inquired the second elder of the demon sect slowly. "What is there to worry about?" The moon-worshipping leader responded coolly. "With my assistance, they shall directly enhance their cultivation. Before entering the spirit path, their abilities have already surpassed the so-called top genius, Qin Ziqing. No one shall obstruct their plans." He regarded his scheme as utterly flawless. As long as Ingio and his companions executed it earnestly, no errors would arise. Within the spirit path, none could deter Ingio and his allies from transforming Qin Ziqing and the others into devout followers of the dark forces. Indeed, the second elder agreed slowly. Once those princes and princesses become adherents of the demonic cultivators, all the empires shall bow before the leader, submitting in reverence. I have resided in this wasteland for many years. It is time to descend southward and behold the autumn osmanthus and the lotus blossoms for miles. The moon-worshipping leader remarked thoughtfully. Compared to the south, the conditions in the north were harsh and unforgiving, akin to a bitterly cold land. The other elders, upon hearing this, were also filled with a sense of longing. In the illustrious era of the great Xia dynasty, a revered scholar composed a piece titled Water Dragon Chant, Nostalgia for West Lake, which resonated throughout the realm. The vivid depictions of West Lake stirred an insatiable yearning among many. Yet, those residing in the northern regions, particularly disciples of the demonic sect, found themselves deprived of the opportunity to witness its beauty. As various dynasties bowed before their might, the vast expanse of the Kanglan domain became a mere playground for them. With a leader at the helm, the ambitions of the sect were destined to endure through the ages. The second elder of the demonic sect extolled, "Master Baiwe, our grand endeavor shall remain unshaken for eternity." The other elders echoed in agreement, their hearts filled with gratitude for the astute mastermind guiding their fate. Master Baiwe, however, wore an expression of serene composure, his gaze extending far beyond the confines of the Kanglan domain. The entire ancient continent was his true aspiration. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's silhouette appeared hundreds of yards away from the ancient structure, his eyes aglow with mysterious runes as he meticulously scanned for any hidden formations. Cautious by nature, Qin Feng distinguished himself from others who, emboldened by their formidable cultivation, acted recklessly. He understood all too well that even the mightiest could fall prey to the snares of a formation. The quality of the demonic array was commendable. Moments later, Qin Feng discerned that the entire palace complex lay ensconced within the formation's grasp. Alas, it is merely commendable, he remarked before striding toward the palatial ensemble. Though the array was formidable, it posed no threat to him. Who dares to intrude here? Do you seek death? Shouted several disciples guarding the entrance. It was well known that this was the sacred ground of the demonic sect, and even the loyal chieftains of their vast tribes were forbidden entry without permission, especially since Master Baiwe had pledged allegiance to the dark forces. Ignoring the guards' admonitions, Qin Feng released an aura of overwhelming pressure. In an instant, the disciples stationed there were reduced to mere blood mist, their cries silenced before they could escape their lips. With an expression of tranquility, Qin Feng continued deeper into the palace complex. Along the way, many disciples of the sect noted the ominous presence of Qin Feng and attempted to confront him. Yet they were utterly powerless against the oppressive force emanating from him, dissolving into blood mist one after another. The iron scent of blood pervaded the air. Who dares to trespass upon the sacred territory of our Baiwe sect? At last, a formidable figure from the sect sensed the disturbance and charged forth with a thunderous shout. This warrior, shrouded in demonic mist, had evidently consumed a significant number of human cultivators, and with the enhancement of the formation, had ascended to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. You are not one to provoke, Qin Feng replied coolly. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, unleashing a radiant sword light that shot towards the demonic warrior. The astonishing sword energy instantly carved terrifying gashes into the ancient structures surrounding them. What a fearsome sword aura! The demonic warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. His cultivation surpassed that of the other disciples of the demonic sect, enabling him to perceive the terrifying essence of the sword light with utmost clarity. Hastily, he summoned a small cauldron, a formidable magical artifact, in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of Qin Feng's sword light. However, with a resounding crack, the sword light proved far too fearsome, piercing through the cauldron and relentlessly advancing towards the demonic master, effortlessly penetrating his body. This scene left the other disciples of the sect, who had come in response to the commotion, utterly astounded. We must report to the sect leader. This individual is too powerful, someone shouted. Subsequently, several figures hastened towards the main hall. The remaining disciples of the demonic sect sought to unite their strength, employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers to besiege Qin Feng. Alas, they had grossly underestimated Qin Feng and overestimated their own capabilities. With a swift motion, Qin Feng summoned the fiery sword spirit in his hand and unleashed a single, sweeping strike. The razor-sharp sword light, imbued with searing energy, effortlessly annihilated a multitude of demonic disciples. Even the ancient structures crumbled under the residual force of the sword light. Although the number of demonic disciples was substantial, they remained incapable of impeding Qin Feng in the slightest. Each of his strikes reaped countless lives, blood flowing freely upon the ground, creating a path paved with corpses. At the entrance to the main hall, the moon worship sect leader and others suddenly heard the sound of sword cries, each casting bewildered glances towards the source of the noise. What is happening? Has someone dared to intrude here? Questioned the second elder of the sect, his face etched with confusion. At that moment, a frantic disciple of the demonic sect rushed in. Sect leader, trouble. A master of the sword path has barged in, and many of our disciples and powerful members have met a tragic end at his hands. The disciple's eyes were filled with terror and panic as he exclaimed, "No one can stop him." Upon hearing this, the elder's expressions shifted dramatically. It was known that the area was fortified with a magical formation, and the sect housed numerous individuals capable of combat at the first and second levels of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet they were utterly incapable of halting the invading swordmaster. His strength is astonishing, the second elder remarked gravely. Could this formidable sword master be the one who assisted the great Xia dynasty in vanquishing the ancient corpse? As his words fell, the other elders began to murmur among themselves, their eyes betraying a hint of alarm. It is said that he is a master of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. One elder noted, but even if he is, what of it? The moon worship sect leader maintained a serene demeanor, replying nonchalantly, "If he dares to come here, I shall ensure that he meets his demise without a trace." Initially, he had harbored some trepidation towards the enigmatic sword master, which had compelled him to meticulously orchestrate matters within the spirit path. However, now that the adversary had arrived, he could directly strike to eliminate him, thus saving the time and effort of gradually subjugating the various dynasties. After all, this place was fortified by a magical formation. I shall ensure his obliteration. As the leader of the moon worship sect concluded his words, a voice, devoid of emotion and strikingly indifferent, suddenly resonated from outside. "Are you truly certain?" Qin Feng stepped onto the plaza outside the main hall, calmly regarding the leader of the moon worship sect. With each stride, he appeared like an ethereal being, leaving a trail of death without a trace of blood upon his garments. His unexpected presence astonished the numerous elders of the demonic sect present, as they had not anticipated that the legendary master of swordsmanship would be so remarkably youthful. Even the usually impassive leader of the sect revealed a hint of surprise upon his countenance. "Who are you? It seems we have no grievances with one another." The leader of the moon worship sect inquired coldly. "What does it matter if you know my identity? Today, you shall meet your demise," Qin Feng replied, his demeanor as frigid as ever. As he spoke, a surge of sword intent coursed through him. An astonishing wave of sword energy erupted forth, accompanied by the resonant sound of a sword song, causing his garments to flutter. "Since you refuse to speak, I shall have no choice but to erect a nameless gravestone for you," the leader of the moon worship sect declared, his expression dark and foreboding. In that instant, the magical formation surrounding them began to activate, revealing blood-red sigils across numerous structures. The scene transformed, exuding a sinister aura akin to that of hell itself. Although the leader of the moon worship sect was merely at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, within the confines of this magical array, his power was significantly augmented. He could easily vanquish practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm, even those at the 7th or 8th levels. "Master, swiftly eliminate this intruder and avenge our fallen brethren." The disciples of the demonic sect cried out, their voices echoing with fervor as they witnessed the leader's formidable strength. Consumed by hatred for Qin Feng after the loss of many comrades, their cries were filled with rage. "This magical array is nothing extraordinary," Qin Feng remarked calmly. As he observed the formation, he had only anticipated its power, but now he realized he had overestimated its capabilities. Perhaps the deficiency of demonic energy in this place hindered the array from unleashing its full potential. "Huh, the ignorant are unafraid," retorted the leader of the moon worship sect, his body enveloped in swirling black demonic energy, emanating a chilling and dreadful aura. Gathering his formidable demonic energy, he swiftly coalesced it into a pitch-black seal, resembling a jade seal, which surged toward Qin Feng with the intent to suppress him. As the seal departed from the leader's grasp, it rapidly absorbed the surrounding demonic energy, expanding with alarming speed, growing to the size of a hill in the blink of an eye. The intricate details of the seal became increasingly distinct, adorned with profound and complex demonic patterns that exuded an ominous presence, as if poised to annihilate all living beings in existence. With determination, Qin Feng did not hesitate. He unleashed the archaic descent divine slash. Thunderous resonances filled the air as golden sword energy swiftly materialized in his hand, forming a radiant sword soul that shimmered with brilliant golden light. Not only that, at the hilt of the sword soul, intricate and profound runes encircled in a ring, exuding a terrifying aura of swordsmanship. With a single stroke, he unleashed a golden sword light, stretching several dozen yards, intertwined with the enigmatic runes, slicing towards the demonic seal. Wherever it passed, it left deep ravines in the ground. Boom! The clash between the sword light and the demonic seal erupted with a terrifying wave of energy. Golden and black radiance surged forth like a tsunami. Despite the buildings here being fortified by a magical array, a substantial area around the square collapsed. Numerous weaker disciples of the demonic sect were instantly reduced to ashes. The elders, bound to the magical array, survived but were grievously injured, their faces pale. "How could you be so powerful?" The expression of the moon-worshipping sect master finally changed. He realized that Qin Feng's strength far exceeded his imagination, surpassing even the realms of the 5th and 7th stages of the Purple Mansion. "Now, do you still wish to erect a monument to me?" Qin Feng said coolly. In an instant, he moved and appeared before the moon-worshipping sect master, his terrifying speed causing the latter's expression to drastically alter. Clang! At that moment, the sword soul of fire had coalesced in Qin Feng's hand, and he struck with a fierce slash. The searing sword energy emanated a dreadful aura. Damn it! The moon-worshipping sect master watched in horror as the sword soul descended upon him. In a frenzy, he summoned the power of the array, harnessing the overwhelming demonic energy to conjure a pitch-black barrier before him at lightning speed, aiming to withstand Qin Feng's strike. Crack! However, the power contained within Qin Feng's strike was simply too formidable. The barrier, formed from the array's energy, was utterly insignificant and was shattered in an instant. Not only that, even after obliterating the dark barrier, the sword soul in Qin Feng's hand retained its might, continuing its descent towards the moon-worshipping sect master's body. Chapter 57. Twin Moons in the Sky. Qin Feng's strike cleaved the moon-worshipping sect master into pieces, blood and flesh flying in all directions, painting a gruesome scene. "Master!" This sight elicited gasps of horror from all the surviving disciples of the demonic sect. Their leader, at the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion, augmented by such a powerful magical array, could not withstand this man's strike. "Ah, you wretch! You have destroyed my physical form. Today, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds." At that moment, the furious roar of the moon-worshipping sect master echoed through the heavens. Just as he was slain by Qin Feng, he chose to merge with the array, narrowly preserving his consciousness. "You wish to kill me even after my physical body has been severed?" Qin Feng replied coldly. As he spoke, sword energy surged around him, the sound of sword cries resonating continuously. He intended to obliterate the magical array here, leaving no chance for the moon-worshipping sect master to survive. The malevolent figure roared, "Today, I shall unveil the terrifying secrets of the demonic realm." As the moon-worship leader bellowed, the entire demonic formation began to whirl frantically. A torrent of malevolent energy obscured the sky, casting the surroundings into an abyss akin to night. Simultaneously, crimson beams of light converged within the demonic array, coalescing into a blood moon that spanned the heavens. The sanguine radiance cascaded downwards, swiftly eroding the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Feng, transforming it into demonic essence that began to corrode him in return. This was the blood moon great art. Under the light of the blood moon, all things must submit, declared the moon worship leader. He resolutely expended his last vestiges of primordial power, embodying the moon to unleash his most formidable secret technique, intent on obliterating Qin Feng. "Huh! Since you are the moon worship leader, I too possess a resplendent moon for you to venerate." Qin Feng retorted with a cold smile. He soared into the air, stepping upon the void. In an instant, darkness enveloped the heavens, while an extraordinary phenomenon slowly materialized behind him. It was an ocean, its waves surging tumultuously, the roar of the tides resonating powerfully. Above this vast expanse, an exquisitely radiant moon ascended gracefully. The pure, sacred moonlight spilled over the ocean, refracting into glimmers that danced upon the water's surface. At that moment, Qin Feng harmoniously merged with this breathtaking spectacle, leaving all the disciples of the demonic sect in a state of awe. Two moons in the sky, a sight rarely witnessed throughout the ages. What is this? The moon worship leader's voice trembled with fear as he sensed an overwhelming aura of peril emanating from the ocean and the moon behind Qin Feng. This was an omen, the moon rising over the sea, perfectly suited to vanquish you. As he spoke, the moon behind Qin Feng began to rotate slowly. Its dazzling brilliance cascaded downwards, swirling through the air, descending upon the blood moon that the moon worship leader had transformed into. "No!" The moon worship leader felt the chilling breath of death and cried out in terror. He attempted to flee, but alas, the moon behind Qin Feng had rendered him utterly immobile. Amid the moon worship leader's desperate cries, the light from the blood moon began to dissipate. Concurrently, Mysterious runes flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he began to decipher the moon worship leader's consciousness, unraveling the sinister information hidden within the ocean. In a brief span, both the moon worship leader and the demonic array vanished into the ether. Below, the disciples of the demonic sect could not evade the haunting shrieks that transformed the place into a veritable hell on earth. However, the cacophony soon subsided, and silence enveloped the area. The extraordinary phenomenon behind Qin Feng gradually faded as well, while the malevolent entity remained trapped in the depths of the ocean, seemingly of a cultivation level beyond the realm of void refinement. As Qin Feng reflected on the information gleaned from the consciousness of the moon-worshipping sect leader, he murmured to himself, "It seems that after this matter concludes, I should earnestly enhance my cultivation. The population of the eternal ancient continent is in the trillions, vast and boundless. Even a cultivator at the void refinement stage would find it nearly impossible to traverse the continent in a lifetime without the aid of a teleportation array. Yet, in comparison to the infinite ocean, the eternal ancient continent appears relatively small. Within the sea, countless islands and myriad minor factions abound, alongside fragments of continents shrouded in mystery, fraught with peril. It is not particularly strange for a void refinement cultivator to become ensnared there." Shaking his head, Qin Feng dismissed these thoughts and summoned the system to check in. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have obtained the Xuanhuan mirror." The mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Within the system's space, a mirror resembling the moon emerged, suspended in midair. The Xuanhuan mirror, neither gold nor jade, exuded an ancient aura, adorned with archaic inscriptions and the forms of mythical creatures, appearing to rise, yet leaving no trace, neither carved nor painted. Deeply embedded in its essence, truly remarkable. The Xuanhuan mirror? What connection does it bear to the Xuanhuan Tower, one of the 10 divine artifacts of the primordial age? Qin Feng mused aloud. He examined the introduction regarding the Xuanhuan mirror, but found scant information, with no mention of any relation to the Xuanhuan Tower. It merely noted that the brilliance within the Xuanhuan mirror is particularly effective against evil entities. Regardless, it should prove to be a valuable treasure, Qin Feng concluded. With that, he shifted his gaze. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the structures had largely collapsed, with only the outer areas remaining unscathed. Additionally, through his divine sight, Qin Feng observed that within a cluster of buildings to the north of the main hall, several disciples of the demonic sect appeared to be imprisoned. However, he paid them no mind, as they were clearly not demonic cultivators, but rather disciples unwilling to embrace the path of darkness. Ascending into the air, he prepared to depart. In a lavish palace in the northern section that had remained intact, a striking woman clad in black robes, her figure gracefully undulating, slowly emerged from the hall. Gazing at the outside scene, her exquisite features reflected shock. After being brought here by the second elder, Huolinger had succumbed to the miasma of demonic fog. Fearing for her life, upon regaining consciousness, she beheld the devastation around her. Someone has come and slain that old fellow, the moon-worshipping sect leader? Huolinger realized that the demonic formation had been shattered, and the presence of the moon-worshipping sect leader had vanished without a trace. A radiant smile illuminated her face, enchanting all who beheld it. Though the moon-worshipping sect leader was her master, he had pledged allegiance to evil, a fact she found utterly disgraceful. She shared the sentiments of the Grand Elder, believing that the purpose of the demonic sect should be to aid human cultivators in discovering an alternative path to cultivation, rather than colluding with malevolent forces. That figure, why does it seem so familiar? At that moment, Huolinger suddenly noticed a silhouette rising into the air from the direction of the main hall's plaza, a sight that struck her as eerily recognizable. In that fleeting moment, the image of the prince who had rescued her within the realm of the Great Xia dynasty surfaced in her mind. Their silhouettes appeared to merge entirely at that instant. Chapter 58. The ancestor of Moonshade. As fire spirits gaze momentarily dulled, Qin Feng's figure had already soared towards the distant horizon. She rose, yearning to pursue him. But then a bitter smile crossed her lips as she mused, "What folly am I indulging in? That prince, Qin Feng, has been condemned to guard the royal tomb to save me. How could he possibly possess such formidable power to confront that old wretch Baiyu? Fire Spirit felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Qin Feng. Thus, upon witnessing another savior, her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to his image. Although she had not developed affection for Qin Feng out of gratitude for his rescue, the remorse she harbored for his imprisonment lingered in her heart, as she believed her actions had led to his confinement within the royal tomb. For years, Fire Spirit had yearned to free Qin Feng. During the time when the corpse-chasing sect attacked the imperial city, she had foreseen their plans and had ventured alone to the city, hoping to rescue Qin Feng once the sect breached the palace. Alas, the despicable mysterious figure had intervened and annihilated those ancient corpses, depriving her of that opportunity. Saintess, Baiyu and the others have all been slain. At that moment, other disciples of the demonic sect, unwilling to become demonic cultivators, began to escape as the formation was breached. Some, brimming with excitement, approached Fire Spirit to convey the news. "Yes, I am aware," Fire Spirit replied, her countenance returning to its icy demeanor, resembling a beautiful iceberg, aloof and distant. "Now that Baiyu has been vanquished as the saintess, you should assume the position of the sect leader," one suggested. The others echoed this sentiment, their faces alight with hope. If Fire Spirit were to lead, surely she would not pledge allegiance to the evil forces, restoring the sect to its former glory. "I have no interest in the position of sect leader," Fire Spirit responded coolly. At her words, the disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. "Saintess, if you do not assume the role of sect leader, who will?" they inquired earnestly. "The news of Baiyu's betrayal will soon spread throughout the Kanglan domain. Shall we remain here to bear the brunt of his punishment?" Fire Spirit maintained her calm demeanor, stating slowly, "This sect no longer holds any significance." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a solemn silence. In truth, they had harbored such thoughts prior to their arrival, but were reluctant to accept the reality. After all, the demonic sect, with a legacy spanning millennia, lay in ruins at their hands, leaving them with a sense of betrayal towards the ancestors of the sect. "Where do you intend to go, Saintess?" someone asked, their eyes fixed upon Fire Spirit. "I do not know," Fire Spirit paused before answering, "but I certainly will not remain here." Having lingered in the wasteland for far too long, it was time for her to venture forth. Perhaps it was to seek further training in other realms within the Kanglan domain, or perhaps to venture beyond its confines and explore the vastness of the world. All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a state of helpless silence. Shortly thereafter, Huolinger offered a few words of comfort before ascending into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. The others, witnessing the crumbled ruins, could only shake their heads in resignation, their hearts filled with resentment towards Baiyu, yet powerless to change their fate. One by one, they departed. Thus, the once renowned demonic sect, which had thrived for millennia, met its cataclysmic end. Amidst the boundless ocean, there lay a fragmented continent, colossal in size compared to ordinary islands, yet still vastly inferior to the ancient mainland, measuring merely half the size of the Kanglan domain. At the very center of this fractured land was a massive chasm, where dense demonic energy surged, pulsating with an intensity that seemed to reach the heavens. Above the gorge, a formidable surge of demonic energy coalesced into a gigantic skull, its eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames. This was none other than the ancestor of Moon Ming. During the cataclysmic war against the demons a millennium ago, he had been besieged by human warriors, grievously wounded as he fled to this broken continent. Discovering the abundant spiritual energy within the chasm, he sought refuge to heal his wounds, unaware that a powerful residual formation would ensnare him, trapping him within its confines to this day. Ancestor, Baiyu has conveyed that there are formidable sword masters in the Kanglan domain, and direct domination will prove exceedingly challenging. He intends to gradually manipulate the princes of the various dynasties to achieve control, reported several individuals, emanating astonishing demonic energy as they stood at one side of the gorge. To completely dominate the Kanglan domain, it may require a century. A century? The ancestor of Moon Ming's countenance darkened at these words, his dissatisfaction palpable. Yet, apart from Baiyu, he possessed no stronger allies, and thus refrained from further comment. Over the years, he had transformed many islanders who ventured onto this continent into demonic practitioners, utilizing them to gather sustenance. However, the number of islanders across the myriad islands of the sea was woefully inadequate, and despite his subordinates' relentless search, it only sufficed to maintain his current standing. If he were to dispatch more powerful beings to the Kingland domain, it was likely that before Baiyu could establish his dominance, he would experience a decline in power and be annihilated by the very formation that held him captive. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached, eyes wide with horror. "Ancestor, Baiyu's soul jade has shattered," the figure exclaimed, cradling the fragmented blood-red stone in their hands. This jade not only controlled the remnant demonic energy within Baiyu, but also provided insight into his condition. "What did you say?" The ancestor's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze darkening further as he beheld the shattered jade. Fury surged within him as he demanded, "How could this happen? Wasn't Baiyu supposed to have devised a flawless plan?" Yet, his questions went unanswered, for the only one who knew the truth, Baiyu, had already met his demise. The terrifying demonic aura emanated from him, causing several figures to tremble in sheer terror, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming fear. After a prolonged moment, the venerable ancestor of the moon shade gradually regained his composure. "What shall we do next, ancestor?" inquired a trembling demon cultivator, struggling to suppress his fear. "What else can we do? We must attempt to utilize the demonic formation to forcibly break through this seal," replied the moon shade ancestor, his expression grim. Besides enhancing his cultivation to escape, he had another method: to deploy powerful demonic formations around the canyon and force their way out. However, the success rate for such an endeavor was dismally low, barely exceeding 30%. Should they succeed, not only would they break free, but they could also convert the formidable remnants of the formation within the canyon into their own cultivation power. Conversely, if they failed, death would be their fate. "What materials are needed to set up the demonic formation? We shall gather them at once to assist you, ancestor," the figures eagerly responded. Subsequently, the Moonshade ancestor disclosed the required materials for the formation, and they hastily departed to collect them. The ancestor, as furious gaze, turned toward the direction of the Kanglan domain. He vowed that if he survived this ordeal, he would exact a gruesome revenge on those who had slain Baiyu, tearing them to shreds to vent his pent-up rage. Chapter 59. The carefree sword immortal Qin Zening and her companions returned to the imperial city aboard an ancient warship. Emperor Xia and Qin Jingyan were in the imperial study discussing matters when they were taken aback by the unexpected early return of Qin Zening and her group. As Qin Zening recounted the events that transpired in the Spirit Road, the expressions on the faces of Emperor Xia and the others grew increasingly vivid. They felt that the occurrences within the Spirit Road were far more shocking than all previous happenings combined. Emperor Xia was both delighted that Qin Zening and her companions had received a substantial boost in their cultivation due to the influx of spiritual energy, and infuriated that the demon sect had become the minions of evil forces. However, they were most astonished by the mysterious sword master, who possessed extraordinary abilities to enter the secret realm and rescue Qin Zening and the others. "If only such a powerful being were a member of our great Xia royal family, I would willingly relinquish my throne," Emperor Xia lamented with a deep sigh. With the passage of years, his lifespan waned, leaving him appearing increasingly frail. "Regrettably, our great Xia royal family is too weak to accommodate such golden scales," Qin Junyan remarked helplessly. The other officials and royal advisors also wore expressions of bitter amusement, well aware of the limitations of the great Xia's strength. Nonetheless, the fact that Zening and her companions had emerged unscathed and gained significant opportunities was indeed a fortuitous event for them. The pressing matter now is to inform the other major dynasties about the demon sect's alignment with evil forces, Emperor Xia stated slowly. He believed that the demon sect's ambitions extended far beyond just Qin Zening and her companions. Other princes and princesses from the major dynasties were likely also at risk. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, commencing a detailed discussion on the matter. Qin Zening and Qin Zhou have also departed from the imperial study. Shortly thereafter, the Minister of Rites, following the Emperor Xia's directive, commenced drafting a secret missive to be dispatched to various great dynasties. announcing to the world the allegiance of the demon sect to the nefarious forces. At this moment, Qin Feng had already returned to the imperial mausoleum. Achoo! Qin Feng couldn't suppress a sneeze, murmuring, "Why do I feel as though someone is speaking of me?" A sense of curiosity stirred within him. There were only a few individuals connected to him, primarily Qin Zining and Chu Xiong. If anyone wished to see him, they would simply come to the mausoleum directly, rendering any whispers unnecessary. After pondering for a while without recalling any overlooked acquaintances, he decided to set the matter aside, shaking his head and preparing to continue his cultivation. Rather than reclining on the chaise lounge to allow the Eternal Life Sutra to autonomously circulate and absorb the sword intent and earth spirit stalagmite essence he had obtained, he chose to sit cross-legged upon a stone and actively engage in his cultivation practice. With a rumble, as the Eternal Life Sutra coursed through Qin Feng's body, the potent sword energy he had acquired shattered, transforming into wisps of mist-like sword chi that entered his body through his breath and skin. The surrounding flora was swiftly severed by this ethereal sword energy. The earth spirit stalagmite essence he had ingested began to rapidly transform into an exceptionally pure spiritual energy, seamlessly flowing into his meridians as he operated his techniques. Qin Feng's aura began to rise incrementally, compared to allowing the Eternal Life Sutra to operate independently. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy was markedly enhanced. The news of the moon worship sect's allegiance to the nefarious forces spread throughout the Kanglan domain within just a few days, leaving the world in a state of shock. Initially, people regarded the disciples of the demon sect as merely practitioners of demonic techniques, not necessarily inclined to devour humanity to elevate their power, which was somewhat acceptable. Extermination was not deemed imperative. However, with this revelation, a fervent desire to eradicate the demon sect emerged amongst the populace, particularly among the various dynasties. Upon learning of the moon worship sect leaders' plans through the Emperor Xia's correspondence, the royal families immediately scrutinized their princes and princesses who had entered the spirit path. To their horror, some had already succumbed to the allure of the nefarious forces. This was not a mere matter of practicing demonic techniques. These royals had internally accepted the righteousness of the demon's actions, leaving the dynasties feeling utterly powerless and uncertain about how to proceed. Ultimately, they resorted to placing these princes and princesses under house arrest, hoping to restore their sanity through the gradual administration of consciousness-nurturing elixirs. Simultaneously, the major dynasties convened to deliberate on how to confront the demon sect. The existence of such a force loyal to the nefarious powers necessitated swift eradication. Regardless of the cost, they could not allow it to flourish. No one understood the peril posed by the nefarious forces to humanity better than the royal families. Yet, just as the dynasties were fervently preparing, astonishing news emerged from the northern wastelands. A solitary figure wielding a sword has slain the moon-worshipping sect master along with all the disciples loyal to the malevolent cult. With the departure of the saintess, Hualing, the demonic sect has been utterly annihilated. When this news first emerged, disbelief reigned, as many considered the tale to be utterly contradictory. According to the rumors, the moon-worshipping sect master possessed strength equivalent to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, bolstered by formidable magical formations, rendering him an unparalleled force in the world. How could anyone in the Kanglan domain possibly defeat him alone with a single sword? However, as the various empires dispatched envoys to the northern wasteland and beheld the desolate ruins, they were compelled to accept the truth. Anyone who had witnessed the overwhelming demonic aura and the terrifying sword energy within the ruins felt their souls tremble with profound fear. It was indeed horrifying. The Kanglan domain, once shaken by the allegiance of the moon-worshipping sect master to the malevolent cult, was now engulfed in even greater turmoil. What could have transpired? Such a powerful cult, rivaling the might of any empire, had been vanquished so effortlessly? Moreover, there were whispers that the one who eradicated the cult did so alone with a sword, akin to an immortal descending from the heavens. Such a thought was utterly terrifying. Throughout the Kanglan domain, discussions about the destruction of the demonic sect flourished. Everyone speculated about the identity and affiliations of this formidable swordsman. Regrettably, Despite their conjectures, no one could discern the true answer. They believed that this sword master could not belong to any known faction. The mightiest forces in the Kanglan domain were the major empires, and had any of them possessed such a powerhouse, they would have long since mobilized to unify the land. The other sects and families, while rapidly rising, were still far from matching the strength of the empires. Ultimately, a consensus emerged among the populace. This sword master did not belong to any faction, but was rather a reclusive expert from beyond the world. Concurrently, the title of carefree sword immortal began to circulate throughout the Kanglan domain. Unaffiliated with any power, the term carefree resonated, while being a master of the sword evoked the notion of immortal. The appellation of carefree sword immortal garnered widespread recognition among the people of Kanglan domain. During the New Year celebrations, I will make up for the Chapter 1 over the past days. Chapter 60, the first level of the Void Refining Realm. Regarding the title of carefree sword immortal circulating in the outside world, Qin Feng remained oblivious. Over the past few years, he had been diligently cultivating within the imperial tomb. This scene left the creatures residing in the tomb somewhat bewildered, for they had never witnessed Qin Feng devote himself to such prolonged training. However, these creatures lacked significant intelligence. They continued to eat and drink as usual. One day, at noon, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Clang! In that moment, it was as if a divine weapon had emerged, and the sound of the sword echoed forth. A brilliant radiance emanated from Qin Feng, illuminating the surroundings. He himself resembled a celestial spring, with an overwhelming sword intent surging forth from his being, spreading outward like the waters of a fountain. Wherever it passed, the flora lay dormant, and the birds and beasts trembled in fear, though they were shielded by the divine concealment array. The terrifying aura of the sword still made them feel as if they were confronting a celestial exile, compelling them to prostrate themselves upon the ground. With a resounding roar, the surging sword intent, upon reaching the edge of the imperial mausoleum, collided with an invisible barrier like a tidal wave against a wall of air, creating towering waves of sword intent. The divine concealment array here was extraordinarily potent, capable not only of muffling all sounds and movements, but also of restraining the sword intent within the confines of the mausoleum. Otherwise, this dreadful sword intent could have flattened the entire imperial city. At that moment, the meditating Qin Feng reformed his seals, drawing the astonishing sword intent back into his body. This process continued for a considerable duration. It was not until over 3 hours had passed that the overwhelming sword intent gradually returned to him. The strength of the first level of the Void Refinement Realm was indeed formidable, Qin Feng murmured to himself. In the instant of his breakthrough, he felt as though he had stepped into a new realm of martial arts. The chasm between the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm and his current state was beyond the measure of galaxies, utterly infinite, reaching a point of irreparable magnitude. Moreover, not only had Qin Feng's cultivation improved, but his physical strength and spiritual awareness had also significantly enhanced. He was confident that he could contend with a powerhouse of the 3rd level of the Void Refinement Realm. After some time acclimating to his newly attained state, Qin Feng slowly rose and returned to his recliner, not to rest, but to nurture the meridians within his body, preventing any fluctuation of spiritual energy. The imperial mausoleum fell once again into silence, as if nothing had transpired. Half a month later, news reverberated throughout the entire empire. The emperor of the Xia had passed away. Mourning engulfed the palace, and the entire Great Xia dynasty was thrown into turmoil. No one had anticipated this turn of events. The last time, the imperial physician had successfully prolonged the emperor's life, and they had believed he would live for at least another 60 or 70 years. Yet, they were taken aback by his swift demise. The most frustrated were the powerful feudal lords. Over the years, they had feared the emperor's ability to fabricate charges and imprison individuals, and thus they had remained unusually compliant, refraining from making any plans. This moment should have been their opportunity to emerge and extort a fortune from Qin Jinyan. However, due to their lack of prior arrangements, they found themselves powerless to act. It was important to note that, according to the laws, the military forces available to the feudal lords were severely limited. Many had been covertly training their armies, but summoning and deploying those forces in such a short time to threaten Qin was utterly unfeasible. Reluctantly, the feudal lords had no choice but to obediently make their way to the imperial city to pay their respects to the deceased emperor while simultaneously attending Qin coronation ceremony. Meanwhile, having been reassigned to the imperial capital to safeguard its security, Qu Xiong arrived at the royal mausoleum and conveyed the news of Emperor Xia's passing to Qin Feng. In truth, Qin Feng had long been aware of this. When Emperor Xia fell, a portion of the imperial fortune dissipated, and it would only coalesce anew upon the ascension of the new emperor, a sensation he felt acutely. Your Highness, I have a letter from the various feudal lords for you. I am uncertain why they insisted I deliver it personally, Qu Xiong remarked, handing over a letter to Qin Feng, a hint of confusion in his demeanor. Oh, from the feudal lords? They still remember this discarded prince. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback. It was evident that the palace was not devoid of the influence of the major feudal lords, as even Qu Xiong, who shared a close rapport with him, was well informed enough to deliver this missive. Subsequently, Qin Feng opened the letter, finding its contents entirely in line with his expectations. Essentially, it extolled his wisdom and virtue, insinuating that his role in guarding the royal mausoleum was too modest, hinting at a greater destiny awaiting him. While it was never explicitly stated, the subtext was clear. Should he desire to contend for the throne, the 5 great feudal lords would stand in support. Shall I convey a response on your behalf? Your Highness? Qu Xiong Inguit? Indeed, a response is necessary, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he retrieved a sheet of white paper, folded it several times, and placed it back into the envelope, handing it to Qu Xiong. Will your Highness not write anything? Qu Xiong asked, perplexed. No need. This will suffice. Qin Feng answered calmly. Although perplexed, Qu Xiong nodded in acquiescence and departed the royal mausoleum to deliver the letter to the residences of the 5 feudal lords. Under normal circumstances, feudal lords from various regions, even if gathered in the imperial capital for mourning, were not permitted to meet to prevent collusion. However, the 5 great lords were not to be trifled with. Each was accompanied by formidable protectors, and even the imperial guards would struggle to keep them from convening. 70 miles north of the imperial city lay a tranquil stream bordered by willows, where the 5 feudal lords had gathered for fishing. Has the letter been delivered to Qin Feng? Prince Jin inquired first, his tone indifferent. His ancestor was the most cherished youngest son of the founding emperor, and his territory was vast, boasting a retinue of over 10,000 exceptional cultivators. It was delivered by that general named Qu Xiong, Prince Qi responded. According to the information I acquired from the Imperial Forest Army, Qu Xiong is somewhat dim-witted. He is notably close to Qin Feng, has recently been promoted to general, and frequently visits him, suggesting he has been cultivated as a confidant. Prince Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Pray tell, what do you think the discarded prince's reaction will be upon receiving our letter? A feudal lord asked, his face alight with mockery. Huh, what else could his reaction be? He will likely be so overcome with emotion that he might weep, Prince Qi sneered. A discarded prince confined within the royal mausoleum, living a fate worse than death. Upon learning of our support for his ascension, he may well perish from sheer delight, even if his disposition has improved. Amusement rippled through the ranks of the other feudal lords, their eyes brimming with pity for Qin Feng. They harbored no genuine support for him. Rather, they anticipated his appearance at the coronation to embarrass Qin Junyan. At that moment, they merely needed to utter a few words in favor of Qin Feng, and in his eagerness to secure the throne, Qin Junyan would undoubtedly offer them substantial rewards. Once their objectives were achieved, the fate of Qin Feng would be of no consequence to them. Just then, an attendant hurried over, respectfully presenting a letter. The Prince of Jin, who had been fishing, was taken aback. This useless prince has replied so swiftly, without even a moment's contemplation. To him, this was a matter that could cost one their head. No matter how eager Qin Feng was to ascend, he should have deliberated for at least a day or two. Yet, astonishingly, within less than an hour, Qin Feng had dispatched his reply. Chapter 61. Haste makes waste indeed. It appears this useless prince has been driven nearly mad by his confinement. If he possessed even a modicum of intellect, he could not have responded to us so promptly. Truly, he is the perfect pawn, the other feudal lords mocked mercilessly. In their eyes, Qin Feng had become a foolish tool, easily manipulated. Let us see how this useless prince expresses his profound gratitude to us. The Prince of Jin remarked slowly, as he opened the letter, the other lords gathering around him. However, at that moment, a formidable surge of sword intent erupted from within the envelope. The lords' expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly enveloped themselves in spiritual energy, retreating hastily. Nonetheless, the terrifying sword aura still inflicted grievous injuries upon them. With a sickening sound, their protective armor shattered, and crimson blood spewed from their mouths, their faces paling significantly. What is happening? The powerful guardians tasked with protecting the lords emerged, exclaiming in alarm. Their gazes fell upon the letter that had fluttered to the ground. Curse it! Qin Feng has plotted against us. One of the lords shouted in fury, hastily swallowing a precious healing pill. The others followed suit, consuming the valuable elixirs with reckless abandon. It is unlikely that the scheme originates from that useless prince. He lacks such formidable strength and does not command powerful cultivators. It must be Qin Junyuan who has orchestrated this plot with that old man Shun. The Prince of Jin declared, his countenance dark with anger. After all, the most formidable swordsman in the royal family was indeed old Shun. Upon hearing this, the other lords present nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his assertion. That Qin Feng is truly inept. After all these years, he has failed to cultivate a trustworthy ally, with even Chu Xiong betraying him, the king of Qi remarked coldly. To him, it was evident that after receiving the letter, Qin Feng would never have voluntarily handed it over to Qin Junyuan. He must have been betrayed by Chu Xiong, who covertly informed Qin Junyuan of the matter. Thus, Qin Junyuan resorted to this method to secretly undermine them. What a useless fool! The other feudal lords expressed their outrage, their faces increasingly grim. They had initially believed that Chu Xiong maintained close ties with Qin Feng because he was a trusted confidant nurtured by him. However, it now appeared they had overestimated that inept prince. What shall we do now, King Jin? King Qi asked, his voice laced with concern. Could it be that Qin Junyuan intends to strike against us? Should we return directly to our fiefs? Strike? On what grounds would he dare? King Jin replied nonchalantly, his tone dismissive. The letter we pinned to Qin Feng merely extolled him and expressed our sympathy for having to guard the imperial tombs as a prince. What wrong have we committed? When composing the letter, I had already contemplated the minuscule possibility of failure. Upon hearing King Jin's words, King Qi's face brightened, and he exclaimed, indeed, we have made no mistakes whatsoever. Moreover, we are among the most powerful feudal lords in the entire dynasty. If he dares to act against us, would he not fear the uprising of the masses, eager to dethrone him? King Jin reiterated coldly, his eyes filled with pride and disdain. Although they had come to pay their respects to the late Emperor Xia, their heirs remained securely in their respective fiefs. The other feudal lords, who had previously harbored some apprehension, were now completely at ease, dismissing their worries. They resumed their fishing, regarding the earlier incident as merely a silent loss. No one spoke candidly about it. If Qin Junyuan truly dared to provoke them, they were not to be trifled with. Within the imperial tomb, Qin Feng had already sensed the sword intent within that letter erupting forth. The fact that King Jin and the others were not slain aligned with his expectations. He had never intended to eliminate them. If he truly desired their demise, there would have been no need for such convoluted maneuvers. The reason Qin Feng refrained from executing these feudal lords was that Qin Junyuan had only just ascended to the throne, and he was unwilling to handle every matter on Qin Junyuan's behalf. Someday, he would depart from the great Xia dynasty, perhaps even from the Kanglan domain. If he resolved all of Qin Junyuan's troubles now, what would remain for him after he had gone? The letter to King Jin served merely as a warning from Qin Feng, urging him and the others to abandon any notions of using him to constrain Qin Junyuan, thereby sparing him further complications. Having achieved his objective, Qin Feng returned to his recliner, resuming his slumber and cultivation. He had no intention of attending the funeral of the late Emperor Xia, for although Qin Junyuan had made efforts to gain permission, the Ministry of Rites had outright denied him. Coincidentally, Qin Feng was also disinclined to attend. 10 days later, both the funeral and the coronation ceremony were concluded. During the coronation, Qin Jinyan announced a sweeping amnesty for the officials and generals imprisoned by the late Emperor Xia, leaving the courtiers and commanders overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly venerating Qin Jinyan as a second father. After all, remaining imprisoned could very well lead to the extermination of their entire clans. The actions of Qin Jinyan not only endeared him to his ministers, but also garnered the admiration of the populace, who hailed him as a wise ruler. Many of those imprisoned were evidently wronged. Admittedly, a small faction of obstinate officials opposed this decision, perceiving it as a betrayal of the late emperor's wishes. However, they remained a mere minority. In addition to the amnesty, Qin Jinyan changed the era name to Yongxing, wishing for the everlasting prosperity of the great Xia dynasty. It is worth noting that the era name and the state name are distinct, with each emperor possessing a unique era name, often altered at will. The entire coronation ceremony transpired with remarkable smoothness, devoid of any setbacks, a development that took Qin Jinyan by surprise. He had anticipated that the feudal lords would create some form of disturbance, yet to his astonishment, they remained passive throughout, even casting glances laden with a hint of trepidation. This left Qin Jinyan somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, their inaction ultimately proved beneficial for him, and he refrained from further comment. Following a grand banquet, the feudal lords were sent back to their respective domains. Although Qin Jinyan yearned to confine these lords and interrogate them rigorously for their various misdeeds, he recognized that he had only just ascended the throne. Haste would yield no fruit. The day after the coronation, Qin Jinyan could hardly contain his eagerness as he ventured into the imperial mausoleum. Brother, upon entering, joy illuminated his countenance. Congratulations on your ascension to the throne. Qin Feng replied with a smile. But now that the ceremony has concluded, there is no need to remain so elated, is there? Haha, my happiness is not solely due to becoming emperor, Qin Jinyan clarified. It is because I can finally decree your release from this mausoleum. For Qin Feng, who had endured confinement within the mausoleum, helpless and filled with guilt, this prospect was profoundly moving. However, upon hearing Qin Jinyan's intention to set him free, Qin Feng hesitated. Releasing me now may not be the wisest decision, he said slowly. Why? Qin Jinyan inquired, perplexed. If the demon sect had not pledged allegiance to the malevolent forces, your amnesty towards me might have met with minimal opposition. But now, the world knows of their allegiance, and I have previously rescued the sect's holy maiden. Should you release me at this juncture, not only the court officials, but the entire populace might perceive you as a foolish ruler. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinyan's countenance shifted, realizing he had underestimated the implications. He was not concerned with being labeled a foolish monarch. Yet, he feared that if this pardon for Qin Feng were to fail, there might never be another opportunity. What should be done? Qin Jinyan's expression darkened as he remarked, I have already ascended the throne. If I cannot grant clemency to my elder brother now, when will I ever be able to release him? Do not be anxious, Qin Feng replied with a tranquil demeanor. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Everything must be approached gradually. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's words of comfort, Qin Jinyan did not feel uplifted. Rather, he was increasingly overwhelmed by his own inadequacies. He believed that for decades, Qin Feng had been confined within the royal tomb, deprived of even a glimpse of the outside world, enduring unimaginable sorrow. And yet, he felt powerless to effect any change. You need not blame yourself, Qin Feng observed, continuing, each person has their own fate, and some matters cannot be forced. Qin Jinyan fell into silence, his thoughts obscured. Noticing this, Qin Feng refrained from disturbing him, instead retreating to his chamber, where he retrieved a jar of fine wine and some jerky, secretly brought to him by Chu Xiong, intending to share a few drinks with the somewhat despondent emperor. Brother, I have conceived a plan that will allow you to leave the royal tomb openly for a time and witness the outside world, Qin Jinyan suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up after much contemplation. Oh, what is this plan? Qin Feng inquired, a smile gracing his lips. To travel to the East Sea to pay homage to our mother, Qin Jinyan replied slowly. Now that our father has just passed, the ministers will not dare to impede you from honoring her memory. Given the circumstances of our father's death, should you wish to mourn your biological mother. Any opposition from the ministers would be utterly inhumane. After all, filial piety is of utmost importance. Upon hearing Qin Jinyan's words, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback and, after a pause, recalled memories of their mother. She had once been the cherished daughter of the head of the Lu family in the East Sea, and when she married the Emperor of Xia, her father had vehemently opposed the union, severing their relationship and forbidding her from ever returning to the Lu family. Their mother lived with a profound sense of guilt, and before her passing, she had beseeched the Emperor of Xia to allow her to be buried in the East Sea, alongside her deceased parents. This request was initially met with fierce opposition from the court, as it contravened the laws of the Xia dynasty. However, the typically resolute Emperor of Xia, during this time of grief, went to great lengths to persuade the ministers one by one, ultimately ensuring that their mother's remains were returned to the Lu family for burial, thus weaving a poignant tale of love. Indeed, Qin Jinyan nodded. I have long wished to pay my respects to our mother, yet my father kept insisting I focus on the affairs of the court, leaving me little time to do so. Now that I have ascended the throne, the matters have multiplied, and I am uncertain when I shall be able to make the journey. You can honor her memory on my behalf, brother. The waters of the East Sea do not belong to the Xia dynasty. They are entirely governed by several prominent families. During his previous inspections, he had never had the opportunity to visit the East Sea. Qin Feng pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. There exists no reason for me to refuse such a request. I shall make arrangements for the royal guards to accompany you shortly, he added. Qin Jinyan finally revealed a smile and said, Brother, you may stay in the Eastern Sea for a while longer. There is no need for the royal family to provide protection for me. However, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, that is out of the question. It is far too dangerous. Qin Jinyan quickly shook his head and remarked, while several prominent families in the Eastern Sea maintain a relatively good relationship with us, the marauders that roam these waters are exceedingly perilous. In the vast expanse of the ocean, with countless islands, these bandits can easily find refuge on any remote isle, making them nearly impossible to eradicate. Allow Ziqing to accompany me, Qin Feng suggested with a calm demeanor. She has now reached the mid-stage of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. She can both protect me and gain valuable experience, while not hindering the cultivation of the other royal guardians. Ever since Qin Ziqing returned from the spirit path with those rare treasures, all the royal guardians have been diligently secluding themselves to cultivate, and he wished to avoid impeding their progress. By having Qin Ziqing join him, he could also take this opportunity to impart some profound swordsmanship insights to her. Very well. Qin Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon displayed a smile, saying, Let that young girl pay her respects to her grandmother. It will fulfill my duty of filial piety. Without further ado, he hastily departed from the royal tomb to make arrangements. As for the fine wines and dried meats, Qin Feng generously offered them to the small animals within the royal mausoleum. The former wasteful crown prince, Qin Feng, preparing to honor his late mother at the Lu family in the Eastern Sea was no trivial matter, requiring extensive preparations. It took a full year to organize everything. One morning, within the palace, dozens of maidens and servants boarded an ancient vessel. The ship then gradually ascended into the sky, heading towards the Eastern Sea. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng and Qin Ziqing, Qin Jinyan immediately began to tackle state affairs, harboring no intention of resting. He had numerous matters to attend to and many reforms to implement. Ultimately, he would inevitably encroach upon the interests of the feudal lords. He needed to suppress those lords before they united against him. It was a race against time. In fact, the pressing need to manage state affairs led Qin Jinyan to forget a promise of great significance to the consorts in the harem. For he viewed matters of the harem as family affairs, less critical than national affairs. The Eternal Continent is surrounded by boundless seas. The Kanglan domain lies in the southeast corner of the Eternal Continent, with the Daxia royal family positioned at its southeastern edge. To the south lies a continuous range of mountains, and only beyond these mountains does the ocean begin. The easternmost border culminates in the sea, which, being on the eastern edge of the Kanglan domain, is referred to as the Eastern Sea. Within this sea, numerous islands can be found. However, compared to the vast ocean, the inhabitants of these islands, which are relatively distant from the mainland, maintain lifestyles not vastly different from those in the Kanglan domain. Unlike some inhabitants of savage isles whose moral perspectives diverge significantly from those on the mainland. Among the many islands in the Eastern Sea, 5 of the largest boast expansive areas, each roughly 1/3 the size of the Daxiar Empire. On these 5 islands reside 5 distinguished families. The Lu family, to which Qin Feng's birth mother belongs, is one of these prominent clans. The destination of Qin Feng and Qin Zining's voyage is also the island occupied by the Lu family. Chapter 63. A Heroic Rescue? The vast expanse of the ocean is teeming with majestic vessels, bustling in both the sea and the sky. It is a lively scene, with ships traversing between the islands of the East Sea and others navigating between the East Sea and the Kanglan continent. Some vessels are engaged in trade, while others transport various resources. This is Qin Zining's first encounter with the sea, and she stands on the deck of the ancient ship, exhilarated by the sight of the passing ships and the mist-shrouded islands below. "Wow, look at all those beautiful ladies on that ship," she exclaimed, pointing at a nearby vessel, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "They must be heading to the various families and sects," Qin Feng replied calmly. "In the East Sea, women are generally more enchanting than those on the Kanglan continent, making them highly sought after by the powerful factions. Most of these women are not coerced. After all, the 5 great families maintain order in the East Sea. They travel to the Kanglan domain primarily to witness a broader world." Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully. Soon, her gaze was drawn elsewhere, her expression filled with joy, devoid of any regal demeanor. This left the maid responsible for supervising her etiquette somewhat exasperated. For the next 10 days, the ancient ship sailed through the skies, swiftly approaching the island of the Lu family, now less than 20,000 miles away. The number of vessels in the sky and sea diminished significantly, as only ships authorized by the Lu family could navigate these waters. "What is that ship with the black flag doing?" Qin Zining suddenly inquired, her attention captured by a completely black vessel in the distance. The maidservants' and attendants' expressions changed dramatically. "Pirates! That is a pirate ship," one maid exclaimed, urgently advising, "Princess, please retreat to the cabin for safety." Meanwhile, others began to activate the protective formations on the ancient ship, illuminating intricate patterns to safeguard it. Pirates in the East Sea are notorious for their ruthless pillaging and violence. Posing un grave danger. Yet, Qin Zining, upon witnessing the black ship, felt no fear. Her gaze remained fixed upon it. She noticed a damaged warship beneath the pirate vessel, riddled with arrows and clearly sunk by the black ship. Not far from the pirate ship, a one-eyed pirate was engaged in a fierce battle with a woman. Waves of spiritual energy erupting from their clash, astonishingly powerful. The woman, appearing over 200 years old, bore no signs of age. Resembling a woman in her 30s from Blue Star, exuding a unique charm. Clad in soft armor and wielding a heavy sword, she exuded an air of gallantry. She and the one-eyed bandit both possessed mid-level cultivation within the realm of the Purple Mansion. Yet due to prior injuries inflicted by errant arrows from the black ship, she now found herself at a disadvantage. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Qin Zining gazed at Qin Feng in astonishment, for it was the first time she had witnessed him expressing interest in a woman. She hastily exclaimed, "Uncle, let me rescue her. I will drive away that one-eyed bandit, and you can step in as the gallant hero to administer healing elixirs. She will undoubtedly be grateful to you." "Who taught you such notions?" Qin Feng replied, unable to suppress a frown. From the scripts, Qin Zining blinked her large eyes, adding, "According to the plot, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that woman might even offer herself to you in gratitude. What do you say, uncle? Shall I intervene to save her? You should prepare the healing elixirs." As she spoke, she eagerly drew her long sword. "Very well," Qin Feng replied coolly, "though I believe your aunt would certainly give you a thorough scolding if she were to discover your intentions." Qin Zining, who had been poised to act, suddenly froze. "Aunt? What do you mean by that, uncle? Have you not noticed that this woman bears a resemblance to your grandmother?" Qin Feng responded, somewhat speechless. "I did not notice," Qin Zining replied. I have only seen her portrait, never the real person. She had passed away before I was born. Qin Feng sighed. It seemed the court painter's skills were rather mediocre. The woman engaged in fierce combat with the one-eyed bandit was, in fact, his mother's sister, who had once visited the imperial city. At that moment, a terrifying flash of blades erupted from the distant battlefield. Boom! A violent disturbance exploded in the sky. Shattered sword and blade energies swept in all directions. With a splatter, Lu Qingzhu was sent sprawling hundreds of feet away by the one-eyed bandit, blood spewing forth as her vitality plummeted. Her soft armor was riddled with gashes, some even torn open, crimson blood seeping through. Hee, Lu Qingzhu, you have lost, the one-eyed bandit proclaimed, his long sword gleaming ominously, his eyes filled with lascivious intent. But fear not, I shall not kill you. Instead, I will take you back to my island and savor your torment. As he spoke, a dreadful pressure emanated from within him, rendering Lu Qingzhu immobile. How abhorrent! Her eyes blazed with rage and helplessness. She never anticipated that she would fall victim to the treacherous schemes of these pirates, ensnared in an ambush. At that moment, the one-eyed bandit strode towards Lu Qingzhu, intent on seizing her and relishing his victory. Despair washed over her. Clang! Just then, the sound of a sword ringing out pierced the air. A terrifying sword beam sliced through the sky, aimed directly at the one-eyed bandit. Who dares? The bandit's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the sword beam, and he swung his battered longsword in response. The clash of sword and blade erupted into a deafening cacophony. The one-eyed bandit staggered back, shaken by the energy fluctuations. The spiritual energy within him surged tumultuously, and his complexion grew pale. Auntie, are you all right? Qin Ziqing rushed to Lu Qingzhu's side, her voice laced with concern. As she spoke, she presented a healing elixir to Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu, initially filled with gratitude at the sight of her savior, found herself momentarily at a loss upon hearing the address. What was that title? Nevertheless, the urgency of healing took precedence, and she promptly swallowed the elixir Qin Ziqing had offered. You little girl, who are you? The one-eyed bandit glared at Qin Ziqing, his eyes icy with malice. He could not recall any young practitioner of such formidable prowess in the EC. What I am is of no concern to you. How dare you harm my aunt? I shall teach you a lesson. Qin Ziqing retorted sharply. In that instant, an overwhelming sword intent emanated from her being, surging forth like a mighty river. Astonishing in its ferocity, she was prepared to unleash the great river sword intent, unwilling to squander time with this bandit. Chapter 64, All Grown Up the One-Eyed Bandit. Witnessing this was filled with astonishment. He had never encountered such a terrifying sword intent. Yet, he was not intimidated. Rather, a cruel and sinister glint flickered in his eyes. I originally came to capture Lu Qingzhu, but it seems I have stumbled upon an unexpected boon, he sneered. It appears that heaven, seeing my ceaseless toil, has bestowed this gift upon me. As he spoke, the worn long knife in his hand suddenly radiated a greenish light, unleashing a dreadful aura that swept across the surroundings. This knife was a 5th-tier, high-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Ziqing's delicate face was filled with astonishment at the aura emanating from the blade. She had not anticipated that such an inconspicuous weapon could be a 5th-tier, high-grade spiritual artifact. Although damaged, it was still formidable. It was worth noting that the entire Great Xia Empire lacked 5th-tier, high-grade spiritual weapons. Haha, are you frightened? The one-eyed bandit laughed arrogantly. Kneel and call me master, and I may spare you from suffering. You wish. Though Qin Ziqing sensed the danger, she would never humiliate herself by begging for mercy. As she spoke, she slashed her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that surged toward the one-eyed bandit like a roaring river, its might astonishing. Unappreciative fool. The one-eyed bandit swung his knife with unmatched ferocity, its dazzling blade cleaving through the great river sword intent directly. He then strode forward, intent on attacking Qin Ziqing. Auntie, return to the ship, Qin Ziqing urged gravely. With that, she met the one-eyed bandit head-on, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Boom! The air was filled with waves of spiritual energy, erupting like thunder. Despite the advantage of his weapon, the one-eyed bandit faced Qin Ziqing. who had undergone elixir nourishment and spiritual energy bestowal, granting her an extraordinary physique. In facing an opponent of the same realm, she held a significant advantage, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Could this little girl indeed be the granddaughter of my sister? As Lu Qingzhu observed Qin Xiling fiercely battling the one-eyed pirate, realization dawned upon her. She finally comprehended why, upon first sighting Qin Xiling, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In that moment, Lu Qingzhu's emotions became extraordinarily complex. Her sister, who had grown up alongside her, had married into the royal family of the Great Xia and had passed away prematurely, leaving a lingering ache in Lu Qingzhu's heart. Since her sister's demise, she had not returned to the royal city of Great Xia. Yet, she never anticipated that today she would encounter her sister's granddaughter here. Lu Qingzhu tightened her grip on the heavy sword, resolute in her intent to assist Qin Xiling. How could she retreat and leave her sister's granddaughter to face the pirate alone? Even in her current state of severe injury, she would exert every ounce of strength to aid Qin Xiling. This was her sister's granddaughter, her kin, despite the fact that they had never met before. The bond of blood compelled her to risk her life. Lu Qingzhu, your adversaries are us. At that moment, over a dozen pirates from the black ship soared towards Lu Qingzhu, attacking without hesitation, denying her any chance to recover or to aid Qin Xiling. Instantly, the sky transformed into two battlefields. Lu Qingzhu, anxious for Qin Xiling's safety, desperately sought to break through the encirclement of pirates. Meanwhile, Qin Xiling faced the one-eyed pirate alone, struggling and gradually falling into a disadvantage. Boom! The one-eyed pirate unleashed a formidable sword technique, forcing Qin Xiling back and providing her no respite as he charged at her once more. His long blade erupted with a brilliant azure light, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Sensing the imminent peril to Qin Xiling, he decided against capturing her alive and aimed to slay her outright. Princess! The palace maids and attendants aboard the ancient ship were stricken with panic, their faces paling as they cried out. In that moment, they all regretted not having done everything in their power to prevent Qin Xiling from engaging. Lu Qingzhu's expression also shifted dramatically as she gasped in alarm. What should I do? Qin Xiling felt an overwhelming sense of death looming over her, her delicate face turning pale as she desperately sought a way to counter the one-eyed pirate strike. Yet, she soon realized that there was no means left for her to block his blow. Just then, the one-eyed pirate suddenly trembled, as if being targeted by an ancient, ferocious beast. His entire body became rigid. Qin Feng, utilizing his divine eye and formidable spiritual sense, had suppressed the pirate's soul. At that moment, Qin Xiling noticed the one-eyed pirate's peculiar state. Without a hint of hesitation, she seized the opportunity and swiftly decapitated him with her sword. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. What on earth just happened? Just moments ago, the leader held an undeniable advantage. How could he suddenly be slain? How could I possibly know what transpired? The pirates were bewildered, exchanging glances in disbelief, feeling as if they had witnessed the impossible. The numerous palace maids and attendants aboard the ancient ship were momentarily taken aback, their disbelief palpable at the unfolding scene. Even Qin Xiling, who had personally vanquished the one-eyed bandit, found it hard to grasp the reality of a lifeless body plummeting into the sea. How could the notorious bandit suddenly appear so vacant, as if lost in a trance? Quickly move. The remaining pirates, recovering from their shock, shouted in a frenzy. With their leader dead, none stood a chance against Qin Xiling. Staying behind would be tantamount to courting death. The assailants encircling Lu Qingzhu hastily retreated to the black ship, which shimmered with azure lights as it sped away into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, a gentle breeze swept towards their fleeing direction. Are you all right, my lady? Qin Xiling did not pursue the fleeing pirates, but instead returned to Lu Qingzhu's side, her concern evident. I am fine, Lu Qingzhu replied, shaking her head. She studied Qin Xiling intently, a joyful expression gracing her face as she remarked, Little girl, you must be Xiling, correct? You've grown quite a bit. Typically, one would focus on Qin Xiling's unparalleled cultivation, Yet Lu Qingzhu was solely captivated by the fact that Qin Xiling had blossomed into a graceful young lady, as she was the granddaughter of her sister. Indeed, Qin Xiling nodded, smiling. Xiling is my name. Let us return to the ship. It is safer there. Very well. Lu Qingzhu agreed, and together they made their way back to the ancient vessel. Qin Feng approached respectfully, greeting them. Overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of her sister's son and granddaughter, Lu Qingzhu felt tears welling up, unable to hold them back. The character of Lu Qingzhu was a last-minute addition after watching Hello, Li today. I apologize for any shortcomings in the portrayal. Chapter 65. Xian Island, did you come to the East Sea specifically, or are you merely passing through? Lu Qingzhu inquired, her curiosity piqued. We came intentionally. Qin Xiling replied with a smile. My father sent me and my royal uncle to pay our respects to grandmother. How wonderful! Lu Qingzhu nodded repeatedly. For many years, due to the staunch opposition from the old guard of the great Xiao royal family, no one had come to honor her sister, save for a few discreet visits by the emperor during his inspections. She had assumed that once the emperor passed away, no one would come again. To her surprise, shortly after Qin Jinyan ascended the throne, he had sent Qin Feng and Qin Xiling to pay tribute to her sister, which filled her with immense comfort. My lady, please refrain from speaking for now. Meditate to heal, Qin Feng suggested gently. We should reach Xiyun Island shortly. The island where the Lu family resided was indeed Xiyun Island. All right. Lu Qingzhu nodded and began to meditate for her recovery. The ancient ship sailed steadily towards Xiyun Island. Along the way, Lu Qingzhu did not remain in meditation for long, as she yearned to converse with Qin Feng and the others, eager to learn about their well-being and experiences. Qin Xining naturally chose to share only good news, offering words that would reassure Lu Qingzhu. As their conversation flowed, Lu Qingzhu recounted tales of her sister's past and various happenings in the East Sea. From Lu Qingzhu's narrative, Qin Feng learned that his biological mother faced vehement opposition when she married Emperor Xia. This was due to the fact that after the death of the elder son of the former head of the Lu family, only 2 daughters remained. Qin Feng's mother was groomed as a potential future head of the family. The head of the Lu family perceived Emperor Xia's marriage to her as a cunning strategy to annex the Lu family, harboring malicious intent. Consequently, relations between the two parties were exceedingly strained. Now, the former head of the Lu family had passed away, and Lu Qingzhu had assumed the position of family head. Gifted with exceptional abilities in family governance, Lu Qingzhu had successfully secured the Lu family status as the foremost family in the East Sea, which filled Qin Feng with admiration. Indeed, a woman can rival men in prowess. Ahead lay Xiyun Island. As the ancient ship sailed, Lu Qingzhu suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed. The gazes of the assembly followed her finger, revealing a colossal island hundreds of miles away, adorned with towering peaks and cascading waterfalls that flowed like the Milky Way. A delicate mist enveloped the summits, while sunlight cascaded down, refracting a spectrum of colors. Occasionally, white cranes soared by, rendering the scene akin to a celestial paradise. Wow, it feels as if we have stumbled upon a realm from a play. Qin Xining marveled upon beholding Xiyun Island. The other maidservants and attendants, witnessing this for the first time, wore expressions of astonishment. Although the spiritual energy here was not as potent as that within the imperial city, it embodied the essence of a legendary fairyland. If given the choice, they would prefer to linger in this enchanting place. Only Qin Feng remained composed, his thoughts drifting to the ship from days prior, laden with beautiful young maidens, bound for the Kanglan domain. Indeed, all things are like a walled city. Those within yearn to escape, while those outside long to enter. If you wish, you may remain here for a while longer, Lu Qingzhu said with a smile, her warmth directed towards the lively and endearing young girl. Yes, that sounds wonderful, Qin Xining replied with a cheerful nod. Soon, the ancient ship hovered above Xiyun Island. Just then, several elders from the Lu family flew in, calling out to halt their advance. Given the unfamiliarity of the ancient ship, they were filled with vigilance, fearing it might belong to pirates. It is I. Lu Qingzhu stepped forward, speaking calmly. Head of the family? The elders of the Lu family were visibly taken aback upon seeing her. Did you not depart on the family's worship? The elder of the Liu family inquired, perplexed. How has it transformed into this unfamiliar ancient vessel? And who are all these strangers aboard? We were ambushed by pirates en route, Liu Qingzhu replied, her voice tinged with anger and sorrow. Except for me, all other clan members perished in the depths of the sea. When she encountered Qin Zening, all of her fellow clansmen had already fallen victim to the marauding pirates, leaving her as the sole survivor. What? Those despicable sea raiders. If we capture them, they shall surely face 1,000 tortures. How is it that our clan's numerous warships have faced such relentless assault from these pirates during this time? The elders of the Liu family, upon hearing this, were filled with outrage and righteous indignation. It was evident that the animosity had deepened, with a fervent desire to see those marauders suffer grievously. Who are these individuals? The grand elder of the Liu family inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Feng and the others, addressing Liu Qingzhu. They are members of the Daxia imperial family, here to pay their respects to my sister. Liu Qingzhu replied. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Liu family exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting as they revealed a hint of surprise. The general sentiment among the Liu family was that Liu Qingzhu's sister had met an untimely demise due to the machinations of other concubines after marrying into the Daxia royal family, leading to a lack of fondness for those associated with the imperial house. Ah, so they're guests. My apologies for not extending a proper welcome. The grand elder of the Liu family quickly masked his emotions, donning a courteous smile. Liu Qingzhu noticed this but felt unable to voice her thoughts. She then instructed the clan elders to guide the ancient vessel to an appropriate location while she led Qin Feng, Qin Zening, and the maid carrying offerings toward the mausoleum to honor her sister. The sound of that Qin is quite melodious, Qin Feng remarked, suddenly hearing the distant strains of music as they traversed the Liu family estate. But why did it abruptly cease in the middle? Haha, I didn't expect you to have an ear for music, Liu Qingzhu replied, her surprise evident in her light laughter. I would say I understand it. It's just that the sudden stop felt rather jarring, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Though he lacked knowledge of musical theory, he could discern that the music had clearly been interrupted, suggesting there was more to be heard. This piece is called Guangling San, composed by our ancestors when they first arrived at Xuanhuan Island, inspired by notes etched upon the cliffside. It is said to have been created by a sage who mastered the art of music, Liu Qingzhu explained slowly. However, the score left on the cliff only contains the first half, with the latter portion lost to time. Over the years, many music enthusiasts had visited the Liu family, seeking to study the first part and attempting to complete the composition, yet all had met with failure. Ah, I see. Qin Feng pondered thoughtfully as he nodded. He had indeed heard of practitioners who cultivated the path of music, but none existed in the Kanglan domain. He had not anticipated that such a legacy of musical mastery would be found on Xuanhuan Island. He resolved to explore the first half of Guangling San if he found the time in the coming days. Before long, Liu Qingzhu led Qin Feng and Qin Zening to her sister's burial site. The area was adorned with pristine white snow maple trees, their petals cascading gently in the wind. Although Qin Feng felt little emotional connection to his birth mother, he nonetheless approached the offering with respect, meticulously arranging the offerings and lighting incense in reverence. Chapter 66. Embarrassment after the memorial service. Liu Qingzhu guided Qin Feng and Qin Zening to a tranquil courtyard, situated in the northern region of the entire Liu family estate. This area serves as a serene residence for guests, devoid of the clamor typically associated with the Liu family's martial practices. Qin Feng found himself quite content here. You two should rest for a while, Liu Qingzhu said softly. I must inform the elders of our clan about the ambush by the sea bandits during our recent outing. Regardless of whether we can avenge ourselves against those marauders, it is imperative to ensure that our kin exercise greater caution when venturing out to sea. Very well. Do attend to your matters. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Liu Qingzhu departed the small courtyard to consult with the elders of the Liu family. Shortly after her departure, some members of the Liu clan arrived bearing daily necessities and dinner. Despite their outward politeness towards Qin Feng and Qin Zening, these clan members, much like the elders, harbored no fondness for them, which left Qin Zening feeling somewhat awkward. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. By the time the room was arranged, evening had already descended. Qin Feng and Qin Zening retreated to their respective chambers. "System, please check me in at Xuanhuan Island," Qin Feng said slowly upon entering his room. He naturally did not forget to sign in upon arriving. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have obtained the next chapter of Guangling's San." The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Qin Feng's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. The next chapter of Guangling's San? He mused. Could it be that since the previous chapter is here, the system has automatically registered the latter? The system, however, offered no clarification for Qin Feng's curiosity. Choosing not to pursue the matter further, he decided to integrate the newfound knowledge. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding the next chapter of Guangling San flooded Qin Feng's mind. He realized that this composition was far more than mere musical notation. It encapsulated the profound insights of sage-level masters into the principles of the universe, rich with esoteric wisdom. Should he fully comprehend and perform it, it would undoubtedly enhance his martial prowess. Without further ado, Qin Feng began to meditate, delving deeply into the intricacies of the next chapter of Guangling San. The following morning, as the sun gradually rose, it dispelled the chill of the night. Xuanhuan Island seemed to bask in a radiant, sacred light. Early in the day, Qin Zening awoke, filled with curiosity about the island, and planned to explore its surroundings. Qin Feng did not deter her, but merely cautioned her to be vigilant, lest she inadvertently stray from Xuanhuan Island and encounter the troublesome sea bandits. Once Qin Zening left, Qin Feng found himself alone in the courtyard. "System, please check me in at Xuanhuan Island," he said, stepping outside to bask in the warm sunlight. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have acquired a Qin Tong Guqin." The system's notification resonated in Qin Feng's ears once more. Given that he had already registered a musical score the previous day, he was not particularly surprised by the acquisition of an ancient zither this time. He speculated that the sage who practiced the art of music must have spent a considerable amount of time on this island, leaving behind a powerful resonance of Tao. Thus, the rewards for the system's daily sign-in are intrinsically linked to the art of music. Qin Feng retrieved the exquisite jade zither from the confines of the system's space and placed it upon the stone table before him. This jade zither, a fifth-tier, mid-grade spiritual instrument, was meticulously carved from jade and adorned with intricate array patterns, exuding an air of remarkable elegance. Last night, Qin Feng had diligently contemplated the latter part of Guangling San, and although he could not claim to have fully comprehended it, he had certainly memorized it well enough to attempt a performance. However, as soon as he positioned his fingers upon the strings, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. "I cannot play the zither." Qin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite his familiarity with the latter part of Guangling San, playing the zither requires skillful technique. Merely memorizing the score does not equate to the ability to perform. After a brief, awkward silence, he silently withdrew the jade zither. It would be prudent to first learn how to play. His gaze turned towards the cliff where the first part of Guangling San was inscribed. The previous night, he had inquired with the Liu family members who brought him dinner and learned the location of the stone wall. He surmised that there were individuals well-versed in music there, from whom he could learn the art of zither playing. With this thought, Qin Feng set off towards the cliff. Regardless, even if he could not master the art of playing, he was determined to engrave the first part of Guangling San in his memory. In the back mountains of the Liu residence, there lay a valley. At this moment, numerous figures, both young and old, filled the valley. They gazed intently at the zither score etched upon the stone wall. Some furrowed their brows in deep thought, while others recorded their insights on paper. Meanwhile, a few were seated upon nearby stones, playing the ancient zither. Regardless of their activities, it was evident that all were striving to complete the latter part of Guangling San. Qin Feng's arrival went unnoticed by the others, as their focus remained steadfastly on the first part of Guangling San inscribed on the stone wall. "Is this the first part?" Qin Feng murmured, observing the score before him. He noticed that although it was merely carved into the stone, staring at it induced a dizzying sensation. Those capable of maintaining their gaze had clearly accrued years of experience and had long since acclimated. With a swift motion, Qin Feng activated his divine pupil. Esoteric and intricate symbols manifested within his eyes, allowing him to effortlessly read the contents without experiencing any disorientation. In no time, he had committed it to memory. Subsequently, he found a stone to sit upon, positioned the jade zither upon his lap, and attracted the attention of several onlookers. The quality of his jade zither was immediately apparent, signaling its extraordinary nature. Who is he? How does he possess a fifth-tier zither? Some gazed at him in astonishment and envy. Those who had been diligently observing the stone wall for decades regarded Qin Feng with unfamiliarity, as he was a figure they had never encountered before. Presently, he was known as Qin Feng, the elder brother of the emperor of the Great Xia. Those from the Liu family who encountered Qin Feng yesterday expressed their astonishment, remarking that within the ranks of the Xia royal family, there exist individuals who possess an understanding of musical harmony rather than mere brutes. The identity of Qin Feng as a member of the Xia royal lineage elicited surprise among the others as well. Akin to the perceptions of the Xia nobility regarding the so-called barbarians nestled within the southern mountains. Conversely, the denizens of the EC regarded the Xia aristocrats as uncouth, particularly following an incident where a former emperor of Xia attempted to conquer the EC, only to be thwarted and humiliated by a reclusive master who played a half-verse of Guangling San. Upon learning that Qin Feng hailed from the Xia royal family, many eyes turned towards him, eager to witness his rendition of Guangling San. Yet, the majority harbored a mindset of amusement, believing that a brute would ultimately remain a brute, incapable of change. Chapter 67. Unprecedented under the scrutiny of the gathered assembly. Qin Feng gently plucked the strings of the zither. The sound resonated forth. Following the notations on the score, he began to play. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. How discordant! Who bestowed upon him such audacity to perform here? I had presumed that while the Xia royals might be uncultured, they would still possess a sense of decorum in their endeavors. How could he have the gall to play here? A chorus of gasps erupted. To these connoisseurs of music, Qin Feng's performance was sheer torment. Every gaze directed at him was marked by furrowed brows, some even tinged with indignation. It must be noted that even though the Liu family permitted enthusiasts of music to observe the first part of Guangling San, the piece held an esteemed value for music lovers, akin to the ancient scriptures of emperors. Without mastering the technique to perfection, one would scarcely dare to approach. Yet, Qin Feng, who evidently lacked the requisite skill, brazenly ventured to witness Guangling San, tarnishing its revered essence. "Expel him!" came the shouts. The crowd cast hostile glances at Qin Feng, preparing to oust him from this sacred space to protect its sanctity. At that moment, an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and regarded Qin Feng. "He is playing Guangling San?" the elder queried, astonished. His name was Zhao Wuyo, a master of musical arts, unmatched in his familiarity with Guangling San among those present. His words caused a collective pause, leaving the assembly bewildered. Could it be that Zhao Wuyo had misheard? How could such an off-key performance possibly be Guangling San? Moreover, it was evident that this was Qin Feng's first visit. He likely struggled to even comprehend the score inscribed on the stone wall, let alone perform it. Indeed, it seems to be Guangling San. Although his technique is exceedingly clumsy, upon closer inspection, it appears he is attempting to adhere to the score. Someone remarked after heeding Zhao Wuyo's observation. Hearing this, the crowd began to listen intently. Subsequently, their expressions were nothing short of extraordinary. The Guangling San. How could this Qin Feng possibly play it? The crowd looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, questioning how he could render such an exquisite piece so poorly. The concern was not solely about the unsatisfactory performance. It was how he managed to comprehend the nuances of the first section of Guangling San upon his very first visit here. Indeed, it was his inaugural appearance, and he clearly lacked proficiency in playing the instrument. Upon glancing at the score etched on the stone wall, one would surmise that he would be overwhelmed and faint after only a brief moment of study. Yet, he had memorized the score. Soon, some began to grasp the peculiarity of the situation, leading to a chorus of astonishment. It is known that mastery of musical theory requires at least a decade or two of dedicated practice to fully memorize the Guangling San score from the stone wall. However, Qin Feng accomplished this feat in mere moments, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was entirely enraptured by the music. While others heard the discordant notes he produced, he perceived a celestial melody, the sound he had envisioned in his mind. He was oblivious to the murmurs around him. The onlookers observed Qin Feng's indifference to their presence, their expressions a mix of awe and dismay. They were reluctant to witness the desecration of Guangling San at the hands of Qin Feng, yet felt hesitant to interrupt what might be the debut performance of an extraordinary musical prodigy. However, this torment was far more intense than they had anticipated. The Guangling San inherently possesses a lethal quality, and combined with Qin Feng's dissonant playing, compelled the audience to shield themselves with spiritual energy against the cacophony. It was not until Qin Feng had played half of the first section that the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Playing Guangling San was proving to be such a drain on his mental faculties. Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing he felt fatigued far too quickly. Moreover, he noticed he had immersed himself so deeply in the performance that his awareness of the external world had nearly vanished, which filled him with unease. Thus, he ceased playing. A typical individual would not experience such sensations during their first performance. Yet, Qin Feng's formidable mental acuity allowed him to delve deeper into the essence of the music, resulting in this peculiar state. Young friend, is this your first time observing the score of Guangling San? Zhao Wuyo, having witnessed Qin Feng's abrupt halt, could not resist inquiring. Having resided here for several centuries, he was nearly certain that this was Qin Feng's first visit, but he felt compelled to ask. Yes, it is my first time. Qin Feng nodded. At this, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Such prodigious musical talent was indeed alarming. To be able to proficiently memorize and perform the score on one's very first encounter was an unprecedented occurrence. Yet, the intricacies of Guangling San were profound. Qin Feng could not help but lament, I feel that without a month or two of practice, I will struggle to play it in its entirety. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. This was Guangling San, after all. In the midst of rumors, it was said that the sage had composed, and surprisingly, Qin Feng believed that he could masterfully perform it within a mere month or two. If others were to utter such claims, they would undoubtedly scoff. However, upon his first encounter with the opening piece of Guangling San, he effortlessly played a significant portion. This left them speechless. Young friend, would you consider taking me as your master? Zhao Wuyo then spoke. As my lifespan draws to a close, I am willing to impart all my insights regarding Guangling San to you. This statement stirred up a tempest of excitement. Who is Zhao Wuyo? He was undoubtedly the foremost authority on Guangling San in the contemporary world. Countless individuals yearned to be his disciple, yet few had the opportunity. Thank you for your generous offer, esteemed elder, but I have no intention of taking on a master, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head slowly. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's rejection, the onlookers were eager to interject, urging him not to let this opportunity slip away. Particularly, the members of the Liu family felt compelled to enlighten Qin Feng about Zhao Wuyo's musical prowess, believing that he simply did not comprehend Zhao Wuyo's mastery. Ha! Zhao Wuyo laughed heartily. Truly, you are the greatest talent in music throughout the ages, indeed unrestrained. I was indeed somewhat careless, just now. With your innate talent, it is likely that within a century, your understanding of Guangling San will surpass my lifetime of research. There is no need for you to take me as your master. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Given the talent Qin Feng had just displayed, they surmised that in a mere century, he might indeed surpass Zhao Wuyo, which incited a sense of envy among them. Chapter 68. The Celestial Wolf and the head of the Wang family. Although Qin Feng declined the mentorship, Zhao Wuyo bore no resentment. On the contrary, he imparted some playing techniques to him. It was not until the depths of night that Qin Feng finally took his leave. In the days that followed, he would visit the cliffside daily, observing the remnants of Guangling San. However, he refrained from playing there any longer, for he had learned from Zhao Wuyo that his playing was not particularly pleasing to the ear, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, he was concerned that he might become too entranced by the melodies, which could pose risks. despite his current cultivation level ensuring that no one in the entire Eastern Sea could harm him even while standing still. He adhered to the principle of stability. In the secluded mountains behind the Liu family estate, Qin Feng found a tranquil, deserted precipice where he practiced playing, from dawn till dusk and from dusk till dawn. Of course, aside from playing the lute, he did not neglect to sign in. Ding! Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful, reward obtained. Tai Pingling. Ding! Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Shan Gue Yao. The rewards were indeed bountiful, comprising nearly all long-lost pieces, though none were as profound or intricate as Guangling's San, which was crafted by the sage. Observing Qin Feng's profound appreciation for music, Lu Qingzhu felt joy for him, and specifically instructed the clan members not to disturb him in the mountains. Naturally, this was not only to ensure Qin Feng's uninterrupted practice, but also because his lute playing, truth be told, was not particularly melodious. Beneath the cloak of night, the resplendent moon hung high in the sky, adorned by a multitude of twinkling stars. On an island in the East China Sea, bonfires flickered everywhere, accompanied by the raucous laughter and revelry of pirates indulging in wine and meat. This was the lair of the infamous Tianlang pirates, the most formidable bandits of the East Sea. In a vast cavern, the leader of the Tianlang pirates, Tianlang himself, along with several other chieftains, embraced voluptuous women while drinking and watching a dozen dancers perform before them, reveling in their merriment. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the atmosphere. "Get out!" Startled, everyone turned to see figures cloaked in dark robes entering the cavern. Fearful, the crowd fell silent, and aside from Tianlang and a few significant leaders, most hurriedly departed. "Master Wang, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the figures, Tianlang was immediately sobered, his astonishment palpable as he approached with utmost reverence. The cloaked figures removed their hoods, revealing the leader among them to be none other than the head of the Wang family, one of the 5 prominent clans of the East Sea. He had long since formed a collusion with the Tianlang pirates, rather than a partnership. It could be said that the current Tianlang pirates were but a hound under his command. "What do you have to say for yourself?" the Wang family had demanded. "The plan has failed, yet you still indulge in drink and women?" "What? The plan has failed?" Tianlang's countenance shifted to one of disbelief. "Did not the second-in-command eliminate Lu Qingzhu and go to report to you?" Recently, the second-in-command had sustained injuries, and Tianlang had entrusted the ambush against Lu Qingzhu to him. He had assumed that the second-in-command's prolonged absence meant that he had successfully killed Lu Qingzhu and was now reporting back to the Wang family. He was unaware that the second-in-command had actually been slain, and that the remaining pirates aboard their ship had met their demise at the hands of Qin Feng's wind sword intent. "Report? Nonsense!" the Wang family had shouted. "Lu Qingzhu returned to Xuanhuan Island a few days ago, entirely unharmed." "How can this be?" Tianlang gasped. "Our plan was infallible. How could it fail? Last year, we salvaged a cache of magical arrows from the sunken ships of various empires during the Demon Sealing War, their might unparalleled. Lu Qingzhu should have been doomed. Do you think I traveled all this way merely to deceive you?" The Wang family head replied coldly. "And no, I do not." Tianlang hastily shook his head. "I simply cannot fathom how Lu Qingzhu survived such a fatal predicament." As Tianlang voiced his confusion, the Wang family head regained his composure. "The ancient vessel of the Daxiao royal family just happened to pass by. A girl named Qin Zening intervened and saved Lu Qingzhu. This matter is not a secret among the upper echelons of the Liu family. Furthermore, my informant within the Liu family is the concubine of the 3rd elder son. Thus the information was easily obtained. But hasn't the Daxiao royal family severed ties with the Liu family long ago?" Tianlang furrowed his brow, perplexed. "How should I know?" The Wang family head replied grimly. Tianlang fell silent, enveloped in contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Shall we continue to devise a plan to ambush Lu Qingzhu? There are still a few spiritual arrows left from the last batch we retrieved. Do you believe Lu Qingzhu would repeat the same mistake?" The head of the Wang family replied, upon returning to the Liu family. Lu Qingzhu immediately summoned a formation master to reinforce the family's warships. Tianlang, rendered speechless, expressed his concerns. "What shall we do?" If we allow Lu Qingzhu to continue her development, all of my subordinates will inevitably fall to her. In the past, the Wang and Lu families were evenly matched in power within the EC. The Wang family had covertly allied with them, and the Lu family alone, alongside the other three families, could hardly contend with them. However, under Lu Qingzhu's leadership, the Lu family was now rapidly advancing, and if she remained alive, it was only a matter of time before they faced annihilation. This situation was precisely what the head of the Wang family feared. Should the Tianlang pirates be eradicated, the Wang family would lose a substantial source of wealth. What could be more profitable than plunder? I have a plan that could directly eradicate the Lu family, but it requires you to infiltrate their ranks personally. The head of the Wang family stated with a grave expression. What? You want me to go to the Lu family personally? Are you suggesting I eliminate Lu Qingzhu? Tianlang exclaimed in alarm. Although Lu Qingzhu's strength is inferior to mine, it is not by much. I cannot even contemplate killing her. If I were to be surrounded by other formidable members of the Lu family, I would surely perish on the spot. With his peak cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, it would not be a simple task to eliminate Lu Qingzhu, who was at the mid-level of the same realm. If the other powerful members of the Lu family detected him, he would find himself with no escape. I would never send you to kill Lu Qingzhu. The head of the Wang family replied coldly. The target I want you to eliminate is Qin Feng of the Daxia royal family. Qin Feng of the Daxia royal family? Why should we kill him? Tianlang questioned, puzzled. Do you not understand? The Daxia royal family has only just begun to establish ties with the Lu family, and there is still a significant lack of trust between them. Furthermore, the Lu family generally harbors a strong aversion towards the Daxia royal family, which the palace maids and attendants can perceive quite clearly. The head of the Wang family, with a shrewd demeanor, continued, if we were to assassinate Qin Feng at this juncture, what would the Daxia royal family think? Even if they suspect it was not the Lu family's doing, they would undoubtedly direct their ire towards them. After all, the elder brother of the current emperor has been slain, and the Daxia royal family would lose face. Only by making the Lu family pay a price could they restore their dignity. Thus, we would accomplish our objectives at minimal cost, utilizing another's hand to extinguish the Lu family. Upon hearing the Wang family scheme, Tianlang's eyes lit up. What a brilliant plan! He couldn't help but praise previously. We merely aimed to thwart Lu Qingzhu and impede the Lu family's progress. Now this strategy could lead to their outright destruction. He felt a deep admiration for the head of the Wang family, a true mastermind capable of ruthless actions. At that time, my arranged personnel will support you within the Lu family, the head of the Wang family stated solemnly. Understood. Tianlang nodded thoughtfully, then inquired with a hint of confusion. However, does that Qin Feng not have any formidable protectors from the Daxia royal family by his side? Fear not. The most powerful among them on this journey is none other than Qin Zining, who previously intervened to rescue Lu Qingzhu, replied the head of the Wang family coldly. Moreover, Qin Zining spends her days leisurely wandering around Shiyun Island, completely absent from his side. Very well, I shall make my way to Shiyun Island forthwith. I will seek an opportunity to infiltrate within these few days. A cruel glint flickered in Tianlang's eyes. He dismissed Qin Feng with disdain, believing that such a royal member, at this age, could only possess cultivation at the best of the Wheel Sea realm, before his own peak prowess in the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. He was but an ant. Do not be hasty, the head of the Wang family cautioned, stopping Tianlang. He retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and said, "This is a concealment pill. I acquired it at a great cost. Though it comes with some side effects, it will nearly entirely mask your presence. Be wary of that old wretch from the Lu family." Over 90 years ago, Lu Qingzhu's uncle obtained a relic pill from the site of a powerful being's demise while traveling at sea, which propelled his cultivation from the 7th layer of the Wheel Sea realm to the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm in a short span of time, making him the strongest in the entire East Sea. He had just returned to the Lu family half a year ago, necessitating utmost caution. Understood, Tianlang nodded, accepting the concealment pill. He then began devising a detailed plan with the head of the Wang family regarding their infiltration into the Lu family. In recent days, Qin Feng had been mostly in the back mountains, occasionally learning the art of playing the lute from Zhao Wuyo. However, he found himself struggling somewhat with musical tones, making slow progress in his studies. This was hardly surprising, considering his somewhat discordant musical abilities back on Blue Star. One evening, as the sun began to rise, casting warm rays upon Shiyun Island and dispelling the chill of the night, a fox with fur as white as snow silently approached the precipice of the Liu family's rear mountain. Beneath an ancient tree, she gently placed a rare herb, at least 400 years old, upon the ground. With this herb, my cultivation should be fully restored, the little white fox murmured to herself. Since her departure from the royal palace, she had journeyed to the East Sea, utilizing her innate sensitivity to rare materials as a member of the Fox clan to seek out precious herbs from various uninhabited islands. Compared to the mainland, the islands were seldom guarded by formidable beasts. Most of the truly powerful creatures in the East Sea resided within the depths of the ocean. Over the years, the little white fox had completely healed her meridians, and her cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the spirit transformation realm. As her decline in cultivation was due to injury, with the appropriate rare materials, her ascent was rapid. With the acquisition of this 400-year-old herb, she anticipated restoring her cultivation to its peak at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. You detestable scoundrel, once I regain my strength, I shall not spare you. The little white fox gazed towards the direction of the great Xia dynasty, her voice laced with fierce determination. I shall make you kneel before me, obediently calling me your master. With that thought in mind, she promptly ingested the ancient herb. In an instant, a surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through her body. The little white fox remained calm, concentrating her mind to channel this energy into her meridians, transforming it into spiritual essence to enhance her cultivation. Her progress was remarkably smooth. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Thunder roared. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking with astonishing abruptness, for the heavens were clear and serene. This lightning was distinctly different from ordinary strikes. It contained threads of profound laws of the universe, resonating with awe-inspiring power. Someone was on the verge of transcending their tribulation. This was a celestial omen. Infuriatingly, the little white fox, who was in the midst of guiding the medicinal energy into her meridians, felt her mind tremble at the sound of the thunder. In that fleeting moment, she lost control of the overwhelming medicinal energy, which began to rampage within her body. Desperately, she attempted to redirect the energy into her meridians once more, but it proved futile. The energy was too immense, crashing violently within her, nearly tearing her apart. She lamented her misfortune. After arduously acquiring a 400-year-old elixir, a chance to restore her cultivation was thwarted by the sudden divine thunder. With a resolute glint in her eyes, the little white fox emanated a crimson glow from within. Though she was loath to do so, she had no choice but to summon the remnants of her bloodline power to seal the unruly energy. Otherwise, her demise was inevitable. As the blood-red radiance enveloped her, the chaotic medicinal energy gradually succumbed to her sealing efforts. However, having exhausted all her bloodline power, the little white fox became exceedingly feeble, her entire being languishing. Devoid of the strength to move, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. No, I cannot succumb to slumber. If I do, I may never awaken. She struggled to rise. Now profoundly weakened, she desperately needed a replenishment of verdant spiritual energy. Otherwise, remaining in such a state would surely lead to her demise. Regrettably, despite her efforts, her frailty rendered her incapable of standing, and she collapsed once more. Ultimately, she was immobilized. As time passed, dusk approached, and the little white fox grew increasingly fatigued, her eyelids heavy with exhaustion. In that moment, she longed for that milky liquid. If only she could have it as sustenance, survival would be assured. Yet, a bitter smile crossed her lips as she reflected that the wretched scoundrel was far away in the great Xia imperial tomb, unlikely to appear here. Just then, Qin Feng, who had recently returned from Zhao Wuyo, noticed the little white fox beneath the ancient tree, a look of bewilderment on his face. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing the words, the little white fox struggled to open her eyes, momentarily taken aback, only to dismiss it as a mere figment of her imagination, slowly closing them once more. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy compelled her to reopen her eyes, gazing in astonishment at Qin Feng. The aroma was simply irresistible. She realized it was not an illusion, for in Qin Feng's hand rested a small vial containing a milky white liquid. It emanated an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy and fragrance that stirred memories within her. Can you still feed yourself? Qin Feng placed a bottle of earth spirit essence before the little white fox. However, she exerted herself twice in vain, unable to move. Her previous struggles had exhausted her last reserves of strength. Observing her plight, Qin Feng shook his head in resignation, dipped his finger into the vial, and brought a bit of the earth's spirit essence to her. Here, consume this. It will aid in your healing. The little fox, with great difficulty, opened her mouth. This action caused Qin Feng, who had only just realized something was amiss, to feel a twinge of discomfort. Yet, considering that the little white fox was merely a fox and not an enchanting beauty, he did not dwell on it. Upon swallowing the earth spirit essence, the little white fox was instantly enraptured by the exceptionally pure spiritual energy, emitting a sound of delight. Swallow it down. Do not let it spill, Qin Feng urged. Obediently, the little white fox consumed the earth spirit essence, feeling the pure energy surge through her body, revitalizing her weary limbs. The overwhelming fatigue dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating sensation akin to a parched desert, finally receiving a refreshing spring. As this joy and comfort reached their zenith, the little white fox could not suppress a soft sound, her entire being trembling slightly. After a moment, she returned to her normal state. Though much improved, she had yet to fully recover. I happen to need an audience. Your arrival is quite fortuitous. From now on, you shall listen to my music here. With that, Qin Feng lifted the little white fox and brought her to the edge of a precipice. Although the little white fox was not fond of being treated as a pet, she restrained herself, recalling how Qin Feng had just saved her. Can this fellow truly play the zither? The little white fox murmured to herself, wondering how his skills would compare to Zhao Wuyo's. Having visited the cliffs etched with the name of Guangling Mountain before, she was familiar with Zhao Wuyo. While the little white fox pondered these thoughts, Qin Feng had already set her down on a stone beside the cliff and seated himself on another rock, retrieving an ancient zither of jade and gently plucking its strings. Ding-dong! The sound of the zither resonated, causing the little white fox to jump in surprise. What on earth? Is someone playing the zither? Or is it a call for retribution? How utterly dreadful! The little white fox was left bewildered. After consuming a few drops of the milky liquid, she wondered what transgression she had committed to warrant such a punishment. Ding-dong! Just as the little white fox was startled by the sound of the zither, the melody continued to resonate, causing her to question the very essence of her fox existence. She rose from the stone and instinctively turned to flee. Was it truly that unpleasant? Witnessing the little white fox prepare to depart, Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow. The little white fox longed to retort indeed. Alas, she had yet to take form and was unable to articulate her thoughts. Seeing the little white fox's unwavering intent to leave, Qin Feng shook his head in resignation and reluctantly reopened the bottle of earth spirit stalactite liquid, placing it upon the adjacent stone. Hiss! Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, the little white fox halted her retreat, unable to resist glancing back at the small jade bottle. The milky liquid inside appeared irresistibly delectable. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately turned back, succumbing to temptation. In the subsequent days, the little white fox found herself compelled to listen to Qin Feng's rendition of Guangling San. However, there was a silver lining. The medicinal power sealed within her was gradually seeping out, nourishing her meridians and fostering her body, which resulted in her spending most of her time in a state of slumber, thus sparing her from the incessant strains of Qin Feng's music. During this time, Qin Zening, who had been exploring, visited once, urging Qin Feng to venture outside, declaring that Xuanhuan Island was far more captivating than the imperial city. Yet upon seeing Qin Feng's disinterest, she refrained from further persuasion. Lu Qingzhu had not sought out Qin Feng either, as she had been preoccupied. According to Qin Zening, She seemed intent on suppressing news of the celestial thunder that had appeared that day. In truth, Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback by the manifestation of that celestial thunder. Typically, cultivators beneath the martial domain did not require tribulations to elevate their realms, and it was evident that there were no formidable beings of martial domain strength on Xuanhuan Island. He found himself puzzled as to who might be undergoing a tribulation. Yet he was disinclined to investigate further, choosing instead to continue playing his Guangling San. One night, under the veil of darkness, a figure stealthily infiltrated the Lu residence. Within, a woman clad in red awaited the arrival of the celestial wolf. She was none other than the concubine of the third elder son, a pawn placed within the Lu family by the head of the Wang family. With Qin zening away at sea, the absence of her presence beside Qin Feng rendered this evening the perfect opportunity for action. In a hushed tone, the woman in red addressed the celestial wolf. "Where is he? Lead me to him." The celestial wolf replied in a low voice, and the woman nodded, guiding him quietly toward the mountain peak where Qin Feng resided. In a short span, the duo arrived at the foot of the back mountain of the Lu family, standing before a precipice. The woman in red pointed to the cliff above and said to the celestial wolf, "He is seated there." The celestial wolf gazed in the direction she indicated, and faintly discerned a figure perched beside the cliff. He possesses no cultivation whatsoever? Utilizing his formidable spiritual sense, the celestial wolf probed further, only to discover that there was not a single ripple of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Feng. Chapter 71. Danger? What? He has no cultivation? The woman in red was equally astonished. She had never had the chance to approach Qin Feng, hence she had not conducted any investigation. Had she known this would transpire, she would have acted decisively to eliminate Qin Feng without waiting for the arrival of the Wolf of Heaven. It is worth noting that she possessed the cultivation of the second layer of the spirit transformation realm. Truly a fool, lacking any cultivation, yet not securing the protection of a strong warrior. "If you do not perish, who will?" The Wolf of Heaven remarked coldly. Having spoken, he intended to ascend the precipice to deal with Qin Feng. Ding dong. However, at that moment, a sudden melody resonated through the air. This unexpected sound startled the Wolf of Heaven. "What is happening?" He paused, filled with suspicion. "Fear not. It is merely that fellow practicing the Guangling San." The woman in red nonchalantly replied. With such a level of skill, how dare he attempt to play the Guangling San? The Wolf of Heaven scoffed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Although he was not versed in musical arts, he had certainly heard of the illustrious name of the Guangling San, which he deemed unworthy of Qin Feng's inept performance. However, as the melody continued to linger, both the Wolf of Heaven and the woman in red experienced a drastic change in expression. "What is happening? My inner spiritual energy is slipping from my control," the woman exclaimed in horror. Not only she, but the Wolf of Heaven also bore a similar expression of shock. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged within them, wreaking havoc and causing immense pain in their meridians. The melody, Qin Feng is manipulating the spiritual energy within us through his music, the Wolf of Heaven cried out. Being at the level of the Purple Mansion realm, he quickly discerned that the melody was indeed abnormal and affecting his internal energy. How can this be? That Qin Feng's playing is so discordant and clumsy. How could he possibly wield such a powerful technique to control our spiritual energy? The woman in red spoke in disbelief. Foolishness! How should I know? The Wolf of Heaven shouted in rage. He was engulfed in terror, desperately attempting to suppress the chaotic energy raging within him. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. "Spare us, esteemed one. Please spare us." The Wolf of Heaven, now gripped by sheer terror, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy from Qin Feng. The woman in red hurriedly joined him in supplication, begging for their lives. Regrettably, Qin Feng paid them no heed. In but a moment, both the Wolf of Heaven and the woman in red were torn asunder by the very spiritual energy they had once wielded, their blood and flesh scattering in the air. Silence enveloped the area, as if nothing had ever transpired. Meanwhile, at the precipice of the mountaintop, Qin Feng continued to play his Guangling San, the air of grimness surrounding him having lessened slightly. The following day at noon, Qin Feng was engrossed in his music, while the little white fox beside him lay in peaceful slumber, releasing traces of medicinal energy into its own meridians. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward him from the distance. It was Lu Qingzhu, her face etched with worry. Upon landing on the precipice and seeing Qin Feng, she anxiously inquired, "Qin Feng, did you encounter any danger last night?" "Danger? What danger?" Qin Feng responded, perplexed. Indeed, last night, a peak cultivator of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm had sought to kill him. But with just a single melody, he had effortlessly annihilated the threat, encountering no danger whatsoever. It is fortunate that no danger was encountered. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhu let out a slight sigh of relief and remarked, "Last night, a band of pirates infiltrated this area, only to perish at the foot of the mountain. I fear they had set their sights on you." Recently, a group of individuals who had gone to observe the Guangling San at the cliff passed by here that discovered the corpse of the Tianlang. Upon receiving the news, she hurried over, and only when she saw that Qin Feng was unharmed did she finally feel at ease. "I apologize for worrying Annie," Qin Feng said with a smile. "It is good that you are safe. That is all that matters," Lu Qingzhu murmured. Subsequently, she imparted a few instructions to Qin Feng before departing to investigate the purpose behind the Tianlong's presence and to uncover who had slain it. Moreover, she arranged for powerful protectors to discreetly safeguard Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng, he remained indifferent, unconcerned about the intentions of the Tianlang. He merely wished to enjoy a tranquil moment playing his lute. The previous day's haunting melody, which had claimed a life, had already begun to enchant him. Meanwhile, the Wang family, residing on the island, was also engaged in constructing a resplendent stronghold. Within the grand assembly hall, the head of the Wang family and numerous elders convened. "Patriarch, we can almost confirm that Lu Qingzhu's uncle, Lu Ting, acquired a longevity elixir during his recent voyage. The thunder observed by many passing merchant ships a few days ago serves as an omen of Lu Ting's impending tribulation." The eldest elder of the Wang family spoke gravely. Typically, cultivators below the martial domain do not face tribulations. However, those nearing the end of their lifespan who suddenly extend their life must undergo a life-and-death tribulation to continue living. Has that old man, Lu Ting, truly found a longevity elixir? This statement elicited grim expressions from the Wang elders. With Lu Ting's peak cultivation at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, he towered over the entire Eastern Sea. As long as he remained, coupled with Lu Qingzhu's talents, the development of the Lu family would face no obstacles. Many awaited Lu Ting's demise, and the Wang family was certainly among them. Now that Lu Ting had seemingly acquired a means of prolonging his life, it was undoubtedly dire news for them. Lu Qingzhu's decision to keep this information under wraps stemmed from her fear that someone might take advantage of Lu Ting's tribulation to strike against him. "Shall we?" The eldest elder of the Wang family began to speak slowly, his tone heavy. Upon hearing this, the gaze of the others turned toward the head of the Wang family. "Why take such a great risk?" The patriarch retorted with a cold laugh. "I have already sent the Tianlang to eliminate Qin Feng and frame the Lu family. At that point, whether the great Xia dynasty sends troops or powerful fighters, the mere presence of Lu Ting at the pinnacle of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm will be insufficient to save the Lu family." His scheme was ruthlessly cunning. He had informed the Tianlang to not only kill Qin Feng, but also to cast the concubine of the third elder's son over the cliff, creating the illusion that Qin Feng had attempted to assault her and was accidentally killed in retaliation. In such a scenario, the great Xia royal family, whether seeking vengeance or wishing to cover up a scandal, would inevitably mobilize against the Lu family. The patriarch had already devised an alternative plan. The eldest elder of the Wang family was taken aback, as he had only just learned of this. The other elders also displayed expressions of astonishment. In order for the plan to proceed smoothly, prior discussions with you all were deemed unnecessary. The head of the Wang family remarked with a hint of indifference. Having ascended to power after the murder of his father, a faction within the family remained unconvinced of his authority. Hence, he sought to validate his position by leveraging the imperial power of the great Xia to annihilate the Lu family, a strategy he deemed flawless. Fortunately, the family had previously devised this impeccable plan, Otherwise, we would still be devising ways to thwart that old wretch Lu Ting from overcoming his life and death tribulation. The elders of the Wang family praised the scheme, filled with admiration, believing it to be infallible. The head of the Wang family wore an air of pride, convinced that the plan was indeed without flaw, eagerly awaiting news from Tianlang. At that moment, however, one of his confidants rushed into the assembly hall, visibly agitated. The stillness of the night was interrupted by a desperate plea for a free gift. Chapter 72. A storm approaches. The confidant burst into the hall, breathless and frantic. Instantly, all eyes were upon him. What has happened? Could it be that news had swiftly reached the great Xia dynasty that they dispatched powerful figures to the Lu family? The head of the Wang family inquired coolly. To him, it seemed that Qin Feng had already met his demise. The agitation of his confidant surely indicated that something even more astonishing had transpired. Nay, nay, the confidant gasped. Tianlang has been slain. What did you say? The head of the Wang family, initially indifferent, instantly paled, exclaiming, Tianlang has been killed? How could that be possible? Indeed, it is true, the confidant confirmed. After his death, he was discovered by someone who was observing the Guangling San, and now the entire EC is abuzz with the news. How can this be? The head of the Wang family's expression darkened, filled with disbelief. The plan for Tianlang to infiltrate the Lu family was foolproof. Did he encounter some unforeseen mishap while attempting to kill Qin Feng, leading to his discovery by the Lu family's formidable members? It seems implausible. Tianlang possesses the pinnacle of cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Eliminating Qin Feng should have been effortless. How could he have been detected by others during the act? It appears that Tianlang never even laid eyes on Qin Feng before meeting his end. The Lu family is completely unaware of Tianlang's intentions. Presently, Lu Qingzhu is conducting a thorough investigation, the confidant replied. Slain before even encountering Qin Feng? The head of the Wang family was further bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. This is all the information we have for now, the confidant said, sounding somewhat resigned. A heavy silence fell upon the assembly hall, each face reflecting their dismay. They had believed that the head of the family's plan was infallible and were prepared to sit back and watch as the great Xia dynasty dealt with the Lu family. They had not anticipated such a complete failure. Not only had Tianlang perished, but Qin Feng remained unscathed, and there was even the potential for exposure of the Wang family's clandestine involvement. What shall we do now? The elder of the Wang family spoke solemnly. The plan to kill with a borrowed knife has failed, and now Lu Ting is about to face the tribulation of life and death. Should he succeed in transcending, no force will be able to impede the growth of the Lu family. Furthermore, if Lu Qingzhu later uncovers that it was they who manipulated the Tianlang, the Wang family would be utterly doomed. Lu Ting must not be allowed to transcend. The head of the Wang family clenched his fists, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes as he declared, contact the other three great families to jointly obstruct Lu Ting's ascension. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Wang family nodded in agreement. Among the 5 prominent families of Donghai, aside from the Lu family, no one wished for Lu Ting to live for another century. The moment of transcending tribulation is when Lu Ting is most vulnerable. This presents their best opportunity. Subsequently, the head of the Wang family departed the assembly hall, personally reaching out to the other families. The news of Lu Ting's impending life and death tribulation quickly spread throughout Donghai, leaving those who learned of it in astonishment. Lu Ting's fortune is truly remarkable, having acquired a rare elixir that grants an extension of life by a century. The president of a trading association remarked with envy, acknowledging the scarcity of such a life-extending pill, which is virtually non-existent even within the entire Kanglan domain. It was unexpected that Lu Ting could be so fortunate as to obtain one. If it were not for the fact that Lu Ting had already consumed the elixir, I would risk everything to seize it from him, lamented a powerful practitioner at the early stage of the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm, who had long remained in seclusion and was nearing the end of his lifespan. Even with minimal chances of success, it was preferable to this agonizing wait for death. Alas, Lu Ting had already ingested the elixir and was on the verge of transcending. Undoubtedly, due to Lu Ting's imminent tribulation, the entire Lu family has become the focal point of attention in Donghai, with various spies positioned around Shiyun Island. Learning of the leak, Lu Qingzhu felt a surge of anger, yet found herself powerless. The divine thunder witness that day had been seen by too many. It was challenging to conceal. Thus, Lu Qingzhu attributed the infiltration of Tianlang into the Lu family to their intent to harm her uncle, Lu Ting. Head of the family, the currents in Donghai are stirring. According to reliable sources, the powerful practitioners of the major families who have been in seclusion for years have quietly emerged, spoke the elder of the Lu family. A storm is brewing. Lu Qingzhu could not help but exclaim. The members of the other families will undoubtedly be unwilling to see my uncle succeed in transcending. She felt a heavy sense of foreboding. Although the strongest among these families are merely at the early stage of the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm, should they strike while Lu Ting is transcending, he would be in grave danger. What shall we do? The elder of the Lu family inquired anxiously. You should visit the other 4 families, Lu Qingzhu replied calmly, not appearing flustered. Probe their intentions, if necessary. We can promise them certain conditions to ensure they refrain from intervening in this matter. She demonstrated her governance skills, understanding what to relinquish and what to safeguard in such times. Very well, the elder of the Lu family nodded in agreement before departing. He intended to personally visit each prominent family. Subsequently, Lu Qingzhu instructed the other elders to make specific arrangements for the powerful families summoned from various locations, ensuring that defenses were prepared for the day of Lu Ting's tribulation. After completing all tasks, Lu Qingzhu hesitated briefly before heading to the precipice of the back mountain. Qin Feng and Qin Zining were already there. Observing the fox slumbering on the stone, Qin Zining was utterly enchanted. So soft, so warm, gently stroking the little white fox. She couldn't help but exclaim. The delicate, lustrous fur of the little fox and its fragile, boneless body captivated her. What a peculiar description, Qin Feng remarked, furrowing his brow. He was uncertain whether it was he who was amiss or the young lady. Uncle, why is it not moving at all? Is it asleep? Qin Zining softly cradled the little white fox, only to find it completely unresponsive. If not for its warmth and heartbeat, she might have thought the little fox lifeless. It must have consumed some ancient medicine. The effects within its body require a prolonged period to dissipate, Qin Feng stated calmly. He had already used his divine eye to observe and clearly understood what the ancient medicine was. However, he refrained from disclosing too much to Qin Zining. I see. Qin Zining nodded, then gently placed the little white fox back on the stone where it had previously been lying, concerned that holding it might hinder its absorption of the medicinal effects. At that moment, a figure soared toward them from the distance. It was Lu Qingzhu. Chapter 73. The arrival of the Thunder Tribulation. You, too, are here. Just in time, Lu Qingzhu remarked with a light smile upon seeing Qin Feng and Qin Zining. Aunt, do you need something from us? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Yes, Lu Qingzhu nodded, her expression turning serious. You may need to leave Shiyun Island earlier than expected. Why? Qin Feng asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Is something amiss with the Lu family? Lu Qingzhu acknowledged with a nod and did not conceal the truth, sharing recent events and the potential crises that might unfold with Qin Feng and Qin Zining. It seemed that several other prominent families were poised to sever ties with the Lu family. If my uncle successfully navigates his tribulation, all will be well. Otherwise, the Lu family will be in peril, Lu Qingzhu said gravely. For your safety, it is best you depart Shiyun Island. With the lines drawn, should her uncle Lu Ting fail in his tribulation, other families would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. She did not wish for Qin Feng and Qin Zining to become embroiled in the ensuing turmoil. Upon hearing Lu Qingzhu's words, Qin Zining's expression turned solemn. During our time here, Aunt has treated us so kindly. If we flee now, it may seem too cowardly, Qin Feng stated slowly. Moreover, the families and merchants from across the Eastern Sea would likely mock us for our retreat. He was reluctant to leave. For one, Lu Qingzhu had indeed treated them with great kindness, embracing them as if they were family. In recent days, apart from signing sheet music on Shiyun Island, he has also signed numerous notes from formidable musicians, which have profoundly inspired him. After assimilating these insights, his playing skills have ascended to new heights. He wishes to continue his stay here for a while longer. Indeed, we cannot simply flee. Qin Xiling interjected, expressing her eagerness to contribute with her pea cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. During her time here, she has developed a fondness for this place. However, Lu Qingzhu expressed her concerns. This is her sister's son and granddaughter. She cannot bear the thought of them facing danger. Should anything happen, she would feel unworthy to face her sister, even in death. They are merely a rabble. How much danger can they pose? Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Lu Qingzhu wished to voice further objections, but Qin Xiling reaffirmed her determination to stay, her tone resolute. Seeing both Qin Feng and Qin Xiling resolve to remain, Lu Qingzhu could only nod in reluctant agreement. Even if the other prominent families were to invade the Lu family, they would likely refrain from openly challenging Qin Feng and Qin Xiling, wary of their identities. Staying is permissible, but if danger arises, you must hide well and absolutely refrain from intervening, Lu Qingzhu cautioned gently, particularly concerned for Qin Xiling's safety, knowing Qin Feng lacked significant cultivation. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Xiling and ensure she remains out of harm's way, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Lu Qingzhu nodded in approval. After giving a few more instructions, she departed, as there were numerous matters within the clan that required her attention. As the time of the rumored life and death tribulation for Lu Tingdu approached, the entire East Sea grew unexpectedly tranquil. Yet, all were aware that this calmness was merely the stillness before the storm. The atmosphere across the East Sea was taut with tension, with everyone's focus fixed upon Xuanhuan Island. One afternoon, an elderly man with white hair and a benevolent countenance emerged from Xuanhuan Island, making his way to a maritime expanse 50 miles away. Gazing quietly at the sky, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive, Lu Ting murmured to himself. In his lifetime, he had roamed the mountains and rivers, living a carefree existence, scarcely dedicating himself to the study of martial arts. Even if he were to perish today, he would harbor no regrets. His sole motivation to endure the tribulation was for the Lu family. Had he known that the elixir could extend his life by 100 years, but required him to undergo the life and death thunder tribulation, he would have certainly refrained from returning to the Lu family or consuming it. Alas, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and ominous clouds gathered. Within the swirling darkness, flashes of silver lightning erupted. The overwhelming pressure of the impending tribulation was suffocating, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The thunder tribulation has arrived. The exclamations echoed as they beheld the sky, thick with clouds and crackling with thunder. Countless figures soared into the sky, gazing from afar at the tempestuous thunder, intimidated by the overwhelming pressure of the formidable path. They were all aware of the legends surrounding the terrifying thunder tribulation, yet none had anticipated its sheer ferocity. Simultaneously, over a dozen figures radiating a dreadful aura stood at a distance, observing intently. These were indeed members of the other four great families, including recently emerged antiquarians, as well as the clan leaders and elders, all of whom were at least in the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The strongest among them had already reached the early stage of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Observing the menacing sea of thunder, they felt it unnecessary to intervene. Even Lu Ting seemed unlikely to survive this ordeal. The head of the Chun family remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. The terror of this thunderous sea surpasses my imagination. The head of the Wang family coldly stated, since we are all here today, we might as well wait a while. If Lu Ting shows any signs of withstanding the tribulation, we shall lend him a hand. Today, Lu Ting is doomed. No one can save him. The usually silent head of the Su family spoke with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. In a direct confrontation, their combined strength would still not match Lu Ting's. However, if they merely attacked him from outside the Sea of Thunder during his tribulation, it would be a trivial task. Crack! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Silver lightning, akin to a silver serpent, descended from above. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ting's face turned grave as he swiftly began to form an intricate seal with his hands, unleashing an astonishing wave of spiritual energy from within, sweeping across the surroundings. Buzz! The instant Lu Ting completed his seal, a brownish-yellow barrier coalesced above him. This barrier was a powerful defensive technique, adorned with swirling runes that emitted a formidable aura. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the first bolt of lightning crashed down upon this barrier, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that caused the onlookers to tremble in their hearts, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the thunder. The first bolt was withstood by Lu Ting, and though it was formidable, it was not insurmountable. However, the next moment arrived with another crack. A thunderous roar echoed once more, but this time it was not a solitary bolt. Hundreds of silver lightning bolts, resembling a multitude of silver serpents, plunged from the heavens, intent on tearing Lu Ting to shreds. Chapter 74. The Arrival of All Parties. Boom. 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 Hundreds of lightning bolts struck against Lu Ting's barrier, completely enveloping it, as even more astonishing waves of energy erupted forth, sweeping across the vicinity. Although Lu Ting appeared quite aged, seemingly fragile enough to be toppled by a mere gust of wind, he remained steadfast and immovable in the face of such overwhelming thunder. Crack! Yet, the heavenly tribulation was far from over. Vast swathes of heavenly lightning continued to rain down from above, each wave more powerful than the last. With a resounding crash, Lu Ting's expression turned grave as he swiftly channeled all the spiritual energy within him into the barrier, striving to withstand the descending heavenly thunder. Intense waves of energy erupted violently, and he stood firm like a resilient pine rooted in a cliff, enduring the onslaught of thunder with unwavering composure. Despite the terrifying ferocity of the lightning, Lu Ting remarkably managed to hold his ground. Witnessing the scene, the numerous cultivators observing from afar could not help but gasp in astonishment. Initially, when the tempest of lightning appeared, they had assumed Lu Ting would soon be reduced to ashes, but it became evident that they had underestimated his strength. With astonishing defensive techniques, he was able to endure the dreadful thunderbolts raining down from the sky. At that moment, a flurry of arrows imbued with spiritual energy suddenly surged from the distant sky, targeting Lu Ting, who was in the midst of his tribulation. The head of the Wang family could no longer remain idle and commanded the members of the Wolf Sea Bandits to strike. The spiritual arrows, salvaged from the depths of their warships, were unmatched in power. A clamor arose among the spectators, who had anticipated an attack on Lu Ting during his tribulation. But they were taken aback by the swiftness of this assault, particularly the rarity of the arrows unleashed upon him, suggesting a lethal intent. Just then, from within the Lu family, a commanding voice rang out. Lu Qingzhu soared into the air, having long prepared for this moment. In her hand, a heavy sword glowed with fiery, spiritual energy, akin to flames blazing fiercely, emanating an intensely scorching aura. With a swift motion, Lu Qingzhu unleashed a strike, sending forth a blazing sword light that swept toward the arrows, carrying with it a wave of heat and formidable might. Under Lu Ting's guidance, she had now reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and her martial prowess had grown significantly stronger in her hands. The clash between the spiritual arrows and the searing flames resulted in a tremendous explosion, scattering burning fragments that rained down upon the sea below. The Wolf Sea Bandits, positioned far away, were also caught in the aftermath, their ranks decimated and transformed into a mist of blood. Lu Qingzhu's valiant demeanor captivated many of the cultivators present. At that moment, applause erupted suddenly, and the head of the Wang family, smiling, remarked, "Indeed, Lu Qingzhu, in such a short span, you have broken through and reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. I am truly impressed." He glided through the air, covering a distance of approximately 100 zhang to reach Lu Qingzhu's side, accompanied by several other clan leaders and powerful figures. "Thank you for your praise." Lu Qingzhu replied coldly. "I never imagined your Wang family would conspire with the Wolf Sea Bandits." She had harbored suspicions during her recent investigations, and witnessing the bandits heed the Wang family head's commands confirmed her suspicions. Matters concerning my Wang family are none of your concern." Upon hearing these words, the head of the Wang family let out a cold snort, remarking, "You should contemplate the fate of the Lu family following Lu Ting's failure to transcend the tribulation." As he spoke, A remarkable surge of spiritual energy emanated from within him, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Not only did the head of the Wang family display his formidable cultivation, but over 10 other powerful beings also unveiled their might, with a full 10 of them reaching the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. The remaining few had ascended to the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. The gathering of numerous Eastern Sea cultivators turned pale, overwhelmed by an immense pressure, prompting many to retreat to a safer distance. "Do you truly intend to obstruct my uncle's tribulation?" Lu Qingzhu, observing the scene, turned ashen and inquired, "What do you think will become of you if my uncle succeeds in transcending?" As she spoke, over 10 figures soared forth from the Lu family. Aside from several at the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, there were 5 individuals in the mid and peak stages of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. The Lu family, already formidable, had further strengthened their ranks through Lu Qingzhu's considerable expenditure in hiring various Lu's cultivators, thus forming an astonishingly powerful force, all bracing for battle. "Haha, Lu Qingzhu, are you lost in a dream?" The head of the Wang family laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "Today, the might of our 4 great families is assembled. If we cannot eliminate Lu Ting, who is currently transcending, we might as well perish by colliding with a tofu block." The laughter of the other family's strong cultivators echoed in mockery, and even the onlooking cultivators of the Eastern Sea could not help but shake their heads, believing that with so many powerful figures from the 4 families present, it would be impossible to thwart their assault on Lu Ting. Suddenly, at that moment, someone made a move, employing a powerful movement technique to bypass Lu Qingzhu and head straight for Lu Ting amidst the storm of lightning. "Stop him!" Lu Qingzhu cried out sharply. Immediately, a Lu family cultivator rushed to intercept the assailant, resulting in a fierce clash. The other strong cultivators from the 4 families also sprang into action, enveloped in formidable spiritual energy, transforming into streaks of light as they surged toward the stormy sea of thunder. They did not intend to enter the storm, but aimed to attack Lu Ting from the periphery. Lu Qingzhu and the other formidable cultivators advanced to obstruct these attackers. An intense battle erupted, with a collision of spiritual energy creating dazzling lights across the sky, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The cultivators of the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm fought evenly matched. However, it was evident that the 6 Purple Mansion realm's strong cultivators from the Lu family were at a distinct disadvantage against the 10 from the 4 families. In battles of similar cultivation levels, numbers often dictated the outcome. Curse it, Lu Qingzhu found herself at a disadvantage, continually forced to retreat against 2 peak cultivators of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, her expression growing increasingly grim. If this continued, they would be unable to stop the head of the Wang family and his associates. At that moment, an even more astonishing aura suddenly erupted. A thunderous sound reverberated as the long-quiet ancestor of the Qin family prepared to strike. With the formidable aura of an early-stage practitioner of the second realm of the Purple Mansion, he surpassed Lu Qingzhu and the others by a significant margin. None possessed the strength to impede him, nor could anyone hope to halt his advance. In mere strides, he arrived at the edge of the Thunder Sea, coldly gazing at Lu Ting, who was undergoing tribulation. "Brother Lu, do not blame my ruthlessness. Today, you must perish," the ancestor of the Qin family declared coldly. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hands, coalescing into 2 swirling tempests that howled ominously. Chapter 75. Nonsense, Royal Uncle, oh no. Lu Qingzhu's expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to obstruct the ancestor of the Qin family. However, before she could break free, she was suppressed by 2 powerful beings at the first realm of the Purple Mansion. With a swift motion, the ancestor unleashed the 2 tempests towards Lu Ting in the Thunder Sea, rapidly expanding until they resembled twin tornadoes. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. Witnessing this, Lu Ting, who was desperately battling the lightning tribulation, paled. He found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Was Lu Ting truly about to meet his end? The numerous cultivators from the East Sea, alerted by the commotion, could not help but express their concern. In their eyes, The Liu family had no more formidable fighters to challenge the ancestor of the Qin family. Great River Sword Intent. At that moment, a voice rang out. Qin Zining, who had been restrained by Liu Qingzhu from intervening, finally made her move. The surging sword intent flowed like a mighty river, charging towards the two tornadoes, creating a resounding roar in its wake. All witnesses to this spectacle were awestruck, having never encountered such a terrifying and pure sword intent. Boom! In an instant, the river-like sword intent collided with the twin tornadoes, unleashing an even more astonishing wave of energy. Shattered sword intent and fierce winds surged outward in all directions. How is this possible? The ancestor of the Qin family gazed in astonishment at Qin Zining, exclaiming, "You are merely at the pinnacle of the first realm of the Purple Mansion. How could you shatter the gale I conjured with a single sword?" He was at the early stage of the second realm of the Purple Mansion, and logically, he should have easily overpowered Qin Zining. Not only the ancestor of the Qin family, but also the head of the Wang family and others were equally astonished, including Liu Qingzhu. They had long been aware of Qin Zining's impressive cultivation at such a young age. Yet they had not anticipated that she had grown strong enough to fight beyond her level. To borrow a phrase from my royal uncle, "Nothing in this world is impossible." Qin Zining replied coldly. She had often heard Qin Feng say this whenever she faced doubts in martial arts, and had quietly etched it into her memory. "Huh? What nonsense about a royal uncle." The ancestor of the Qin family laughed heartily. "Let me tell you, today I will kill Liu Ting, and there is nothing you can do to stop me." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, sending a damaged small cauldron hurtling towards Qin Zining, instantly hovering above her head. Though the small ding was rusted and weathered, it emanated a terrifying pressure that left Qin Ziling nearly powerless to endure, her complexion paling. What kind of secret treasure is this? Qin Ziling was horrified as she felt her internal spiritual energy almost come to a standstill under this oppressive force. Moreover, she found herself utterly immobilized. The elder of the Qin family let out a cold chuckle, disregarding Qin Ziling entirely as he prepared to strike at Liu Ting, who was engulfed in the thunderous sea. Perched on the cliff, Qin Feng cast a glance at the still, slumbering little white fox, feeling somewhat speechless. Despite the fierce battle raging outside, the little white fox remained undisturbed. It seemed he would need to pay special attention to the little creature later on, helping it alleviate the effects of the medicinal power within. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Feng strode forward, covering hundreds of feet with each step as he approached the stone wall inscribed with Guangling San. In the distance, it took only a few breaths to arrive. Everyone present had turned their attention to the battle in the sky, leaving only Zhao Wuyo, who was on the verge of passing away. Qin Feng quietly sat upon a rock and took out his ancient jade guqin. "Young friend, you have not departed?" Zhao Wuyo exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qin Feng. "You must leave quickly. Liu Ting is bound to fail his tribulation. This place is far too perilous." Over the past few days, he had not seen Qin Feng and had assumed that Liu Qingzhu had sent him away. Seeing Qin Feng still present filled him with concern for this future genius of music. Throughout my mentor's life, his greatest wish was to hear the entirety of Guangling San. Now, as he nears his end, I have come to repay his teachings by performing the complete piece of Guangling San for him, Qin Feng replied calmly. As he spoke, his fingers began to caress the strings of the guqin. The complete Guangling San? Zhao Wuyo was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but smile wryly. For so many years, no one has been able to complete Guangling San. How could you possibly play the entire piece? Yet, Qin Feng offered no explanation, slowly gliding his fingers over the strings. Ding-dong. The notes resonated, exquisite and melodious, akin to the flow of mountains and streams. Zhao Wuyo's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the music. His mastery of music theory was profound, and it was evident that Qin Feng's understanding of Guangling San far surpassed his own. He could scarcely believe that the person before him, who had been utterly ignorant of music not long ago, and whose technique had been clumsy, had now reached such a formidable level. Though he was astounded, Zhao Wuyo remained silent, for at that moment, he only wished to quietly listen to the Guangling San being played by Qin Feng. He even began to believe that perhaps today he might finally hear the complete peace from Qin Feng. In a distant sky, the elder of the Chun family conjured another colossal whirlwind, roaring toward Lu Ting amidst the thunderous tribulation, its power more terrifying than before. "Uncle, be careful!" Lu Qingzhu cried out urgently upon witnessing the scene. She was utterly powerless to intervene and could only warn Lu Ting, her eyes filled with guilt, feeling that as both a family head and relative, her inability to save Lu Ting was profoundly disheartening. Lu Ting is surely doomed. The heads of the Wang family and others sneered at the sight. The eyes brimmed with a cruel delight. The prominent families had openly severed ties with the Lu family, and today they would not rest until they thwarted Lu Ting's tribulation, determined to advance further and divide the Lu family amongst themselves. Even Lu Ting, upon witnessing the approaching tornado, wore a bitter expression, resigned to his fate. He fought desperately against the divine thunder in the sky, leaving him with no strength to spare. Suddenly, at that moment, a melody resonated through the heavens and the earth, akin to celestial music, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. All were struck with awe, feeling as if this divine sound was a gift from the heavens, utterly inconceivable in the mortal realm. With a thunderous roar, the tornado, which had already entered the range of the tribulation and surged towards Lu Ting, was instantaneously shattered beneath the enchanting melody. Countless fierce winds dissipated into the ether, as though they had never existed. What was happening? Listening to the ethereal music and witnessing the tornado's abrupt disintegration, everyone wore expressions of disbelief, stunned into silence. The patriarch of the Qin family, initially marked by cruelty and coldness, now bore a visage of shock and incredulity, utterly astounded. The tornado he had conjured with the majority of his spiritual energy had been effortlessly obliterated by this single melody. Who was the virtuoso behind this performance? Guangling San. "Someone is playing Guangling San," a person attuned to musicality exclaimed, because Qin Feng's understanding of Guangling San surpassed that of all others. His rendition differed significantly from what they were accustomed to hearing. They paused for a moment before recognizing that a single note of Guangling San had shattered such a formidable martial technique of the Chun family patriarch. Who could be playing such music? The patriarch of the Wang family, his countenance darkened, spoke in a grave tone. He had heard Zhao Wuyo perform Guangling San, yet it paled in comparison to the current melody. He could not comprehend when such a powerful musical prodigy emerged in the East Sea. The other strong figures from the four prominent families also wore grim expressions. This indicated the presence of an exceptionally powerful musical expert aiding Lu Ting, a prospect that boded ill for them. As the crowd remained in shock, the melody continued to resonate, emanating from Xi'an Island and spreading outward. Where the music flowed, celestial cranes danced gracefully, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and birds and beasts rejoiced. However, to the patriarchs of the Wang family and others, this heavenly melody felt akin to a horrific sound from the depths of hell. "Focus and center yourselves. Do not heed this music," the patriarch of the Wang family bellowed. This person must be employing some secret technique to produce such a terrifying melody. We shall withstand it. They hastily enveloped themselves in spiritual energy in an attempt to shield against the sound. The patriarch of the Chun family, at the edge of the thunderous sea, did the same. Unfortunately, they severely underestimated the power of this melody. With a resounding crash, the music swiftly shattered the protective spiritual energy surrounding the Chun patriarch and his companions. Not only that, but the spiritual energy within them began to rampage, relentlessly assaulting their meridians. Each of these individuals emitted anguished cries, their faces twisted in agony, utterly stripped of their combat prowess. Yet, despite witnessing such a spectacle, none among Lu Qingzhu and the others dared to take action, for they were oblivious to the intentions of the one playing the zither, whether he desired the demise of the Wang family patriarch and his kin or something else entirely. They feared offending him. "Spare me, esteemed senior. I am willing to offer everything from the Chun family to you." The elder of the Chun family, in a state of terror, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. The other powerful figures from the prominent families also knelt, crying out for forgiveness, ready to surrender all their wealth. Yet, the melody continued unabated, Puff, puff. The elder of the Qin family and his companions could no longer endure. One by one, they exploded, torn apart by the very spiritual energy within them. They burst forth like crimson fireworks, blooming in the sky. Witnessing this scene, all the cultivators in the vicinity were profoundly shaken. They had merely heard legends of those with mastery over music who could repel thousands with a single tune. Today, they truly grasped the terrifying nature of the Guangling San. Even after the demise of the Qin family elder, the melody did not cease. It continued to play on. Crack! The dilapidated little cauldron hovering above Qin Zening, which suppressed her, shattered like porcelain under the influence of the zither's notes, fragments cascading into the sea. Boom! In the midst of the thunderous sea, wherever the melody resonated, the lightning shattered, no longer striking down upon Lu Ting. As he underwent his tribulation, upon hearing this celestial music and witnessing such a scene, his shock deepened. No one understood the terrifying nature of the lightning tribulation better than he did. He could only defend against the thunder, while the opponent's melody effortlessly dismantled it. Was this not sheer terror? This ethereal music not only aided Lu Ting and Qin Zening, but others who heard it felt an urge to break through, sitting cross-legged in midair, intently listening. The entire sea, once fraught with tension, now lay in an extraordinary tranquility. Everyone remained still, as if time itself had ceased. The music emanated from the cliff, and all those skilled in music could discern its source. Ordinarily, upon encountering such a figure, they would hasten to the cliff to discover who was playing. Yet, at this moment, they remained motionless, feeling that merely being able to hear such divine melodies was a fulfillment of a lifetime, not daring to divert their focus. They all immersed themselves in the profound understanding of the zither's notes. After a considerable time, as the thunderclouds dispersed and the melody gradually ceased, a moment arrived when dozens of individuals broke through their boundaries, releasing terrifying waves of spiritual energy. They were all filled with immense joy, deeply grateful to the one who had played the Guangling San. This melody could only exist in the heavens. How rare it is to hear it on earth. Someone finally exclaimed after the music had completely vanished. It seems that this is indeed the legendary celestial melody. Am I dreaming? As Lu Qingzhu regained her senses, she surveyed her surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. The four great families had united, bringing forth so many formidable warriors. Despair had enveloped her. Yet unexpectedly, it was a mere strand of music that turned the tide. The power of melody was astonishing and formidable. Qin Zening could not help but exclaim, "I have heard that the imperial uncle possesses a natural talent for music. Could he perhaps reach such terrifying heights in the future?" Beneath the enchanting notes, she too experienced a breakthrough, advancing to the mid-stage of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. She truly felt the might of music, which could not only vanquish foes from afar, but also aid in one's ascension. It seemed to rival the swordsmanship. Initially, Qin Zening found Qin Feng's playing unappealing. Now, she resolved to encourage him wholeheartedly, refraining from any negative comments about his music. Did you notice that the esteemed senior just now played the Guangling San not merely as the first part? Could it be that he has restored the missing second part himself? A practitioner of music could not help but interject. The second part and the first part are in perfect harmony. If it weren't for the fact that the second part of Guangling San has long been lost without a trace, I would suspect that he played the original piece. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they found it utterly inconceivable and profoundly shocking. The source of the melody seems to be from that cliff. "We must go and investigate," someone declared. At this, numerous musicians reacted, soaring toward the cliff. Chapter 77. Unparalleled elegance. That musical master just saved our Lu family. We must extend our heartfelt gratitude to him. At this moment, Lu Ting had approached Lu Qingzhu and spoke softly. Even without any disturbances, he would have sustained severe injuries while attempting to transcend the tribulation. However, thanks to the music shattering the thunder, he emerged unscathed. Indeed, Lu Qingzhu replied, gravely nodding. Subsequently, she and the other Lu family warriors flew toward the cliff. Before the cliff, the lingering echoes gradually dissipated. Qin Feng carefully put away the ancient jade guqin. At that moment, Zhao Huiyo also emerged from the enchanting melody, gazing at Qin Feng in disbelief. You have mastered the entirety of Guangling San. Zhao Huiyo, whose vitality was fading, wore an expression of incredulity. With his profound musical expertise, he recognized that Qin Feng's performance was indeed the complete Guangling San. It could not have been a mere personal restoration. He could hardly fathom that a once disregarded prince of the great Xia royal family had grasped the entirety of the legendary Guangling San. Moreover, although Qin Feng exhibited no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations, the aura he displayed while playing was undeniably that of a formidable warrior. All of this greatly exceeded Zhao Huiyo's expectations. It was merely a stroke of fortune, Qin Feng remarked slowly. Hiss! Zhao Huiyo could not help but draw a sharp breath, utterly astonished. Today, as I play, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed predecessor for imparting the profound intricacies of music during this time. Qin Feng spoke softly. Zhao Huiyo felt the vitality ebbing away, an unstoppable tide, and he found himself powerless. My greatest aspiration in this life is to complete the Guangling San. Zhao Huiyo lamented. Alas, my mastery of music falls far short of that level. However, to hear you perform an original piece of Guangling San today leaves me without regrets. He genuinely believed that in the realm of music, Qin Feng's future accomplishments would surpass all those who have come before. Recently, it astounded him that Qin Feng had memorized Guangling San in such a short span of time, yet he could only be regarded as an unripe genius. The future was rife with uncertainties, and the path ahead remained unclear. Yet within just a few days, Qin Feng had performed the complete Guangling San, an achievement that could only be described as a prodigious talent. You flatter me, esteemed predecessor, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Someone is about to arrive. At that moment, Zhao Huiyo glanced into the distance, then withdrew his gaze, saying slowly, You do not strike me as someone who enjoys causing trouble. Perhaps it is best for you to leave now. After a brief acquaintance, he had come to understand Qin Feng somewhat. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, then added gently, If that is the case, I shall not accompany you on your final journey. Subsequently, he chose not to linger any longer, swiftly departing towards the precipice. Before Qin Feng had traversed even 10 breaths, Lu Ting and the others had hastened to the cliffside. However, contrary to their expectations, there were no formidable musicians present. Only the waning vitality of Zhao Huiyo on the verge of passing. Esteemed predecessor, was it you who played Guangling San just now? Upon seeing Zhao Huiyo, Lu Ting could not restrain himself from stepping forward. He infused his own spiritual energy into Zhao Huiyo to help delay the fading life force. All eyes were fixed upon Zhao Huiyo. Although they had previously believed the musician who played Guangling San held a superior understanding of the piece compared to Zhao Huiyo, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Zhao Huiyo had achieved enlightenment in his final moments. Naturally, it was not I, Zhao Huiyo replied, shaking his head, his breath exceedingly faint. May I inquire which esteemed predecessor performed the ethereal Guangling San? Lu Ting could not help but ask. All gazes were concentrated on Zhao Huiyo, holding their breath. A person of unparalleled grace, Zhao Huiyo's eyes shimmered with hope for the future of music as he spoke softly, his vitality waning completely. With that, the atmosphere descended into silence. Both in mourning for a great musician's departure, and because Zhao Huiyo had explicitly stated that there indeed existed someone in the East Sea whose musical prowess far surpassed his own. Regrettably, it was evident that Zhao Huiyo was unwilling to disclose the identity of that individual. The unparalleled genius of music, a strong individual murmured to himself, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes, saying, Isn't there a musical prodigy recently? In just a moment's time, he memorized the entirety of the first part of Guangling San. Could the person mentioned by old Zhao be him? Upon hearing these words, many recalled Qin Feng. However, some quickly retorted, What a joke. Although Qin Feng can indeed memorize Guangling San in an incredibly short span and play it reasonably well, it is utterly impossible for him to surpass old Zhao in understanding the piece within just a few days, let alone compose the second part of Guangling San. No one in this world can achieve such a feat. The speaker, though younger than Zhao Wuyo, was of similar standing and renowned as a master of music. He had never even considered that the individual could be Qin Feng, as it was simply out of the question. What the elder said is indeed true. Not only is it impossible to comprehend Guangling's San to such an extent, but even if he did, Qin Feng lacks the cultivation to play it. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his argument. The initial speaker felt somewhat awkward, realizing he had been too naive and hadn't considered the complexities involved. Soon after, discussions erupted anew, filled with speculations. Alas, that elder has departed, and we have no opportunity to express our gratitude. Lu Ting sighed, expressing a sense of helplessness. Beside him, Lu Qingzhu and several other elders of the Lu family also shook their heads in resignation. If such a strong individual did not wish to reveal themselves, even if residing in their Lu family, they would never be able to locate them. Furthermore, that individual likely came solely to bid farewell to Zhao Wuyo, and it was even possible they were not from the EC, making their search even more futile. If only it were the emperor's uncle, Qin Zening thought, initially filled with joy upon hearing the discussions, believing that perhaps the one who played Guangling San was Qin Feng. In that case, her father would have every reason to pardon Qin Feng, and none among the court officials would dare to oppose. However, upon hearing the music masters unanimously deny that it could be Qin Feng, she shook her head in disappointment. As time passed, the people gradually dispersed. The Lu family, on one hand, tended to the aftermath of the recent conflict, while on the other, they collaborated with Zhao Wuyo's descendants to organize his funeral. Were they still scheming to find opportunities to eliminate him, secure their positions, and prevent him from joining other sacred grounds? Chapter 78, Noble Consort. Li Man, unbeknownst to Qin Feng, he remained indifferent to the discussions at the cliff's edge. Upon returning to the precipice, he checked on the condition of the little white fox. Indeed, with the aid of the musical notes, the absorption rate of the medicinal effects had accelerated, and in the future, it should no longer need to remain in a state of deep slumber to absorb these effects. Observing the little white fox's meridians with his divine eyes, Qin Feng murmured to himself in satisfaction. Subsequently, he found a suitable spot and sat down to begin his cultivation. The melody he had just played not only benefited those who had heard it immensely. To his own advantage, he felt that he was on the verge of absorbing enough spiritual energy to break through to the second level of the void refinement realm. It had been only a few years since Qin Feng's last breakthrough, and he was already close to another. If the other void refinement experts, who often secluded themselves for hundreds of years, were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed with envy. In the following days, the events unfolding on Xuanhuan Island reverberated throughout the entire East Sea, creating quite a stir. The obstruction faced by Lu Ting during his tribulation was almost universally surmised by the cultivators of the East Sea, leading many to forego witnessing the event. However, they could scarcely have anticipated the emergence of a musical prodigy who played the Guangling San. Not only did this performance aid Lu Ting in successfully navigating his tribulation, but it also inspired numerous listeners among the cultivators, allowing many to achieve breakthroughs themselves. This left those who had abstained from attending in profound regret. Had they known such a talented musician would appear, they would have forsaken all else, even the pursuit of brides, to witness the performance. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that had slipped through their fingers. Countless individuals lamented their decision not to visit Xuanhuan Island that day, while simultaneously feeling envy toward those who had received such fortunes. Although they were unaware of the identity of the musician who played the Guangling San, they understood that such a powerful figure would not reveal themselves lightly. After this occasion, who could say when they might again have the chance to hear such exquisite music? At this moment, the most elated were undoubtedly the members of the Lu family. Qin Feng, who had performed the Guangling San on Xuanhuan Island, had bestowed the greatest benefits upon them. In recent days, many members of the Lu family had achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation levels, significantly bolstering the family's overall strength. Moreover, the powerful figures from the other prominent families had been systematically eliminated, leading to a dramatic decline in their power. After Lu Ting personally visited these families, They willingly surrendered the majority of their enterprises to the Liu family. The Liu family had now undeniably ascended to the status of the foremost family in the entire East Sea. This news reached the Kanglan domain, causing quite a sensation. After all, a unified East Sea represented a force that could rival any imperial dynasty. However, Liu Qingzhu and the elders of the Liu family harbored no intentions of expanding into the Kanglan domain, instead sending missives to the major imperial sects to express their desire to engage solely in commerce, not conquest. In the imperial study, after 3 consecutive days of reviewing memorials, Qin Jinyan, who had summoned his trusted ministers to discuss state affairs, received a letter from the Liu family. The unification of the entire East Sea by the Liu family? Qin Jinyan stared at the contents of the memorial in astonishment. How could so much change occur in such a short time? The situation in the East Sea had undergone a profound transformation that caught him entirely off guard. Truly, the emperor is wise. Thankfully, not long ago, you had sent the princess to the Liu family to pay tribute to the late empress, thereby forging a bond with them. The Grand Scholar of Xuanhuan Pavilion could not help but express his admiration, stating, otherwise, given our previous relationship with the Liu family, their attitude towards us after unifying the Eastern Sea would certainly not be as amicable as it is now. The numerous ministers present echoed in agreement. Indeed, His Majesty possesses remarkable foresight. Those old princes who had once vehemently opposed him must now feel a profound sense of shame. In the imperial study, the other ministers also joined in the praise. It is worth noting that when Qin Jinyan sent Qin Feng and Qin Ziqing to pay tribute to their late mother, there were quite a few antiquated officials within the royal court who vehemently opposed it. Nevertheless, Qin Jinyan withstood immense pressure. The unfolding events have since validated his decisions. Establishing a cordial relationship with the Liu family, one of the 5 prominent families of the Eastern Sea, is undoubtedly a prudent course of action. Since the Liu family has already conveyed their goodwill, let us write a letter in response personally. Qin Jinyan spoke slowly. He remained humble despite the flattery from numerous ministers, for he understood that the current situation in the Eastern Sea was beyond his calculations. His intention in sending Qin Feng and Qin Ziqing to the Liu family was merely to have them assist in honoring their mother while allowing Qin Feng a brief respite from the mausoleum. Very well. The Grand Scholar of Xuanhuan Pavilion nodded respectfully, and subsequently, he penned a letter to the Liu family in accordance with Qin Jinyan's wishes. The Li family of Chongqing City was originally an unremarkable clan. However, due to the exceptional prowess of the clan leader's son, who achieved numerous military victories, the family ascended to prominence 170 years ago when he assumed the position of General of the Northern Defense, thus becoming one of the renowned families of the Great Xia dynasty. Normally, visitors flocked to their residence, bustling with activity. Yet in recent days, the atmosphere had grown exceedingly tranquil, as the clan leader had closed his doors to guests. This was due to his daughter, Li Manman, who is also Qin Jinyan's consort, returning home to visit her family. The entire Li household was under heavy guard to ensure her safety. The melodious sound of a zither resonated through the opulent back garden of the Li family, though the emotions it conveyed were tinged with melancholy and gloom. In a small pavilion by the pond, the stunningly beautiful Li Man was gently playing the zither. Although her face bore no frown, she was not particularly cheerful. Clearly lost in thought, a maid stood respectfully by her side. After a considerable time, the music gradually subsided. Suddenly, the sound of applause erupted from a distance, strikingly out of place. Upon hearing the clapping, Li Man couldn't help but furrow her brows. As the consort of Qin Jinyan, she sought solace in this garden, and no one was permitted entry without her consent. Even her father would send a maid in advance to announce his arrival. How could anyone dare to enter this garden without her permission? However, when Li Man turned to see the figure, her expression changed dramatically, and she was filled with disbelief. She could never have anticipated that this person would dare to appear here. Chapter 79. The Heartlessness of Imperial Families, the Prince of Jin? Li Man could scarcely believe her eyes, utterly astonished by the figure before her. He, the noble consort, is indeed well-versed in music from a young age. The melodies are exquisitely beautiful, the Prince of Jin praised, clapping his hands. The title of consort was conferred upon Li Manman by Qin Jinyan. Qin Xuanhuan. How audacious you were to leave your fief without permission and come here privately. Do you not realize this is a capital offense? Li Manman Rabuka. Her lovely face etched with frost. According to the regulations established by Emperor Taizu, no regional princes were permitted to leave their fiefs without the emperor's command. The Prince of Jin had already committed a grave offense by doing so, and to dare come here to meet her was tantamount to courting death. Should any scandal arise, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Why must the noble consort be so quick to anger? Are you not curious why I risk my life to come here? Qin Shunzhan, the Prince of Jin, responded fearlessly, chuckling lightly. Upon hearing this, Li Manman's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "You had better have a significant reason for being here. Otherwise, you shall not escape death." "I have indeed come for an urgent matter," Qin Shunzhan said slowly. "I am here to save the consort's life and that of the Li family." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Manman retorted, her face clouded with frost. "When have I ever been in danger? The Li family does not need you to save us." She felt that Qin Shunzhan was mocking her, which only fueled her anger further. Oh, the noble consort is still too kind and naive, unaware of the intrigues of the royal court. Qin Shunzhan shook his head and sighed. "Is it truly that you do not know the gravity of your situation? What are you trying to imply?" Li Manman demanda, her cold demeanor intensifying. "How could I possibly be in peril? Does the noble consort truly not know, or is she simply unwilling to acknowledge it?" Qin Shunzhan spoke softly. "If you were truly unaware, why was the melody just now filled with such melancholic undertones?" Li Manman found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "If I recall correctly, Qin Jinyan's decision to take you as a consort was at the behest of the late emperor. And the reasoning behind this was quite simple. Your brother is the general of the north." Qin Shunzhan spoke in a grave tone. "Only by marrying you could Qin Jinyan swiftly seize control of military power and secure his position on the throne. However, it seems that Qin Jinyan has forgotten that the late emperor explicitly stated that the position of empress must be granted to you. The northern army is essential for defending against invasions from the north and countering demonic sects. It is the most significant of the four great generals, holding the most soldiers and bearing the utmost importance. Emperor Xiao's decision for Qin Jinyan to marry Li Manman was made with this consideration in mind. The emperor is merely preoccupied with state affairs and has forgotten this matter." Li Manman's expression darkened, and she coldly replied, Do you truly believe that Qin Jinyan is so busy with state affairs that he overlooked this?" Qin Shunzhan let out a cold laugh. "Deep down, you understand the truth. The reason the emperor has yet to declare you empress is simply that the demonic sect has been eradicated, and the northern army no longer requires such a large force to guard the north. From this moment forth, the position of the general of the north will inevitably plummet, rendering it indistinguishable from that of the other three generals. The significance of your elevation to the rank of consort will thus dissipate. Qin Jinyan will undoubtedly choose Lady Zhao as his empress, for her daughter embodies an unparalleled sword body, promising a future of limitless potential." Each of his words pierced Li Manman's heart like silver needles, leaving her visage as pale as death. What Qin Shunzhan articulated was precisely what consumed her thoughts, her daily anxieties. Yet, she dared not confide in anyone. "Even if His Majesty chooses not to make me empress, what of it?" Li Manman endeavored to soothe her turbulent emotions, countering Qin Shunzhan's assertions as a means of self-comfort, declaring, "I remain the emperor's consort, and the Li family shall continue to flourish. One can indeed lead a tranquil life as an ordinary consort, even without the title of empress." After a brief pause, Qin Shunzhan continued, "Alas, your elder brother is the general of the north. Your very existence poses a constant threat to Lady Zhao's position. She will never allow you to live. Should Lady Zhao ascend as empress, with a daughter of extraordinary swordsmanship as her safeguard, it would be a mere trifle for her to orchestrate your demise within the harem. If you were to be killed, could your brother and your family possibly survive?" As Qin Shunzhan's relentless analysis unfolded, Li Manman's complexion grew increasingly ashen, her heart racing with trepidation. She could accept the loss of the empress title, but but she could not bear the thought of losing her life and witnessing the annihilation of the Li family. It cannot be, she reassured herself, murmuring. Lady Zhao is known for her virtuousness. She would never commit such heinous acts. Is that so? Qin Xuanhuan retorted with a cold smirk, slowly stating, the most ruthless are the imperial families, a sentiment once uttered by the first emperor's own wife. Those words shattered Li Manman's psychological defenses entirely. Throughout history, countless instances of palace consorts scheming against one another have transpired. She could not place all her hopes on Lady Zhao's reputed virtue. Is what Uncle Wang said about saving me true? Li Man could no longer contain her curiosity, her fear and anxiety, transforming her demeanor towards Qin Xuanhuan into one of respect. It is indeed true, Qin Xuanhuan replied, a fleeting mockery glimmering in his eyes. Otherwise, why would I come here today, merely to witness your plight? If that is the case, please enlighten me, Uncle Wang. Li Mamman imprudat eajarli. Qin Xuanhuan did not respond directly. Instead, he approached her side and placed a small jade vial upon the stone table that held the ancient zither. To poison Lady Zhao, he pronounced slowly and deliberately. What did you say? A look of horror appeared in Li Manman's eyes. She had not anticipated that Qin Xuanhuan's scheme would be so ruthless. Only with Lady Zhao's death would you find safety. After a brief pause, he continued, only then would your brother and the Li family be secure. Are you mad? If I were to poison Lady Zhao, that would seal my own fate. Li Man exclaimed. At that time, the Li family will undoubtedly be annihilated, down to the last generation. Rest assured, no one will discover that you poisoned the imperial concubine. Qin Xuanhuan replied slowly, this narcissus powder is colorless, tasteless, and non-toxic. It is concocted by the younger brother of the esteemed scholar Su Shijun from the south. It only becomes lethally toxic when it encounters the pollen of the ice spirit flower. Upon hearing this, Li Manman's expression altered. The imperial concubine's favorite flower was indeed the ice spirit flower, which only flourishes in the frigid northern regions. Qin Jinyan had specially transplanted several specimens during his inspections of the north. Only the imperial concubine's residence held such blooms. Are you suggesting that I secretly poison her in a crowded setting and then await her return to succumb to the poison? Li Man inquired in a low voice. Precisely. Qin Xuanhuan confirmed. 3 months from now, during the Wanshou festival, the emperor will host a banquet for the court officials. Although you and the other concubines will not be present, you must prepare the feast in the inner palace. After the emperor entertains the officials, you will join in the banquet within the palace. At that moment, all the concubines will be gathered, providing you with the perfect opportunity to poison her. Upon hearing Qin Xuanhuan's plan, Li Man fell into a profound silence, grappling with her uncertainty. She was reluctant to take such a significant risk, yet she was even more unwilling to lose her position as empress and be harmed by the imperial concubine. Help me eliminate the imperial concubine. What do you gain from this? After a lengthy pause, Li Man spoke coldly. Though she did not know much about Prince Jin, she understood that he would not assist her without ulterior motives. There are indeed benefits, Qin Xuanhuan replied with a light laugh. If the imperial concubine perishes, it will be rather simple for you to devise a plan to destroy her 2 sons in the time that follows. Once your son ascends as crown prince, I will have a trustworthy ally in the court. Regardless of the policies Qin Jinyan implements against the princes, I will be forewarned and prepared to respond. He candidly revealed his intentions, knowing that if he claimed to assist Li Man out of pure goodwill, she would never believe him. Ah, so this is your true aim. Li Man realized after understanding Qin Xuanhuan's motives. When Qin Jinyan was still the crown prince, he had clearly been displeased with the rampant arrogance of the princes throughout the lands. It was inevitable that he would formulate policies targeting them in the future. As the most formidable prince, Qin Xuanhuan naturally needed to prepare in advance. So, are you able to trust me now? Qin Xuanhuan gazed at Li Man, speaking with a calm demeanor. Li Man, lost in thought, hesitated for a moment before slowly placing the small jade vial into her spatial ring. Uncle Wang, I shall not see you off, she said softly. Observing Li Man's acceptance of the vial, a flicker of mockery flashed in Qin Xuanhuan's abyss-like eyes. He said nothing further and turned to leave. The guards here were numerous, yet as a powerful prince with countless guests and formidable allies. It was effortless for him to move about discreetly. On a tranquil island abundant in spiritual energy in the East Sea, where few ventured on ordinary days. The serene tranquility was abruptly shattered by a formidable surge of energy. The sound of swords clashing resonated through the heavens. A terrifying sword intent emanating from the island and radiating outward, stirring the ocean into tumultuous waves as if an ancient beast had reawakened. This astonishing spectacle persisted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. The island was engulfed in a chaotic aura of swordsmanship, creating an utterly breathtaking scene. In the second tier of the refinement void realm, Qin Feng murmured to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his cultivation speed. He had initially believed that, due to his unique physique and immense demand for spiritual energy, each breakthrough after reaching the refinement void would be exceedingly challenging. To his surprise, he found the pace quite acceptable. Having successfully broken through, Qin Feng decided to depart. He feared that such a commotion on Xuanhuan Island could cause excessive destruction. So he had chosen a random island for his breakthrough. Now that he had achieved his goal, he did not intend to linger. Suddenly, he recalled that he had not yet checked in for the day. Pausing in his tracks, he summoned the system. "System, please assist me with my check-in here." No sooner had he spoken than the familiar prompt sounded in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have received a fishing rod." Simultaneously, a fishing rod materialized within the system's space. The rod was a vibrant green, reminiscent of jade, with a fishing line so fine it was nearly invisible. What was most peculiar, however, was its straight hook, an anomaly compared to conventional fishing rods. Why is it a straight hook? Qin Feng pondered, then proceeded to examine the rod's information. It was said that this fishing rod belonged to the sage Jiang of the Great Zhou dynasty, used while fishing by the banks of the Weishui River, where willing ones catch. The fishing rod once used by sage Jiang? Qin Feng thought in astonishment. Could it be that sage Jiang had once visited the East Sea? His curiosity piqued, yet knowing the Kanglan region was rather remote. He realized that records of sage Jiang were scarce and mostly legendary. Thus, he remained uncertain about the matter. With lingering questions, Qin Feng departed, planning to return to Xuanhuan Island to find a suitable spot for fishing. Over the ensuing days, he refrained from playing the zither and instead began to fish with a new rod at a location on Xuanhuan Island, hoping for a willing catch. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results, as no bait was taken. As for the little white fox, though she no longer needed to sleep, she continued to absorb the effects of the seal medicine and was not suited for running about, so she remained by Qin Feng's side. Lazing on a stone by the sea, she let the ocean breeze tousle her fur. Has this fellow not realized he is using a straight hook? The little white fox remarked, waking from a nap and peering through the crystal-clear water at the small fish nibbling on the bait. After shaking her head, she prepared to resume her slumber. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky, soaring on a sword, revealing none other than Qin Zining. Though her cultivation had advanced to a level where she no longer required the use of a sword to fly, she believed that sword flight epitomized the essence of a cultivator. Therefore, she continued to soar through the skies on her sword. Alas, it was this troublesome woman. Upon spotting Qin Zicheng, the little white fox attempted to make her escape. However, Qin Zicheng was swifter. With a playful laugh, she embraced her, unabashedly teasing and squeezing her. The little white fox, despite having regained her strength to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, found herself unable to escape from Qin Zicheng's grasp. After 2 days apart, your touch has indeed improved, Qin Zicheng laughed, addressing the little white fox. The little white fox wore a face of deep resentment. Though her heart brimmed with indignation, she was no match for Qin Zicheng and could only submit to her playful antics. She noted that this girl, while appearing innocent and kind-hearted, was, in fact, more mischievous than her royal uncle. Why has the royal uncle taken to fishing? Qin Zicheng inquired, as she held the little white fox close and approached Qin Feng, who was still engrossed in his fishing. With nothing better to do, I find solace in fishing, Qin Feng replied casually. Qin Zicheng nodded thoughtfully before saying, "Royal uncle, I must return home." "What? Do you find yourself longing for home?" Qin Feng asked, his brow furrowing in confusion, for he had observed Qin Ziqing enjoying her time here and was surprised by her desire to leave. In just over 10 days, it will be the longevity festival. I must return to celebrate my father's birthday, Qin Ziqing explained softly. The longevity festival marked the emperor's birthday, and as the most cherished daughter of Qin Junyuan, she had to return to pay her respects. Very well, whenever you are ready to depart, simply call for me. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Will the royal uncle also return? Qin Ziqing inquired, to which she added, you may stay here a while longer and need not accompany me back. Chapter 81. The journey home. Qin Ziqing mused that compared to the tranquil yet dull atmosphere of the royal tomb, she found much more enjoyment at Xuanhuan Island. There was no need for Qin Feng to accompany her home. He could remain here a little longer. For me, it matters not where I am, Qin Feng said softly. Just let me know when you are ready to leave. Very well. Qin Ziqing nodded before departing to make her preparations and bidding farewell to Lu Qingzhu and the others. The little white fox finally escaped Qin Ziqing's clutches, resuming her place upon a rock, digesting the effects of the medicine within her while basking in the warm sunlight. Qin Feng, however, felt a tinge of disappointment, pondering that perhaps the fish were unwilling to bite. 3 days later, an ancient vessel glided slowly above Xuanhuan Island. Qin Feng and Qin Ziqing prepared for their departure, with Lu Qingzhu and several core members of the Lu family coming to see them off. Qin Feng, do you really intend to return? Why not stay here a bit longer? Lu Qingzhu urged, believing that while Qin Ziqing must attend the emperor's birthday celebration, Qin Feng need not feel obligated to join. Not at all, Qin Feng replied with a gentle smile. I shall come to visit my aunt in due time. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhu could only nod and then said, however, I have prepared some elixirs for you, and you must accept them. As she spoke, she took out several spiritual fruits and elixirs from her storage ring and handed them to Qin Feng. What purpose do these elixirs serve? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. These elixirs are meant to extend one's lifespan, although they are not particularly precious and hold little value for cultivators above the Wheel Sea realm. They will be beneficial to you, Lu Qingzhu explained slowly. She was concerned about Qin Feng's low cultivation level and worried for his longevity. Coincidentally, she had recently acquired some elixirs that could prolong the lives of cultivators below the Wheel Sea realm, while taking over the industries of several prominent families. So she selected the highest quality ones to give to Qin Feng. Thank you very much, Aunt, Qin Feng replied with a smile, accepting them without refusal. Although he might not need them, it was the thought that counted. There was no need for formality with his aunt. After a brief pause, Lu Qingzhu continued, you are welcome to visit whenever you wish. If those ancient relics of the royal family dare to obstruct you, I shall personally go to the royal city to demand an explanation. Now that the Lu family was the sovereign of the East Sea, even the aged officials of the Great Xiao royal family would have to show her some respect upon meeting her. All right, Qin Feng nodded with a smile and then added, by the way, I have a jade pendant here that is said to nurture the meridians if worn close to the body. Please accept it, Aunt. As he spoke, he handed a jade pendant to Lu Qingzhu. It's beautiful. You are quite thoughtful, she remarked upon noticing the pendant's elegance. After praising Qin Feng, she placed it around her neck. As for the meridian nurturing effect, she hardly took it to heart. If such a miraculous pendant truly existed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Kanglan domain. How could Qin Feng possibly have obtained it? Lu Qingzhu could not fathom that the jade was a treasure Qin Feng had discovered at a spirit stone mine, and its effects were indeed genuine. She reluctantly exchanged a few more words with Qin Zining before allowing the ancient ship to set sail towards the Great Xiao royal city. It was only after the ancient ship vanished from sight that she turned back to Xuanhuan Island with a sense of longing. Since Qin Zining needed to return to celebrate Qin Junyuan's birthday, the ancient ship traveled much faster than on their way to Xuanhuan Island. Within a few days, they returned to the palace. At this time, the palace was bustling with activity as maids and attendants prepared for the upcoming banquet. Although Qin Junyuan did not favor extravagant displays that burdened the populace, having just ascended to the throne, he found it difficult to directly amend the ancestral customs. He merely instructed that everything be kept simple and reduced the scale of the banquet, allowing only a few key ministers and well-regarded officials to attend. This approach not only served to inspire other officials, but also provided deeper insight into the sentiments of the people. With a resounding thud, the massive ancient ship landed in the plaza, drawing many curious gazes. Upon hearing the news, Qin Jinyan hurried over and was quite surprised to learn that Qin Feng had returned. He had expected Qin Feng to stay longer on Xuanhuan Island. However, since Qin Feng has returned, he refrained from further comments. He merely inquired about the experiences on Xuanhuan Island and the Liu family's stance towards the Great Xia dynasty. After conversing with Qin Jinyan for a while, he returned to the imperial mausoleum. Ah, how comfortable it is here! Upon returning, he reclined on a chaise longue, unable to suppress his admiration. His inclination to lounge was not born of laziness, but rather a desire to guard the tomb of the founding emperor. Such laziness! The little white fox glanced at Qin Feng and shook her head. Initially, she pondered how to repay Qin Feng for saving her twice, for she despised being indebted to others, especially men. Now, she had devised a plan. The little white fox resolved that once her powers were sufficiently restored, she would forcibly elevate Qin Feng's cultivation to the 9th level of the transformation realm. At that point, the nearly powerless Qin Feng would undoubtedly be immensely grateful to her, thus clearing any debts of gratitude. With this thought in mind, the little white fox disregarded Qin Feng and found a secluded spot to lie down, beginning to absorb the effects of her medicine. Meanwhile, on a southern peak stood a thatched cottage surrounded by an array of rare herbs, their fragrance intoxicating. A young man, serene in demeanor, sat in meditation like a reclusive sage. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed towards the distant sky. Has Prince Qin Feng arrived? How fares the plan? He inquired slowly. Though the plan did not directly involve him, it bore significant implications. A foolish woman devoid of intelligence has, of course, been easily persuaded by me. After a brief pause, Prince Qin Feng continued, I have come today to request your head. Then allow me to extend my congratulations in advance, the young man replied, unsheathing the long sword beside him. With a swift motion, he severed his own neck, collapsing heavily to the ground. Observing the young man's lifeless body, Qin Feng's expression turned complex but soon regained its sharpness. A general success is built upon countless corpses. As long as the plan succeeds and the throne is seized, all sacrifices shall be deemed worthwhile. I shall repay the Su family tenfold, bestowing titles and honors. Shaking his head, Qin Feng instructed his men to retrieve the young man's head and deliver it to Su Shijun. He stated solemnly, he was a renowned scholar in the south, celebrated for his teachings, with disciples scattered across the land. Moreover, the one who perished was his own brother, granting his words formidable persuasive power. An elder beside him nodded in agreement, but hesitated before voicing, Your Highness, this plan has exhausted the late Lord's goodwill towards Su Shijun. What are our actual chances of success? The very fact that I dare to execute this plan signifies I possess absolute confidence, Qin Feng declared gravely. In the past, the founding emperor intended to pass the throne to our lineage, yet was compelled to relinquish it due to the vehement opposition of court officials. For many years, the Jin Wangfu has been quietly gathering strength, and now it has finally reached its zenith, ready to reclaim the throne that rightfully belongs to us. Qin Junyan's desire to weaken the power of the regional princes is not the true motivation for the Jin Wang's uprising. This scheme has been in place since the time when a youngest son of the Emperor Taizu, unable to seize the throne, was bestowed the title of Jin Wang. However, the opportunity has never been ripe until now. The recent opening of the Ling Lu, which yielded various celestial treasures, has resulted in a surge of Zifu realm experts in the Kanglan domain, leading the Jin Wangfu to believe that the moment has finally arrived. Upon seeing that Qin Xuanhuan had a tenfold chance of success, the elder nodded slowly and decided not to linger, departing to seek out the renowned southern scholar, Su Shijun. Since Qin Jinyan ascended the throne, under his decree, Qin Feng has also been granted a regular supply of abundant cultivation resources. Moreover, Liu Qingzhu has bestowed upon Qin Feng numerous elixirs and spiritual fruits to enhance his cultivation and prolong his life. Qin Feng felt that if he did not achieve a breakthrough soon, it would be quite unacceptable. After all, although this body was not a prodigy, it was far from being a waste. Furthermore, having maintained his appearance for so many years, he had reached the limits of a normal person's visage. If he continued to remain weak in cultivation without any change in appearance, it would surely arouse suspicion. Thus, during one of Qin Zining's visits to share a meal, Qin Feng, in her presence, advanced to the 5th level of the transforming spirit realm, much to her astonishment. After calculation, she realized that with all the elixirs Qin Feng had consumed, combined with this breakthrough, he could extend his lifespan by at least 70 to 80 years. For the time being, there was no need to worry about Qin Feng's longevity. To celebrate Qin Feng's breakthrough, Qin Zining encouraged him to prepare 2 additional dishes. As the Wanshou festival approached, the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly lively. Although Qin Feng was asleep in the royal tomb, he would half-dreamingly call upon the system to sign in each day. Ding! Congratulations, Master! Sign-in successful. You have obtained the concentration technique. The emotionless notification of the system echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Initially indifferent to the sign-in rewards, merely going through the motions, he was suddenly awakened by the system's announcement. The concentration technique? It seems to pertain to the cultivation of one's spiritual consciousness, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Having signed in for many years, he had acquired numerous elixirs that could restore and even enhance the strength of his spiritual consciousness, but he had never received a secret art for cultivating it. Thus, upon hearing this, he was greatly astonished and promptly examined the information regarding the concentration technique within the system space. To gather spiritual consciousness? Upon reviewing the details, Qin Feng was surprised to discover that this technique was not for cultivating spiritual consciousness, but rather for aiding in its consolidation. Furthermore, the consolidated spiritual consciousness could be wielded as a means of attack, proving to be incredibly formidable. This revelation filled Qin Feng with joy. The realms above the void refinement stage include martial domain, Tiangang, and supreme. Under normal circumstances, one must reach the Tiangang realm to consolidate spiritual consciousness, utilizing it as a means of attack. The meditation technique, however, possesses the remarkable ability to assist Qin Feng in cultivating his spiritual consciousness even before reaching the celestial boundary. His astonishment is entirely justified, for this represents an extraordinary ace up his sleeve. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng embraced this opportunity. Soon, a torrent of information regarding the meditation technique flooded into his mind, revealing its intricate and profound nature. Upon thorough examination, Qin Feng discerned that while this technique could aid practitioners who had yet to attain the celestial boundary in condensing their spiritual consciousness, it also imposed considerable demands on the strength of that consciousness. If one's spiritual awareness lacked sufficient potency, even the practice of the meditation technique would yield no results. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Feng already possessed formidable spiritual consciousness, and with the enhancement from the ancient chaos sword body, along with the numerous rare elixirs he had consumed over the years to bolster his awareness, he mused to himself, "It should not be a challenge to condense my spiritual consciousness." With a heart full of curiosity, he began to delve deeply into the meditation technique. Before long, the Grand Longevity Festival arrived, bringing with it an atmosphere of unparalleled festivity throughout the imperial palace and the entire royal city. This festival, commemorating the emperor's birthday, is celebrated widely among the populace. Arrows of spirit energy soared into the sky, bursting into a riot of colors that transformed into splendid fireworks, captivating throngs of onlookers. Within the grand hall, Qin Jinyan occupied the central seat, a table laden with an array of fruits before him. Flanking him were esteemed ministers and notable officials from various regions. This banquet served not only to celebrate Qin Jinyan's longevity, but also as an opportunity to reward his loyal ministers. Your Majesty's exceptional talents and foresight have even established the precedent of summoning local officials during the Grand Longevity Festival to gauge the sentiments of the people. Under your governance, the Great Xia dynasty flourishes more than ever, proclaimed the Minister of Personnel, rising to extol the emperor. Many other officials echoed his sentiments, particularly the local officials who were attending the emperor's birthday for the first time, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Enough, please take your seats," Qin Jinyan responded with a hint of exasperation. He was not fond of the incessant flattery from his ministers for trivial actions. Despite his repeated requests for them to refrain from such praise, they remained unchanged, leaving him with no recourse. Upon his command, the ministers settled into their seats. Today, as I invite you all to this banquet, I shall establish a rule. Qin Junyan stated slowly. During this gathering, everyone may speak freely, regardless of the correctness of your words. Henceforth, no one shall use this occasion as grounds for impeachment. I will not pursue any matters discussed here. His intention was to encourage open dialogue among his ministers, particularly the local officials, who possessed the most profound understanding of public sentiment. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers responded in unison. Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss, but I am uncertain if it is appropriate to do so, interjected the Minister of Rights respectfully. Did I not just say that all matters can be freely expressed? Qin Junyan replied with a calm demeanor. Speak. As for spiritual consciousness, it is something inherent to individuals of any realm, albeit with varying degrees of strength. Chapter 83. The Southern scholar Su Shijun. In light of this, I shall speak candidly, the Minister of Rights said slowly. Since Her Majesty ascended the throne, you have yet to establish an empress, and this matter cannot be delayed any longer. The position of empress is of utmost importance. It not only represents the maternal dignity of the nation, but also concerns the stability of the inner court. I hope Your Majesty will make a decision soon. Upon hearing these words, the officials present fell into a hushed silence. The appointment of an empress is no trivial matter. Ordinarily, the ministers should have voiced their opinions long ago regarding Qin Junyan's failure to name an empress. However, these high-ranking officials, fortunate to have survived the previous monarch's wrath, were reluctant to entangle themselves in the intrigues of the harem. It was evident to all that Qin Junyan favored consort Zhao and her daughter, Qin Zining. Yet, the late Emperor Xia had explicitly designated consort Shu for the position of empress. Should they step forward with recommendations, they risked irreparable consequences. Establish an empress? Qin Junyan fell into a moment of contemplation before murmuring, I have been preoccupied with state affairs and have truly wished to conserve my energies for other matters. However, I have now been on the throne long enough. This issue certainly should not be postponed any further. The appointment of an empress is not a simple matter. It involves various rites, ceremonies, and significant preparations that would take months. He had originally preferred not to squander time on this. Yet he understood that such matters could not be indefinitely delayed. Upon hearing that Qin Junyan had made a decision, the ministers held their breath in anticipation. Who does Your Majesty intend to appoint as empress? The Minister of Rights cautiously inquired. Such a question could only be posed by him, and it was essential that he do so. Why do you ask this? Qin Junyan replied with a puzzled tone. Did I not already promise my father, the late emperor, to appoint consort Shu as empress? Having made that vow, I must adhere to it. Otherwise, how could I set an example for my ministers with constant changes in decree? To appoint consort Shu? This statement caused a stir among many. They had presumed that Qin Junyan would undoubtedly choose consort Zhao as empress, given his evident affection for her and the extraordinary talents of her daughter, Qin Zining. Furthermore, with many soldiers from the Northern Army likely to be reassigned, the significance of appointing consort Shu as empress would diminish. Unexpectedly, Qin Junyan intended to fulfill his earlier promise to make consort Shu empress. This revelation caught many off guard. What? Is there an issue? Noticing the astonished expressions of the Minister of Rights and others, Qin Junyan inquired in confusion. He had never entertained the thought of breaking his promise. There is no issue. Many ministers quickly shook their heads. With Qin Junyan having made his decision and adhering to his previous commitment, they dared not voice any objections. Very well, this matter is settled. If anyone has anything to say, feel free to speak up, Qin Junyan said with a smile. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a commander of the Imperial Guards hurriedly approached Qin Junyan, whispering a few words in his ear. The ministers, witnessing this, exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. The esteemed scholar from the south, Su Shijun, has indeed come to the banquet? Qin Junyan's face was one of astonishment, quickly transforming into elation as he exclaimed, Why are we still standing here? Let us invite the venerable elder inside. Among the learned of the age, there are but a few who can be rightfully called great scholars. These luminaries possess a unique style, an innate pride, and regard wealth and official titles as mere refuse. They do not hesitate to criticize the court, earning the respect of scholars across the land. Prior to hosting the banquet, Qin Junyan had considered inviting Su Shijun, yet he believed that the latter would not extend him the courtesy, thus he refrained from doing so. To his surprise, Su Shijun had taken the initiative to attend the feast, filling him with great joy. "At your command," replied the commander of the Imperial Guard, who promptly went to usher Su Shijun inside. Qin Junyan, equally excited, rose to his feet. "Esteemed ministers, the great scholar Su Shijun is here to grace our banquet. Let's go forth to welcome him." With that, he made his way toward the entrance of the main hall. The ministers, upon hearing this news, were taken aback. The venerable Mr. Su has come of his own accord? Their astonishment was palpable, as many among them held Su Shijun in the highest regard. They hurriedly followed Qin Junyan to the entrance of the hall. At that moment, outside the hall, an aged figure approached, holding a wooden box in his right hand. His expression grave. It was indeed Su Shijun. Upon his arrival, the ministers immediately displayed their respect with their eyes. "I have come to pay my respects to your majesty," Su Shijun said, bowing deeply upon seeing Qin Junyan. This display of reverence left Qin Junyan somewhat taken aback. Even in the presence of his father, these scholars had not exhibited such deference. "You are too courteous, esteemed elder. Please do come inside." Qin Junyan quickly stepped forward to assist Su Shijun. "Your Majesty, I come to confess my transgressions," Su Shijun replied, yet he did not make his way into the hall, instead speaking slowly. "Confess?" Qin Junyan was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean, esteemed elder? What wrong have you committed?" "I have been remiss in my duties, for my younger brother has committed the grave crime of treason." Su Shijun spoke with a measured tone. This declaration left both Qin Junyan and the assembled ministers in a state of bewilderment, their faces etched with confusion. Although the Su family hailed from the south, their lineage was scholarly, and while they had a few retainers, they were not particularly powerful. How could such a crime of treason be possible? "What do you mean by this, esteemed elder?" Qin Junyan inquired, perplexed. "The Empress Dowager, alongside her brother, the general of the north, conspired to commit treason. During a visit to the Li family, she sought for my younger brother a deadly poison, intending to first poison your majesty," Su Shijun revealed. Upon hearing this, all the officials present were struck with astonishment. His words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, immediately stirring tumultuous waves. What did the esteemed elder say? Qin Junyan questioned himself in disbelief. The Empress Dowager and her brother conspired to commit treason and sought to poison me? How could this be? He found it impossible to believe. Had anyone else made such a claim, he would have been enraged. However, given Su Shijun's esteemed status as a great scholar of the South, he refrained from anger, though doubt lingered in his heart. Though General Zhenbei commands a formidable army, his family resides in the South, necessitating the transport of military supplies from that direction. Moreover, the generals from the East, West, and South collectively possess a force that far exceeds that of the Zhenbei army. Furthermore, within the ranks of the Zhenbei forces, there exists but a singular powerhouse at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Should Consort Shu and her brother contemplate rebellion, their defeat would be unequivocal. The only outcome would be their demise and the annihilation of their clan, yielding no benefits whatsoever. What this old man speaks is the unvarnished truth. As Su Shijun spoke, he gradually opened a wooden box, declaring, "Upon learning of this matter, I acted with righteous indignation, sacrificing my younger brother to atone in the imperial city." As he spoke, he slowly extracted a head from a box, that of the young man who had drawn his sword and taken his own life after meeting Prince Qin Shenzhan. Chapter 84. A scheme within a scheme. Upon the sight of Su Shijun's brother's head, all present were rendered speechless. Initially, they had dismissed the possibility of Consort Shu and her brother plotting treason, believing Su Shijun might have merely heard a whisper of rumor. However, upon witnessing the severed head, their perceptions shifted. How could the esteemed scholar Su Shijun jest with the life of his own brother? What advantage could he possibly gain from such an act? If His Majesty has any doubts, I am prepared to confront Consort Shu directly, Su Shijun stated solemnly. Samon Consort Shu, Qin Junyan commanded ina graviton. The very notion that Su Shijun would bring his brother's head to the royal palace lent credence to the suspicion that Consort Shu might indeed be plotting his assassination. After all, he was a scholar of great renown. The commander of the Imperial Guard, upon hearing this, promptly turned and departed for the palace to fetch Consort Shu. Limaman. The square fell into a chilling silence. Should Consort Shu truly conspire with her brother, the general of Jinbei, it would be a cataclysmic event that could destabilize the entire dynasty. Your Majesty, there is grave news. Not long after, the commander of the Imperial Guard hurried back alone. What is it? Qin Junyan inquired, perplexed. Consort Shu is dead, the commander reported. What did you say? Qin Junyan exclaimed. Was she not in the palace preparing a banquet with the other consorts, awaiting my arrival? How could she have suddenly perished? My subordinate went to summon Consort Shu, and she appeared visibly anxious and troubled, yet she did not voice any concerns and agreed to accompany me here, the commander recounted. However, as we were en route, she suddenly became pale, gasped for breath, and collapsed, losing her life. Upon hearing this, all present wore expressions of astonishment. Was it not Consort Shu who intended to poison Qin Junyan? How could she have suddenly died? Your Majesty, according to the report from the commander of the Imperial Guard, it appears that Consort Shu was indeed poisoned by the narcissus powder. Su Shijun interjected, his voice low. I fear she may have sensed that her plot was uncovered and, in her despair, took her own life with poison. In truth, while narcissus powder is devoid of color and taste, it is far from being non-toxic. Such is the deception of Prince Qin Xuanhuan, towards concubine Shu. Once ingested, the narcissus powder can claim a life in a matter of moments. When the prince visited concubine Shu, he was adorned with a peculiar fragrant powder, which, as they conversed, would seamlessly enter her system with each breath. Meanwhile, as Su Shijun arrived with the commander of the Imperial Guard, he discreetly sprinkled another type of powder upon the commander. Both powders are innocuous. However, should concubine Shu inhale both simultaneously, she would succumb instantly to the poison of the narcissus powder, thus creating the facade of a suicide born of guilt. The notion of a narcissus poison, the idea of suicide out of guilt? Qin Junyan's countenance darkened. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard spoke again. Your Majesty, I have discovered this small jade vial within concubine Shu's ring. As he spoke, he presented the vial with a respectful gesture. This vial is typically used by my younger brother for storing medicine. However, I had not anticipated that he would concoct poison and conspire with concubine Shu. Su Shijun expressed his deep disappointment, beseeching the emperor for justice as he knelt on one knee. There is no need for such formality, my dear sir. Qin Junyan promptly assisted him to rise, stating, this matter is not of your doing. Moreover, your immediate act of righteous betrayal against Qin and your journey to report to the palace have been commendable. Had you not acted, I may have met with an untimely demise today. The scheming of a revered scholar involving his own brother's life, coupled with concubine Li Manman's pre-existing intent to poison consort Zhao, constituted a web of intrigue so intricate that even Emperor Xia could have fallen victim, let alone the newly ascended Qin Junyan. He placed complete trust in Su Shijun. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your magnanimity. Su Shijun expressed his gratitude once more. Please, return to the inn to rest, Qin Junyan gently suggested. Very well, Su Shijun nodded and subsequently departed the palace under the guidance of attendants. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Inquired several high-ranking ministers after Su Shijun's departure. First, let us find those guilty of capital crimes to test the potency of the poison within the jade vial concerning concubine Shu, Qin Junyan responded solemnly. Simultaneously, summon 200,000 troops each from the commanders stationed at the eastern, western, and southern fronts to unite with the 100,000 elite soldiers of the imperial camp. The northern town army boasts a force of 500,000. Thus, I remain cautious and shall amass 700,000 troops. As you command, the ministers replied reverently. The longevity banquet was promptly concluded, and the ministers became industrious. A few senior officials proposed concrete strategies. such as instructing the armies advancing from the other three directions to bypass the imperial city and directly flank the northern town army. The Jinyui's pacification envoy suggested detaining members of the Su family to intimidate the northern general. However, Qin Jinyan dismissed these suggestions. He found it difficult to believe that General Li Fengqi of the northern town army would instigate a rebellion, an act certain to lead to his demise. He issued orders for envoys to immediately journey north to summon Li Fengqi back to the palace. Despite Qin Jinyan's efforts to suppress the news, the conspiracy of General Li Fengqi to poison the emperor, in collusion with his sister, the consort Shu, soon spread throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty, inciting widespread fear among the populace. The formidable northern army, composed of 500,000 elite troops, posed a significant threat. Should they march southward, countless cities would be ravaged, and multitudes of innocent civilians would be displaced. In the central military camp of the northern army, General Li Fengqi, upon receiving the news, was utterly bewildered. Though he harbored discontent towards the court's intentions to draw away a portion of the northern army, he had never contemplated treason. In the north, he held the status of a local sovereign, never daring to risk the annihilation of his entire clan for such a reckless endeavor. General, envoys from the court have arrived, requesting your return to the imperial capital for an audience, announced an officer who entered the tent with great respect. Requesting my return to the capital for an audience? Li Fengqi responded promptly. Where are the court officials? Bring me to them. He believed that Qin Jinyan still trusted him. Otherwise, he would not have sent for him. At that moment, another deputy arrived with urgent news. General, the Duke of Jin is here, he stated solemnly. He insists that if you do not meet him at once, you will surely regret it. The military camp was heavily fortified, protected by formidable formations, and with the presence of an army of 500,000 capable of forming a battle array. Even the Duke of Jin, Qin Xuanhuan, accompanied by two powerful experts of the Second Realm, would not dare to force his way in, otherwise he would face certain death. Thus, he could only send his deputy to report to Li Fengqi. The Duke of Jin has arrived? Li Fengqi exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting such a visit at this crucial time. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Let the Duke in. I shall see what he desires. Very well. The deputy nodded and promptly exited the tent. Before long, a figure cloaked in black entered the military camp. It was none other than Duke Qin Xuanhuan. General Li, do you still wish to return to the capital to meet Qin Jinyan? Do you not fear for your very life? Qin Xuanhuan coldly remarked once he was inside the tent. What brings the Duke to make such accusations? Li Fengqi kuntarat. Upon my return to the capital, I shall elucidate all matters clearly. With His Majesty's wisdom, he should understand that I have no intentions of rebellion. Ha! Qin Xuanhuan laughed heartily. Does the general truly believe that Qin Jinyan is unaware of your lack of rebellious intent? This is merely a scheme devised by him. He has killed your sister to compel you into treason. He delights in sowing discord, and it has proven effective time and again. Nonsense. Why would His Majesty force me into treason? Li Fengqi retorted, unable to accept such a notion. It is quite simple, Qin Xuanhuan replied coldly. Qin Jinyan has never intended to crown your sister as empress. Only by branding you and your sister with the crime of treason can he install consort Zhao as empress without incurring the wrath of violating the late emperor's decree and tarnishing his reputation for trustworthiness. This, in the end, is merely your conjecture. Li Fengqi's countenance was exceedingly grim as he coldly remarked, even if this is merely my conjecture, Qin Jinyan believes your alleged treachery is but a misunderstanding. However, do you truly think that after Qin Jinyan's thorough investigation of you, your fate would be anything but dire? Qin Xuanhuan sneered. Over the years you have guarded the north. How many military funds have you embezzled? How many women have you sold into slavery in the northern wastelands? How much land belonging to the common folk have you seized? Once Qin Jinyan uncovers these truths, even if you had no intention of rebellion, he would undoubtedly reduce you to ashes. He has meticulously scrutinized your actions even before the plan's execution. What the court cannot ascertain, Qin Xuanhuan can easily uncover. For much of what you have done, he has also partaken in, and he understands better than anyone how you have executed these deeds and concealed them. Investigating corrupt officials is always precise when conducted by fellow corrupt officials. Upon hearing Qin Xuanhuan's words, Li Fengqi broke into a cold sweat. He had only considered his lack of treasonous intent, forgetting the deeds he had committed that would not withstand Qin Jinyan's scrutiny. If you wish to save your life, there is but one path to tread, Qin Xuanhuan stated slowly. What path? Li Fengqi inquired in a hushed tone. Raise an army. Qin Xuanhuan articulated each word deliberately. Despite having anticipated Qin Xuanhuan's suggestion, Li Fengqi's face turned ashen upon hearing those two words. He grimaced, I command merely 500,000 troops. And even with the two powerful figures of the Purple Mansion I have secretly recruited, that totals only 3. If I were to raise an army, defeat would be inevitable. He was acutely aware of his limitations. If there were a certain path to death, would I propose such a course? Qin Xuanhuan replied calmly. You shall raise an army in the north to draw the imperial forces to besiege you, while I and the other 4 princely lords will stealthily advance from the south, delivering a deadly blow to the imperial troops from behind. Upon hearing this, the formerly pale Li Fengqi's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Excellent. If the lords unite, we shall surely vanquish the imperial forces. Elation surged within him. He had thought his demise was imminent, yet Qin Xuanhuan's arrival had presented him with a glimmer of salvation. The two then commenced deliberating the specific details of their ambush against the imperial army. In the ensuing month, the Daxia dynasty was enveloped in turmoil. General Li Fengqi of the north raised the banner of Clear the Corrupt from power, rallying 500,000 troops in rebellion. The populace was rife with anxiety. This formidable army, having long defended the north against the northern tribes and instilled fear in the demonic sect, was comprised entirely of elite soldiers, even wielding the highest-tier battle formations of the Daxia dynasty. Though the court had amassed 700,000 troops in the imperial capital, alongside several formidable figures of the Purple Mansion, maintaining public order proved arduous, and various rumors circulated. Many garrisons in the north surrendered at the first sign of trouble, fearing to resist. In a bid to stabilize the hearts of the people, Qin Jinyan publicly declared his intention to lead the charge against the 500,000 troops commanded by Li Fengqi. Under his leadership, an army of 700,000 marched resolutely towards the north. Qin Jinyan had never contemplated defending the imperial city, for such an action would equate to forsaking the northern populace, allowing them to be ravaged by the northern suppression army. Over time, should the people's hearts become fragmented, even with an army of 700,000, the defense of the imperial city would be in jeopardy. In stark contrast to the tumult outside, the imperial mausoleum exuded a profound tranquility. Though Qin Feng reclined in his chair, his consciousness traversed a realm of spiritual awareness, where he focused on consolidating his spirit. After enduring a lengthy period of arduous endeavors, a nascent form finally coalesced within his realm of consciousness, emanating peculiar vibrations. The outline of this form bore a resemblance to Qin Feng himself, appearing as a miniature figure seated in meditation. However, this silhouette remained exceedingly indistinct, revealing only its general shape, while the specific features eluded clarity. This time, it should succeed, Qin Feng murmured to himself. This marked his closest approach to success since he commenced his practice of the spirit concentration technique, and he felt a flicker of excitement within. Yet, scarcely had his words dissipated when the outline within the realm of consciousness shattered, dissolving into wisps of spiritual energy that vanished into the obscurity of the darkened space, as if it had never existed. Another failure in the consolidation of his spirit. Coughing, Qin Feng, still reclined in his chair, turned pale. Each failure inflicted significant damage upon his spirit, and his awareness of the surrounding world had diminished considerably. Could it be that my spirit is still not powerful enough? Qin Feng lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He had lost count of how many times he had failed. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despondency. Instead, he casually retrieved 3 spirit-nourishing pills from his storage ring and consumed them. He prepared to attempt the consolidation of his spirit once more. Typically, cultivators would not dare to continue after a failure in breaking through or consolidating their spirit without a recovery period of 5 to 6 years. as even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, with an abundance of spirit-nourishing pills at his disposal to mend his damaged spirit. What others cherished as precious treasures were to him as insignificant as ordinary candies. Just as Qin Feng readied himself to continue consolidating his spirit, an old acquaintance, Chu Xiong, made his entrance into the imperial mausoleum. "Your Highness," Chu Xiong greeted respectfully upon seeing Qin Feng, with Qin Junyan now ascended to the throne. His address had naturally shifted to that of "Your Highness." Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, then inquired, "What brings you to the imperial mausoleum? Is the training at the imperial city camp not demanding at present? Your Highness is not aware." Chu Xiong zipli somewhat purpur. "The troops at the imperial city camp have nearly all accompanied His Majesty on the campaign. I, having sustained an injury, remained behind to guard the imperial city." "Campaign?" Qin Feng inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Since he had begun practicing the mind concentration technique, he had been deeply immersed in the cultivation of his spiritual awareness, remaining largely oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Upon realizing that Qin Feng was genuinely unaware of the recent events, Chu Xiong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this prince was living in a state of extraordinary leisure, entirely detached from the affairs beyond his window. The rebellion of the Grand General of the North had caused widespread panic throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty, yet he appeared utterly uninformed. Chu Xiong did not withhold the truth and proceeded to inform Qin Feng of the recent occurrences. The Empress Dowager's attempt to poison Junyan. The rebellion led by General Li Fengqi. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he murmured, "Junyan has only recently ascended the throne, and now he faces such a monumental crisis. I wonder if he can manage the situation." Compared to the seasoned former emperor, Qin Junyan was still rather youthful. His Majesty is personally leading the charge, commanding an army of 70,000, along with more than a dozen formidable experts of the Purple Mansion realm. He will undoubtedly succeed in quelling the rebellion, Chu Xiong asserted with great confidence. Qin Feng, however, remained silent, harboring an unsettling feeling that the matter was far from straightforward. Li Fengqi had no compelling reason to rebel. His military forces were at a disadvantage, and he lacked any powerful experts under his command. This conflict was destined for failure. Rebellion was tantamount to courting death. Despite the peculiarities that gnawed at him, Qin Feng chose not to voice his concerns to Chu Xiong. Afterward, he inquired further about the details of these recent events, and it was only by dusk that he allowed Chu Xiong to depart from the royal mausoleum. Just as Chu Xiong left, a small white fox, roused from its slumber by their conversation, leaped onto the reclining chair beside Qin Feng, gazing at him with eager eyes. "What? Do you still wish to taste my culinary creations?" Qin Feng asked, somewhat resigned. The last time Qin Ziqing had visited, he had prepared a meal for her, which the small white fox had also sampled, and ever since, it had developed a fondness for his cooking, frequently pestering him. The white fox nodded vigorously in response. It had realized that Qin Feng's dishes were exceptionally delectable, far surpassing those prepared by even the best chefs of the Fox clan. In fact, it had entertained the notion of kidnapping Qin Feng to ensure he would cook for it for a lifetime. "You've already grown quite plump, so it's best to wait a while before eating again," Qin Feng remarked, gently lifting the small white fox by the scruff of its neck and tossing it into the nearby thicket. "I have other matters to attend to. How dare you call this princess fat? I shall make you pay for that." The small white fox retorted angrily, its expression fierce. It loathed being called fat. Unfortunately, to Qin Feng, her words sounded merely like a fox's chatter, and he paid them no mind. By the time she had tumbled around in the grass and stood up, Qin Feng was already far away. The small white fox shot him a resentful glare, but ultimately restrained itself from truly biting him, as it still wished to enjoy his cooking in the future. Leaving the palace, Qin Feng made his way directly toward the relay station. From the information conveyed to him today by Chu Xiong, he surmised that if there were any issues with the entire affair, the most culpable figure would undoubtedly be Su Shijun, for everything stemmed from his words. Strikingly, the mastermind, Consort Shu, had perished without uttering a single word. At this moment, within the inn, an elderly servant hurried into the chamber occupied by Su Shijun. Master, a letter from Prince Jean has arrived, the old servant said respectfully. What does it say? Su Shijun replied nonchalantly. He instructs us to find a way to poison the generals defending the imperial city during this time. The old servant explained slowly. Once he leads his army northward and, in conjunction with Li Fengqi, eradicates the 700,000 troops commanded by Qin's Union, he will then swiftly turn to assault the imperial city. Reply to Qin Shunhuan that I can poison those generals at any moment, but he must not forget his promise. Su Shijun stated, taking a sip of tea. This assistance to Qin Shunhuan was not only to repay a favor, but also because, aside from his identity as a scholar, he was secretly a poison master. The Su family had long been a lineage of poison makers, requiring a substantial population to cultivate their toxic strains. Such a venture was generally deemed intolerable. However, Qin Shunhuan had assured Su Shijun that upon his ascension, he would allocate a prefecture to the Su family, within which they could cultivate their poisons without interference. Understood, the old servant nodded, preparing to deliver the response. Yet at that moment, the door to the room suddenly creaked open. A figure slowly entered. Who goes there? The old servant exclaimed in alarm. Despite being a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, he had sensed nothing of this intrusion. It seems my suspicions were correct. You indeed conspired with Qin Shunhuan, Qin Feng remarked coolly as he stepped into the room. He had overheard the conversation between Su Shijun and the old servant quite clearly. Who are you? Su Shijun's eyes glinted with coldness as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng. To have entered here so silently, could it be that you possess the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm? He found this hard to believe. For Qin Feng's attire clearly indicated he belonged to the same generation of royal family as Qin's Union. How could someone so young possibly possess such prowess? Close enough. Qin Feng replied calmly. Since I am already aware of your collusion with Qin Shunhuan, you might as well divulge his specific plans to me. Ha ha, Su Sidun Lauet Hatitili. A mocking glint in his eyes. Do you think your cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm can intimidate me? You underestimate the poison masters far too much. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and an exquisite fragrance swiftly enveloped the entire room. Oh, you are a poison master? Qin Feng expressed his astonishment. He had read about this profession in ancient texts, but had never encountered one in person. Poison masters were despised in the cultivation world, and everyone sought to eliminate them. He had assumed that Su Shijun merely procured poison, not realizing that the toxin was concocted by Su Shijun himself. Chapter 87. Bad news. By the time he grasped the situation, it was already too late. Su Shijun coldly declared, the entire inn has been laced with a deadly poison. Anyone who enters will succumb to it instantaneously. The fragrance you detected earlier is merely the catalyst for this toxin. Even cultivators below the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm will find their spiritual energy ceasing to flow, leaving their bodies weak and powerless. Given your age, I surmise that even if you have fortuitously broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, you would scarcely have reached the 1st level, rendering you incapable of withstanding this venom. No wonder poison masters are universally reviled. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, how insidious and insurmountable. If you wish to preserve your life, kneel and bow your head. Considering your commendable martial talent, I might allow you to serve as my loyal soldier. Su Shijun spoke slowly, convinced of his own magnanimity, expecting Qin Feng to express profound gratitude. Apologies, but you're destined for disappointment. Qin Feng scoffed, his tone icy. Since you refuse to divulge Qin Xuanhuan's plans, I shall investigate for myself. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Su Shijun. The elderly servant, intending to act, was immediately suppressed to the ground by the potent spiritual energy radiating from Qin Feng, his face paling and rendering him immobile. What? You are not affected by this poison? Su Shijun exclaimed in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. How is this possible? It may be due to my attainment of the void refinement realm, Qin Feng replied, as mysterious and arcane runes began to manifest in his eyes, allowing him to peer into Su Shijun's consciousness. No, although Su Shijun appeared as a proud scholar, he was, in truth, exceedingly weak and could hardly bear the torment of Qin Feng probing his memories, letting out a muffled scream. Unfortunately, This sound was stifled by the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Feng, unable to escape. Before long, Qin Feng had perused all of Su Shijun's memories, uncovering not only Qin Xuanhuan's schemes, but also a wealth of poison refinement formulas. How could you possibly be at the void refinement realm? Su Shijun gapet, his breath coming in ragged gasps, unable to fathom how someone so young could possess such extraordinary talent. He and the old servant beside him were left in utter disbelief. What use is that knowledge if it only leads to your demise? Qin Feng stated dismissively. With that, the spiritual energy he exuded crushed Su Shijun and the servant into a fine mist of blood. Subsequently, Qin Feng activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the lethal toxins within the yin into his body. Though this poison holds no threat to me, it serves quite well for body refinement, he murmured to himself, feeling the toxins coursing through him. He had initially intended to assess the potency of the poison, but his formidable physique rendered it utterly inconsequential. Were Su Shijun to hear this, he would surely be infuriated anew. He painstakingly concocted a deadly poison, and already hundreds of test subjects had perished. Yet before Qin Feng, it could only serve to enhance one's physique. Without lingering at the relay station, Qin Feng stepped outside, gazing toward the expanse beyond the imperial city. Qin Shenzhan had conspired with the other four major princely factions to launch a pincer attack alongside Li Fengqi against the 70,000 troops led by Jiunyan. Qin Feng murmured to himself, if that is the case, Jiunyan is surely destined for defeat. Although the laws of the Great Xia restricted the number of personal troops that each princely ruler could train, the five major princes had secretly amassed nearly 600,000 soldiers through clandestine military training. Furthermore, the opening of the Spirit Path had unleashed a plethora of rare treasures, resulting in an influx of formidable Purple Mansion experts within the Kanglan domain. The Purple Mansion experts summoned at great cost by the major princes were not inferior in number to those led by Qin Junyan. With their combined assault alongside Li Fengqi, even with 70,000 troops, Junyan's defeat was inevitable. Regrettably, Su Shijun remained oblivious to Qin Xuanshan's precise plans and the location where the armies of the various princes would converge. Qin Feng mused otherwise. I could simply find them and obliterate them. The numerical advantage of several 100,000 troops would be effective against cultivators below the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion. But for those above, they were no more significant than ants. Shaking his head, Qin Feng departed from the imperial city, soaring toward the north. Although he was unaware of where Qin Shenzhan and the other princes would rendezvous, he was certain their intent was to launch a surprise attack from behind Junyan's forces. Patience would serve him well. Over the ensuing 2 months, the northern conflict raged fiercely. Leading 70,000 troops, Junyan held an undeniable advantage in the war, capturing cities along the way and forcing Li Fengqi's army back to the Yanmen Pass, preparing to deliver a decisive blow there. The initial panic within the ranks had subsided. Junyan, personally leading the charge alongside numerous ministers, breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the rebellion would soon be quelled. Outside the Yanmen Pass, the remaining 60,000 troops were encamped. Within the central command tent, Jiunyan was engaged in discussions with several high-ranking officials and generals on strategies to vanquish Li Fengqi's forces. The towering Yanmen Pass was a fortress, formidable to assault and protected by formations, and they deliberated on how to seize it with minimal cost. Your Majesty, a secret report has arrived from the Jin Yi. Just then, a soldier rushed into the command tent, kneeling on one knee. A secret report from the Jin Yi? Jiunyan responded with a hint of confusion. With Li Fengqi's army already trapped at the Yanmen Pass, their troop deployments were well understood. Why the urgency for a report from the Jin Yi? Puzzled, he opened the document. In the next moment, his expression froze. What has happened, Your Majesty? Questioned the other generals and ministers, their brows furrowed in concern. The 5 major princes of Jin have united in rebellion, leading an army of 600,000 and over a dozen formidable warriors from the Purple Mansion realm. Marching towards our location, Qin Jinyan's countenance was exceedingly grim as he stated, according to the intelligence gathered by the Jin Yi, they will arrive here within 2 days at most. The training grounds of the princes, including Qin Shenzhan, were already shrouded in secrecy during this period. Their troops had quietly advanced north from various locations, only recently converging in large numbers, which ultimately drew the attention of the Qin Wei. In my novels, I typically do not encounter major logical inconsistencies. Chapter 88. A pincer attack. What? The princes of Qin have all united in rebellion? The expressions of numerous ministers and generals shifted dramatically upon hearing this news. Since Emperor Xia initiated preparations for Qin Junyin's ascension to the throne, the princes had behaved quite submissively, refraining from any egregious actions. Not even during Qin Junyin's coronation ceremony did they cause any disturbances. In fact, they had shown considerably more restraint than in previous times. They had presumed that the various princes had settled down, only to be surprised by their sudden insurrection. With an army of over 600,000, if we are caught in a pincer attack, we are likely to face peril. The Grand General of the South spoke in a somber tone. Having previously been tasked with quelling the southern tribes, he possessed a wealth of military experience. And during the recent skirmishes with Li Fengqi's forces, he had taken a lead. Indeed, we cannot afford to be attacked from two fronts, Qin Junyin replied. Pausing briefly before inquiring, is there any possibility that we could defeat Li Fengqi's army within the confines of Yanmen Pass in the next 2 days, and then use the pass as a natural fortress to defend against the onslaught of the princes of Qin? Upon hearing this, the Grand General of the South displayed a wry smile and remarked, the Yanmen Pass is exceedingly perilous. To vanquish Li Fengqi's forces, we would require at least half a month. 2 days is simply unfeasible. The other commanders present wore expressions of helplessness. Were it not for the formidable nature of the Yanmen Pass, Li Fengqi would not have retreated to such a stronghold. What shall we do? A minister asked anxiously. We may have no choice but to temporarily retreat to the nearest city and fortify our defenses while summoning reinforcements from other regions. The Grand General of the South stated gravely. As his words sank in, a profound silence enveloped the central military tent. Everyone recognized that this was the most prudent course of action, yet no one dared to voice their agreement, fearing that Qin Junyin would oppose the retreat. After all, the intense battles of the past few months had exacted a tremendous toll, forcing Li Fengqi into a corner from which he could not retreat. To withdraw now would breed resentment among the ranks, and could potentially undermine the emperor's authority. Very well. We shall proceed as the general suggests and evacuate this place to avoid being caught in a pincer attack, Qin Junyin declared without hesitation. His greatest strength lay in recognizing and empowering others. He understood that leading armies in battle was not his forte, and the purpose of this expedition was merely to bolster morale. He had never opposed the Grand General's decisions in the absence of dissent from other commanders, and he cared little for any potential damage to the emperor's dignity. What he seeks is a world of peace, where the populace can dwell in tranquility and prosperity, rather than concern for his own reputation. Understood. The Grand General of the southern town, upon noticing that Qin Junyin had not rejected his proposal, promptly made his intentions known. They began to prepare for their departure from the camp, organizing the specifics of their retreat. After all, a retreat must be executed with utmost orderliness to prevent a counterattack from Li Fengqi's formidable forces. Yet at that moment, the thunderous sound of war drums echoed from outside. Your Majesty, within the gates of Yanmen, Li Fengqi has taken the initiative to deploy his troops. An urgent deputy hastened to the central command tent, panting as he spoke. Li Fengqi has taken the initiative? Qin Junyin was taken aback and remarked, he has retreated to this location. Does he not intend to hold his ground? Truly. The heavens favor your Majesty. The other high-ranking officials expressed their joy. If Li Fengqi were to emerge for a decisive battle, victory would be assured, and they would not have to fear being attacked from both sides. However, the Grand General of the southern town wore a grave expression. Li Fengqi's emergence may not bode well for us. He stated solemnly, if he does not engage us in battle, but merely seeks to delay our retreat, our situation will become exceedingly dire. Upon hearing this, Qin Junyin's countenance darkened. Although Li Fengqi's forces had suffered significant losses, they still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. If they merely sought to impede their retreat for 2 days, it would be a trivial task. What does the general propose we do? Qin Junyin inquired. Regardless, Li Fengqi has taken the initiative. We must ascertain whether he truly intends to engage us in battle or merely delay us." The Grand General of the southern town replied with a hint of resignation. In such circumstances, should they attempt a hasty withdrawal, they would only be pursued and beset by Li Fengqi's army, resulting in a disastrous and overwhelming defeat. Qin Jinyan, upon hearing these words, could only nod in agreement. He then instructed the Grand General of the southern town to personally lead troops to meet the enemy and see if they could decisively eliminate Li Fengqi's forces. However, disappointment loomed ahead. Li Fengqi had long since conspired with King Jin, Qin Xuanhuan, and others. His reason for voluntarily emerging from Yanmen was to harass and delay the 700,000 troops led by Qin Jinyan for 2 days, with no intention of engaging in a decisive battle whatsoever. Over the next 2 days, King Jin and the other 4 vassal kings, commanding an army of 600,000, marched swiftly towards Yanmen. The entire army advanced in formation, ready for battle at any moment, exuding an air of formidable menace that instilled fear in onlookers. News of their intent to flank Qin Jinyan from both sides spread rapidly throughout the dynasty, creating a palpable atmosphere of trepidation. Upon learning that King Jin commanded such a vast force, nearly every noble family and sect within the dynasty concluded that Qin Jinyan's army was undoubtedly doomed. Countless ancient ships traveled day and night to the south, delivering lavish gifts to King Jin in hopes of winning favor with this future sovereign. "My lord, we should reach Yanmen by this evening." On the march, a respectful general addressed King Jin. At that moment, King Jin Xuanhuan rode upon a lion with golden fur, clad in heavy armor, exuding an aura of formidable ferocity. "Excellent," Qin Xuanhuan coldly declared. "Li Fengqi has sent me word. Over the past few days, he has steadfastly held back Qin Jinyan's army, preventing their withdrawal. If we arrive today, we shall annihilate Qin Jinyan's forces, and this realm will be ours." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with avarice and excitement. The king of Qi and several other feudal lords erupted in laughter. This endeavor has been remarkably effortless, thanks to the meticulous strategies devised by the king of Jin. Indeed, without the king of Jin, we would not have found such ease in seizing the throne. They all lauded Qin Xuanhuan as if they could already envision themselves standing atop the imperial city, surveying the world. After all, once their grand army reached Yanmen Pass, the outcome would be sealed. "It is not solely my merit," Qin Xuanhuan remarked nonchalantly. "Without the staunch support from several of you, my 150,000 troops would struggle to accomplish this grand endeavor." Although he harbored plans to